Jiang Miaomiao found herself immersed in a post-apocalyptic narrative, relegated to the role of an inconsequential pawn. In light of the numerous harrowing experiences that awaited her, she resolved to embrace a passive existence, secluding herself within her home and allowing fate to determine her li. Thespin. Determined to indulge in life's pleasures even in her final moments, she diligently hoarded a plethora of provisions. However, unexpectedly, a man intruded upon her sanctuary, proving to be even more lethargic than she, and subsequently refused to leave. Her 3 boxes of potato chips were devoured by him. Her 6 boxes of snail noodles were consumed entirely by him. Her 10 boxes of walnuts were completely annihilated by his relentless munching. Incensed, Jiang Miaomiao resolved to expel him from her abode. Yet, one fateful night, as she stealthily followed him, she witnessed him plunge into a horde of zombies, wielding his weapon with an elegance that was both striking and suave. "Please grant me a spicy duck neck," Jiang Miaomiao eagerly offered. "Eat, it's all yours." From that moment forth, a miraculous phenomenon transpired. Her supplies seemed to multiply with every consumption. Chapter 1. Within the bustling supermarket, customers momentarily halted their shopping, astonished by the sight of a girl pushing a small cart. She appeared to be in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, clad in a blue tracksuit, with her long hair styled into a ponytail. Her arms were so slender they seemed fragile, yet the cart before her was piled high, towering over her head. Cookies, instant noodles, beverages, she had nearly purchased every edible item within the store. Noticing the attention she garnered, the girl shyly smiled. "With so many people at home, we eat a lot, haha. Please make way." People quickly cleared the path for her as she maneuvered her cart towards the cash register, where 3 similarly stacked carts were already parked. This left everyone even more astonished. Just how many people resided in her household to warrant such an extensive purchase of provisions? Yet the girl showed no signs of stopping. After securing her cart, she immediately fetched another empty one and hurried towards the shelves. 50 buckets of instant noodles, 80 packs of biscuits, 30 bottles of beverages, 60 boxes of coffee. Jiang Miaomiao meticulously scanned the shelves, mentally tallying the quantities, yet she still felt it was insufficient. However, there was little she could do. The money at her disposal was limited. She would have to make do with what she could acquire. After all, given her capabilities, she likely wouldn't survive more than 3 months after the outbreak. This was not the real world, but rather a narrative set in a post-apocalyptic fiction. Jiang Miaomiao had found herself transported into this story after finishing the book, becoming the character sharing her name, a mere supporting role. This Jiang Miaomiao was an orphan attending university, working part-time to earn her living expenses, having saved up around 20 to 30,000 yuan. In the original text, after the zombie outbreak, she escapes the city alongside the male and female leads from her university, only to be bitten by a zombie on the way, triggering the first conflict between the 2 protagonists. While reading, Jiang Miaomiao felt a sense of loss for this character. She mused that it would have been wiser to find a safe refuge from the outset, stockpile supplies, and perhaps extend her survival for a few more months. Upon realizing that she had assumed the role of a character, Jiang Miaomiao resolutely made her decision. Wifely, escaping would ultimately lead to death. Instead, she chose to lavishly spend her money on delectable food, delightful drinks, and entertaining activities, aiming to joyfully embrace her final moments. The morrow marked the onset of the zombie apocalypse, compelling her to hasten her preparations. Jiang Miaomiao quickened her pace. 2 hours later, amidst the astonished gazes of others in the supermarket, she completed her purchase and had her cart delivered to her residence. The staff printed the invoice, requesting her signature and address. After swiftly signing, she handed it back, and the employee cast her an envious glance. The address indicated a well-known villa district in the city. At such a young age, residing in a villa and spending money so extravagantly, surely she must be a wealthy heiress. Jiang Miaomiao could only manage a wry smile. In reality, she lived in a school dormitory, which made stockpiling supplies rather inconvenient. To establish a safe and spacious base, she had spent nearly 10,000 yuan to rent a 2-story villa with a basement and front and back gardens, located on the outskirts of Ek. Once the zombie outbreak commenced, humanity would either flee or succumb to the undead. Thus, theoretically, she could reside there indefinitely, until her demise. Departing the supermarket, Jiang Miaomiao made her way to the only electromechanical market in the area, for there remained one exceedingly vital item yet to be acquired. That item was a generator. In a post-apocalyptic world where venturing outdoors was perilous, she would undoubtedly wish to engage with her phone and computer without electricity. Existence would be utterly unbearable. The weather in April was quite refreshing as Jiang Miaomiao arrived at the electromechanical market by bus. Upon disembarking, she began her search for a shop selling generators and soon spotted one. Pointing to a machine, about half her height, situated in the center of the shop, she inquired, "Is this a generator? How much does it cost?" The proprietor nodded, replying, 30,000. Cough, cough, 30,000. Such an exorbitant price. Will it be for home use or for a company? We have smaller, more affordable models for home use. Let me see those, she replied. The shopkeeper led her to a compact generator, patting it gently as he said, "Here, this one is only 3,500. Even 3,500 seemed steep. Her funds were dwindling, and she had yet to stock up on drinking water. However, the prospect of being without electricity was unfathomable. Jiang Miaomiao steeled her resolve and said, "Could you lower the price a bit? My neighbor is also interested in purchasing one, and I could refer them to your shop. Then, it will be 3,400. Would you consider 3,000? Jiang Miaomiao looked at him with pleading eyes, filled with earnestness. With a 5 yuan price for a bucket of purified water, saving 500 on the generator would allow her to purchase an additional 100 buckets of water. After a lengthy and parched negotiation, the shopkeeper finally acquiesced to her price. Jiang Miaomiao paid the deposit, requesting delivery to her villa that very evening. The timing was impeccable. Shortly after her return home, a small delivery truck arrived. The deliverman assisted with unloading and opened the truck's compartment, asking, "Why did you buy so many items at once? Are you planning to open a convenience store? Relatives from my hometown are coming to visit, and there are many children. I'm concerned that there won't be enough food. Haha, could you please help me move everything to the basement?" Jiang Miaomiao rolled up her sleeves and joined him in the task. After working tirelessly, drenched in sweat, they finally unloaded a truckload of goods and stuffed them all into the basement. With the small truck now departed, Jiang Miaomiao reclined on the sofa and retrieved her phone, dialing a number she had noted on her way. "Hello, is this the Sini Tian Purified Water Company?" "Yes, it is. I would like to place an order for purified water." "Certainly. How much do you need?" 500 barrels, to be delivered tonight." 2,500 yuan was her last remaining savings. The representative sounded taken aback. "Such a large quantity? I fear we may not be able to supply that." "How many do you currently have available?" "We only have 250 barrels, all filled this morning." "Will that suffice?" "That would hardly be enough. Water was essential for drinking, cooking, bathing, and brushing teeth. One could not afford to lack it. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the water treatment plant had been damaged, and the city soon ceased its water supply." Seated cross-legged on the sofa, Jiang Miaomiao stroked her chin, deep in contemplation, and asked, "Do you have any empty water barrels?" "You want empty barrels? Typically, we do not sell those." Employing her relentless negotiation skills, Jiang Miaomiao engaged him in conversation for half an hour, ultimately managing to purchase 300 empty barrels at 3 yuan ACH, with delivery promised for that very night. At that time, she would simply fill them with tap water, seal them securely, and once the purified water was consumed, she would replace it with her own supply. Although it may be imperfect, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Moreover, she has purchased a stove and fuel, enabling her to boil water for drinking. Jiang Miaomiao finally let out a sigh of relief, reclining on the sofa to take a brief rest while contemplating what other items she still needed to acquire. Upon careful consideration, she realized there was indeed much more to obtain. In the face of disaster, where human nature can be treacherous, it would be prudent for her to possess firearms and ammunition for her own protection. Given the potential for the generator to malfunction, having a backup would be wise. The harsh conditions of the post-apocalyptic climate could lead to illness, necessitating a sufficient stockpile of medicine. The more supplies, the better. However, her financial resources were limited, compelling her to prioritize food for the time being. Nonetheless, she had no intention of prolonging her existence for too long. She would endure as long as fate allowed. Lifespans may range from a few decades to over 100 years, yet the difference is negligible. As night fell, the generator and purified water were delivered. Jiang Miaomiao instructed the delivery man to teach her how to operate the generator, discovering that it required fuel to function. She then ventured to a nearby gas station to purchase several large barrels of diesel. Her basement was already overflowing, so she cleared the living room, consolidating the sofa and coffee table into one corner and stacking the water barrels against the wall, which took up nearly half of the living space. Once all tasks were completed, it was past midnight. Jiang Miaomiao ordered herself a lavish barbecue feast, costing over 300 yuan, for it was likely that such indulgence would be scarce after today. While enjoying her barbecue, she opened the application on her phone and logged into her live streaming account. Since she stepped into the book 3 days ago, she registered this account to broadcast her progress in procuring supplies for the impending apocalypse. She did not intend to flee, but what if someone else did? If her videos could influence them, prompting them to prepare in advance, it could be considered a benevolent act. However, the world remains remarkably peaceful at present. The sudden emergence of such videos, while attracting considerable attention, has mostly resulted in ridicule the majorate. Why deem her insane? Indeed, as soon as she commenced the live stream, spectators eager for entertainment began to comment. This lunatic is back, haha. This girl is hilarious. What's the point of preparing these useless items? She should at least read more apocalypse literature. You have food, I have guns, your house is my granary. Oh sister, if you don't have a gun, you ought to at least have a couple of kitchen knives. Have you discovered a space? Or some supernatural ability? Haha, women are just women, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. Jiang Miaomiao shrugged, ignoring them, for this video was not intended for their amusement. She took out her procurement list and read it aloud item by item. Tonight proved fortuitous, as the number of viewers surpassed 200,000. As the audience grew, a few began to support her, finding her endeavors intriguing and offering small donations. As she approached the end of her stream, she estimated her earnings to be nearly 1,000, allowing her to purchase a great deal more. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the screen and sincerely remarked, "Tomorrow marks the advent of the apocalypse. I wish all the fathers could be with their family and friends, successfully escape, and live on in health and safety." This broadcast concludes here. Farewell. After consuming a third of the barbecue, Jiang Miaomiao found herself unable to eat more. She placed the remaining food in the refrigerator and walked to the window. The window was equipped with security bars, a deliberate choice she made when renting the place, hoping it would afford her some extra time in the face of approaching zombies. As the night deepened, the distant sky remained ominously red, likely due to the city center. If memory served her right, the initial wave of the zombie outbreak had erupted in that very location, transforming the entire city into a veritable hell on earth within a mere days. Perhaps due to the overwhelming tension, Jiang Miaomiao spent the entire night wide awake, her eyes fixed on the horizon as dawn broke. By 10 in the morning, life continued as usual for many, until a short video suddenly surfaced on a popular video-sharing platform. A man on Haoshan Road tears at a passerby, suspected rabies outbreak. The footage was gruesome, garnering immense attention within half an hour. While comments debated the possibility of rabies, a second video emerged, soon followed by a third and a fourth. By 11 o'clock, chaos erupted in the city center as people began to flee. Food, water, and medical supplies were snatched away in a frenzy. Countless videos circulated wildly, with speculations arising that this could be a new kind of infectious disease. Jiang Miaomiao remained indoors throughout the day, seated by the window to observe the unfolding situation, while simultaneously finishing off the barbecue from the previous day. That night, numerous heinous attacks occurred, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of lives. The government dispatched troops to suppress the chaos, but soon succumbed to the contagion, compelled to utilize the remaining personnel to organize the evacuation of citizens' tower. Safer cities, with military vehicles leading the way, the citizens followed in their private cars. As the convoy passed through the villa district, a kind neighbor knocked on the door, inquiring if they needed a ride in their vehicle. According to the original timeline, safety was but a fleeting illusion. Within just over a month, major cities around the globe would succumb, leaving survivors to wander in primord, eel forests, deserts, and even the oceans. The trials and perils faced during this time are better left unsaid in comparison. She preferred the comfort of having food and drink her. Jiang Miaomiao offered them some food and medicine, saying, "Thank you, but I shall remain." "I wish you a safe journey." The neighbor expressed surprise. "Are you certain?" She nodded, watching her neighbor depart before closing the door, locking it and pushing all movable furniture against it to barricade herself. Ultimately, she ascended to her bedroom, secured the door, and turned on her computer to play games. The noise outside disrupted her gaming experience, prompting her to don headphones. Chapter 2. On the third day of the apocalypse, the majority of citizens had evacuated and the city's public systems had collapsed. Buses, subways, high-speed trains, and planes ceased operations. By the 10th day of the apocalypse, all living beings had fled the city, leaving only zombies to roam the streets. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, the electrical and hydraulic systems lay in ruins, food and corpses began to decay, temperatures soared, and the air became unbearably foul. On the 30th day, a chemical plant in the suburbs exploded due to lack of maintenance, igniting a massive fire that spread to the city center, consuming nearly half of the buildings until a downpour the following day finally extinguished the flames. By the 40th day, a horde of nearly 10 million zombies roamed the desolate city, some still searching for survivors, while others gradually spread to the outskirts. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Miaomiao awoke from her slumber. She removed her eye mask and earplugs, drawing back the curtains to allow the sunlight to filter in. Beneath her window, 3 zombies wandered aimlessly, having lingered for several days, seemingly drawn by her scent from the ventilation shaft, seeking a way to enter. Jiang Miaomiao paid them no mind as she entered the bathroom, filling a cup with water from a purified water barrel and began to brush her teeth. The apocalypse had persisted for nearly a month and a half, and according to the timeline, other cities were likely in a similar state. Survivors had fled to safe zones alongside the military, with approximately 600,000 healthy humans remaining worldwide. The consumption of supplies had been slower than she anticipated to date. She had utilized only 10 barrels of purified water, 80 barrels of tap water, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 10 bags of bread, 6 bottles of gum, 8 boxes of tissues, half a bag of rice, and various snacks and miscellaneous items. These items collectively account for merely 1/10 of her total inventory. The only resource that has been depleting rapidly is fuel. Aware of the potential damage to the natural gas pipeline and the dangers of an explosion from excessive gas canister storage, she opted to purchase only 3 canisters of gas. Confined at home and cooking daily, she has already exhausted 1 canister. Once all are consumed, she will have to resort to alcohol and diesel as substitutes. Nonetheless, her circumstances have proven far more favorable than she initially anticipated. In recent days, she has indulged herself without restraint, relishing whatever food and drink she desired while utilizing so little. This illustrates that one can indeed survive in this world without an abundance of resources. A life devoid of work or school is quite pleasant. She awakens naturally each day, enjoys her meals, and spends her time by the window, reading or observing the zombies. However, she did make a miscalculation when she purchased a generator for 3,000 yuan. At that moment, she was solely focused on the discomfort of power outages, neglecting to consider the generator's considerable noise during operation. In this world, the zombies possess acute hearing and smell, along with remarkable speed and strength. It could be said that, aside from their appearance, they are enhanced versions of humans in every other aspect, making them formidable adversaries. Over 2 weeks ago, when the circuit was damaged, her first attempt to start the generator attracted nearly 100 zombies with its cacophonous noise. The villa's flimsy walls would likely not withstand their assault for more than 3 hours, prompting her to hastily shut it off. In a bid to deter them, she mixed several bottles of 84 disinfectant into a bucket of tap water and poured it out of the window, waiting a considerable time for the zombies to grotto. Ally disperse. Since then, she has not dared to use the generator. Once more the hefty machine, costing 3,000, now languishes idly, causing her great distress. More challenging still, the villa has been stripped of electricity, and due to financial constraints, she lacks a backup power source. Once her limited supply of portable chargers has been exhausted, her phone and computer become mere ornaments, and the refrigerator and air conditioner share the same fate. In a bid to prevent the rotting contents from polluting the air within her home, she unceremoniously discarded perishable items such as meat, fruits, and eggs out of the window. 2 electronic devices remain at her disposal: a solar-powered flashlight with remarkable battery capacity and a Kindle, which she had previously overlooked, filled with an array of e-books. It is only after her phone and computer have run out of power that she begins to utilize it. Each day, she indulges in merely half an hour of reading, switching to airplane mode, and there remains a sufficient charge for now. As long as she is not yet extinguished, she shall continue to live. After completing her morning ablutions, Jiang Miaomiao descends the staircase. To reward herself for surviving yet another night, she thoughtfully prepares a package of river snail rice noodles, adding 2 marinated eggs for good measure. The enticing aroma wafts through the cracks of the window, causing the zombies to retreat slightly. Upon finishing her meal, her lips flushed from the spice, she sits in a chair, sipping water while organizing her schedule for the day. Equipped with paper and pen, she decides to practice calligraphy in the morning. For lunch, she plans to make fried rice with ham sausage. The fresh vegetables have long since perished, but she can rehydrate the dehydrated ones to incorporate into her dish. The afternoon stretches ahead of her. She will read her ebook for half an hour before engaging in a game of solitaire. The night is the most arduous, devoid of sunlight, and the zombies become increasingly restless, howling incessantly throughout the community, their eerie sounds sending shivers down one's spine. In the past, Jiang Miaomiao would immerse herself in music through her earphones, blissfully ignoring the undead outside. Now, with the absence of music and the need for silence, she relies solely on her concentration to disregard their presence. During a recent shopping spree at the supermarket, she had casually picked up some paint. Thus, after dinner, she found herself squatting in the living room, practicing her painting skills. Lamentably, she possesses no innate talent for art. Without a reference, she struggles to put brush to canvas. Fortunately, the walls of the villa are adorned with several Instagram-style prints, which she diligently studies and practices daily. After several days of effort, she has achieved a resemblance of about 30%. As she painstakingly completes her painting, the clock strikes midnight. Jiang Miaomiao brushes her teeth, takes a shower, changes into her pajamas, and stands by the window to bid farewell to the zombies. Regret washes over her. Had she invested the money for a generator in 2 dogs, her solitude over the past 10 days would have felt liberating. 20 days would have been carefree. But 30 days have turned into a profound loneliness. Enduring another day without electricity or internet feels like self-inflicted torment. She crawls into bed and closes her eyes, the howls of the zombies muffled by her earplugs. Jiang Miaomiao drifts into a dream, enveloped in drowsiness. Suddenly, a scratching sound pierces the darkness. The proximity of the noise renders even her earplugs ineffective. With a start, she opens her eyes, staring at the ceiling, confirming that the sound emanates from above. Could it be that the zombies have ascended to the top floor and infiltrated through the ventilation ducts? The villa is equipped with central air conditioning, and the rooms are fitted with ventilation ducts, making it a matter of moments for the intruder to locate the bedroom. Am I finally going to meet my demise? Given her slender limbs, she stands no chance against a zombie. Jiang Miaomiao has been preparing for a month, yet the reality of death still fills her with trepidation. Should she hide away, or perhaps directly unleash the gas canister for a mutual demise? No, she must savor a few more delectable bites. Without even donning her shoes, Jiang Miaomiao grabbed a flashlight and hurried downstairs. As Lu Qiming descended the staircase, he was met with the sight of a beam of light illuminating a living room largely occupied by a water bucket, where a girl clad in pajamas stood, voraciously devouring a bag of beef jerky. The light cast from below made her appear ghostly, more terrifying than a zombie. The girl spotted him and widened her eyes in shock. "Why, you're human." Then, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" Immediately, she retreated behind a chair. "Are you infected? Don't come any closer." Lu Qiming remained silent. "Hey, are you still human? Is this your home?" His voice was weary, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. His face was smeared with blood, obscuring his features, but it was evident that he was tall, with long limbs. Jiang Miaomiao nodded, her eyes brimming with caution. In narratives of the apocalypse, it is not uncommon for survivors to resort to violence against their own kind in a struggle for resources. Who can ascertain whether he is a benevolent soul or a malevolent one? She was unable to defeat the zombies, just as she could not overcome him. If he truly intended to kill or plunder, she hoped he would at least allow her to finish her beef jerky. The man inquired again, "How many people reside here?" Here it comes. Was he testing her? "What about the others?" "They went out to find a power bank. There's no electricity at home." His gaze was skeptical. "With so many zombies outside, they just ventured out?" Jiang Miaomiao responded confidently. "My brother and father were both police officers, and my mother was a member of the women's volleyball team. They are quite capable and are armed. They can navigate through hordes of zombies with ease. Besides, you just came in from outside. If you survived, why couldn't they?" The man was evidently persuaded by her words and ceased his inquiries. Seeing that he had no intention of resorting to violence, Jiang Miaomiao felt a surge of courage. The man disregarded her and turned to ascend the stairs, asking as he went, "Do you have a wrench?" "Hand me one." After receiving the wrench, he tucked it into his pocket and effortlessly leaped up, gripping the ventilation shaft, quickly climbing inside. Curious about his intentions, Jiang Miaomiao attempted to mimic his actions, but her short stature hindered her. She could barely reach. Resigned, she could only watch from below, hearing the persistent sounds of knocking from above. She caught something that fell and, astonished, asked, "Are you not planning to leave?" The front door had been barricaded since the first day of the apocalypse, and with the ventilation shaft sealed, there was no way out. Surely, he did not intend to stay and mooch off for provisions? The man retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and, after taking a few puffs, remarked, "Your brother and father are bought police officers, yet they remain oblivious to such a fragile vent. The air conditioning duct at the rooftop is always susceptible to intrusions. After all this time, have you truly relied on non-existent family ties or merely on a stroke of luck?" Jiang Miaomiao's face flushed crimson as she clutched the wrench in silence. With wisps of smoke curling around him, the man squinted at her for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette and inquired, "Where's the bathroom?" "I need to take a shower." She gestured in the direction, and he nonchalantly carried 2 buckets of water into the bathroom as if it were his own home. The sound of running water continued to echo, and seated on the bed with a flashlight in her grasp, Jiang Miaomiao suddenly realized that her future existence might no longer be as carefree as it once was.
Chapter 3. When she was awakened, it was already the early hours of the morning. The man had taken a bath that lasted until dawn. Jiang Miaomiao decided to disregard him and retreated to the living room to contemplate what to have for breakfast. He descended the stairs, wrapped in a large bath towel. The soft white fabric knotted around his lean, muscular waist. Apart from that, he wore nothing, his upper body bared, and his feet were bare. Jiang Miaomiao nearly had a nosebleed. "Where are your clothes?" she stammered. The man remained silent, striding confidently towards her, and with a swift motion, he tugged at the towel. "Oh my, how magnificent!" she thought, covering her eyes, wanting to scream but fearing it might attract zombies, so she emitted a series of muffled whimpers instead. What should she do? Was she about to be assaulted? However, after a considerable pause, he did not approach her. Curiously, she peeked through her fingers to find him nonchalantly parading before her, his movements lively and animated. He raised his arms high at one moment and spread his long legs at another. "What are you doing?" Jiang Miaomiao inquired, bewildered. "I have no wounds. So you needn't worry about me turning into a zombie," he replied, revealing his true intent. Relief washed over her as she slumped into the chair. "Thank goodness," I thought. "Thought what?" he asked, readying the towel with an air of indifference. Jiang Miaomiao felt a flush creep to her cheeks. "Nothing. But where are your clothes?" "This towel is what I used to bathe. It's too dirty. Toss it away," he replied succinctly. After finishing his thought, he inquired, "Are there any men's clothes here?" Instinctively, she shook her head. "No?" Immediately, she regretted her response, realizing she had revealed too much. The man emitted a derisive snicker, evidently mocking her prior deceit. If there were men in the house, how could there be an absence of male attire? Jiang Miaomiao pressed her forehead, cursing herself for her foolishness. Yet, she soon resolved to forgive herself and posed a crucial question. "When do you intend to leave?" "Leave? This is my home. You cannot possibly mean to stay here indefinitely." The man replied, spreading his hands. "You can open the door right now and usher me out." "Are you being ridiculous? The outside is teeming with zombies. Opening the door would invite them in." However, upon further contemplation, she realized there seemed to be no alternative escape route. The windows were fortified with bars, and the ventilation shafts had been sealed. If only she had thought to block the entrance while he was climbing out, preventing his return. The man stated, "Since you do not intend to expel me, kindly fetch me some clothing." Jiang Miaomiao, feeling exasperated, retreated to her bedroom to rummage through her wardrobe. She possessed a limited selection of clothing, merely 3 or 4 sets. Having no intention of venturing outside since the apocalypse erupted, she had chosen only the most comfortable sleepwear, embracing a lifestyle devoid of bras for over a month. However, none of these garments would fit him. As she gazed at a short-sleeved, bubble-sleeve pink pajama set adorned with strawberry prints tucked away in the corner, a wicked thought crossed her mind. 2 minutes later, she descended the stairs and thrust the clothing toward him. "Here, take my only spare outfit." The man responded, "Are you jesting with me?" She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with fierce indignation. Having something to wear is already a blessing, yet you still pick and choose. Do you not recognize the current circumstances? Do you believe yourself to be the president of the nation? The man took a deep breath, discarded the bath towel, and donned his clothes with an impassive expression. He wore no shirt, as his broad shoulders could not fit into the constricting fabric. Instead, he opted for shorts. While his narrow waist allowed him to wear them, the size was still too small, resembling a diminutive garment. The shorts clung tightly to his posterior, accentuating his long legs, broad shoulders, and alluring abdominal muscles. Jiang Miaomiao suddenly realized that she was, in fact, tormenting herself. The man neatly folded the bath towel and returned it to her, stating, "As the weather warms, a significant wave of zombies will begin to migrate south next month, passing through this city. I must wait until they have departed before I can leave." Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed in astonishment. "So, you mean you have to stay here for at least a month?" "Indeed," he replied. "That is unacceptable," she retorted, for all her supplies were hoarded for herself, with no intention of sharing. The man raised an eyebrow. "Do you think you can withstand the impending onslaught of zombies without my assistance? If I cannot survive, then so be it," Jiang Miaomiao grumbled, grinding her molars. "If I were to be bitten and turned into a zombie, you would be the first I would devour." He merely scoffed, unconvinced. With her petite frame, it was evident that she would stand no chance, even as a zombie, let alone a more formidable version. Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes, deciding to disregard him and continue with her own life. She rose and headed toward the basement, stating as she walked, "You may stay here, but do not touch my belongings." Certainly, if he were to come on strong, she would find herself at a loss. At that moment, never mind. She preferred not to dwell on it. After all, it was all the same in death. Jiang Miaomiao retrieved a bucket of sauerkraut beef noodles and boiled water to prepare her breakfast. As she slurped the noodles, the man watched her intently. But she chose to feign ignorance. This residence was not his. He could not have resided here for long. The room lacked cosmetics, the bathroom was devoid of shower gel. Yet it was stocked with ample supplies of food and water, suggesting he had moved in specifically around the time of the outbreak. He had no family, otherwise. Even if relations were strained, one would seek them out in such dire circumstances. At the very least, one would make an attempt, rather than hiding alone. He had no friends or lovers, indicating a solitary disposition shaped by a troubled upbringing, be it emotional or material hardship. He grasped one of her hands and squeezed gently. Her arm, though slender, bore muscle. Its form and definition were not the result of gym workouts, but rather from the frequent lifting of heavy objects. Had she perhaps worked as a waitress? The first joint of her right middle finger bore a callus, slightly deformed, indicative of years of extensive writing. Was she balancing work and study? He stroked his chin, his dark eyes glinting with intrigue. A solitary university student, economically disadvantaged, who had fortuitously stockpiled such provisions just before the outbreak. One might ponder the implications. Jiang Miaomiao felt a shiver run down her spine and turned to scold him. "What do you intend to do?" He relinquished his enigmatic demeanor and replied candidly, "I am hungry." Her lips twitched in annoyance as she gestured towards the basement. "The fourth box on the third row. Help yourself." The man brought a bucket of instant noodles, using the remaining hot water to prepare them. He removed the lid and devoured the contents with a voracious appetite, finishing the noodles in just 3 bites and gulping down the broth in one go. Jiang Miaomiao remarked, "It seems as though a pig has invaded my home." The man proceeded to fetch another bucket, followed by a third and a fourth, only pausing after the fifth. "I haven't eaten in 3 days," he admitted. Perhaps feeling a bit sheepish, he attempted to clarify the situation. Jiang Miaomiao responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, really? I thought you had never tasted food in your life." Like a starving ghost reincarnated. Feeling fatigued, she watched as the man finished the last of the broth, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and promptly collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. As Jiang Miaomiao passed by him while taking out the trash, sweeping the floor, and even skipping rope, he remained blissfully unaware, not shifting a single position. Truly, he was like a pig. She mused, "Do not let inexplicable individuals disrupt your own rhythm of life," and thus settled in the living room with paper and pen to continue her calligraphy practice. After transcribing 2 pages from a comprehensive guide on pig farming, noon arrived. Jiang Miaomiao rinsed rice and prepared a meal, opening a can of braised pork and slicing some meat from a ham, intending to treat herself to a lavish feast with the rehydrated vegetables. As soon as the meat hit the pan, the man was drawn by the enticing aroma. "Make an extra portion," he requested. "Call me Daddy," she responded casually. Immediately, he complied, calling out, "Daddy." Jiang Miaomiao retorted, "You shameless fool. Do I get a share now?" The man inquired. "Don't be a nuisance. Just step aside," she ordered, shooing him out of the kitchen while shutting the door. But not before adding 2 more scoops of rice to the pot. Fragrant white rice, in a world overrun by zombies, is more precious than gold. The man entered the living room and seated himself in a chair, perusing her comprehensive guide on pig farming. 10 minutes later, a delectable aroma wafted through the air as fried rice was ready. Jiang Miaomiao emerged with 2 plates of rice, intending to ask him to relinquish the chair. Yet she was unaware of his name, so she simply called out, "Excuse me." The man offered no resistance, yielding his seat to her and settling cross-legged on the wooden floor. "I am Lu Qiming." Lu Qiming. This name seemed unfamiliar to her. Could he be yet another expendable character? Jiang Miaomiao regarded him with curiosity, her gaze inadvertently drifting downwards before she hastily averted her eyes. "I accidentally got separated from my friends earlier," he explained. "Once the zombie horde disperses, I will search for them." "Oh, thank you for the meal," Lu Qiming remarked. Devouring 1 plate of rice in a matter of moments, and with a lingering appetite, he pushed the empty plate towards her. "Another bowl, please." Jiang Miaomiao felt a wave of frustration. "No, I want to save some for myself." Almost immediately, she regretted her words. Cooking required ingredients, many of which were stored in the basement. Armed with a flashlight, Lu Qiming slowly ventured inside and uncovered her hidden treasures: river snail rice noodles, turkey noodles, self-heating hot pot, salted egg yolk pastries, and pork jerky. Jiang Miaomiao feared not her own demise, but rather the prospect of not savoring her favorite foods before it came. She had diligently stocked dozens of her favorites, preparing to enjoy them gradually. Little did she know, he would decimate a third of her collection by the afternoon. Gazing at the now barren packaging on the coffee table, her heart bled in despair. She resolved to fight back, slamming a contract down before him. "Sign it." Lu Qiming raised his head, a fragment of pork dangling from his mouth. "What is this?" It was a roommate agreement, stipulating that he must adhere to the outlined requirements in order to remain. He meticulously scrutinized each clause. Firstly, due to limited and non-renewable resources, the second party must meticulously manage their food intake, not exceeding 500 grams per day, and water consumption not surpassing half a bucket. Secondly, given the constraints of space, the second party must respect the privacy of the first party, refraining from entering their bedroom and bathroom without permission. The living room is communal. However, the furniture, including the coffee table, TV stand, chairs, and bookshelf, is the personal property of the first party and may only be temporarily borrowed with consent when not in use. Thirdly, the first party will provide food and water for the second party, but will not assume the responsibility of caretaking. In exchange, the second party is obliged to undertake all household chores and strenuous labor within the villa, such as sweeping, dusting, taking out the trash, and moving furniture. This must be done proactively, without necessitating reminders from the first party. Fourthly, due to the unique circumstances of the apocalypse and the first party's limited physical capabilities, the second party is tasked with the responsibility of protecting the first party and expelling any zombies that may invade the villa. Fifthly, should food and water be depleted, the second party automatically relinquishes their right to stay and must vacate the villa willingly. Sixth, seventh, the regulations were densely packed, but they could be summarized succinctly: consume little, work hard, and when faced with danger, put one's life on the line. Lu Qiming held the agreement, raising an eyebrow. "Don't you think this is an exploitation of me?" Jiang Miaomiao shrugged. "You could simply walk away. Then I wouldn't be able to exploit you." He smiled and shook his head, signing his name in the blank space following the words Party B. Jiang Miaomiao felt her mood brighten. After all, there was an abundance of supplies, and distributing some of them wasn't a concern, as long as the other party adhered to the agreement. She could consider it akin to raising a well-behaved dog, one that could keep her company and help pass the time. Chapter for having set the agreement aside. Jiang Miaomiao found herself intrigued by one particular question. Where exactly did you come from? And how did you find your way here? Weren't you pursued by zombies along the way? Lu Qiming replied, "I walked here from City C. City C was merely a few dozen kilometers away, which was not too far, yet it would take several days and nights to traverse on foot. The journey was fraught with zombies. It seemed improbable that he could arrive unscathed." Jiang Miaomiao was skeptical. Did he perhaps travel with a group? "I find it hard to believe you made such a long trek alone." Though he possessed a commendable physique and likely considerable strength, he bore no weapons. Not even a simple fruit knife. In this narrative, there were no supernatural abilities, and the zombies were formidable adversaries, without the protection of the military. Humans were typically at a disadvantage. Lu Qiming shrugged, continuing to chew his pork jerky, indifferent to whether she believed him. Jiang Miaomiao snatched it away. No more eating. You've exceeded your limit for today. You. She pointed to the first clause of the agreement, stating, do you see this? You're not allowed to exceed 500 grams per day, and you've consumed at least 5 kilograms today. A glimmer of menace flickered in Lu Qiming's dark eyes. His voice laced with an implicit threat. You should know that if it comes to blows, hitting you would be like striking a chicken, wouldn't he? Jiang Miaomiao was quite confident about this. If he were the type to advocate for the law of the jungle, one who would kill indiscriminately to survive, he would have eliminated her the moment he arrived. There would have been no need to wait until now, unless he intended to imprison her, using her as an object for his carnal desires. A sudden shiver coursed through her, prompting her to cover herself. I warn you, do not act lewdly. Lu Qiming responded. You're insane. If you don't want to eat, then don't. I'm going to sleep, he declared, ascending the stairs. Jiang Miaomiao, recalling something, followed closely behind, saying, You are not permitted to sleep in my bed, nor can you enter my room at will. You shall sleep in the guest room. But there are no blankets there. Just wait. She rushed to her bedroom, retrieving a pillow and a thin summer quilt, tossing them to him. Here you go. See how generous I am. Lu Qiming stared at the quilt in disbelief. It was March. Was he expected to sleep under a summer quilt? Wouldn't he freeze by nightfall? Jiang Miaomiao hesitated. I know. But I only have a few blankets prepared. Surely, I can't part with mine for you. You are far stronger than I. You will manage. Lu Qiming, rendered speechless, retreated into the guest room. Once Jiang Miaomiao had arranged everything, she rewarded herself by lying in bed, opening her e-reader for half an hour. Having risen early and engaged in an unusually busy day, she soon drifted off to sleep, not awakening until dusk. The evening glow was dim, and with no lights in the villa, she noticed a shadowy figure stealthily making its way to the basement. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Miaomiao initially believed a zombie had intruded, and as she contemplated fleeing, she recalled that she had recently adopted a large dog. She switched on her flashlight, directing the beam toward the intruder, inquiring, What do you intend to do? The blinding light prompted Lu Qiming to raise his hand to shield his eyes. I am preparing to cook. Your quota has been exhausted, she retorted. He quickly amended his statement. I shall cook for you. Thank you. But I can manage on my own. Jiang Miaomiao coldly declined, proceeding to the basement to gather some ingredients to prepare noodles. Lu Qiming stood nearby, watching intently. But after a while, he surrendered and moved to the window to smoke. The wisps of white smoke curled as the evening glow bathed his skin in a golden hue. With his prominent nose and deep-set eyes, he appeared rather handsome. Once the noodles were ready, Jiang Miaomiao approached him with a bowl in hand. Outside the window, several zombies wandered aimlessly, and she pointed with her chopsticks at one of them, saying, Don't you think it looks rather dashing? Which one? The one in the hat. Quite stylish, isn't it? With fair skin, it must have either been a wealthy second generation or a minor celebrity in life. Were it not for the fact that half its face has been gnawed off, it would undoubtedly be the most attractive zombie around. Lu Qiming gazed at her in astonishment. She touched her face, asking, What is it? My face isn't half-eaten, so why the stare? He shook his head, replying, No, it's just that. We are in an apocalypse. Who isn't desperately trying to survive? Throughout his journey, he had witnessed countless farewells and conflicts, and in such extraordinary circumstances, human nature appeared ignobly trivial. Food, water, weapons, medicine, in the eyes of some, these were deemed more valuable than human life itself. Only when it came to her did the world seem to abruptly change its tone, transforming from a dark and bloody action film into a leisurely and tranquil documentary. Jiang Miaomiao suddenly exclaimed, Ah, another newcomer. She lifted her gaze and indeed spotted a hefty zombie staggering into the courtyard, emitting a harsh hissing sound from its decayed mouth. Adorned with a large gold chain and an oversized watch, it resembled either a nouveau riche or a rapper. Even its shirt appeared to be a military uniform. Oh dear, how could its behind be so gruesomely bitten? Such cruelty. She cradled a bowl of noodles, slurping them while observing the newly arrived zombie, chattering away like a garrulous old woman. Within 3 minutes, the zombie had acquired a new moniker, Golden Half-Butt. Lu Qiming inquired, Aren't you afraid they'll break in? Of course. I am. What preparations have you made? Jiang Miaomiao was momentarily at a loss. She had made no preparations. Being bitten to death would surely be agonizing. Perhaps she should resort to gas poisoning as a means of suicide? She had read online that inhaling gas could lead to poisoning and unconsciousness. And if one continued to inhale while unconscious, death would follow. The state of being deceased would hardly be pleasant, potentially leading to involuntary bodily functions. However, this seemed far more tolerable than the excruciating agony of being mauled alive. The only concern was the timing. If the zombies rushed in, it would undoubtedly be too late to act. Yet if she acted prematurely and the zombies never entered, she would be the one to perish. It would be a pity to let all these supplies go to waste. Lu Qiming regarded her with admiration. It's not easy for you to have survived this long, truly. Cherish it. After taking his last drag of a cigarette, he extinguished it and tossed the butt out the window, heading to the guest room to sleep. Jiang Miaomiao slept through the afternoon, yet sleep eluded her. After finishing her meal, she, as usual, turned on her flashlight to practice in front of the hanging painting. It was early spring, and the evening temperatures were quite low. Clad in a thick coral fleece pajamas, she found her hands icy after less than half an hour of painting. Lu Qiming, clad only in a pair of shorts and covered by a light summer quilt. She wondered if he might catch a cold. She glanced at the two thick blankets on her bed, hesitating whether to share one with him. After much contemplation, she decided against it. He was not a wooden puppet and would surely voice his discomfort if he could not endure it. A night passed. The following day dawned beautifully, with golden sunlight streaming through the window, and the tea trees in the yard were in bloom. Were it not for the zombies lurking outside, she would have relished a stroll in the fresh air. After washing up, Jiang Miaomiao descended the stairs to find Lu Qiming already awake, doing push-ups on the living room floor. She could not help but admire the sight of him. Upon noticing her presence, Lu Qiming immediately paused and eagerly inquired, "What is for breakfast?" She smacked her lips thoughtfully. Eating noodles every day was becoming unbearable. Perhaps she would make porridge instead. She had stocked up on plenty of salted duck eggs. "All right, make a bit more," he replied before resuming his exercise. She seized his shoulder, pulling him back. "Where do you think you're going?" "To wash rice and prepare the meal." "Me?" he questioned. "Indeed. The agreement states clearly that household chores are your responsibility, and cooking falls under that category. As for the laundry, you need not worry about my clothes. Just make sure the food is delicious." Lu Qiming smiled wryly. "You truly hold nothing back. Do you treat me as a mere servant?" "You think too much. A servant receives a salary. As for me, I am merely responsible for providing food and shelter." Lu Qiming commenced the task of washing rice and preparing porridge, while Jiang Miaomiao retreated to the bathroom to do laundry. The washing machine was out of commission, leaving her to rely on manual scrubbing. Indolent by nature, she merely added a splash of detergent and hastily rubbed the clothes together before hanging them by the window to dry. With the splendid weather, they ought to be hung outside, ideally along with the comforter to bask in the sun's warmth, ensuring a cozy night's sleep. However, the zombies had poor eyesight. Should they mistake her for a person crouched there, they might ascend to forage and shatter the window, leading to regrettable consequences. After finishing the laundry, she descended the stairs to find the porridge already prepared. It was enriched with salted eggs and ham, exuding an enticing aroma. Yet, it lacked one crucial ingredient. Jiang Miaomiao lamented, "I should have planted 2 pots of scallions from the start. Ideally, there would also be lettuce, carrots, potatoes, tomatoes, and cucumbers, along with a couple of chickens for daily eggs and a cow for fresh milk." Alas, ever since the refrigerator lost power, she had not savored fresh food for quite some time. Lu Qiming drank 2 bowls in quick succession, wiping his mouth afterward. "You certainly have a discerning palate. Who knows? Tomorrow might be our last. One must not deprive oneself of good food." She took a sip of the porridge, savoring it and nodding in satisfaction. "Your culinary skills are commendable. Were you a chef before?" Lu Qiming chuckled, playing along. "Indeed, I was a chef." Jiang Miaomiao patted his shoulder. "From now on, the responsibility of cooking lies with you. Do not disappoint my expectations, young man." Initially, Lu Qiming contemplated rolling his eyes, but suddenly recognized a golden opportunity to inquire. "May I indulge in a bit more? I toiled to prepare this meal for you. You cannot let me starve." Jiang Miaomiao found herself in a quandary. The significance of eating well versus merely eating enough poses a compelling question. After much contemplation, she reluctantly conceded, "Fine, I shall consume an additional 100 grams each day." Lu Qiming, picking up a slice of ham, methodically bit into it with his front teeth, evidently mocking her paltry portion that scarcely filled the gaps between her teeth. Jiang Miaomiao inquired, "So, how much do you desire?" "To be satiated, to drink one's fill. However, should the day come when all provisions are depleted, I shall venture out to procure food to share with you." "No need. At that point, you can simply turn on the gas for me," she retorted. She would rather meet her demise than endure suffering outside. After breakfast, Lu Qiming utilized a water bucket as a makeshift barbell, exercising his biceps in the living room. Jiang Miaomiao sat beside the coffee table, spreading out her paper and pen, continuing her transcription of the comprehensive guide to pig farming. As she wrote, memories of the delectable flavors flooded her mind. Pork, how fragrant it is. It can be prepared as braised pork, twice-cooked pork, steamed pork with rice flour, sweet and sour tenderloin, and even as boiled pork slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy stir-fried meat, and preserved vegetables with pork. There are also braised ribs, garlic ribs, pig liver soup, and stir-fried kidney. Lu Qiming looked at her in bewilderment. You're practicing your calligraphy, so why are you drooling? She wiped her mouth, shot him a glare, and contemplated fetching some beef jerky to satisfy her cravings. However, as she stood up, a familiar warmth surged beneath her, overwhelming her senses and rendering her immobile. Lu Qiming, increasingly perplexed, set down the water bucket and approached her. What's wrong? Are you turning into a zombie? Give me some paper, she stammered. He handed her the tissues from the coffee table, and she clutched them to her chest as she dashed upstairs without looking back. Lu Qiming furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to discover 2 droplets of vivid crimson liquid upon the chair. In the restroom, Jiang Miaomiao sat on the toilet, clutching paper, engulfed in profound regret, immense regret. Despite having prepared 2 bottles of toilet cleaner, how could she have forgotten to purchase sanitary pads? The original text never indicated that the female character would experience her menstrual cycle. In Chapter 5, Jiang Miaomiao remained seated on the toilet for an hour, too fearful to move, her legs numbing from the prolonged position, before finally donning her trousers to rise. The original owner had not cherished her health at times. In her haste to commence work early, she would wash her hair with cold water in a dormitory lacking hot water, and even drank cold water in the bitter winter, resulting in an exceedingly irregular menstrual cycle, which arrived with an overwhelming force impossible to contain. Lacking sanitary pads, she was fortunate to have an ample supply of toilet paper. Jiang Miaomiao tore off a long strip, folding it into a small square to tuck into her underwear. The toilet paper lacked adhesive properties, shifting unceremoniously as she walked. Furthermore, it was not waterproof. Once soaked, it would stain her trousers. She dared not move about freely, spending the entire day sprawled on her bed, never leaving her bedroom. When she felt the time was right, she hurried to replace the used paper. Lu Qiming had not intended to intervene in this matter. However, as darkness descended, he noted that aside from breakfast, she had not ventured downstairs to eat anything else, stirring a sense of concern within him. He approached her door and knocked gently. Are you hungry? I made stir-fried noodles. Jiang Miaomiao, engaged in changing the paper, responded from the restroom. I'm hungry, but I'll go down myself. Lu Qiming did not press the issue further. All right, I will place the noodles on the coffee table. With that, he returned to his room. Jiang Miaomiao, having dressed, gazed despondently at the wastebasket overflowing with soiled toilet paper. Each sheet was thoroughly drenched in blood. What was she to do with it? In the past, refuse was carelessly discarded from windows, but this was no ordinary waste. It contained the fresh blood of humans. Disposing of it in such a manner would be akin to sounding a trumpet to the zombies, beckoning them with cries of, "Come quickly. There are living beings here to devour." After much contemplation, she resolved to take decisive action and incinerate it all. Armed with a garbage basket, she descended the stairs and discovered a small metal bucket. Pouring some diesel into it, she added paper and ignited the mixture. The diesel ignited with remarkable intensity, sending flames soaring high. Fearing for the safety of the building, Jiang Miaomiao crouched nearby, waiting for the fire to extinguish itself. Hearing commotion from downstairs, Lu Qiming seized a stool as a makeshift weapon and ventured down to investigate. In the flickering glow of the flames, he beheld a girl in white pajamas squatting beside the metal bucket. The pale contours of her face were illuminated in contrasting patches of light and shadow, while a crimson stain gradually spread across her pants. What are you doing? He inquired, setting the stool aside. It's nothing. You should go back, she replied, reluctant to discuss the matter with a man she had only recently met. It was nighttime, and the zombies' senses were at their peak. If they caught sight of the flames, they would surely converge upon this location. She gasped. What should we do then? First, we must extinguish it, Lu Qiming suggested. He found a basin to cover the bucket, and the fire was swiftly snuffed out. Jiang Miaomiao felt utterly helpless as she leaned against a chair to stand. I need to find a, she began. But after squatting for too long and losing blood, her vision darkened and she collapsed backward. Quick as a flash, Lu Qiming caught her. She took a few seconds to regain her composure before opening her eyes, feeling her hands and feet turn cold, her body numb. Thank you. I need to lie down for a while, she murmured. Jiang Miaomiao pushed his hand away, leaning against the wall as she ascended the stairs. Lu Qiming remarked, "You would do well to change your attire." "Ah? Your pants." He did not finish his thought. Jiang Miaomiao instinctively reached back, her hand meeting a palmful of blood. Immediately, she comprehended his implication, her face flushing as she quickened her pace and closed the door, not daring to emerge again. The blood, ignited, exuded a peculiar scent that wafted through the gaps of the window, unsettling the zombies outside. Lu Qiming prepared a disinfectant spray with bleach, meticulously covering every window, securing them tightly. He then hoisted a metal bucket and climbed out through the ventilation shaft of his room. Due to the absence of sanitary supplies, Jiang Miaomiao spent the entire night in restless slumber, afraid to move. When she managed to doze off briefly, she awoke with a stiff neck, wincing in pain with the slightest turn, which only compounded her woes. Having not eaten the previous day, hunger gnawed at her insides, rubbing her flat stomach. She resolved to cast aside her sense of shame. What was menstrual blood in this apocalyptic world? Human flesh was scattered about like confetti. If her clothes became soiled, so be it. She must live normally. Jiang Miaomiao threw off the covers, discovering a plastic bag stuck to her backside, intended to prevent leakage. She paid it no mind, striding boldly towards the exit, when her peripheral vision caught sight of an unfamiliar object on the bedside table. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. It was a small rectangular package, wrapped in black, with prominently bold, colorful lettering that stood out starkly. Sophie, Ultra Sleep 420. Where did this come from? A menstrual pad fallen from the heavens? Lu Qiming. Jiang Miaomiao called out, and Lu Qiming approached, cradling a large bowl. What is it? Is this yours, placed here? He glanced at it and nodded. Where did you acquire it? Did you venture out last night? How could you possibly leave with so many zombies outside? Lu Qiming replied, How could I possibly go out? That would be tantamount to seeking death. I found it in the warehouse. How could it be in the warehouse? I never purchased it. Perhaps you bought it and forgot, or maybe it was a delivery that someone mishandled. Since it's here, we might as well use it. Are you suggesting we return it now? Jiang Miaomiao pondered this and waved her hand dismissively. All right, you may go. Wait, why are you holding that bowl? To make chicken soup. Where do we even get chicken from? If you dare touch my spicy chicken feet, I will fight you. Lu Qiming scoffed. Who makes chicken soup with spicy chicken feet? When I was rummaging through the warehouse, I found a whole chicken. Jiang Miaomiao was skeptical but leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, it was fresh chicken meat. Having not tasted fresh food in ages, the scent of raw chicken made her salivate, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. How could there be a chicken in the warehouse? It probably wandered in through some hole. Next time a chicken comes in, you must not kill it. Why not? To keep it for eggs. One a day would be delightful. Lu Qiming went downstairs to prepare the chicken soup, while Jiang Miaomiao changed into a clean outfit, placed on a sanitary pad, and tidied up both the room and the bathroom, feeling as though she had been revived. The chicken soup was ready, and she gulped down 2 bowls in one go, followed by a bowl of rice accompanied by the chicken, leaving her lips glistening with grease. Lu Qiming frowned, remarking, Your eating manner is so unrefined that even zombies would be frightened. Sated and comfortable, Jiang Miaomiao leaned back in her chair, contentedly stroking her belly and languidly remarked, Given your commendable culinary skills, I shall overlook your transgressions. He chuckled. Who are you calling sister? You, of course. Not convinced? How old are you? 26. Ha. I am 27. Impossible. Alas, I am naturally beautiful. At 27, I appear merely 17. After indulging, drowsiness crept in, and she yawned before retreating to her room for sleep. Since that day, the basement occasionally yielded delightful surprises. 3 or 4 potatoes, carrots secretly sprouting in the corners, withered apples, and even chickens, ducks, and rabbits. If a river were nearby, it would not be surprising to find fish as well. Jiang Miaomiao couldn't help but wonder if she had unwittingly rented a place of good fortune, for her luck seemed inexplicably favorable. However, after her aunt departed and she regained her strength to inspect the basement herself, she encountered a different reality. To her dismay, her pantry was empty. Only a few pitiful packets of instant noodles remained on the shelves. Where was her beef jerky? Her snail noodles? Her spicy chicken feet? Lu Qiming. Jiang Miaomiao's heart raced with trepidation. The man came running down, clad in a patterned pair of shorts. What is the matter? Where are my belongings? He replied solemnly. They might have been devoured by mice. Jiang Miaomiao scoffed at his excuse, raising her fist to strike him. Alas, you ungrateful wretch. I took you in with kindness. Yet you have devoured all my provisions. What am I to do now? Shall I simply await starvation? How ironic that just days ago, when she was dizzy from blood loss, she felt fortunate to have someone by her side, only to realize she had invited a wolf into her home. Lu Qiming's muscles are not without purpose. They are as solid as stone. Striking him did not inflict pain upon him, but rather upon her own hand. Jiang Miaomiao, utterly devoid of temper, returned to the living room, seated herself silently in a chair. Lu Qiming offered her a glass of water, but she retorted with a curse. "Leave me be, do not disturb me. Are you truly angry? How could I not be? I have escaped the clutches of the zombies only to face the prospect of starving to death. The thought itself is tormenting." Lu Qiming proposed. "What if we venture outside to search for more supplies?" She scoffed. "Go ahead. I shall recite a requiem for your soul. Do not dwell on such pessimism. If we find the right approach, we can return safely." Jiang Miaomiao seemed deaf to his words. What possible method could there be? Shall we befriend the zombies? Lu Qiming remained patient. "I have been observing them these past few days and have discerned a pattern. When the noon heat rises, the majority of zombies instinctively retreat to shaded areas, leaving only about a third outside. In this city, there are millions of zombies. Even if a third remain, that amounts to several 100,000. What difference does it make?" He continued, "At that time, there will likely be only around 200 wandering within the community. If we act swiftly and divert their attention with other means, we can escape the neighborhood. Are you aware of the nearest convenience store or supermarket? There is a Maiyijia right at the entrance of the community. All right, let us proceed there." "Wait," Jiang Miaomiao inquired hurriedly, "you mentioned needing to be swift. With only 2 legs each, how can we possibly be fast?" Lu Qiming pushed her to the window and pointed outside. "Look, outside the courtyard. A pristine white sports car was parked conspicuously." Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed. "I have lived here for a month or two and have never seen a car there." Lu Qiming replied, "People tend to notice only what they wish to see. It has always been there, merely overlooked by you." "Impossible. Do I have a few moles on my face?" Jiang Miaomiao tiptoed to take a closer look. "No moles." Lu Qiming remarked, "If you cannot fully pay attention to the details of someone you see every day, how could you possibly notice a car parked outside?" Persuaded by his words, Jiang Miaomiao pondered another question. "What do you intend to use to attract their attention?" Lu Qiming instructed her to wait a moment and entered the bathroom, emerging with several black garbage bags. The bags were quite thin, and Jiang Miaomiao instantly recognized their contents. Nearly retching. "You pervert." She had been wondering where her discarded sanitary pads had gone. Lu Qiming remained unfazed. Zombies possess a keen sense of smell, particularly attuned to the scent of human blood. Once they catch a whiff, they will converge. We only need to use this to divert them. And with a swift drive to and fro, we can replenish our supplies. Jiang Miaomiao still felt nauseated, unable to accept the situation. Attracting zombies with menstrual blood is as shameful as running naked after removing one's trousers. Lu Qiming casually remarked. "I recall there being quite a variety of delicious snacks at the convenience store: potato chips, spicy strips, chocolate, and even self-heating rice. By the way, there's a braised pork flavor in the self-heating rice. Would you like to have some?" Jiang Miaomiao couldn't help but swallow, succumbing to his temptation. "I would." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the glaring light was almost blinding. Lu Qiming stuffed several garbage bags into a bucket, climbed to the rooftop of the villa, and hurled the bucket far away in the opposite direction. The scent of blood wafted through the air, drawing the zombies, including the little star that often lingered outside the window and Jean Banton. After confirming there were no zombies near the car, he returned to the living room and told Jiang Miaomiao, "We can go now." The terrifying thought of being bitten made her hesitate. "Why don't you go instead? I'll just hold you back with my lack of strength." Lu Qiming moved the sofa aside, opened the door, and without a word, came over to nudge her out with his side. Chapter 6. The two of them settled into the sports car, and Lu Qiming effortlessly started the engine. With a swift press of the accelerator, they shot off into the distance. Jiang Miaomiao had never been in such a fast car before, fearing a collision. She quickly buckled her seatbelt. Before she could even raise her head, she heard the person beside her say, "We've arrived." "Arrived? Already?" She glanced outside and, indeed, the familiar red facade of Maiyijia loomed before her, its doors wide open, clearly untouched by those who had fled the city. In the distance, several zombies wandered aimlessly under the scorching sun, oblivious to their surroundings. Lu Qiming whispered, "Get out of the car. Gather as much as you can. We have 3 minutes." The thought of being discovered by the zombies made the prospect of returning seem bleak. Nevertheless, they had come this far, and it was time to muster their courage. Jiang Miaomiao gritted her teeth and dashed out, with Lu Qiming closely following, deliberately positioning himself to shield her. Upon entering the convenience store, he swiftly shut the door behind them, retrieving a stack of bags from beneath the counter and dividing them with Jiang Miaomiao. Her eyes widened in surprise at his familiarity with the surroundings. You must have done this before, haven't you? Are you a professional at robbing convenience stores? Do you snatch up takoyaki and flee? With that kind of skill, why not just rob a bank? Jiang Miaomiao gasped in astonishment. You've even robbed a bank? He rolled his eyes and playfully patted her head, urging, stop wasting time. We need to grab supplies. What should they take? The shelves were brimming with delectable items. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Miaomiao reminded herself that this was not a leisurely shopping trip. She opened her bag and began stuffing it with various goods. With only 4 hands between them, they quickly filled their bags. As they prepared to leave, she passed the checkout counter and noticed a vibrant green hue. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a pot of mung bean sprouts. The store had previously sold soy milk, and the staff would soak yellow beans in a basin for fresh preparation. In their haste to leave, they had overlooked that small pot of beans. Lu Qiming opened the door and placed their bags into the car. Jiang Miaomiao hurried over, flinging her items into the vehicle, and exclaimed, "Wait for me for 3 seconds," before dashing back inside. Upon her return, she cradled a pot of bean sprouts, half a bag of yellow soybeans, and several delivery boxes. She nestled into the car, closed the door, and breathlessly urged, "Drive quickly. The zombies seem to have spotted me." Lu Qiming suppressed the confusion bubbling within him, deciding to ponder it later. The car sped away, racing back to the villa, and fortunately, the zombies had not yet returned, allowing them to smoothly enter the house. Everything transpired so swiftly that they scarcely had time to process it. They had successfully replenished their supplies. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the numerous plastic bags brimming with goods before her and couldn't help but collapse onto the floor in laughter. Lu Qiming lit a cigarette, squatting down as he remarked, "Stop your foolish mirth and see what we've brought back." Indeed, if there were any valuable items, she must hide them immediately to prevent him from seizing them. Jiang Miaomiao sat up and opened the first plastic bag. Inside were 2 packets of chips, 3 bags of biscuits, 6 packets of dried tofu, and 10 spiced eggs. The second bag contained 5 packs of instant noodles, 4 boxes of cookies, and 6 bottles of yogurt. In the third bag, there were 8 cans of chewing gum and 4 boxes. She spotted several rectangular boxes, mistaking them for more gum. As she leaned closer to read the words on the boxes, her face flushed crimson, and she tossed them into the trash bin. Why would one pack everything indiscriminately? Such a waste of space, she muttered. Lu Qiming shot her a knowing glance. Those were your doing. Impossible. He was too weary to argue, tossing 2 brimming bags in front of her. This is yours. Jiang Miaomiao curiously opened them, only to find them filled entirely with sanitary pads, 2 large bags, over 10 packs, sufficient for several months. In that moment of urgency, she hardly had the time to choose. She merely grabbed whatever she saw. She herself had forgotten about this particular item, yet the other person remembered and even specially packed 2 large bags for her. Jiang Miaomiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude and handed him a pack of spicy duck necks. "Thank you. From now on, you can eat whatever you desire. I won't hold you back." He scoffed lightly, seemingly indifferent, and continued to organize the other bags. After nearly half an hour, they finally sorted everything out. Instant noodles, 45 packets plus 16 cups. Self-heating rice, 10 boxes. Biscuits, 38 bags. Beverages, 43 bottles. Candy, 26 packets. Spicy strips, 18 packets. Meat snacks, 36 packets. Additionally, various unquantifiable sundries such as candied fruits, dried fruits, and instant drinks amounted to another 30 or so items. In total, there were over 200 food items. And after removing several expired packages, exactly 200 remained, sufficient to sustain them for 10 to 15 days. For the time being, they need not worry about starvation. Jiang Miaomiao felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders, her spirit lightening considerably. Lu Qiming packed the food into cardboard boxes and moved them to the basement. Upon returning, he glanced at the pot of yellow bean sprouts on the floor and asked, "What did you bring this back for?" "To eat," Jiang Miaomiao replied, salivating at the sight of the sprouts, having not had proper vegetables in quite some time. "Can these be eaten?" Lu Qiming asked, his face reflecting doubt. Of course, these bean sprouts could not be consumed just yet. They had already matured and required a change of soil to continue growing, eventually producing beans. The yellow beans could be eaten directly, simmered with water in a pot, or mixed with sand or similar substances to encourage the growth of yellow bean sprouts, which could later be stir-fried. She was filled with enthusiasm. Lu Qiming furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Did you never grow bean sprouts as a child? What a lamentable childhood. Just wait, Jiang Miaomiao replied, waving her hand dismissively. In a couple of days, you shall taste the bean sprouts lovingly cultivated by your sister. As she spoke, she moved aside, eager to open her parcel. In this post-apocalyptic world where online shopping was a luxury of the past, she had not relished the joy of unboxing for quite some time. The convenience store provided a package collection service, and when her master had fled, they left behind a treasure trove of unclaimed parcels. The contents remained a mystery, igniting her anticipation. Jiang Miaomiao fetched a paper cutter and sliced through the tape. Lu Qiming stood behind her, equally curious about what awaited within. As she opened the cardboard box, she closed her eyes and fervently chanted the words hot dry noodles. Regrettably, the familiar packaging eluded her. Instead, she uncovered a deep gray paper box. Frowning, she lifted the lid to reveal a black, flat rectangular object. What is this? Lu Qiming picked up the box and read the label, solar power bank. A solar power bank? It charges directly from sunlight? Splendid. More practical than hot dry noodles. My phone shall no longer be a mere ornament. Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she leaped to her feet, raced upstairs, and retrieved her long-neglected phone. With bated breath, she connected it to the power bank. The screen illuminated. Indeed, it was charging. Ecstatic, she cradled her phone as she descended the stairs, intent on unearthing more delightful surprises from the remaining parcels. Alas, her streak of fortune had run dry. She unwrapped only a few kitchen hooks, a router, and a bottle of La Mer moisturizing cream. The hooks are of no use. Their kitchen requires only a pot and a spatula. As for the router, it is hardly worth mentioning. Where is the internet in these times? The moisturizer, however, could come in handy. She hasn't even applied her beloved cream in days, and her face has become uncomfortably dry. Jiang Miaomiao's spirits lifted once more as she hummed a tune and bounded back to her room. Her steps so light that it seemed as though she were not living in a world overrun by zombies, but rather preparing for a delightful spring outing. Lu Qiming shook his head as he observed her retreating figure, settled into a chair, and retrieved a few packs of cigarettes from the corner. Since it was a rare occasion to venture out, he deemed it prudent to stock up for himself. Outside, the zombies, momentarily elated, returned after having exhausted their efforts to snatch away the feminine hygiene products. Jean Banton, with a sanitary napkin stuck to his back, wandered aimlessly, acutely aware of the scent yet unable to locate its source, perpetually circling beneath the window. Jiang Miaomiao held aloft her power bank, hoping it would bask in the sunlight to charge more swiftly, allowing her phone to power on sooner. Lu Qiming opened a box of self-heating rice, already prepared, and moved beside her while eating. Our supplies are limited. It would be wise to plan accordingly. Jiang Miaomiao, her nose as keen as a hound's, immediately discerned the flavor of his meal. I want beef. You can fetch it yourself. I'm charging it and can't move. The power bank has no legs. It won't run away if you set it down. Hey, we are comrades who have faced life and death together. Can't you spare me a piece of beef? You miser. Jiang Miaomiao chattered incessantly, causing Lu Qiming's ears to ache. He snatched the power bank and thrust the self-heating rice into her hands. Eat, eat, it's all yours. I hope you choke on it. She chuckled gleefully. Thank you. You are truly a wonderful companion. Lu Qiming paused for a moment before returning to the previous topic. We need to strategize our supplies. What should we plan? If you were to reduce your daily intake by half, the surplus would suffice for me to survive an additional year. Jiang Miaomiao, her mouth full of beef, could hardly articulate her words. Lu Qiming suppressed the urge to seal her lips shut, patiently analyzing the situation. When I left the convenience store, I specifically glanced around. There wasn't much left, and it wasn't worth a return visit. The food in the basement will last us at most half a month, which won't sustain us until the onslaught of zombies, so we must procure more food during this interval. Relying solely on snacks for sustenance could lead to malnutrition, leaving us physically inadequate when confronting zombies in the future. It would be best to locate some nutritional supplements or healthier food options. Do you know if there is a large supermarket nearby? Jiang Miaomiao paused to recall, and it seemed there was one, perhaps 7 or 8 bus stops away. In which direction? She appeared puzzled. To the left? Lu Qiming, do you not know your cardinal directions? I do. When I wake up in the morning facing the sun, east is in front, west is behind, south is to my left, and north to my right. But it's not morning now, and I'm afraid of making a mistake. I'll let you know tomorrow. Lu Qiming sighed. Do you have navigation on your phone? Yes. When I first arrived in this world, I didn't know the way either, and relied on navigation to gather supplies. Once your phone is charged, I'll check the navigation directly. Oh, Lu Qiming gazed at her with an expression of exasperation, placing the power bank down and shaking his head as he descended the stairs. By 6 in the evening, the sun had set. As Lu Qiming prepared dinner, he discovered that his apron had become soiled. After washing it, he hung it by the window, and in his search for a suitable alternative, he could only find a single apron. It is well known that while cooking, oil splatters do not reach one's backside. Thus, the apron merely serves to shield the front. Consequently, as he deftly wielded the spatula, he inadvertently exposed his alluring rear. Jiang Miaomiao came downstairs and, upon witnessing the scene, let out a whistle, notably pert. It appeared his efforts in the gym had not been in vain. Lu Qiming sighed, addressing her playfully, "Little rascal, it's time to eat. I'll eat later." "I have something to attend to," she replied, taking a seat and wearing an expression akin to that of a lottery winner as she clutched her phone and pressed the power button. The screen illuminated, and the familiar startup sound resonated. Chapter 7, Remaining Battery, 8. Surely this cannot be right? She had charged it all afternoon, yet it had only accumulated such a meager amount. Even a potato could generate electricity faster than this. With only 8 battery, what games could she play? What songs could she listen to? What movies could she watch? Jiang Miaomiao regarded the solar power bank with disdain, akin to a tasteless dish, edible yet unappetizing. Lu Qiming approached her, inquiring, "Can your phone still function?" "What for?" "To check the navigation." The map application on her phone had cached data, allowing it to display the city map even without an internet connection. Lu Qiming located the nearest supermarket to the villa, confirming that it was indeed approximately the distance Jiang Miaomiao had mentioned. It would take about 20 minutes by bus, requiring 7 stops. However, the shortest driving distance was merely 2.5 kilometers, allowing for a journey of only around 8 minutes. He held his phone, contemplating silently, and suddenly asked, "When will you have your period again?" "The previous stock has been completely exhausted." Jiang Miaomiao's lips twitched. "You pervert. What do you want? Are you planning to attract zombies with my blood again?" Lu Qiming, with a firm demeanor, replied, "Since it will inevitably be discarded, why not make use of it?" "Absolutely not." The thought alone repulsed her. "Aren't you afraid of starving to death here?" "Let it be. I never intended to survive until next year when I chose to stay," Jiang Miaomiao asserted. "In any case, I will not accompany you on any more reckless escapades. If you wish to go, do so on your own. Do not drag me along." Lu Qiming was at a loss for words. He tossed the phone into her embrace and proceeded to the dining table to eat. Jiang Miaomiao had consumed self-heating rice just that afternoon and felt sated, showing no interest in his actions. Instead, she picked up a flashlight and went to the corner by the refrigerator to inspect the pea sprouts she had brought back. The sprouts had grown to half the height of her calf, with leaves already unfurling. It would not be long before they blossomed and bore pods. If she could savor a pot of fresh yellow beans stewed with meat before her demise, it would be a worthy end. However, the pot contained insufficient nutrients to sustain their growth, and the sprouts looked noticeably wilted, likely nearing death. They required soil, but this villa was either floored or cemented. Where could she find soil? The yard had some, and she contemplated sneaking out with a small bucket to retrieve some, yet feared that Jean Banton would object. Jiang Miaomiao found herself in a quandary. Lu Qiming glanced at her sideways. "I can help you fetch soil from the yard." She anticipated his proposition and promptly declined. "I will not sell my blood." "Who made you sell your blood?" "As long as what grows back is shared equally, I am fine with that." "Really? That is indeed worth considering." Lu Qiming replied, "If you don't believe me, feel free to fetch it yourself." Jiang Miaomiao stood up, retorting, "Don't boast foolishly. I want to see what you are capable of." He let out a cold snort, finished his meal, and left with a parting remark to wait and see as he ascended the stairs. That evening, Jiang Miaomiao, with her phone's battery dwindling, listened to a couple of songs. As she closed her eyes and savored the familiar melodies, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, yearning for the simplicity of her past life. According to the original narrative, those who had managed to escape should have already established a base in Tibet. The protagonists were still battling zombies and rescuing others. Once the outbreak subsided, they would retaliate against the government forces, enduring countless trials before eventually returning to the city. This entire phase spanned over a decade, with countless lives lost along the way. Those who survived either possessed extraordinary fortune or exceptional skills. As someone deemed inept, it was evident that she would not last until that time. Her phone's screensaver depicted a bustling cityscape at night. With a sigh, she drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Jiang Miaomiao was awakened by a cacophony of sounds emanating from downstairs. Rubbing her eyes, she descended to investigate, only to find Lu Qiming wielding a kitchen knife. dismembering a desk. He picked up one of the desk legs, spinning it as he carved. Perplexed, Jiang Miaomiao inquired, "What are you doing? Making toothpicks?" Without lifting his gaze, Lu Qiming replied, "Crafting weapons." "What use is this as a weapon? A salted fish thrust?" "Enough with the sarcasm. Prepare yourself." At that, Jiang Miaomiao suddenly became alert and silently stepped back. "Prepare for what? I haven't even had enough sleep yet." As I divert the attention of the zombies, you take the opportunity to dig. Observe my commands. Return immediately when I signal you. She resolutely shook her head. "No. Do you no longer wish to plant beans?" "I do, but one must have a life to enjoy them." Lu Qiming found her response utterly exasperating. "The zombies are focused on me. The danger lies with me. And you have no cause for concern? Do you understand?" Jiang Miaomiao nodded, and Lu Qiming's expression softened slightly. "So, will you go?" "I will. But let me change my clothes first." After saying this, she headed towards her room, immediately locking the door behind her and shouting outside, "I refuse to march to my death." With so many zombies outside, could Lu Qiming withstand their onslaught? Once they were finished with him, wouldn't they come after her? She was slow and lacked strength. It would be a dead end for her. For now, planting beans was no longer her priority. She was quite content with the prospect of bean sprouts. Jiang Miaomiao remained in her bedroom for the entire morning without venturing outside. Around noon, Lu Qiming knocked on the door. "Are you really not going? If not, I shall go alone." Jiang Miaomiao's voice came through the door. "Alone? Do you think you can attract the zombies and dig at the same time? Are you capable of managing that?" He chuckled. "If luck is on my side, I should have a chance." Jiang Miaomiao fell silent. He gazed at the door as if speaking to himself. "If my luck runs out and I do not return, you may consume the provisions. As for my body, there is no need to retrieve it. Should I become a zombie, please refrain from bestowing upon me the ludicrous name of Jean Banton. In the future, when the government returns to reclaim the city, remember to inform them that I sacrificed myself for a mere pot of soybean sprouts." Jiang Miaomiao could not resist the urge to open the door. I'll go. Is that all right?" Lu Qiming thrust the small bucket and spatula he had prepared into her arms, propelling her downstairs. Before opening the door, Jiang Miaomiao repeatedly questioned him, "Are you certain you have a chance of returning alive? If you get bitten, I will absolutely not take responsibility." Lu Qiming grasped a few sharpened table legs, clearing away the final barrier behind the door. As he was about to unlock it, he steadied her shoulder and instructed, "Close your eyes, count to 5 silently, and then step outside." Jiang Miaomiao inhaled deeply, following his directions. Upon closing her eyes, she could hear the rapid beat of her heart. 4, 3, 2. "Go?" Jiang Miaomiao dashed out, clutching the bucket and spatula, and squatted down to dig as soon as she reached the soil, unwilling to waste a moment glancing back. Behind her, the wails and roars of zombies echoed incessantly. She was uncertain how long she had been digging, perhaps only a few seconds, or maybe several minutes. Overwhelmed by anxiety and urgency, she was unable to gauge the passage of time. At last, Lu Qiming's voice resonated. "Return." She sprang up as though stung, hastily grabbing the bucket and fleeing. Midway through her escape, curiosity got the better of her, and she covertly glanced back. That fleeting glance was enough to send a jolt of fear through her. The grotesque, half-decomposed figure was alarmingly less than half a meter away. The stench assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to faint. This fright slowed her down by a fraction of a second, allowing the repulsive creature to extend its decayed, hefty left hand and seize her shoulder. Jiang Miaomiao screamed, believing her fate was sealed. Little did she know, a long spear flew past her, accurately piercing the left arm of Jean Banton, traversing from shoulder to wrist. The razor-sharp tip barely grazing Jiang Miaomiao's skin. Jean Banton instinctively released his grip, letting out a fierce wail. Jiang Miaomiao forced herself to regain composure, seizing the moment to dash into the house, immediately turning back to call for Lu Qiming to hurry. Lu Qiming's form was already engulfed by the relentless tide of zombies, his voice drifting faintly through the chaos. "Close the door." "What?" Jean Banton was coming again, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Miaomiao slammed the door shut, locking it and barricading it with furniture. Each action was mechanical, driven solely by instinct. She had no time to ponder how much earth she had dug up. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: Lu Qiming was in danger. In this apocalyptic world, death was commonplace. The number of named cannon fodder who had perished already reached into the hundreds, making the loss of one Lu Qiming seem trivial. Yet, the very thought that he risked his life for her precious soybean sprouts filled her with guilt so profound it felt as if she might bleed from it. What should she do? Should she help? But what could she possibly do? Jiang Miaomiao rushed to the basement, searching frantically until she found the diesel she had initially prepared for the generator. Cradling it in her arms, she moved aside the objects behind the door. Diesel could ignite. If she drenched the zombies in it and set them ablaze, perhaps she could save Lu Qiming. Gazing at the doorknob, her legs weakened. Oh, how she feared. Jiang Miaomiao pinched her thigh with all her might, reminding herself, death is an inevitable part of life. Having eaten her fill and lived more than a month longer than her predecessor, she deemed her existence not in vain. With her thigh turning purple from the pressure, she steeled herself to burst forth, only to hear a sound emanating from the second floor. Where is everyone? Could you lend a hand? That voice. Is it Lu Qiming? Jiang Miaomiao, forgetting to release the diesel, hurriedly ran upstairs. In Lu Qiming's room, he found himself trapped beneath the ventilation shaft, unable to descend. She stared in astonishment at the bloodied man before her. You're not dead? Who said I was dead? But you clearly. Give me a hand. I've gained weight these days and can't seem to get down. Slowly coming to her senses, Jiang Miaomiao nodded, set down the diesel, and leaped to grasp his hand. Lu Qiming frowned. Could you not find a stick? Before he could finish, she made a determined jump, seized his hand, and with the strength of her own body, pulled him out. They both landed simultaneously, crashing to the ground. Lu Qiming was too heavy. She felt as if her ribs might snap under his weight, causing her vision to blur, yet joy bubbled within her. Lu Qiming patted her chest. Don't press your back against me. Stunned, she raised her leg to deliver a swift kick. Get off me. Regretting the kick afterward. She realized that Lu Qiming had left his apron caught in the ventilation shaft, the thin fabric fluttering in the airflow. This meant, at that moment, he was. Lu Qiming painfully rolled over, clutching his lower body as he writhed on the floor. You are more ruthless than a zombie. Jiang Miaomiao's cheeks flushed slightly, feigning nonchalance. She stood up, pulled out the bedsheet, and tossed it to him, asking, surrounded by zombies, how did you manage to return alive? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lu Qiming wrapped himself in the bedsheet, resembling a cocoon. Who knows? Perhaps they found me handsome. She pondered upon a peculiar matter. How did that stick fly so accurately? Had she practiced shot put in her youth? Was that the reason? Or was there more to it? She found herself momentarily at a loss. Initially, she suspected he might be a hidden master of unparalleled skill or perhaps a formidable special forces operative. However, upon witnessing his clumsy predicament wedged in the ventilation shaft, she deemed it likely he had merely honed his skills through shot put practice. Jiang Miaomiao shrugged and decided to head downstairs to secure the front door. As she passed by Lu Qiming, he grasped her wrist. Have you fallen for me? He inquired. What? She retorted, bewildered. You thought I was on the brink of death and couldn't bear to lose me, so you risked your life to rush out with the diesel to save me. Didn't you? He patted the diesel barrel beside him, grinning with pride. Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes. Spare me your delusions. I intended to start a fire to cook. And you were the last thing on my mind. She snatched the diesel barrel and began to descend the stairs. Lu Qiming, unhurried, rose to his feet. Adjusting the sheet draped over him, contemplating whether to wrap it around his waist like a towel or drape it over his shoulders like a robe. Moments later, Jiang Miaomiao returned, her face pale with terror. This is bad. It's here. Who? Jean Banton. A chilling howl echoed from downstairs, sending shivers down their spines. Oh no. Is it the end? Are we going to die? I refuse to become a zombie. What if it's too late to turn on the gas? Should I just drink the diesel instead? At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Miaomiao's mind as she pondered the most expedient and painless way to meet her end. Suddenly, Lu Qiming stepped outside. She hurriedly grasped his arm. What are you doing? There are zombies below. Let us assess the situation first, Lu Qiming replied, moving towards the staircase to peer down. Unable to remain alone in the room, Jiang Miaomiao followed him outside. In the living room, a half-zombie was wandering, searching for its enemies. Lu Qiming whispered, There's only one. Is one not enough for you? How many do you desire? Without warning, Lu Qiming began to unravel the bedsheet. Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed, What are you planning to do? Capture it. What? Are you insane? She could not help but raise her voice in fear of being discovered by the half-zombie, then quickly lowered it. How can you even hope to catch it? Look at its hands. It can still move despite being like that. It's a creature unafraid of pain. Don't throw your life away. Who said I was going? Lu Qiming teased, poking her shoulder with a mischievous grin. I'm tired, you go. Jiang Miaomiao closed her mouth and turned to leave, but he pulled her back. You don't need to do much. Do you see that staircase? Just stand at the top and call out to it. The corners of her mouth twitched. Call it out? Do you think I'm the Silver Horn King? Lu Qiming insisted. Just listen to me. if you can't catch it. I'll chop off my head to serve as your stool. Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. I don't want your foul head. Let go of me. Really not going? In 3 minutes at most, it will come looking for us. Let it come, then. She contemplated drinking diesel. 3 minutes would suffice to end her life. Jiang Miaomiao pushed his hand away and turned to walk towards the room. Suddenly, she heard Lu Qiming murmur an apology behind her, and in an instant, he lifted her off the ground, tossing her onto the staircase. She fell hard, her backside aching, and she was about to rush back to confront him fiercely. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Jean Banton from the corner of her eye and, summoning her courage, shouted, Jean Banton. Naturally, Jean Banton did not respond. But upon noticing her, he extended his arm, pierced by a chair leg, and sprinted towards her. He was an agile, heavy-set man, faster than a dog, and in the blink of an eye reached the bottom of the stairs. Jiang Miaomiao, unable to outrun him, thought her fate was sealed. When suddenly a bedsheet plummeted directly onto Jean Banton. Lu Qiming soared into the air, akin to a great rock unfurling its wings. Stark naked as he leaped down the stairs and tackled him to the ground. Find the rope, he bellowed, desperately holding onto Jean Banton. Jiang Miaomiao had no time for contemplation. She followed his command and dashed into the basement in search of rope. Finding none, she discovered only a plastic jump rope intended for her workouts and leisure. Clutching the jump rope, she returned to the living room, where Jean Banton's strength was overwhelming, and Lu Qiming struggled to restrain him. Here, she exclaimed, handing the jump rope to Lu Qiming, who swiftly bounded around Jean Banton. Despite its original length of 2.8 meters, he managed to stretch it to a length of 4 or 5 meters. Once he confirmed that Jean Banton's head was enveloped in the bedsheet and his limbs restricted by the jump rope, rendering him immobile, he secured the rope behind Jean Banton, tying a tight knot. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Lu Qiming collapsed onto the floor, sprawled out. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the ajar door and the zombies lurking in the courtyard, hastily rushing over to close the door. She piled up the furniture piece by piece, effectively barricading the entrance. Exhausted, she nearly collapsed. Yet one crucial task remained. She dashed to Lu Qiming's side and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. You scoundrel! How could you abandon me? Fortunately, she had not been bitten. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the undead by now. Lu Qiming, utterly drained, weakly grasped her hand. Stop hitting me. You can't hurt me. That's a valid point, she retorted, seizing a chair as her weapon. Does this hurt? Lu Qiming rolled over and attempted to explain. I was certain you would be fine, which is why I threw you down. Had I any doubts, I would never have acted so rashly. Don't play the blame game now. This isn't hindsight. I swear. If a single word of what I said is untrue, may I be devoured by zombies until nothing remains. Is that acceptable? Hearing the intensity of his vow, Jiang Miaomiao hesitated for a moment. In that fleeting second, she inadvertently caught sight of his exposed state, dropping the chair in shock and quickly averting her gaze. Hurry and put on some clothes. Lu Qiming narrowly escaped embarrassment and rushed upstairs to don the already dried floral shorts. After washing his face, he descended once more. Jean Banton lay on the ground, entirely wrapped in a bedsheet, wriggling like a large, plump worm. Jiang Miaomiao stood beside it, at a loss for what to do, and upon seeing Lu Qiming, exclaimed, You need to throw it outside. Lu Qiming opened a bottle of cola, leaned against the table, and took a swig. Why throw it out? We should keep it. Why keep you around? She thought, unwilling to share a space with a zombie, living in constant trepidation. Lu Qiming capped the bottle and winked at her. It's quite useful. He then sought out some tools, discovering a roll of transparent tape, which he used to bind Jean Banton tightly once more. After securing it, he kicked open the door to the storage room behind the kitchen and tossed the zombie inside, locking the door behind him. Jiang Miaomiao simply could not fathom why he insisted on keeping a zombie in the house. What if it were to suddenly emerge and bite someone? Moreover, he had been in such close combat with them earlier. Had he sustained any injuries? Lu Qiming, noticing her questioning gaze, immediately crouched down and feigned agony. Oh, it hurts so much. What? Where did it bite you? Is it too late to throw it out now? He asked, extending a hand. Jiang Miaomiao inspected him closely but found no wounds. It was from being hit by a chair. Of course, there are no visible injuries, just internal ones. Only then did she realize, rising to deliver a kick to him. You deserve it. With that, she took a seat on a chair. Lu Qiming remained crouched on the floor, feigning vulnerability. My head aches terribly. Perhaps I have a concussion? I'm so hungry. I wonder if anyone would be kind enough to make me a bowl of noodles. Life is so difficult, and being a man is even harder. Despite all I've done, I am still met with disdain. Jiang Miaomiao, unable to endure any longer, sprang to her feet, threatening him fiercely. If you say another word, I shall take us both down. Lu Qiming wisely chose silence, mimicking the motion of zipping his lips, and then gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. With an impassive expression, Jiang Miaomiao ascended the stairs and entered her bedroom, securely locking the door behind her. After the recent struggle, she was drenched in sweat and proceeded to the bathroom to pour a basin of cold water, wiping her face with a towel before burrowing under the covers. Her eyes drifting shut. Time passed unnoticed until Lu Qiming knocked at the door. I made him fried rice. Come out and have a bite. Jiang Miaomiao opened her eyes, her nose tinged with a sense of bitterness. How detestable he was. His words made her want to shove filth into his mouth. Yet at times he could be surprisingly kind to her. How could such an infuriating person exist in this world? It was indeed a pity that the original author did not cast him as the protagonist. She remained silent, and Lu Qiming descended the stairs, only to return shortly after. May I come in? I've brought your meal. Eat before you sleep. Jiang Miaomiao, on her tiptoes, stealthily unlocked the door and slipped back under the covers. Feigning indifference as she said, Come in. Lu Qiming opened the door, holding the fried rice, his expression gentle. You must be tired from the day. You need to replenish your energy and not neglect your health. Please get up and eat. She huffed in response, turning her face away from him. I won't eat the food you made. I, this wicked woman, am unworthy. Please eat, please eat. I've prepared it all for you. If you don't, I shall feel disheartened. Lu Qiming implored softly, even offering to feed her himself, providing her with an easy way out. Reluctantly, Jiang Miaomiao sat up to eat the fried rice he had prepared. It must be said that his culinary skills were truly exceptional, despite using the same ingredients. His fried rice was far more fragrant than hers. Lu Qiming sat beside her, watching attentively, pouring her water as if he were a devoted spouse, occasionally offering gentle reminders. Take your time eating, don't choke. Jiang Miaomiao maintained a calm facade, though internally, she was astounded. Could it be that a beating had somehow altered him? Violence truly proves effective. Midway through the meal, Lu Qiming began to speak in riddles. Is this food to your liking? Am I treating you well? It's passable. We are each other's only friends now, aren't we? Moreover, we share both joys and hardships. If I were to fall ill, it would not bode well for you either. She warily lifted her head, a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth. What do you want to say? Lu Qiming gently removed the rice grain, letting out a sigh. My sheets have been sullied by Jean Banton, and my summer quilt has also been dirted. These nights have been quite chilly. And with the air conditioning out of commission, could you share a blanket with me? Jiang Miaomiao had not anticipated anyone else staying over. Thus she had prepared very few blankets. After excluding those meant for him, only 2 remained for her own use, 1 mattress and 1 cover, with no spare for washing. If there were only 1, how cold it would be at night. She immediately declined. No way. I knew you would refuse. It is indeed too cold to share a bed. How about this? We could sleep together, and I assure you, I won't touch you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Miaomiao interrupted. Pervert. Lu Qiming had spoken so amiably for so long only to receive such an appraisal, which left him somewhat displeased. Who would act lewdly with a tablet? A tablet. Jiang Miaomiao clutched her chest, feeling dizzy with indignation, and flung the unfinished fried rice at his face. Get out. Lu Qiming turned and left. She was not yet satiated, but her spirit was already weary. Wrapped in a warm quilt, she continued to slumber. As the night deepened, a chill quietly crept in. Jiang Miaomiao rose to use the restroom, only to discover that her neighbor seemed not to have returned home. Had her scolding driven him away? She tiptoed outside and found him in the living room, huddled beside a fire he had made in a metal bucket. His bare back exposed, appearing quite pitiful. He had neither clothing nor blanket. He had prepared a meal for her, and her heart softened. She called out to him and stepped into the room, leaving the door ajar. Lu Qiming soon entered, standing in the darkness and declaring, I only need a little space to sleep. She remained silent but shifted slightly to the side. Thank you, he murmured, pulling back the covers and slipping in. Exhaling frosty breath. Due to his considerable weight, the mattress noticeably sagged. What a pig, Jiang Miaomiao thought to herself, accidentally brushing against his arm, which felt as cold as ice. Quietly, she kicked the quilt toward him. 3 minutes later, a gentle snore filled the air. Lu Qiming rolled over, completely entangling the quilt, nearly kicking Jiang Miaomiao off the bed. Give it back, she exclaimed, grasping the blanket with both hands and pulling with all her might, expending nearly every ounce of strength, yet still failing to budge him. After a long night of tussling, she finally managed to reclaim a corner of the quilt, curling up in a disgruntled slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the glass window. Lu Qiming opened his eyes, feeling the soft, warm quilt enveloping him, and could not help but stretch languidly. The person beside him had already risen, and he could hear the sound of water from the bathroom. Lu Qiming got out of bed, neatly folded the quilt, and planned to head downstairs to prepare breakfast. Suddenly, Jiang Miaomiao opened the door, her petite figure blocking his path. Grateful for her hospitality the previous night, he greeted her. "Good morning." Jiang Miaomiao, with a sullen expression, retorted, "Do I look well to you?" Lu Qiming stepped closer to examine her closely, noticing her fatigue and uncertainly inquired, "Are you on your period again? I caught a cold because of you." She began to vent, her words flowing like a torrent. "You truly have no manners. Have you taken my bed as your own? The quilt was completely wrapped around you. What was I supposed to cover myself with? I couldn't even pull it back. It felt as heavy as a bull. I couldn't wake you no matter how much I kicked. Are you sure you weren't reincarnated from a pig?" Lu Qiming stood there, momentarily stunned by her tirade. Seizing the opportunity when she paused to catch her breath, he hastily apologized. "I don't usually act this way. I must have been too tired yesterday. I promise I will never take your quilt again." Jiang Miaomiao scoffed. "I don't care what you do in the future. Just know you won't be sleeping in my bed again. You'll have to sort out your own sleeping arrangements." Having not slept well throughout the night, coupled with a slight fever, she burrowed back under the covers to continue her slumber. Aware of his wrongdoing, Lu Qiming refrained from arguing. He spent a considerable amount of time in the kitchen, eventually bringing a bowl of hot porridge. However, despite his entreaties, she refused to open her eyes and acknowledge him. Reluctantly, he placed the porridge on the bedside table and went downstairs to attend to his own affairs. Jiang Miaomiao slept until 2 in the afternoon, waking to find her fever had subsided, yet her stomach grumbled with hunger. She touched the bowl of congee, feeling its chilling temperature, before donning her shoes and descending the stairs in search of sustenance. The golden half-moon had been howling throughout the night, and now, perhaps fatigued from its cries, it remained silent, incessantly banging its head against the wall. Outside, the little stars continued to wander aimlessly, indifferent to the absence of a companion. Jiang Miaomiao entered the living room, intending to head to the kitchen, when she suddenly caught sight of Lu Qiming squatting by the window, his back to her, seemingly absorbed in some endeavor. Curiosity piqued, she approached him and discovered he was pouring the excavated soil into a large basin, having also transferred the bean sprouts into that very container, growing them quite impressively. Have you planted them properly?" she inquired, astonished. Lu Qiming turned his head, his handsome face smeared with dirt, oblivious to his appearance. "I noticed you seemed unwell and feared they would perish without care, so I took the liberty of relocating them." "Do you know how to plant?" Such trivial matters are within anyone's capability. To assuage her doubts, he brought the basin closer for her inspection. Jiang Miaomiao, herself somewhat lacking in expertise, scrutinized it for a while, but could discern no faults. She nodded and replied, "Very well, I appreciate your effort." Lu Qiming then asked, "Are you hungry? I left some congee for you on the stove, kept it simmering on low heat." She turned her gaze to the stove, where indeed a pot was bubbling with white steam. Her emotions became exceedingly complex, yet she quickly reminded herself not to be swayed by this man. It was her softness yesterday that had invited trouble, resulting in her catching a cold. With a stern expression, Jiang Miaomiao approached and ladled the congee into a bowl. Lu Qiming shrugged, watered the bean sprouts, and then placed them on the windowsill. The golden sunlight cast its radiant glow upon the lush green leaves, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty amidst the apocalypse. After finishing her meal, Jiang Miaomiao retrieved half a bag of yellow beans she had brought back from the convenience store, contemplating how to cultivate bean sprouts. In her elementary school days, her teacher had instructed them to soak the beans overnight, then cover the swollen beans with clean sand. The container was to be placed in a warm, dark spot, and after a few days, the sprouts would eagerly push their way out. Having previously succeeded in this endeavor, she felt a surge of confidence. However, the dilemma lay in sourcing the sand. After much deliberation, Jiang Miaomiao resolved to use paper towels as a substitute. With an ample supply at hand, a little waste would not matter. If the beans failed to sprout, she could always stir-fry them. Resolute, she proceeded to fill a bucket with warm water and poured in the beans. The following morning, she drained the water, placed several layers of damp paper towels over the beans, and tucked the container away in a small cabinet beneath the stove. With this final step, the process was complete, and all that remained was to wait for the beans to germinate. Jiang Miaomiao busied herself as usual, practicing calligraphy, painting, and doing laundry, yet could not resist glancing at her project every few minutes. Lu Qiming, observing her, could not help but chuckle. Are you afraid it might escape? Must you keep an eye on it at all times? She pouted. I'm worried that some greedy soul might sneak a taste while I'm not looking. I'm not that bored. Lu Qiming filled a bucket with hot water and headed off to take a shower. Jiang Miaomiao watched him with a gaze full of envy, longing to indulge in a refreshing bath herself. Since the waterworks were damaged and the city has been without water, the water heater has become unusable, forcing her to resort to the meager little pot in the kitchen for washing, which can only hold enough water for half a basin at most. Lu Qiming, being rather resilient, can manage to wash from head to toe with half a basin of hot water mixed with cold. However, she cannot. To feel truly refreshed, at least 2 buckets are necessary for showering and washing her hair, a demand that the little pot simply cannot meet. Consequently, for the past few days, she has not taken a proper bath and has instead resorted to merely wiping herself down with a towel in the bathroom. Jiang Miaomiao sighed softly, turning her gaze towards the pea sprouts on the windowsill. It had been 2 or 3 days since they were planted, yet they still appeared half dead. Could it be that the soil lacked sufficient nutrients? Half an hour later, Lu Qiming emerged with damp hair and a refreshed demeanor, only to find Jiang Miaomiao waving at him. Come here. What do you want? He asked, puzzled. She pointed at the pea sprouts. Add some fertilizer. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow, incredulous. What did you say? You know what I mean. Stop playing dumb, she insisted. He grimaced, refusing. No way, that's revolting. When I said it was disgusting before, how did you respond? Jiang Miaomiao countered, turning his own words back on him. After all, it would all be washed away. So why not make use of it? This is for consumption. That's how organic fertilizer works. People even pour manure into their vegetable gardens. Yet you still enjoy eating them. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Her urgency was palpable, as if she were eager to pull his pants down herself. Reluctantly, Lu Qiming took the yellow pea sprouts back to the bathroom to water them before emerging again. Here. Jiang Miaomiao wrinkled her nose. Put it there. Why are you giving it to me? It's so dirty. Once again, he was tasked with watering the plants, yet he was criticized for the dirtiness of his hands. It was utterly unreasonable. Lu Qiming shook his head and placed the soybean sprouts back onto the windowsill. Jiang Miaomiao had hoped they would flourish from that moment on. But to her dismay, she discovered the next morning that the leaves had turned yellow. Your urine is toxic, she exclaimed, causing Lu Qiming to spray porridge all over the table. You are the one with toxicity. How could they wilt like this if there were no poison involved? They are on the brink of death. I told you I wouldn't urinate on them, yet you insisted. If they perish, it will be your fault, he retorted. Unfazed by superstition, Jiang Miaomiao hurriedly watered the sprouts, hoping to dilute Lu Qiming's toxic urine. However, much to her regret, by the afternoon, the leaves had completely fallen off, and the stem curled up, failing to survive until evening. The soybean sprouts, in whom she had placed her hopes, were gone, leaving her to place her remaining expectations on the bean sprouts. Fortunately, the latter did not betray her optimism. Within a couple of days of planting, numerous tender shoots emerged. Overjoyed, she relocated the bean sprouts to her room and specifically instructed Lu Qiming to keep his distance, particularly from his urine. Lu Qiming, bemused, replied, I truly have no such habit. Jiang Miaomiao vigilantly tended to her precious plant, and by the 5th day, the bean sprouts had reached a commendable height. With a heart imbued with reverence and excitement, she harvested a handful, stir-fried them with merely oil and salt, and within 2 minutes, plated them, filling the entire living room with a refreshing aroma. This was the sole fresh vegetable in the villa in the past month. Lu Qiming, who had been tinkering with things in the basement, was drawn out by the enticing scent. As he hesitated, pondering whether to approach, Jiang Miaomiao waved him over, offering him chopsticks and personally placing a portion into his bowl. He sat down and counted, a bitter smile on his face. 5 bean sprouts, how generous. Jiang Miaomiao lifted her chin, questioning, what of 5? Others may not even have that to eat. Had it not been for my cleverness that day in bringing back the soybeans, we would now possess not a single one. He nodded, methodically consuming the precious bean sprouts. Observing Jiang Miaomiao, who was so engrossed in her delightful meal that she did not lift her head. I estimate that in about a week, a horde of zombies will arrive. Our food supply is dwindling. We must make a trip to the supermarket. Jiang Miaomiao savored the last bite, her eyes closed, relishing the lingering taste of the vegetables. Lu Qiming reached out to pinch her cheek. Stop swallowing your saliva in secret. Let us discuss serious matters. With a hint of disappointment, she opened her eyes. Fine, you go ahead. Just remember to take the golden half-bottom with you. I have no desire to be bitten halfway through my demise. Lu Qiming frowned. Do you truly wish for death? I simply understand my own limitations. I might struggle against a wildcat, let alone contend with thousands of zombies. Are you jesting? She rose, continuing, having lived together for so long. We share a certain bond. If you wish to leave, do so. I will not impede you. Feel free to take whatever you need from the house. I have but one request. Do not concern yourself with me. She wiped her mouth, discarded the napkin, and prepared to ascend the stairs. Lu Qiming gazed at her retreating figure and said, "What if I had an 80% certainty of our safe return from the supermarket?" Jiang Miaomiao paused, turning back. "Do enlighten me." He rose and approached the door of the storage room, unlocking it while saying, "Zombies primarily rely on their sense of smell to discern whether someone is human. If we disguise ourselves as zombies from this perspective, we will not attract their attention." As the door swung open, Jean Banton, who had been lying quietly on the floor, immediately began to struggle upon hearing the commotion. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow at Jiang Miaomiao, seemingly inquiring, "Do you wish to give it a try?" She hesitated, asking, "Are you certain this will work? Otherwise, how do you think I safely arrived at this house?" Jiang Miaomiao recalled the blood-soaked state he had been in that day and suddenly understood. Yet, her timid nature prevented her from fully believing without witnessing it herself. "You are so confident. Show me first." Lu Qiming nodded in agreement and, from seemingly nowhere, produced a knife, swiftly plunging it into the plump ankle of Jean Banton. Thick, dark blood oozed forth, and he smeared it across his body, neglecting no inch of skin. Jiang Miaomiao felt nauseated and retreated outside. A few minutes later, Lu Qiming was coated in zombie blood, with his mouth and nose covered by a towel. He beckoned Jiang Miaomiao to come in while he took the knife and cut a hole in the sheet covering Jean Banton's face. The large nostrils flared. Jean Banton had heard the noise but could not detect the scent of the living. After a thorough search, he lunged at Jiang Miaomiao, who stood by the door. "Mouth agape." Lu Qiming leisurely wiped the blood from the blade. "Do you believe me now?" The following morning, the two spent half an hour preparing for a pig slaughtering scene, extracting half a basin of blood from Jean Banton and covering their entire bodies with it. Jiang Miaomiao could no longer endure the repulsive sensation of the dark, viscous blood staining her skin. She meticulously tore down a portion of the curtain, transforming it into strips to wrap around herself, while a large piece of cloth fashioned into a mask obscured her mouth and nose, leaving only her eyes exposed. After applying the blood upon her, Lu Qiming stepped back and remarked, "What a shame not to be a mummy. Enough of this, it's noon. Shall we leave?" Lu Qiming set down the blood-soaked fabric and nodded as he exited. Jean Banton lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, her ankles gruesomely slashed, blood pooling around her. How utterly cruel, even more so than a zombie. Jiang Miaomiao shook her head and closed the door. As she prepared to depart the villa, Jiang Miaomiao cautioned, "Drive carefully this time. I worry about an accident. It would be a tragic irony to perish not from a zombie's bite, but from a car plunging into a river." However, Lu Qiming replied, "We shan't drive. Why not? If we are to masquerade as zombies, we must commit fully. Have you ever seen a zombie behind the wheel?" While his logic was sound, it raised the question of how they would travel. Would they walk? The thought of encountering hordes of zombies along the way sent chills down Jiang Miaomiao's spine, leaving her hesitant and indecisive. Sensing her fear, Lu Qiming reassured her, "Rest easy. The idea of going to the supermarket was mine. If any unforeseen incidents occur along the way, I will do everything in my power to protect you. How many lives do you possess to wager?" Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes and slightly lifted her mask, resigned to the inevitability of death. "You take the knife. If the zombies truly come rushing at us, you can give me a swift end," she declared. Lu Qiming couldn't help but smirk as he tucked the knife behind his waist. As he opened the door, he reminded her, "Remember, zombies lack X-ray vision. They cannot discern whether we are living beings or the undead. The sin has been masked, and as long as our actions are not too conspicuous, we shall remain undetected." Moments later, two grotesque new zombies appeared in the yard, standing less than 4 meters away. A small celebrity, with lifeless, fish-like eyes, stared blankly at them. Jiang Miaomiao felt her body stiffen, unable to lift her feet, inadvertently adopting a posture that resembled that of a zombie. The small celebrity emitted a couple of guttural sounds from its decaying mouth, then averted its gaze and continued to drift aimlessly. Lu Qiming gave her a thumbs up. She breathed a sigh of relief, which bolstered her confidence as she followed him, limping along. The two managed to exit the neighborhood unscathed, evading the notice of any zombies. Finally, Jiang Miaomiao found herself back on the familiar street, unable to resist inhaling the fresh air. However, the street had been neglected for over a month, with garbage and fallen leaves swirling chaotically. Shop doors stood ajar, their interiors in disarray, a testament to the frantic departure of the staff. The usual shoppers had vanished, replaced instead by the wandering forms of the undead. She noticed a statuesque female zombie adorned in a pristine and exquisite dress, complemented by high heels. Her long, wavy hair cascaded elegantly, while her ashen gray skin faintly hinted at the remnants of meticulous makeup. In her living days, she must have been a striking beauty, perhaps even on a date with her boyfriend before being bitten. Jiang Miaomiao couldn't help but marvel at her own serendipitous survival amidst such chaos. A waft of fragrance enveloped her, prompting her to lift her gaze. There, by the roadside, the peach trees had burst into bloom, their delicate pink blossoms clustering together to create a romantic haze. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting a rosy glow upon the zombies beneath the trees. Lu Qiming, noticing her captivated expression, inquired, "Shall we pick a few to take back?" She quickly shook her head, insisting that it was unnecessary, urging him instead to proceed to the supermarket. The zombies ambled at an excruciatingly slow pace. A journey that would typically take mere minutes by car stretched into over an hour on foot. The supermarket was conveniently located at the roadside, its entrance leading to a small plaza of over 100 square meters. Ordinarily bustling with vendors, dancers, and balloon sellers, the plaza now bore witness to only two zombies, grappling over a grotesque prize. As Jiang Miaomiao approached, she was horrified to discover it was half a decayed human thigh, nearly causing her to retch. Lu Qiming swiftly covered her mouth and nose, urging her to quicken their pace. The supermarket's doors stood ajar, allowing them easy entry. Inside, much like the villa, darkness reigned, with the absence of electricity rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Shadows concealed lurking zombies, and unsettling sounds echoed through the gloom. Lu Qiming grasped her hand firmly, whispering a cautionary reminder. "Let us not venture too deep. We shall remain close. Stay by my side, and do not stray too far. Moreover, we must move swiftly. If we have not returned before nightfall, we shall be doomed." Jiang Miaomiao longed to cling to him entirely, let alone consider leaving his side. Nodding slightly, she accepted the shopping basket he handed her and began selecting items. The area beside the cashier was divided into 3 sections, one for beverages, overflowing with promotional cola, milk, and juice, another for daily necessities, stocked with toothpaste, shampoo, and body wash, and the last for discounted bread, filled with numerous bags of loaves. Jiang Miaomiao yearned for yogurt, but its weight deterred her. She resolutely abandoned the idea and retrieved some toothpaste and small bottles of shampoo and body wash from the daily necessities section, subsequently dedicating most of her attention to the bread. The fresh bread, with its short shelf life, had long succumbed to mold, while softer varieties, such as those from Dalian, remained edible. Jiang Miaomiao selected a few and placed them in her basket, softly calling for Lu Qiming to assist her. When he did not respond, she turned to glance back, only to be taken aback. Where had he gone? He had been right there just moments ago. Jiang Miaomiao whispered his name in a breathy tone and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, she felt something beneath her foot. Lowering her gaze, she met a pair of blood-red eyes, wide with fury, nearly causing her to scream. The zombie before her had its legs severed at the knees, appearing almost like a dwarf. Despite its mutilated form, it possessed immense strength. With a swift motion, it yanked off her mask. Jiang Miaomiao's breath was laid bare, and like a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood, it erupted into a frenzy. With a powerful thrust of its bloodied legs, it leapt higher than Jiang Miaomiao, tackling her to the ground. The back of her head struck the floor, sending a wave of pain that blurred her vision. The zombie pressed down on her shoulders, its rancid mouth opening wide to bite down. It is all over. She should have never ventured out. She is better suited to remain hidden indoors like a salted fish. Jiang Miaomiao, in her despair, closed her eyes, yet instead of the anticipated pain, she was met with the chilling sound of a blade slicing through bone, as cold, viscous blood splattered across her face. The zombie that had been upon her ceased its movement, becoming nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback by the figure standing behind the zombie. "You possess such remarkable skills." Lu Qiming kicked the zombie aside, wiped the blood from her mouth and nose, adjusted her mask, and then, seemingly exhausted, collapsed into her embrace. "You scared me. Fortunately, your aim was true." Jiang Miaomiao thought to herself, "It seems a blind cat has indeed stumbled upon a dead rat." With gratitude, she gently stroked his head, her gaze drifting to the now motionless zombie. Is it dead? Probably. According to the original narrative, a zombie perishes upon having its head shattered, a tactic the protagonists had consistently employed. However, one was a special forces soldier while the other had trained in combat. They were inherently capable of vanquishing any foe they encountered. Even if she were aware of this secret, it would be of little consequence, as victory was beyond her reach. A creeping sense of fear began to envelop her. Let us return. The bread we have should suffice for several days. I have discovered a splendid location. Where? Lu Qiming gestured with his chin towards the left. I have already surveyed that area. There are no zombies there. Let us proceed. How ironic it is for him to instruct her not to stray while he himself runs about aimlessly. Jiang Miaomiao was led by him, her thoughts filled with silent reproach. However, upon catching sight of the shelves in that direction, she felt that dying here would indeed be worthwhile. Cured meats, ham, salted fish. It is all meat. On another shelf, there are dried seaweed, dried black fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots. Everything she adores. Jiang Miaomiao experienced the joy akin to Alibaba discovering a treasure trove, immediately seizing a new basket and fervently filling it. Lu Qiming remarked, "You gather food. I will fetch some clothing from the side." However, she was oblivious to his words, her mind consumed solely by thoughts of food, her hands ceaselessly at work. Lu Qiming procured some underwear and clothing, and found himself a warm cotton blanket. Upon his return, he noticed her basket was already overflowing and cautioned, "We have no vehicle. We cannot take too much. This is sufficient." Jiang Miaomiao regained her senses, feeling a twinge of reluctance. What if we simply stay here? With food, drink, and a place to sleep, it is evidently a heavenly existence. Had I known earlier, I would not have rented a villa. I would have merely waited for the zombie outbreak and slipped into a small supermarket. Life would surely have been much happier. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? There are several entrances to the supermarket, all wide open. We cannot fathom how many zombies might have crept in during this time. They do not emerge during the day, but surely will seek sustenance by night. If we reside here, are we not akin to lambs led to slaughter? She pondered his words and indeed felt a shiver of realization, lamenting the situation. Must these provisions go to waste? They were created for human consumption. Good cured meat cannot be deemed good if it is not consumed. We shall return tomorrow. There are still many items I wish to procure. The two filled 4 baskets to capacity, yet had no means to carry them all. Lu Qiming sought out a cart and transferred all their goods, filling 2 carts to the brim. Before stepping outside, he deliberately drained the blood from the deceased zombie and smeared it again on both of them to enhance the putrid scent, ensuring their safety before venturing out. Outside, the sun still shone brightly as they ambled along, mimicking the gait of zombies while leisurely pushing a cart, as carefree as if strolling through a park. Passing beneath a peach tree, Lu Qiming suddenly sprang up, snapping off a branch adorned with blossoms. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback and softly reprimanded him. "Have you lost your mind? What if they discover us? I told you not to pick any. Who said I was picking it for you? I simply like it," he retorted, placing the peach blossom at the front of the cart like a small banner of victory. After more than an hour of walking, they managed to return home just before sunset. Upon entering, Jiang Miaomiao collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. However, the stench of zombie blood clung to her, making her feel nauseated. Lu Qiming was likely in a similar state. As soon as he entered, he began boiling water. The pot was small, and the water heated quickly, reaching a boil within minutes. He poured it into a bucket and proceeded to boil a second batch. By the time he reached the 4th pot, he assessed the water level and placed the bucket in front of Jiang Miaomiao. "Go take a shower." Jiang Miaomiao was astonished. "You boiled water for me? Aren't you going to wash?" "Of course, but living under someone else's roof requires a bit of courtesy. Otherwise, I would be criticized as an ungrateful guest," Lu Qiming teased. She blushed deeply and took the bucket upstairs. He continued boiling water, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the peach blossoms on the cart. Finding an empty mineral water bottle, he filled it halfway with water, inserted the blossoms, and placed it in the center of the dining table. The delicate petals fell in a gentle swirl, filling the air with a refreshing and sweet fragrance. Chapter 11. The 4 pots of water were still insufficient. After washing her hair, there was hardly any left. The grime on her body could not be neglected. Just as Jiang Miaomiao steeled herself to rinse off with cold water, Lu Qiming knocked on the door. "What is it?" "I'm not finished yet," she replied, raising her head with her hair still dripping. Lu Qiming stated, "I've brought you more water." Wrapping herself in a towel, she opened the door. He stood there with his eyes closed, delivering another bucket of hot water before closing the door behind him, asking, "Well, what would you like for dinner?" "I'm going to cook." Jiang Miaomiao had already decided on the menu while at the supermarket: stir-fried bean sprouts with ham and braised pork with kelp. Lu Qiming acknowledged with an affirmative sound and descended the stairs. As Jiang Miaomiao mixed cold water into the bucket, she felt a twinge of guilt. Remembering how he had rushed in, bloodied and unkempt, just to prepare her a meal, she resolved to treat him better in the future. Encountering someone who could weather storms together was indeed rare. With the new bucket of water, she indulged in a thorough wash, ensuring even her nails were immaculate, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. After donning a fresh outfit, she felt revitalized and, while drying her hair with a towel, made her way downstairs. The moment she opened the door, the unique, savory aroma of the braised pork wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, she descended the stairs and found Lu Qiming standing by the stove, intently watching the pot. "I'll take over. You should go shower," she suggested. Lu Qiming turned around, noticing her hair still dripping. "Your hair isn't dry," he remarked. "There's no electricity. The hairdryer won't work. It'll have to air dry," she explained. After a moment's thought, he moved the pot aside and instructed, "Lean your head over." "Jiang Miaomiao, what nonsense. Are you joking? What if it burns?" "I pride myself on my barbecuing skills, claiming the second place, with no one daring to challenge my expertise." He spoke with such confidence, yet the dampness of my hair was quite uncomfortable. Jiang Miaomiao hesitated, leaning forward to issue a warning. "If you singe my hair, I won't spare you." "Fear not." Lu Qiming cradled her long hair, positioning it approximately 30 centimeters from the flames, ensuring it was close enough to feel the warmth yet far enough to avoid scorching. He gently roasted it back and forth. Jiang Miaomiao caught the scent of gas, watching the flickering flames, perpetually anxious that they might reach her head at any moment. Lu Qiming remarked, "There's white smoke rising from your head." Startled, she exclaimed, "Let go. Let go. I told you it would catch fire." He couldn't help but chuckle. "It's just steam." "You silly girl." Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pinched his slender waist fiercely. Lu Qiming winced at the sudden pain but continued to hold on, murmuring to himself, "Having long hair at such times is a bother. Perhaps I should just shave my head. My hair length is none of your concern. I'm merely worried that all your nutrition is being absorbed by your hair, leading to malnourishment of your brain." It took Jiang Miaomiao a moment to realize he was mocking her, infuriating her enough to shove him away. "Go away. Go away. I don't need your help anymore." As her hair fell, a small section was immediately singed by the flames. Quick-witted, Lu Qiming caught it again, playfully pinching her earlobe. "Do not move recklessly. I shall remain silent." Subsequently, he indeed fell silent, focusing intently on his hair. After more than 10 minutes, his hair was dried. Lu Qiming ascended the stairs to take a shower, while Jiang Miaomiao moved the pot back to continue simmering the soup, occasionally sniffing her hair, which seemed to carry a hint of roasted chicken feathers. Before long, the dishes were all ready: a plate of stir-fried bean sprouts with ham, a dish of sautéed black fungus, a bowl of smoked meat and kelp soup, and a jar of lao gan ma brought back from the supermarket. The spread was quite sumptuous. Unable to wait for Lu Qiming to finish his shower, she picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. However, after just one bite, she heard someone complaining from the staircase. "You didn't even wait for me. I toiled away for so long." Jiang Miaomiao looked up, momentarily forgetting to chew. Lu Qiming emerged from his shower, his skin, originally a sun-kissed hue, now glistening. His hair, having grown too long, fell over his eyes. He swept it back, leaving only a few unruly strands resting on his forehead. He wore a plain white short-sleeved t-shirt, devoid of any patterns, paired with black pajama pants and casual flip-flops. This was the quintessential summer attire favored by elderly men on the streets, yet on him, it appeared to accentuate his tall and slender frame, exuding an aura reminiscent of a bamboo grove. Where had the formerly awkward, flamboyantly dressed man gone? He now resembled a youthful star. Unaware of the impression he had made, Lu Qiming ambled lazily to the table with his hands in his pockets, took a piece of ham, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with a frown. "Still a bit salty. Next time, I should soak it in water before stir-frying." "What are you looking at?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing." Jiang Miaomiao averted her gaze, returning to her meal, and halfway through, she could not resist asking, "What did you used to do?" Lu Qiming continued to eat, casually remarking, "Chef, your culinary skills are rather unrefined." "Well, a bank robber. What robber wields a gun without proficiency?" He lifted his gaze, questioning her sudden interest. "Even if I were once a death row inmate, that bears no relevance to the present. Take Jean Banton, for instance. He was undoubtedly a wealthy magnate in life, flaunting a Mercedes and courting internet celebrities. Yet here he is, confined to a storage room, serving as a blood bag for others." Jiang Miaomiao interjected, "I merely express concern. With good looks and robust strength, such a person could devour others without hesitation, and when coaxing, their words are as sweet as honey. Yet they can incite fury with equal ease. This blend of mischief and beauty is precisely what affluent women covet. Are you truly not someone kept man?" Lu Qiming replied, "You seem to have struck a nerve. But it matters not. I would never mock you. After all, it's all in pursuit of financial gain. No need for embarrassment. He then struck her head sharply with his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Focus on your meal." Jiang Miaomiao covered her head, tears welling up from the pain. "You're clearly feeling guilty." Lu Qiming scoffed. "If I were truly in that line of work, I would have already consumed you entirely." The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Miaomiao's spine, prompting her to adjust her collar and regard him warily. He sighed and shook his head, choosing to ignore her as he resumed his meal. She quickly followed suit, and they engaged in a spirited competition, each taking turns with their chopsticks until they polished off nearly 4 portions of food in one sitting. After a hearty meal, reclining on the sofa, no one felt inclined to stir. Jiang Miaomiao nudged his thigh. "Go wash the dishes." Lu Qiming grumbled, feeling overly stuffed and immobile. "You'll feel better after washing them." "Why don't you go?" For half an hour, they pushed and pulled, yet neither budged an inch. Jiang Miaomiao let out a satisfied burp. Glancing at the cart brimming with items, curious about what they had brought back today, she approached, clutching her heavy stomach to investigate. There lay a down comforter, several articles of clothing, a dozen men's underwear, a dozen women's underwear, 2 bottles of 500 milliliter shampoo, and a bottle of body wash. Over 20 small loaves of bread, 5 bottles of milk, a large string of sausages, a whole ham, 5 salted fish, 4 pieces of cured meat, and 2 packages of dried duck. A generous handful of kelp, 3 packs of seaweed, 2 packs of black fungus, and a package of tea tree mushrooms. A tray of 6 salted duck eggs and a tray of 8 century eggs. 4 bottles of chili sauce and 7 or 8 packs of pickled vegetables. And these small packages are. The flashlight, forgotten to be charged, cast a dim light. Jiang Miaomiao examined them closely. Lu Qiming remarked, "They are seeds." "Seeds?" "Yes. Look, lettuce seeds, cucumber seeds, tomato seeds, radish seeds. I gathered them all." She awkwardly replied, "You can't be planning to plant them, can you?" "Why not? They are in tea bean sprouts that can be consumed in just a few days. They will take at least a few months. Who knows if they'll even survive by then. However, if they remained unscathed by zombies, living in this villa, growing their own vegetables, while procuring meat and rice from the supermarket, it seemed quite a viable way to sustain themselves. In the neighboring yard, a waxberry tree has been planted, and by the time summer arrives, there will be waxberries to savor. The mere thought of it makes Jiang Miaomiao's mouth water. Lu Qiming leans over to take a glance and teasingly asks, "What are you doing, licking your lips while looking at my underwear?" She quickly glances down, hastily discarding it with utmost disdain. "Take your things away." Lu Qiming shrugs nonchalantly, gathering his belongings as he responds, "I need to go to the supermarket tomorrow to pick up a few things, so you won't have to." "Why?" she retorts, feeling sluggish in her response. "I still need to expend energy taking care of you." Jiang Miaomiao contemplates arguing back, but, reflecting on the day's events, finds herself lacking in confidence, ultimately replying indifferently, "Do as you wish." As Lu Qiming ascends the stairs with his blanket and clothes, he suddenly turns around at the last step. "I believe we can withstand that wave of zombies and continue to survive." His tone is significantly graver than usual, devoid of any jest, as if faced with impending challenges. Jiang Miaomiao lacks a clear concept of this so-called zombie wave but finds herself affected by his seriousness. Nodding in agreement, with a faint smile, he enters his bedroom, shutting the door to sleep. Jiang Miaomiao, after organizing her things, returns to her room. Perhaps due to the excitement of going to the supermarket, she tosses and turns, unable to sleep, her eyes wide open until midnight. She descends the stairs and retrieves several packets of seeds. Spring has arrived, the perfect season for planting, regardless of how long they may last. She resolves to nurture at least a single plant to life. She finds a small basin, lays down a layer of paper towels, evenly scatters the seeds upon them, covers them with another layer of paper towels, and then gently pours warm water over it until the paper towels are thoroughly soaked, ceasing when it reaches the point of saturation without dripping. Placing the basin beside the warm stove, she returned to inspect the bean sprouts she had previously sown. Reluctant to consume them all at once, some had already developed leaves, rendering them unsuitable for consumption. She carefully plucked the tender ones, intending to stir-fry them with cured meat the following day, contemplating the need to acquire more fresh soil. This time, she resolved to gather a greater quantity. For should the seeds germinate, additional soil would be required. After a day of bustling activity, Jiang Miaomiao returned to her bed, and as she closed her eyes, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her. Amidst the prolonged zombie outbreak, she had been merely existing day by day, but for the first time, she felt a flicker of longing for the future. She hoped to live long enough to savor the vegetables she had personally cultivated. Having stayed up late, she awoke the next day to find it was already noon. Jiang Miaomiao washed up and descended the stairs, finding the living room utterly devoid of company. Lu Qiming, she called out, but there was no response. Lifting the lid of the pot on the stove, she discovered ham-fried rice and seaweed soup warming within. It seemed Lu Qiming had already ventured to the supermarket. Dining alone, devoid of his usual chatter and picky demeanor, she suddenly felt a pang of boredom. What to do in the afternoon? She did not wish to practice calligraphy any longer. After washing the dishes, she brought out the basin to inspect it. The seeds remained unchanged, leaving her uncertain of their viability. With a sigh, she returned the seeds, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of several large packages in the cupboard. Upon dragging them out, she realized they were bags of flour she had hoarded previously. The villa was equipped with an oven, and she had intended to bake bread, but the generator had proven inoperable, rendering it useless thus far. Now, with bean sprouts and cured meat at her disposal, wouldn't it be delightful to make dumplings? Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the pristine white flour, her desire stirring within her. However, there remained one pressing question. She cannot make dumplings. Chapter 12. Jiang Miaomiao sat at the table, meticulously recalling the details she had previously observed. Organizing several steps. 1. Knead the dough. 2. Chop the filling. 3. Assemble them together. Let us begin with the first step. In pursuit of cultivating vegetables. All the containers in the house had been exhausted, leaving only a cup and a pot. The cup was too small, so she resolved to use the pot. Scooping a few handfuls of flour into it, estimating it should suffice for 2 people. After preparing the ingredients, Jiang Miaomiao commenced adding water. As this was her first attempt at kneading dough, she was uncertain of the proportions, thus she added water gradually, yet it remained a struggle. Why is it so hard? Add a bit more water. Why is it so runny? Add some more flour. Back and forth she went. And by the time she finally achieved what she deemed an appropriate consistency, the dough had grown larger than a basketball. Suffice it to say, it could feed not merely 2, but 10 people. Jiang Miaomiao. Well, if worst comes to worst, we can have the leftover dough as pancakes. The dough was ready. The next step was to prepare the filling. The available ingredients for the filling were limited, so she chose bean sprouts and cured meat, balancing both meat and vegetables. The bean sprouts were washed, and the cured meat was diced, then tossed into the pan for a brief stir-fry. Next, she divided the dough into small balls, each about the size of a ping-pong ball. Jiang Miaomiao fetched a shampoo bottle, cleaned it, and began rolling out the dough. This process proved far more challenging than she had anticipated. The dough was utterly uncooperative beneath her hands. It either stuck to the bottle and ripped, or was rolled into irregular shapes that bore no resemblance to a circle. After much toil, she was drenched in sweat, managing to produce only a little over a dozen usable dumpling wrappers. A few less would suffice. It was merely for the sake of tasting. Jiang Miaomiao wiped the sweat from her brow and officially began the process of making dumplings, only to find that something was amiss. In the past, watching others, she noted how one hand held the dough while the other filled it with stuffing, and with a gentle pinch, a delicate dumpling would take shape. Yet, when she attempted this, the filling and broth spilled everywhere, and she could not seal the dough properly. What was she to do? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a handful of uncooked bean sprouts, and an idea sparked. She dashed upstairs to retrieve a hairpin, cleaned it, and punctured holes in the dumpling skin, threading the bean sprouts through like a needle and thread. This way, the skin would not open, and with less filling, it would stay obediently inside without escaping. Having discovered the trick, Jiang Miaomiao grew increasingly enthusiastic, and before long, she had used up all the dumpling skins and crafted 15 complete dumplings. She brought a pot of water to a boil and added the dumplings. Exhausted, she leaned over and dozed off, only to be jolted awake by someone shaking her shoulder. Blinking her eyes open, she found herself gazing at Lu Qiming's face. Why are you sleeping in the living room? You've drooled all over the table. Have I? Jiang Miaomiao quickly wiped her mouth, discovering nothing there, and shot him a glare. Lu Qiming chuckled softly, grabbed 2 paper towels to wipe the zombie blood from his face, sniffed, and glanced at the pot on the stove. What are you cooking? It smells delightful. Suddenly recalling her culinary endeavor, she rushed over, lifted the lid, and was met with despair. Lu Qiming leaned in, scrutinizing the contents for a while. Is this dough soup? The dumplings rolled in the boiling water, their skins and fillings completely disintegrated, resembling a chaotic dance of spirits. Jiang Miaomiao huffed in frustration. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. Lu Qiming felt increasingly perplexed. What on earth was this? He caught a glimpse of the half-finished product in the trash bin and couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be dumplings? Ha ha ha. Jiang Miaomiao, stung by his mockery, slammed the pot lid down and extinguished the flame. What did it matter? It had nothing to do with him anyway, did it? Lu Qiming, with his big eyes drooping, looked pitiful. But I have been running around outside all afternoon. I'm starving, practically on the verge of starvation. What does that have to do with me? Step aside. Jiang Miaomiao tried to leave. But he suddenly produced something from who knows where, waving it in front of her eyes. When she saw it clearly, her eyes widened in astonishment. A dazzling diamond necklace. Lu Qiming remarked, I passed by a jewelry store on my way back and saw this. So beautiful, yet it could only lie on the counter gathering dust. What a pity. Do you like it? Jiang Miaomiao didn't just like it. She was utterly enamored. Her friends had often said that as a dragon, she couldn't resist beautiful, sparkling things when shopping. However, in this apocalyptic world, being able to eat and drink to her fill was already a stroke of fortune. And such trifling desires had long been cast aside. Who would have thought that Lu Qiming would actually bring back a necklace? Jiang Miaomiao struggled to suppress her longing, refusing to look at the necklace. Not interested? Is that so? I don't need it either. I could just throw it away. Lu Qiming walked to the window and opened the glass to discard it. She hurried over to snatch it away, fuming. Go eat. Eat until you burst. Lu Qiming was delighted, grinning broadly. Shall I help you put it on? Jiang Miaomiao shook her head, cradling the necklace to admire its beauty. Lu Qiming served himself a bowl of noodle soup and sat at the table to enjoy it. It appeared rather unappetizing, yet the flavor was surprisingly delightful. Aren't you going to eat? She inquired, gazing at the sunlight reflecting off her necklace. The diamond's unique cut refracted the incoming light into countless beams, shimmering with an exquisite clarity that captivated her entire attention, leaving no room for her to address Lu Qiming. After finishing one bowl, Lu Qiming found himself still unsatisfied and requested another. If you truly adore it this much, why not accompany me to the jewelry store tomorrow and retrieve whatever catches your eye? Jiang Miaomiao, having admired the necklace sufficiently, carefully tucked it into her pocket and shook her head. At times like this, wearing it goes unappreciated, and bringing it all back would only clutter the space. Who says that? I can appreciate it, he retorted. She paused for a moment, then quickly scoffed. If you wish to admire it, I would hardly be inclined. After being out for so long, what did you bring back? He gestured with his chin towards the door. There, take a look for yourself. Behind the door were 2 new carts, and as Jiang Miaomiao approached to inspect them, she expected an array of delightful food, only to discover an assortment of perplexing items: hammers, iron nails, wooden boards, steel plates, and even a large saw. She turned to Lu Qiming, questioning, what are you planning to do with all this? The zombie horde is approaching, and the structural integrity of this residence is insufficient. It needs reinforcement. Is that so? Jiang Miaomiao glanced around, perceiving the villa to be quite sturdy. Otherwise, the small celebrities would have been overrun by now. Nevertheless, since he was so resolute, she decided to let him be, as she had no desire to take action. Jiang Miaomiao retrieved her necklace once more and retreated to her room. That night, Lu Qiming set to work, wielding a hammer and chainsaw, the sounds ringing through the air. Jiang Miaomiao, initially concerned that the noise might attract the zombies, soon observed that the undead hardly reacted to such clamor and returned to her own tasks. She connected her Kindle to a solar-powered charger. During her earlier downloads, she had, due to time constraints, indiscriminately selected a variety of books. If memory serves her right, among them were a cookbook and a gardening manual. Reclining on her bed, she leisurely flipped through the pages and indeed stumbled upon a cookbook titled 100 Easy and Delicious Dishes for the Lazy Cook. The very notion of lazy dishes seemed perfectly suited to her. With great enthusiasm, she opened it, and the first recipe she encountered was for lazy chicken wings. Main ingredients: 500 grams of chicken wings. Accompaniments: an appropriate amount of scallions and ginger, cooking wine, dark soy sauce, and honey. Steps: 1. Make 2 slits in the chicken wings. 2. Marinate with the accompaniments. 3. Place in the oven, heating both top and bottom at 180 degrees for 10 minutes. Jiang Miaomiao thought to herself, whether this truly qualifies as a lazy dish is uncertain, but the author of this cookbook is undoubtedly a lazy person. She continued to flip through the pages, her mind fixated solely on the phrase appropriate amount, when she inadvertently came across a photograph of fried chicken. Due to the limitations of the device, the image appeared in black and white. Yet, upon seeing the silhouette of the fried chicken, her taste buds instinctively recalled the delightful crunch, the fragrant aroma, and the juicy tenderness of the dish. Fried chicken was out of reach for her now, But perhaps she could attempt to fry some dough cakes tomorrow? Just as she pondered this, Lu Qiming knocked on the door. May I come in? For what purpose? To seal the windows. What? Jiang Miaomiao opened the door to gaze outside, only to find that every window of the villa had been sealed with wooden boards, casting the place into a gloom reminiscent of a prison. What purpose does this serve? She inquired. This is merely the first step. Once everything is sealed, we shall use paint and cling film to fill the gaps in the boards, lest the impending horde of zombies catch our scent, came the response. But the zombies are always wandering about outside, are they not? It seems there's no issue, she retorted. Currently, the weather remains relatively cool, but as temperatures rise, the zombies will become more aggressive and sensitive. These sentiments echoed the original narrative, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to wonder if the other party was similar to her, an entity not from the text, but rather someone who had traversed into this world after reading the book. Lu Qiming then remarked, of course, this is merely speculation. However, for the sake of safety, we ought to remain vigilant, should we not? Jiang Miaomiao found herself unable to counter his assertion, yet the thought of being deprived of sunlight made her feel profoundly distressed. Furthermore, without sunlight, how could she cultivate vegetables or dry her laundry? After a discussion, Lu Qiming made a concession. He would first address other areas before finally sealing her room. To expedite the process, he commenced work at 8 o'clock the following morning. As the temperature rose, he began to sweat shortly after starting. He rolled up his short sleeves to reveal his well-defined biceps, preparing to continue when he caught sight of someone descending the stairs. The girl wore a white dress, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her exposed hands and feet were delicate, while her waist was slender enough to be grasped by a single hand. The diamond glimmered subtly upon her collarbone. The skin, long deprived of sunlight, was nearly translucent. Lu Qiming initially intended to compliment her beauty, yet she, perhaps due to shyness or some other reason, retorted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a beautiful woman before?" He swiftly altered his response. "I have never encountered such narcissism. Didn't you say that no one could appreciate it? Why then wear the necklace? Indeed, no one can appreciate it. So I have decided to admire myself. If I were to die someday, I would prefer to do so beautifully rather than in a disheveled state." Jiang Miaomiao opened a cabinet and pulled out a basin, inspecting her vegetable seeds. To her delight, many of the seeds had sprouted, their tender shoots a delicate white, radiating vitality, which were the tomatoes and which the cucumbers. It mattered not. She desired whatever would emerge. Jiang Miaomiao set the basin down and approached Lu Qiming, playfully nudging his shoulder. "Could you lend me a hand?" "With what?" "Could you smear some blood again and help me fetch some soil from the yard?" Lu Qiming, half smiling, replied, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Jean Banton, having bled several times, was too weak to speak, and she was entirely capable of managing it alone. Jiang Miaomiao hesitated. "The odor is simply unbearable. I nearly scrubbed my skin off to clean up. Please assist me in digging the soil, and I will take on the task of planting the vegetables. We can share the harvest. How does that sound?" Lu Qiming coldly declined. "Once the zombie tide recedes, I will leave as well. I won't have the chance to taste your vegetables, so I won't go." "Are you truly this heartless?" He raised an eyebrow. Jiang Miaomiao let out a hum of resignation, deciding not to rely on him and to find a solution on her own. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement lay the earth. She was convinced that she could unearth it. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she ventured into the pitch-black basement, armed with a shovel and a hammer, and soon the sound of her labor reverberated through the space. Chapter 13. Lu Qiming had anticipated that after at most half an hour, Jiang Miaomiao would recognize the futility of her efforts and return to seek his assistance. At that point, he could shamelessly extort her, perhaps by insisting that she wash the dishes, do his laundry, or refrain from mocking him for being a kept man. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. After waiting an entire morning, Jiang Miaomiao had yet to emerge. Eventually, the sounds of her work ceased, prompting him to descend for a closer look. In the dimly lit basement, he beheld a small white figure squatting motionless in the corner, resembling a specter. Clearing his throat, Lu Qiming approached the shelves, feigning to rummage for something to eat. As he passed her, he cast a glance and inquired with feigned casualness, "Haven't you struck earth yet?" Jiang Miaomiao bristled at the mention. The city was situated in the south, where the spring humidity was particularly oppressive. To combat this, the villa's owner had installed a thick moisture barrier in the basement, and despite her hammering, she had been unable to create even a small hole. The prospect of digging through it seemed like a task that would stretch into eternity. She pressed her forehead and let out a deep sigh. Lu Qiming tore open a packet of Oreos, his mouth smeared with black crumbs, resembling someone who had gnawed on coal. I can assist you in the yard, provided you agree to a few conditions. Jiang Miaomiao rose and walked toward the exit with a cool demeanor. Thank you, but no. To his surprise, he followed her. Aren't you planning to grow vegetables? In this world, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish their aspirations. What is the purpose of laboring to cultivate a few vegetables? Once Lu Qiming departs and the provisions are exhausted, she would not dare to venture alone to the supermarket. It would be a futile endeavor. Given this reality, it would be far more comfortable to recline and await her fate. The notion of striving has never held any significance for Jiang Miaomiao since the day she was born. Having come to this realization, she washed her hands, reclined in a chair, and perused the supermarket promotional brochure she had casually brought home during a prior visit. It was filled with an abundance of products. Although many items were currently unattainable, merely gazing at them provided a certain satisfaction. Oranges at 3 yuan per pound? What a bargain. She should have indulged in 3 to 5 pounds overnight. Pineapples for 10 yuan for 3? My goodness, it was practically a giveaway. How had she overlooked this before? Eggs at 70 cents each. Oh, how she longed for a fried egg. To satiate her culinary cravings, Jiang Miaomiao retrieved a few packets of chewing gum. While she could no longer enjoy fresh oranges or pineapples, she could certainly relish orange-flavored and pineapple-flavored gum. When Lu Qiming emerged from his bedroom after more than an hour, having filled the gaps in his work, he began preparing lunch. He noticed her leisurely flipping through the brochure, gum in her mouth, occasionally blowing a large bubble. While washing rice and cooking, he observed the sprouted seeds and inquired, "Are you truly not planning to plant them? They've already sprouted. It seems such a waste." "Let it be a waste," she replied. "There are countless products on the street that go unattended. These are insignificant. If I were to cultivate them, I would have fresh vegetables to consume. Who knows which of us has a longer life? Why dwell on the unreliable?" Lu Qiming nodded in agreement, conceding that as long as she did not wish for him to discard them, he would comply. Jiang Miaomiao paused for a moment while flipping through the booklet, suppressing the pangs of her heart. Let it go. With a clatter, the seeds along with the damp tissue were discarded into the trash bin. Lu Qiming, skillfully chopping vegetables and preparing meals, soon conjured up 2 dishes. After finishing his meal, he took a brief respite, curling his long legs on the windowsill while munching on a packet of mountain walnut-flavored sunflower seeds, inspired by the previous day's failed dumplings. Jiang Miaomiao felt a surge of determination, vowing that before her demise, she would savor the culinary delights crafted by her own hands. Recognizing the daunting challenge posed by dumplings, she deliberated for a long time and ultimately resolved to make pancakes instead. This was a simpler task, having observed others do it before. She knew it merely required adding water and salt to the flour, along with preferred ingredients such as chives and eggs. However, lacking chives and eggs, and having depleted her supply of bean sprouts, she soaked a handful of black fungus, sliced it into shreds, and combined it with ham strips, adding them to the flour and incorporating water to create the batter. The amount of water was crucial, and she could not afford to be careless. Channeling the focus she had during exams, Jiang Miaomiao carefully poured in the water. Lu Qiming, cracking seeds, offered a teasing remark. "Don't waste your effort. You're simply not cut out for this." Irritated by his words, she turned around and shouted, "Shut up. Stop munching. Are you a hamster?" Feeling wronged, Lu Qiming retreated to his room to continue snacking in solitude. With the surroundings finally quiet, Jiang Miaomiao adjusted the flour mixture to a batter-like consistency, heated the pan, lightly brushed it with oil, and poured in the batter. As the mixture met the hot oil, it sizzled delightfully, releasing a flurry of small bubbles, with the edges visibly solidifying. She feared burning the dish, hastily flipping it over, yet misjudged the timing, turning it too soon, resulting in a fragmented batter, ultimately transforming into a half-cooked, sticky mass. Jiang Miaomiao took a taste, frowned, and seized the spatula. One more time, Lu Qiming, having taken a nap in his room, was awakened by an enticing aroma and curiously made his way downstairs. Jiang Miaomiao sat at the dining table, a white porcelain plate before her, containing several unevenly sized pancakes. Looking at him with a smug expression, he feigned ignorance, asking, "What have you made? Pancakes? They appear quite appealing. Indeed, when some claimed I lacked the talent for this, I felt compelled to prove them wrong. Such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. Is that so?" Lu Qiming glanced at the overflowing trash bin, shrugged, and reached for a pancake. Jiang Miaomiao tapped his fingers with her chopsticks. "Who permitted you to take that?" "It's mine," he recoiled in pain, grimacing. given our friendship? Should there be such divisions? Of course, there should, especially since you previously refused to lend a hand when I asked for a bit of soil. What friendship remains? Lu Qiming, aware of her mockery, replied awkwardly, Didn't I eventually offer to help you dig? You hardly wanted to. Why should I humiliate myself? Jiang Miaomiao lifted the plate, spinning it before him, allowing him to savor the aroma yet denying him a taste, before retreating upstairs to indulge alone. Lu Qiming surveyed the remaining flour and ingredients, contemplating crafting a batch himself to demonstrate true culinary prowess. However, with the window gap still unsealed, attending to urgent matters took precedence. After nearly 3 days of labor, every crevice of the villa had been sealed, ensuring that not a whisper of wind could infiltrate its confines unless one deliberately opened a window. Likewise, the scents within were trapped, transforming the space into a secluded microcosm. Entirely cut off from the outside world, Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the lightless abode and admonished him, saying, You must restore it to its original state before you leave. Do you understand? I am not a bat. Prolonged absence from sunlight severely dampens one's spirits, given that the world is already at an end. Succumbing to depression would render existence unbearable. Lu Qiming could not help but shake his head. Had you not encountered me, you undoubtedly would not have survived beyond the first day of the zombie apocalypse. She rolled her eyes in response. If I had not met you, I would still have a stash of my provisions intact. The two were equally matched in their retorts, exchanging finger gestures before seeking out tasks to pass the time. With no possibility of venturing outside, they resorted to indoor activities. Lu Qiming began kneading dough, uncertain of what he intended to create. Jiang Miaomiao held no expectations that he would share any of his endeavors with her. Instead, she took a flashlight and wandered around, deciding to check on Jean Banton. Jean Banton was indeed in a dire state, having lost half of its rear to a bite during its transformation into a zombie. It had been bled dry by the others over the past few days, rendering it weak and unrecognizable. In gratitude for its assistance, Jiang Miaomiao chopped off a piece of cured meat and tossed it toward the creature. If it were willing to consume other sustenance to survive, she mused, perhaps she could keep it as a pet. However, Jean Banton was rather ungrateful. After sniffing the meat, it disdainfully turned away, refusing such a delectable morsel. You deserve to go hungry, Jiang Miaomiao scolded it, preparing to leave when, suddenly, a peculiar howl echoed from a distance. Jean Banton began to writhe restlessly, her body twisting in agitation. What was happening? It was not the night of the full moon. She lacked the courage to confront Jean Banton alone and swiftly retreated to lock the door, instinctively moving closer to Lu Qiming. He was previously in the kitchen kneading dough. But at that moment, he paused, his hands coated in flour, standing against the wall with his ear pressed against it, seemingly eavesdropping. Jiang Miaomiao approached and inquired, Did you hear that noise just now? He silenced her with a hand over her mouth, smearing her face with dough. Shh, don't make a sound. This is not the time for banter. Jiang Miaomiao obediently fell silent, pressing her ear to the wall. A rustling sound emanated, as if something were crawling along the wall, producing faint scraping noises. Beside them was a window, meticulously sealed with plastic wrap and paint by Lu Qiming. She intended to move to the other side to listen, but as she took a couple of steps forward, a loud crash erupted and glass shattered. A bloodied hand suddenly thrust through the window, grasping her shoulder. Jiang Miaomiao exerted all her strength to stifle a scream, her face paling in terror. The hand was immensely powerful, pulling her outward, the growls of the zombie echoing menacingly in her ears. She clung desperately to the window frame, tears brimming as she contemplated the horrors that might ensue. Lu Qiming moved with lightning speed, rushing to fetch a kitchen knife, aiming to sever the wrist. The bone was too dense, and he failed on the first attempt. With determination, he struck again, cleanly slicing through the radius. The bloodied hand released its grip, falling to the floor. Yet, the nerves were not entirely dead. It tenaciously dragged the severed arm and lurched forward half a meter. Outside the window, the zombies roared, crashing against the glass like ferocious beasts. Glass shattered, cascading onto Jiang Miaomiao's neck, blood immediately oozing forth and staining her white dress. Ignoring the crimson streaks, she fled in haste. The zombie, endowed with astonishing strength, crashed through the window, and the next moment, its blood-red eyes fixated on her, emanating an insatiable hunger. Lu Qiming seized the chair she often occupied, propping its 4 legs against the window, effectively pinning the zombie's head. The intact hand clawed at him wildly, leaving behind bloody imprints. He struggled to hold the creature at bay, turning to Jiang Miaomiao with urgency, "Bring the hot oil from the stove." Overwhelmed by fear, Jiang Miaomiao's mind spun. unable to comprehend his words. What? Oil. She glanced toward the stove, recalling that Lu Qiming had likely been preparing to fry dough cakes. A pot of bubbling oil already smoking. Rushing to retrieve it, blood dripped into the hot oil, sizzling and popping, some splattering onto her arm, though she felt no pain. Back at the window, she hesitated, torn. What to do? Should she throw it? But Lu Qiming was there. He could get burned. Lu Qiming's voice rang out, steady and commanding. On my count, 3, 2, 1, throw. At the moment the word throw escaped his lips, he withdrew the chair, shielding himself, his long legs allowing him to leap several meters away in the blink of an eye. Jiang Miaomiao poured the oil forward with all her might, tossing aside the pot and fleeing. The hot oil drenched the zombie, its decaying skin resembling the pigskin cast into a fryer, sizzling and emitting a charred aroma. Lu Qiming had already dashed to the stove, seizing a plastic bottle meant for rolling dough, igniting it with the flame from the gas stove and hurling it toward the creature. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward. The zombies screamed amidst the inferno, faintly attempting to surge forward. Lu Qiming thrust a mop forcefully into the chest of one, sending it tumbling out the window and onto the grassy yard below. The creature writhed in agony, howling, causing the other zombies to stir and glance in their direction. Lu Qiming lifted a wooden dining table, using its surface to barricade the shattered window. Hammer and nails. Jiang Miaomiao brought them to him, assisting in stabilizing the table. After a frenzied bout of hammering, he finally managed to seal the window once more. Turning to Jiang Miaomiao, he intended to tell her she could rest, only to find her drenched in blood, seemingly lost in despair. Where are you hurt? Lu Qiming asked anxiously. She pulled her lips downward and staggered into his embrace, weeping against his waist. I was so scared. Wah. Chapter 14. Jiang Miaomiao was gravely injured. The skin on her neck and shoulders bore numerous minute lacerations from the shattered glass, shards embedded within her wounds. Lu Qiming, wielding a flashlight, spent over an hour meticulously cleaning the injuries. Her arm was marred by more than a dozen blisters from scalding oil. He heated a pin and carefully punctured them, eliciting pained grimaces from her. Prior to the apocalypse, Jiang Miaomiao had stockpiled some basic medical supplies, band-aids, antipyretics, disinfectants, and more. Lu Qiming tended to her wounds, his expression grave as he surveyed the horrific injuries. Just applying band-aids won't suffice. The wounds are too numerous, and with the weather heating up, they risk infection. Jiang Miaomiao lay on the bed, her breath faint. What should we do? I will go find medicine. He spoke as if to leave, and she quickly grasped his arm. Are you out of your mind? The zombies are fierce now. Going out would be tantamount to seeking death. It's all right. I've smeared some blood from the golden half-moon. Jiang Miaomiao pondered for a moment, but still disagreed. While she certainly wished for her wounds to heal swiftly, the zombies were too terrifying. The horrific scenes from earlier lingered vividly in her mind. What if he were to venture outside and get bitten, leaving her alone in the villa? That would be a certain death. It was better to stay. At least she would have someone to rely on. With this thought, she tightened her grip on Lu Qiming's arm. Don't go. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. Hearing her words, Lu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. You wouldn't actually miss me leaving, would you? Jiang Miaomiao, considering his act of saving her life, chose not to argue and simply stated, You're not allowed to leave. All right, I want to go. I'll fetch you some water. He released her hand and went to the living room to pour a glass of cool water, bringing it back. As he passed the window, he noticed the commotion outside was growing louder. After finishing the water, both of them, fatigued from their earlier struggle, began to doze off. Lu Qiming leaned against the bedside while Jiang Miaomiao lay on the bed, reluctant to release her grip on his arm, fearing he might escape. Exhausted and in pain, she closed her eyes and slept for 3 to 4 hours before awakening. The windows of the room were sealed, making it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Jiang Miaomiao sought to check the time on her watch, only to find her wrist empty. Where was Lu Qiming? A wave of anxiety washed over her as she suppressed the pain in her body and searched the entire room, checking every corner yet finding no trace of him. Had he gone to fetch medicine for her? Are they gone already? Jiang Miaomiao hurried into Guanjinban's room, only to find that his wounds had multiplied, causing her anxiety to deepen. At that moment, a zombie began to crawl up the wall, eagerly attempting to smash through the glass. Grabbing a mop, she stood there, her heart heavy with despair. The sounds outside sent chills down her spine. Facing even one zombie was daunting, and 2 at once would spell disaster. What should she do? The door lock clicked ominously, and she felt like a startled rabbit, bolting towards the stairs. Behind her, a familiar male voice called out, Are you awake? Jiang Miaomiao turned to see Lu Qiming entering from outside, locking the door behind him. It's you. She exhaled in relief, her tense body relaxing as she sank slowly to the floor. Lu Qiming glanced at the battered window, pushed a cabinet to block it, and then pulled her into the bedroom. He held a plastic bag filled with various emergency medications. After retrieving an anti-inflammatory spray and painkillers, he poured her a glass of water. Take this medication. Jiang Miaomiao noticed the stench of Guan Jinban's blood clinging to him, but she could not afford to dwell on such matters. She obediently swallowed the painkillers. Lu Qiming sat behind her, administering the spray. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "What is happening outside?" Lu Qiming hesitated for a moment, letting out a sigh. It's not good. The number of zombies has increased by at least a third, and they are significantly more aggressive. Several times, they nearly recognized me. Jiang Miaomiao felt a wave of concern wash over her. What should we do? Let us avoid going outside for now and focus on keeping ourselves safe. This is the end of the world, not merely a casual outing. One cannot simply claim to ensure safety. Jiang Miaomiao recalled the original narrative, where the protagonists faced countless perils, often teetering on the brink of death. She was reluctant to transform into a reflection of their struggles. After applying the ointment, she rushed downstairs, hesitating before the gas canister. She thought, I would rather die comfortably than endure a painful existence. She extended her hand, grasping the valve of the gas canister, poised to turn it when Lu Qiming descended the stairs. Upon witnessing her actions, he immediately interposed himself, his expression a mix of concern and exasperation. What are you doing? Jiang Miaomiao articulated her intentions, stating, I will not compel you to join me. If you fear inhaling the gas, then assist me in relocating the canister to the bedroom. I shall secure the door before releasing the gas. Lu Qiming frowned, incredulous. Are you truly contemplating death? This is no jest. I'm not joking. I have contemplated this thoroughly. He found little motivation to dissuade her and flicked her forehead lightly. Pull yourself together. We are not yet at our wits' end. Jiang Miaomiao, rubbing her forehead in irritation, retorted, What other options do we have? Pray tell. The villa's walls were undeniably too flimsy, unable to withstand their assaults. However, we could retreat to the basement. If we seal the exit properly, I doubt they could burrow their way underground. Her eyes sparkled with realization, yet within seconds, the drawbacks of this plan dawned upon her. But how shall we live in the basement? It would be exceedingly inconvenient to emerge. What if our food runs out? Shall we not starve to death down there? Lu Qiming remained steadfast, brimming with confidence. You need not worry about this. The primary objective of the zombies is to descend south in search of sustenance, and they shall not linger in this city for long. Once we endure until their departure, we shall emerge victorious. Jiang Miaomiao harbored doubts, yet she had no alternative but to place her trust in him. At worst, she would follow his guidance for the time being and consider the prospect of death only once their provisions were depleted. After all, even the act of self-termination requires a certain fortitude, and she was not so brave. Seeing her lack of objection, Lu Qiming prepared to begin relocating items to the basement. Foremost among them was water. After considerable time, over 100 barrels of the water Jiang Miaomiao had stockpiled remained, sufficient to last at least another month. With a barrel perched on his left shoulder and another on his right, he was about to make his way to the basement when she suddenly gasped softly. You are injured. On his sturdy right arm, a sizable blister had formed, nearly half the size of her palm. Previously concealed by fabric, she had been oblivious to it. Lu Qiming glanced down and reassured her, It's nothing. It will heal on its own. That cannot be. If you were to succumb to illness, would I not also share in your misfortune? Sit still. Jiang Miaomiao pressed him into a chair and fetched a spray and burn ointment, carefully tending to his wound as he had once cared for her. Her delicate fingers, soft and slender, brushed against his skin, imparting a cool sensation. Lu Qiming, whether from exhaustion or embarrassment, lowered his head in silence. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback upon closer inspection. His body bore numerous scars, some from scalding oil, others from zombie attacks, and several inflicted by shards of glass. Upon further examination, his injuries were even more severe than her own, though the bloodshed was minimal, rendering the situation less alarming in appearance. She was deeply concerned about the wounds on his body, smeared with the blood of a golden half-hip, fearing the risk of infection. Lu Qiming, however, seemed unfazed, his curiosity piqued by her reaction. What will you do if I become infected? He inquired. She wore an expression of turmoil and distress. I don't know. Once you turn into a zombie, I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against you. But it also feels wrong to expel you before that transformation occurs. Perhaps we should confine you for now. Lu Qiming chuckled softly. What a ruthless woman you are. Jiang Miaomiao sighed helplessly. What do you suggest? After all this time we've known each other, can't you grant me a fine meal before I meet my end? Even ancient death row inmates had their last supper. You make a fair point, she conceded, setting aside the burn ointment. Shall I prepare a meal for you now? Speak freely about your cravings, don't hold back. Lu Qiming playfully delivered another light tap to her head. Fool, you won't have the chance in this lifetime. Perhaps in the next. Jiang Miaomiao was filled with frustration from his teasing, contemplating a retort, yet her gaze fell upon his battered form, making it difficult to strike back. After applying the medicine, Lu Qiming did not rest, but immediately began to move items. Jiang Miaomiao insisted on helping, but he dismissed her, deeming her strength insufficient and advising her to refrain from interfering, as he meticulously planned what should be moved and what should not. She wandered about the villa. The basement had limited space and could not accommodate many items, and Lu Qiming alone could not manage anything too large. Thus, items such as beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs were the first to be forsaken. He also disregarded heavier objects that were troublesome to transport, such as gas tanks. Ultimately, those that would serve no purpose were left behind, including the air conditioner, washing machine, refrigerator, and that troublesome generator. After completing a circuit, she compiled a list: water, food, clothing, blankets, fuel, and flashlights, essentials for survival. Despite having streamlined the necessities, the sheer volume of over 100 barrels of water was still a considerable burden. Observing Lu Qiming laboring despite his injuries, Jiang Miaomiao felt compelled to assist. Her gaze fell upon the small cart she had previously pushed back from the supermarket, and an idea sparked within her. As Lu Qiming emerged from the basement, preparing to continue hoisting water barrels, she approached with the cart. Let us place the barrels inside here and push them down together, she proposed. The cart could accommodate at least 4 barrels at a time, rendering the task significantly less strenuous than shouldering them alone. Lu Qiming cast a rare appreciative glance her way, relinquishing the barrel he had hoisted to his shoulder into the cart. With a shared determination, the duo toiled for nearly an entire day, ultimately transporting all the water to the basement, neatly stacked against the wall. Exhausted from their efforts, they opted for a quick meal of self-heating rice before collapsing into a few hours of sleep. Upon awakening, indifferent to whether it was day or night, they resumed their labors, finally relocating every item on their list. The commotion from the outside world grew increasingly chaotic as the zombies stirred, and the atmosphere within the room became palpably tense. Occasionally, as she passed by the door, Jiang Miaomiao could distinctly hear the anguished howls emanating from beyond. Next came the sealing of the door. The entrance to the basement was located adjacent to the villa's kitchen, marked by a small wooden door. Upon opening, it revealed a set of descending steps. The wooden door was of mediocre quality, constructed from the most ordinary composite materials, and it was likely that a person with sufficient strength could easily kick it in. Thus, relying on it to thwart zombies was an unrealistic expectation. While searching the villa, Lu Qiming's gaze settled upon the bathtub in the master bedroom. The bathtub was made of cast iron, coated with a layer of ceramic, rendering it quite sturdy and capable of supporting the weight of 4 individuals without issue. Moreover, it is fireproof and resistant to water immersion. One could assert that unless a bulldozer is employed, it would be quite challenging to damage it. Certainly, it is quite heavy, as Lu Qiming discovered, weighing no less than 90 kilograms. However, its height and dimensions are nearly identical to that of a small door, rendering it the perfect substitute. The cart was rendered useless, so he fetched a bundle of ropes, secured them around the bathtub, and exerted considerable effort to drag it outside. Jiang Miaomiao also came to lend a hand. The two of them pooled their strength, sweating profusely, and finally managed to haul the bathtub down to the basement. Lu Qiming then dismantled a door to block the corner. Standing beside the door, he inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to take? If not, I shall seal it now. It cannot be opened until the tide of zombies has passed." After careful consideration, Jiang Miaomiao concluded that she had taken everything she needed and shook her head. Just as Lu Qiming was about to seal the door, he recalled an item and rushed to the living room to retrieve a mineral water bottle containing a peach blossom. The blossom, resilient in nature, had survived this long solely on water, and even bore a few small buds. Jiang Miaomiao took the bottle, astonished, and asked, "What do you intend to do with this?" Lu Qiming smirked slightly, replying, "Because it is beautiful and fragrant. Do you not appreciate it?" They were on the brink of embarking on a truly isolated existence, devoid of sunlight, and having this peach blossom nearby would serve as a reminder that the outside world was basking in the brilliance of springtime. Jiang Miaomiao inhaled the floral scent and placed it atop the bucket. Finally, Lu Qiming cast one last glance outside before retracting his gaze, propping the bathtub against the door. Securing it with wooden slats taken from the door, hammering them in place, and sealing it with paint, leaving only a narrow gap, barely wider than a finger, to allow for ventilation. The basement was engulfed in darkness, the sounds of the undead echoing faintly as if emanating from another realm. Chapter 15. The flashlight's battery was limited, and Jiang Miaomiao had brought along a solar power bank, but it could only sustain them for 3 days at most. Consequently, she hesitated to turn on the light, choosing instead to navigate her existence in shadow. They were unaware of how long this existence would last. In fact, merely 2 hours after entering, she began to feel a sense of tedium. Beneath her lay a blanket, and she curled up upon it, closing her eyes for a brief respite. In the obscurity, she blinked and could not resist calling out, "Lu Qiming." Hearing the familiar voice near her brought her a measure of comfort. "Are you tired?" "Not tired. Shall we chat?" Lu Qiming chuckled lightly, his soft laughter reverberating within the cramped confines of the basement. "Are you afraid?" She pouted, "Of course not." "Then why did you initiate a conversation with me?" Lu Qiming found their relationship rather peculiar. It was neither entirely good nor entirely bad. In the face of danger, she was more than willing to heed his commands, cooperating without hesitation to escape peril. Yet upon returning to safety, their exchanges would often devolve into quarrels after just a few sentences. Jiang Miaomiao felt flustered by his inquiry. If they weren't going to talk, then so be it. Who cared? Humph. Nearby, a shelf was laden with food, and she groped in the darkness until she uncovered a package of spicy chicken feet, which she began to gnaw on alone. The crunching sounds echoed incessantly, reminiscent of a little mouse. Lu Qiming's voice took on a sinister tone. "Have you heard the story of the chicken feet?" Jiang Miaomiao was bewildered. What kind of story could chicken feet possibly have? Once upon a time, there was a proprietor of a food stall whose business was languishing, teetering on the brink of closure. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he encountered a sage who imparted wisdom, leading him to pivot his venture towards selling chicken feet. Remarkably, his culinary creation became an overnight sensation, unparalleled in flavor, elusive to the palate elsewhere, yet available only in a limited supply of 100 portions each day, rendering it a coveted delicacy. One day, a rival restaurateur, intent on pilfering his secrets, concealed himself in the kitchen, only to witness a horrifying spectacle. The owner dragged a person from a cabinet, severing their hands and feet before casting them into a pot to boil. At that moment, Jiang Miaomiao felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she retched and expelled the chicken feet she had been consuming. Lu Qiming, maintaining a breathless tone, continued to recount the grotesque tale, which sent her into a panic, drenched in cold sweat, as she contemplated fleeing. Suddenly, the owner bent down, grinning as he announced, "I found tomorrow's chicken feet." A chill ran down her spine, and with a startled cry, she leapt into his embrace, delivering a flurry of punches to his chest. "Silence. Just stop talking." Lu Qiming, chuckling as he stroked her hair, teased her for being a coward. Infuriated, she retaliated with a fierce bite that elicited a yelp from him. "Will you stop talking?" "Fine, but you must release me," he replied, and only then did she relent. Lu Qiming grimaced as he tended to his injured chest, lamenting, "With teeth like yours, it's a shame you're not a zombie. Fortunately, I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I'd be unable to nurse a child after your bite." Jiang Miaomiao scoffed. "Who told you to scare me? You deserve it." She returned to her previous spot, attempting to recline, but soon found herself haunted by the stories he had shared, compelling her to inch closer to him despite her better judgment. Lu Qiming, perhaps feeling a tinge of boredom, leaned against the cement wall and suddenly began to hum a tune. His voice, deep and resonant, instilled a sense of safety. The lyrics were mumbled and indistinct, leaving Jiang Miaomiao unable to discern the melody even after listening intently for a while. She contemplated asking him about the song. Yet the ambience was so comforting, quiet, dark, with his warmth and melodic hum, that she succumbed to slumber within mere minutes, drifting into a deep sleep. When she awoke, a soft light greeted her. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she discovered Lu Qiming busy preparing a meal. The gas canister, too heavy and prone to explosion, had remained untouched. Ingeniously, he had fashioned a rudimentary diesel stove from an iron barrel, placing a pot atop it and oil below, making it quite convenient for cooking. The oil stove cast a flickering glow, and due to the constraints of their environment, he had only managed to boil 2 packets of instant noodles. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he added the noodle blocks and seasoning packets, and soon, the aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Miaomiao slowly propped herself up, feeling grateful as she observed his silhouette. Had he not arrived at this villa, she mused, she might have succumbed to despair long ago, unable to endure until now. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, mere survival hardly seemed a blessing. Lu Qiming served himself a bowl of noodles and turned to see her awake, his expression one of surprise. "You're awake? Are you hungry?" he inquired. She nodded in affirmation, and he handed her a bowl, subsequently pouring one for himself. Extinguishing the stove, they sat side by side in the darkness, sharing their meal. The zombie tide showed no signs of abating, and during this trying time, they would need to endure hardships. However, the supplies in the basement should suffice to sustain them. What comes after we endure? He pondered. Are you planning to seek out your friends? Lu Qiming fell into silence for a few moments before affirming with a soft mm, and then added, if you're willing, I can take you along. Jiang Miaomiao shook her head, then remembered he couldn't see her gesture and said, no need. Those are your friends, not mine. I am utterly useless and leave no trace of my consumption. In peaceful times, that might suffice, but in circumstances like these, I would only be a burden. I shall remain here and endure. Lu Qiming reassured her, it's all right. I am strong enough to take care of you. Yet, Jiang Miaomiao continued to decline, immersing herself in her bowl of noodles, avoiding further conversation. Instant noodles, while fragrant, paled in comparison to their aroma when consumed. As she chewed the numbing pepper-flavored strands, she yearned for roasted duck, fried chicken, pig trotters, or even a simple plate of blanched greens. Lu Qiming rummaged through the shelves until he unearthed a package, tearing it open to share half with her. Would you care for some seaweed? He inquired. Jiang Miaomiao promptly extended her bowl, relishing the seaweed with her noodles, finally adding a hint of flavor to her meal. Once they finished dining, she surprisingly took the initiative to wash the dishes. Being cautious not to waste water, she meticulously poured the used water into a corner and set the dishes beside the diesel stove. After completing her tasks, she prepared to lie down when an awkward thought struck her. How do we use the restroom? The basement, approximately 50 square meters, was already cluttered with various supplies, leaving little room for movement. Where could they possibly relieve themselves? Lu Qiming, having forgotten this issue, recalled it upon her mention. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his flashlight toward a corner. We can go here. He cleared the surrounding objects and returned to declare, from now on, that corner shall serve as a toilet. It was manageable for a day or two, but what if the zombies lingered for a fortnight? The thought of them using that corner as a toilet for half a month was nauseating. Jiang Miaomiao felt her stomach churn at the mere notion and muttered, had I known, I would rather turn on the gas. Lu Qiming remained silent, his hunger sated and drowsiness creeping in. The two transformed into the most competent swine of the apocalypse, surrendering to slumber once more. Upon awakening again, the sound of knocking pierced the air. Jiang Miaomiao groped for the flashlight, fumbling until the corner illuminated. Lu Qiming aimed the beam at her, too blinding for comfort. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes, prompting him to swiftly redirect the light. What are you doing? Jiang Miaomiao inquired. Digging a pit. For what purpose? This way, wastewater and excrement won't flow everywhere. I'll pile the excavated earth beside it and fill it in when it's used. He continued, later, I'll fashion a cover from the leftover wooden planks, so it won't need to be covered all the time. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback and rushed over. But can the floor be dug through? She recalled her previous attempts, where even with all her might, she had failed to create a hole. Lu Qiming wore a proud expression. Look at this. As Jiang Miaomiao approached him, she followed the direction of his finger to discover a pit the size of a basin on the ground. If I dig it a bit deeper, it will suffice. As he spoke, he handed her the flashlight and picked up a hammer and chisel. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Miaomiao raised his hand to examine it closely, doubting whether his bones were forged from iron. The other person's hands were large and warm, their skin glistening with sweat from labor. With a smile, he remarked, Are you in awe of me? She immediately retorted, Come off it. I'm merely observing how tough you truly are. He found himself at a loss. Alternating between being a pretty boy and a rugged figure, it was quite perplexing. Jiang Miaomiao replied, Who told you to keep deceiving me and not speak the truth? Lu Qiming shrugged and diverted the conversation, saying, Just lie down when you go back. Don't block my light. Jiang Miaomiao refused to leave, insisting, I'm here to help. He replied, Your presence here is the greatest hindrance. Such words implied she would be more comfortable if she simply refrained from working. Jiang Miaomiao returned to her blanket, instinctively yearning for a snack. The ghost stories he recounted surfaced in her mind, causing her hand to retract silently as she closed her eyes, counting the times he dug into the earth. 1, 2, 3. By the time she reached 453 counts, Lu Qiming had finished his task, washing his face and hands with cold water before lying down to rest. Before long, the instant noodles were digested, and the two began preparing a meal. In the basement, sunlight was absent, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. The only means of tracking time was Jiang Miaomiao's watch. Every 12 hours, she marked a line on the cement wall, by the 8th mark. She felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Before moving in, life had been tedious yet bearable. Now, devoid of sunlight and vegetables. Even the air felt suffocating, and the calligraphy and painting that once seemed tedious had become a luxury. She gazed at the bathtub, even envisioning the zombies pushing it aside to burst in, providing her with a justification to ignite all the diesel and end this existence. Lu Qiming remained remarkably composed. He prepared meals punctually, dined, slept, and even dedicated himself to the daily exercise of lifting water buckets, adapting seamlessly to this pig-like life. As the tally reached the 11th mark, Jiang Miaomiao leaned against the wall, commencing a monologue. Lu Qiming set down the water bucket, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sat beside her with a peach blossom in hand. "Let us wager," he proposed. "On what?" She languidly lifted her head. "On how long the zombie tide will last." Lu Qiming, brimming with confidence, declared, "I wager it will be no more than 3 days." Jiang Miaomiao perked up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. Ever since moving into the basement, she had frequently heard noises from above, suspecting that the zombies had long since infiltrated the villa. In recent days, the commotion had grown louder and more frequent, evidently indicating an increase in the number of zombies desperately seeking sustenance. She shook her head. "It won't be as soon as you say. Then how many days do you predict?" Jiang Miaomiao estimated a number and was about to speak when she realized she hadn't mentioned the stakes, prompting her to ask, "If I win, what will you give me?" Lu Qiming replied, "I shall bring you all the jewelry from the jewelry store." It was evident that she had a penchant for jewels. She still wore that necklace, albeit unwilling to admit it. Jiang Miaomiao felt a flutter of excitement. "I guess it will be 10 more days." "All right, but what if you lose?" She pondered carefully, only to realize she had nothing of value to offer. Thus she inquired, "What do you desire?" Lu Qiming gently patted her head in the darkness. "When you encounter danger, I want you to think of solutions first, rather than contemplating death immediately." Chapter 16. Jiang Miaomiao was oblivious to the thoughts running through his mind as he uttered those words. She only knew that after hearing them, her nose felt as if it had been infused with a few drops of lemon juice, a sharp, sour sensation flooding her senses. Fortunately, the basement was dark, and neither of them could see the other. She mumbled a dull acknowledgement and fell silent. Lu Qiming remained seated against the wall. Another day passed, and while Jiang Miaomiao was caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness, she suddenly heard a series of thuds and hastily grabbed her flashlight, directing it towards the door. The bathtub was shaking violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Were zombies attempting to break in? Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Qiming, who had also awakened, his expression grave as he approached the bathtub with a hammer, nails, and leftover wooden planks. While the zombies outside battered against the door, he fortified the interior. Several times, claws reached through the gaps, grasping at his clothing. Despite the terror gripping her from such a distance, he remained unfazed, utilizing all the wooden boards before hoisting a water bucket and stacking it behind the bathtub. Seeing this, she rushed to assist him, and together they worked in unison to block the bathtub with the water buckets, significantly reducing the cacophony of impacts. Lu Qiming patted her shoulder. "It's all right. You should go back to sleep." Jiang Miaomiao replied, "How can anyone sleep through this? I'm not deaf." "What about you?" Lu Qiming knelt down, leaning against the water bucket. "I will keep watch here. If the zombies do break in, at least I can offer some resistance." He was on one side, holding off the zombies, while she was expected to sleep soundly on the other. Jiang Miaomiao's conscience would not allow her to remain indifferent, so she nestled next to him, clutching her blanket and pillow. The zombies continued to batter against their makeshift refuge, yet she inexplicably felt a sense of calm, even cheerfully declaring, "You've lost. I told you the zombie tide could not possibly end so swiftly." Lu Qiming scoffed. "Is that your way of boasting? Who truly wins or loses remains to be seen. I am certain of my victory. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He shrugged, challenging her to wait and see. The flashlight endured for a while, flickering twice before exhausting its last vestige of power and plunging them into darkness. From that day forth, the only light they could enjoy was the glow of the diesel stove when preparing their meager meals. Lu Qiming's wager on time soon drew near. The zombie tide showed no signs of abating, and the onslaught intensified. More than once, Jiang Miaomiao felt the creatures might burst through the bathtub and invade. Yet she remained miraculously unharmed. She insisted that Lu Qiming fulfill his promise once they emerged from this ordeal, and he readily agreed, even inquiring about her preferences in jewelry. Jiang Miaomiao was not particular. She adored all types of gems, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, pearls, and the brilliant yellow of gold. Previously, she could only admire them enviously through shop windows during her outings, but now survival promised her the chance to possess such treasures. She had to endure, if only to behold those exquisite items before her demise. However, the more fervently she wished to live, the greater the obstacles they faced. Following the flashlight's failure, their food and diesel reserves dwindled to nothing, making the prospect of a warm meal a mere luxury. More than once, their dinner consisted solely of a packet of cold biscuits. Jiang Miaomiao, already slender, felt her waist shrink to the point of touching bone, her hunger rendering her dizzy and her thoughts increasingly sluggish. As she lay in the depths of despair, believing she might truly perish from hunger in that dim basement, one day, Lu Qiming roused her from her stupor, whispering in her ear, "It's quiet outside. I shall go and investigate." Instinctively, she grasped his hand, her voice feeble as a whispering mosquito. After a moment of silence, he discerned her plea, "You must return." Lu Qiming tightened his grip around her frail hand and assured her, "I will come back. Do not worry." He moved the water bucket aside, dismantled the wooden planks and nails, and pushed aside the bathtub. Sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall, and fresh air rushed in eagerly. Jiang Miaomiao squinted, seeing only a tall silhouette amidst the blinding brightness. He stepped outside and secured the door once more, plunging the basement back into darkness. She closed her eyes, her fingertips still tinged with the warmth of sunlight. Time passed, and Lu Qiming had not yet returned. Jiang Miaomiao slept for far too long, awakening with a throbbing headache. She struggled to rise and went to fetch a cup of water. The bucket was too heavy. Her strength had waned, and her vision blurred. As she attempted to lift it, it clattered to the ground, spilling water everywhere and soaking her blanket. Sitting on the floor, she touched the damp fabric, feeling the urge to weep. It seemed she was destined for a life of mere survival, unable to navigate the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world without succumbing to despair. Just as she despaired, she heard a commotion from outside the door. Jiang Miaomiao's heart raced, her senses heightened. Were there zombies approaching? What would she do alone, without Lu Qiming? Soon, she realized that such thoughts were futile, for in her current state of starvation, even contemplating her fate was pointless. The bathtub was pushed open, and she burrowed under the covers, clutching her head, only to hear a familiar voice. "Are you awake?" It was Lu Qiming. Jiang Miaomiao, akin to a traveler stumbling through the darkness who suddenly beholds a light, peeked out in astonishment. Lu Qiming repositioned the bathtub and, navigating through the shadows, approached her, presenting a bag. "Here, eat this. I brought it back from the supermarket." Without hesitation, Jiang Miaomiao opened the packaging and began to consume its contents, only to realize they were chocolates. He had also procured self-heating rice, and while she indulged in the chocolates, he busied himself with adding water to prepare the meal. As Jiang Miaomiao devoured the chocolates to the point of feeling dizzy, the fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork rice was placed in her hands. The chocolates replenished her energy, while the rice restored her carbohydrates. With both delicacies consumed, she leaned against the wall, clutching her stomach, and released a contented sigh. Lu Qiming handed her a cup of water. "Take a sip." She drank, the cool liquid washing away the greasiness in her mouth, a sensation of sheer delight. "Thank you. Have you eaten?" She set down the cup, belatedly recalling. "I had already eaten," Lu Qiming replied. "That's good. I thought I had devoured it all myself." He teasingly inquired, "What if I were still hungry?" After a moment of contemplation, she resignedly responded, "Well, I can't exactly regurgitate it for you." Lu Qiming wrinkled his nose in disdain and steered the conversation back to serious matters. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Considering her capacity for such revelations, Jiang Miaomiao decisively opted for the good news. The zombie tide has receded. Only about a third of the zombies remain outside, making life in the city much safer. Upon hearing this, she felt a surge of joy and asked, "And the bad news?" Lu Qiming remarked, "The villa has suffered extensive damage. It is no longer habitable. We can either continue residing in the basement or seek alternative accommodations." Jiang Miaomiao's spirits plummeted instantaneously. She was loath to remain in that basement, devoid of windows and a bathroom, which felt akin to imprisonment. Yet, where could one find a suitable and safe place at such short notice? Lu Qiming continued, "I shall head to the supermarket to procure some food, and then I must take my leave." A jolt of dismay coursed through her. Leave? Indeed, did I not mention earlier? Once the zombie tide has receded, I will seek out my friends. She bowed her head in despair. Indeed, he had mentioned it. So, when do you intend to depart? I will go to the supermarket now. Is there anything you require? I will bring it back for you. Jiang Miaomiao had a multitude of needs, but her mind was in disarray, and she could not recall them at the moment. After a few minutes of silence, as she remained reticent, Lu Qiming stood and said, I will gather what I need myself then. I shall take my leave. He stepped out, closing the door behind him. Jiang Miaomiao approached the door, contemplating whether she should venture out as well. Lu Qiming's ability to come and go freely suggested that the outside was not as perilous as before. Yet the harrowing visage of the zombies lingered vividly in her mind, instilling fear and hesitation within her. Before long, Lu Qiming returned, pushing a small cart brimming with food. This should suffice for about a week. I also brought some daily necessities. If there are no issues, I shall take my leave. Jiang Miaomiao lay beneath the covers, turning her back to him and responding dully, He gazed at her petite silhouette and inquired, Aren't you going to bid farewell? It seemed unlikely they would meet again. Lu Qiming chuckled softly, as if to agree, yet after such a long acquaintance, a proper send-off felt warranted. Jiang Miaomiao buried her head, curled up in her blanket, remaining utterly still, seemingly in slumber. He inhaled deeply and swiftly turned to leave. As his footsteps faded, the bathtub was returned to its original position, and the familiar darkness enveloped her. Jiang Miaomiao sniffled, reassuring herself that it was all right. She had always been alone. He was merely a transient companion who had walked with her for a brief while. Now, she was simply returning to her previous life. And it was nothing of great consequence. She rose, groping for the cart, retrieving a bag of snacks. It seemed to be chips or perhaps cookies. Regardless, she tore it open and stuffed some into her mouth, chewing for a considerable time before vaguely discerning they were crispy noodles. The dry texture caught in her throat, causing discomfort and making it difficult to swallow. Jiang Miaomiao poured herself a glass of water, and in a daze, she heard a cheerful voice ask, Have you heard the story of the chicken feet? She turned her head, but the darkness remained unbroken. The zombie had departed, as had he, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. With provisions at hand, survival was assured. She rallied herself, establishing a routine, a maximum of 10 hours of sleep each night and at least 3 meals a day. Although she could not venture outside, she could jog in circles within the basement to build her stamina. After observing for a few days, if the outside world proved truly safe, she would seek a new place to reside. However, while crafting plans was simple, execution was a different matter altogether. The next day, after lunch, despite the intention to jog, she found herself seated on the blanket, utterly unmotivated to move. Intermittent waves of despondency washed over her. What was the purpose of exercising? Why move? In such an environment, her existence is nothing short of torment. It would be better to consume her last meal and end it all. Jiang Miaomiao burrowed deeper into her blanket, yearning to lie down, when her hand brushed against a small box by the pillow. She picked it up and inhaled its faint tobacco scent, an empty cigarette box belonging to Lu Qiming. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of sadness washed over her as she clutched the box and wept silently, her tears soaking the pillow. A soft sound emerged from the bathtub, sharp and distinct in the darkness, startling her. Jiang Miaomiao hastily wiped her tears, discarded the cigarette box, and sat up, her gaze fixated on the door. Was a zombie about to enter? Should she close her eyes and await death, or struggle for survival? Habitually, she leaned towards the former. But Lu Qiming's voice echoed in her mind. When faced with danger, think first of how to resolve it, rather than succumbing to death. Do not succumb to death. She pressed her lips together, picked up the hammer that lay on the floor, and held her breath. With a sudden crash, the bathtub was forcefully displaced. A blinding light flooded in, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Chapter 17. Jiang Miaomiao raised the hammer and struck with reckless abandon. Her opponent effortlessly raised a hand to block her, a look of surprise on their face. Do you hate me so much? She heard a familiar voice, and she turned in shock. Lu Qiming. He raised an eyebrow, revealing that it was not an intentional attempt on her life. Jiang Miaomiao was bewildered. Didn't you leave already? Why are you back? He contemplated crafting an excuse, perhaps about the overwhelming number of zombies outside, or that he was unwell and needed 2 days of rest before departing again. However, gazing into her eyes, he suddenly found himself unwilling to lie anymore. He resolved to speak the truth, sitting down on the ground and declaring, I shall not leave. Why? She inquired. Are you afraid that if I depart, there will be no one to turn on the gas canister for you? He lifted his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a semblance of a smile. Having resided in the basement for an extended period, his complexion had grown paler, accentuating his strikingly dark brows and large eyes. Jiang Miaomiao remained silent for a while, uncertainly asking, "Are you truly not leaving?" "Indeed. And what about your friends?" "To be honest, I was never certain of their whereabouts. It might be wiser to remain here, as it could enhance our chances of survival." Jiang Miaomiao scrutinized his face, repeatedly confirming that he was not deceiving her. Her heart finally settled back into place, enveloped in a light, surreal sense of comfort. Lu Qiming glanced around and asked, "Have you ventured out since I left?" She shook her head, dejectedly returning to lie under the covers. "Why would I go out? To seek death?" Lu Qiming stroked his chin. Where a hint of stubble had begun to appear, he typically carried only 3 items: cigarettes, a lighter, and a razor. "When I returned, I spotted a house with solar panels on the roof. It must have a solar power system installed." Jiang Miaomiao scoffed. "So what? I have a solar power bank in my possession. It's utterly useless. This is not comparable to your power bank. Just observe the size of the solar panels. They could easily power all the appliances in the house." Her eyes sparkled as she sat up, gazing at him with anticipation. "Really?" Lu Qiming nodded, though his expression was far from relaxed. "However, that house is quite distant, and I have yet to ascertain its condition. If it proves better than our current situation, we could consider relocating." Jiang Miaomiao stood up and extended her hand towards him. "What are we waiting for? Let us go. There is electricity there." If someone were to inquire about her final wish before death, she would undoubtedly respond, "Enjoying the air conditioning, watching television, playing games, with ice cream in the refrigerator, cooking on an induction stove, bathing under a heater, and having lights in her room." To experience such a leisurely existence in a post-apocalyptic world, she would willingly sacrifice a decade of her life. Lu Qiming frowned. "Are you truly prepared to venture out like this?" Jiang Miaomiao, puzzled, replied, "Yes. Didn't you mention that there are significantly fewer zombies outside?" Observing his seemingly untroubled comings and goings, she assumed it must not be a grave concern. Lu Qiming raised a finger and shook his head. "While there are indeed fewer, they still exist. I have avoided being bitten due to my speed. Someone of your pace would surely become an easy target." I am quite fast in short sprints," she retorted defiantly, though her resolve waned under his gaze. "So what do we do? Will you go live there alone?" "I refuse to stay here. It's far too foul and stifling." Her expression was pitiable, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy. Lu Qiming sighed and stood up, saying, "I will step outside to check if Jean Banton is still around." Jiang Miaomiao comprehended his intentions. He desired her to apply the blood of the golden half-buttocks. Such a notion was undeniably repugnant, and having endured it once, she had no inclination to encounter it again. Yet, if the prospect of relocating to a new house with electricity became a reality, she surmised that she might even consent to drink a few sips. Bracing herself for the ordeal, Lu Qiming ventured outside, and she anxiously lingered by the door. Before long, he returned, shaking his head in disappointment. It was gone, likely having departed alongside the horde of zombies. Jiang Miaomiao let out a soft gasp, sliding down the wall in utter dejection. Lu Qiming paid her no heed, rummaging through the basement in search of items. Surely, he was preparing to leave. Who would wish to remain in a filthy basement when a decent abode awaited? Jiang Miaomiao felt a pang of sorrow as she hugged her knees, murmuring, "You can take anything else, but please leave me the gum. I wish to savor the taste of oranges one last time before I perish." Lu Qiming scoffed, questioning her absurdity. He instructed her to assist in the search. Confused, she inquired, "What are you looking for?" "Plastic bags, bed sheets, anything will do." Lu Qiming already held a length of rope in his hand. With the golden half-buttocks having vanished, they would simply capture another. In these times, zombies were an inexhaustible resource. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaomiao's spirits lifted, and she hurried over to aid in the search. They found neither plastic bags nor bed sheets, but the two of them tore off the duvet cover, intending to use it to ensnare a zombie's head. As long as they could cover its mouth, they need not fear its bite. Nevertheless, capturing a zombie remained a formidable challenge. Outside, the zombies mostly roamed in small clusters, their density far greater than the solitary creature they had previously encountered. Engaging with one would undoubtedly provoke the others nearby, putting oneself in grave danger. It was prudent to separate them, confronting only a single foe. Lu Qiming gazed at the bathtub, conceiving a plan. He retrieved a hammer and a small shovel and commenced digging a pit behind the bathtub. Jiang Miaomiao understood he was laboring for her benefit, thus she tended to him with great attentiveness, occasionally bringing him water or food, and inquiring if he required assistance. Lu Qiming observed her slender limbs, fearing that even a slight increase in her pace might lead to a fracture, let alone aiding in the excavation. Digging a pit in the basement proved to be a formidable task. Merely breaking through the moisture barrier consumed an entire day. By the following day, he had excavated a pit nearly the height of a person. He descended into it to test its depth, estimating that once a zombie fell in, it would be quite difficult for it to escape. Thus, he shifted the bathtub slightly to create an opening, positioning himself in the shadows to await his chance. Should a zombie wander in, he would swiftly close the door behind it. The creature would tumble into the pit, granting him the time necessary to ensnare it. However, the ideal was far more appealing than the harsh reality. Both of them grew weary from standing, yet no zombies ventured forth. The zombies of this era exhibited a shocking lack of diligence. Jiang Miaomiao proposed, "What if we shout a few times?" Lu Qiming cast her a glance and called out, "Hey!" Jiang Miaomiao echoed, "Come here. There are people here. How about some human flesh? Not fresh, no charge." The two of them took turns shouting for an interminable duration. Yet the outside remained eerily silent. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling disheartened, contemplated simply stepping outside. Lu Qiming suddenly seized a knife and made a shallow cut on his arm. She gasped in horror and quickly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I have no intention of taking my own life." "Who said I wanted to commit suicide?" he retorted, rolling his eyes. After making a slight incision, he soaked a tissue with blood and tossed it into the pit. He then retrieved the hemostatic spray and bandages he had brought back from the pharmacy when Jiang Miaomiao had been injured, carefully dressing the wound. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the crimson-stained tissue in the pit, realization dawning upon her. "So you were in need of blood? Why didn't you tell me? I could have." Her face flushed, and she hesitated to continue. Lu Qiming gestured for silence, hushing her. Outside, a rasping noise echoed, reminiscent of an aged man blowing into a broken horn, grating and harsh. The zombies were drawn by the scent. Both of them held their breath, focusing intently on the door. Moments later, a hand reached inside. Lu Qiming waited for it to fully enter before swiftly pushing the bathtub against the door and securing it shut. Jiang Miaomiao grasped a duvet cover, attempting to cover the creature, but after searching in vain, she exclaimed, "Where's its head?" Lu Qiming glanced down, astonished. "Oh, it's just a little zombie." It appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, barely half the height of an adult, unable to escape from the pit. Yet it clawed and held at them. He took the duvet cover from Jiang Miaomiao, gently tapped the little zombie's head, and admonished, "Quiet down, behave yourself." The creature was infuriated, seemingly wishing to bite his neck off. Lu Qiming mercilessly encased its head, binding its limbs with rope and fashioning a neat bow at the nape of its neck before lifting it from the pit and tossing it onto the ground. Jiang Miaomiao had never observed such a diminutive zombie up close before, and out of curiosity, she crouched beside it. The little zombie's neck was severed, causing its head to tilt at an odd angle. Its features were relatively intact. Had its complexion been normal, it would undoubtedly have been a cherubic boy with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Around its neck hung a golden longevity lock, adorned with cloud patterns and inscribed with the words "Peace year after year." Jiang Miaomiao felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the family that gifted it the lock, unaware of the tragic fate that awaited their beloved child. Lu Qiming, an emotionless butcher, wiped his blade and prepared to sever its artery. Jiang Miaomiao interjected, "Do we really need its blood? It's so small. It was quite strong when it bit you," she reflected, acknowledging that even when indulging in roasted chicken, she preferred the tender cuts. There was no need for undue compassion at such a moment. The little zombie lay on the chopping block, resigned to its fate. Lu Qiming skillfully sliced into its thigh, releasing a small basin of blood. Jiang Miaomiao pinched her nose and smeared the blood on herself, as did Lu Qiming. The two of them covered their mouths and noses with tattered cloth and emerged from the basement. This was the first time in nearly a month that Jiang Miaomiao stepped out of that damp, dark space. The moment sunlight bathed her, she felt overwhelming joy, nearly brought to tears. As Lu Qiming had mentioned, the villa was severely damaged. The walls bore numerous gaping holes, and the windows and doors were no exception, appearing as though they could collapse at any moment. Outside the villa, the number of zombies was noticeably diminished compared to before. During her last visit, traversing just a few kilometers had revealed thousands of zombies, marching in droves. Now, only a handful wandered aimlessly. She ambled along with a zombie-like gait, swaying unsteadily in tow behind Lu Qiming. As they passed a grove of peach trees, she instinctively halted her steps. The blossoms had already fallen, leaving the branches adorned with clusters of green, fuzz-covered peaches. A cursory glance revealed dozens of them. Jiang Miaomiao swallowed hard, silently resolving that if she were still alive come summer, she would definitely return to pluck and savor the peaches. She hurried to catch up with Lu Qiming, who had noticed her lagging behind and gently called out to her. They navigated through the streets for over an hour before finally arriving at the solar-powered house he had mentioned. It was a lakeside villa situated in the heart of the city, significantly larger and far more opulent than the one she had previously rented. The rooftop was adorned with an array of black solar panels, and the garden even boasted a private swimming pool. Outside the community, a supermarket lay to the front, while a secondary school rested at the back. To the left was the commercial district, and to the right, a government building. The backyard connected to a quaint pebble path, which led a mere 100 meters to an artificial lake, its waters seemingly inexhaustible. It was nothing short of paradise. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Miaomiao could no longer contain herself and embraced Lu Qiming, planting a joyful kiss on his cheek. He froze, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. After a brief cough, he attempted to speak, but Jiang Miaomiao had already released him and eagerly made her way toward their new home. He had no choice but to follow, his thoughts lingering on the sensation and warmth of her lips against his skin. The villa's gate was locked, and Jiang Miaomiao tried to open it in vain. Stepping back 2 paces, she gazed up at the towering wall with a furrowed brow. Should we? Before she could finish her thought, a gentle breeze swept by. Lu Qiming had already scaled the wall, crouching atop it as he turned to extend his hand toward her. She stood in stunned silence, giving him a thumbs up before grasping his hand and striving to climb higher. Lu Qiming dragged her up with ease, as if she were a mere sack of cloth. Thank you, she managed to say once she finally steadied herself, only to find him already leaping down and landing gracefully on the ground. Jiang Miaomiao thought to herself, having long legs is impressive. Clutching the wall, she clumsily began her descent. Lu Qiming supported her under her arms, pulling her close to him. He withdrew his hand and smugly tilted his chin. If I hadn't come back, you wouldn't have even managed to scale this wall. The gratitude that had blossomed in Jiang Miaomiao's heart evaporated in an instant. She raised her middle finger and walked towards the front door. Halfway there, she cast a glance at the firmly shut door, doubting whether it was locked, and thus changed her course, circling around to the window at the back, climbing inside. Lu Qiming followed closely behind, chuckling softly. At last, you're using your brain. There is hope for you yet. Jiang Miaomiao could no longer tolerate his presence, squatting on the windowsill and turning back to say, either be silent or go find your friends. Choose wisely. She wished for a capable partner, not a nagging nuisance. Lu Qiming scoffed. You're just feeling guilty. That's why you don't want anyone to speak. She widened her eyes, appearing ready to bite. Reluctantly, he made an okay gesture, lifting her inside while effortlessly supporting himself with one hand on the windowsill. Jiang Miaomiao was already daydreaming about the blissful life in her new home. But upon entering and glancing around, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been splashed over her head, extinguishing her excitement. Here, why is there nothing at all? Surrounded by 4 stark white walls, the space offered no hint of opulence, not even a humble stool in sight. It must have been recently constructed, hence the lack of decoration, Lu Qiming remarked. She sat despondently on the floor, filled with disappointment. Although there was electricity, the absence of appliances rendered it useless. Lu Qiming cast a glance at her, inquiring, do you not like it? Jiang Miaomiao replied lethargically, not particularly. Shall we consider moving in? He suggested. How could we possibly live here? There are no beds, no tables, no stove. How would we survive? Lu Qiming had already devised a plan. We can manage for a couple of days while we explore the neighborhood. There are houses nearby, and a supermarket isn't far. We can fetch anything we need. It won't be long before we can meet the basic necessities of life. She gasped. Are we really going to take things from other people's homes? Isn't that stealing? The thought of food going to waste in the supermarket was somewhat easier to accept. But the idea of directly taking from others felt inherently wrong, clashing with the values she had upheld for years. Lu Qiming replied, it ultimately depends on your choice. You could scavenge in the basement with the rats, sleep on the floor here, or follow my lead and take what you need. She wrestled internally, torn between her moral boundaries and the yearning for an electrified existence. After a few minutes, the latter triumphed over the former. Jiang Miaomiao stood and said, all right. Let us do as you suggest. Should we go now? Not in haste. Let us return first and gather all the useful items we can, especially that little zombie. With its poor stamina and low aggression, is most suitable to keep around as a source of sustenance. The two returned, and as they climbed over the wall, Jiang Miaomiao confidently extended her hand to him. Lu Qiming assisted her in scaling the wall, an unmistakable pride seeping through his words. Is it impossible to be without me? She let out a soft snort, brushing off the dust from her clothes. What a delight it is to serve as a ladder for you. Lu Qiming, feeling utterly disheartened, resembled someone who had just tasted something repulsive, unwilling to utter a single word. Jiang Miaomiao had successfully retorted, and her spirits soared on the way back, her steps considerably lighter than before. Upon their return to the basement, the little zombie lay on the ground, writhing like a mudfish, growing increasingly agitated at their presence. They paid it no mind, instead pushing the cart they had brought back from the supermarket, filling it with the necessities. Naturally, food was essential. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, no one was producing, and every morsel, even a single chip, was exceedingly precious. Water was too heavy to transport, but fortunately, a lake resided nearby their new home, ensuring they would not lack for it. The blankets and clothes had gone unwashed for months, filthy beyond belief. She would rather freeze than wear them. After half an hour of gathering, they managed to fill half a cart with food. Lu Qiming gazed at all their belongings in disbelief. Is this all? Indeed, a flashlight, a power bank, paper, and pens, as well as food. Everything of use is right here. Well, thank goodness they were moving soon, or their quality of life would be worse than that of a beggar even before the end times. Jiang Miaomiao pushed the cart, her gaze landing on the little zombie. How would they take it with them? Tied to the cart? Lu Qiming shook his head, tearing a strip of cloth from the bedding. He secured one end to the rope binding the little zombie, holding the other end in his hand. Let's go. He tugged at the cloth strip, causing the little zombie to stagger forward a couple of steps, roaring in evident dissatisfaction with its predicament. Its head was tightly bound, rendering it incapable of biting or seeing anything, forcing it to move like a headless fly, merely following the rhythm of the cloth strip. Jiang Miaomiao pushed the cart while Lu Qiming led the little zombie, dragging their makeshift family out of the basement and reaching their new home before nightfall. The night posed the greatest dangers in the city. The zombies, unburdened by the scorching sun, were at their most perceptive, easily sensing their presence. Thus, upon entering, Lu Qiming promptly locked all the windows, isolating the little zombie in a separate room, while he and Jiang Miaomiao retired to his small windowless room on the second floor to sleep. The room lacked a stove and fuel, and their dinner consisted of 2 pieces of dry noodles each. As the weather grew warmer, it was not cold without a blanket, yet the floor was unyielding, and Jiang Miaomiao's wounds had scabbed over, making it uncomfortable to find a restful position, tossing and turning throughout the night. After listening to the darkness for some time, Lu Qiming suddenly rose, stripped off his clothes, leaving only his undergarments, and spread them on the floor. You can sleep here. She felt the cloth in surprise. Aren't you going to wear anything? I'm hot. Is it really that warm? She touched her shoulder, contemplating that having something to cushion her was better than nothing, and lay down. Lu Qiming, bare on the cold floor, soon began to emit soft snores. Jiang Miaomiao once found the noise disturbing, yet now it enveloped her in a comforting embrace, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. As her eyelids began to gently close, just a breath away from succumbing to slumber, a heavy figure suddenly pressed down upon her. The man's sturdy arm draped over her chest, his breath so near they whispered against her ear, the warmth of his exhalations rendering her ears flushed. Startled, Jiang Miaomiao jolted awake, her instincts kicking in as she asked, "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to be a rogue?" In response, a series of soft snores filled the air. His skin was cool to the touch, reminiscent of tomatoes steeped in the summer's well water, providing a surprisingly pleasant sensation. However, due to the remnants of zombie blood that had rendered a proper wash impossible, he bore an unpleasant odor. Yet, she too carried her own scent, and in this regard, they were equally matched, neither able to cast judgment upon the other. Lacking a pillow was rather uncomfortable, so she tentatively explored his arm, discovering it to be an excellent substitute. She stealthily shifted her position, resting her head upon his arm and pulling his other arm around her waist, covering her navel, finally surrendering to sleep with a sense of security. The following morning, Lu Qiming awoke. Through the sliver of light streaming in from the door, he beheld the girl nestled in his embrace, sleeping soundly, her rosy lips parting and closing with each breath. He held his breath, leaning in gently. Suddenly, Jiang Miaomiao opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling in a daze as if trying to recall her whereabouts, stretching like a kitten. Lu Qiming quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. She sat up, playfully tapping his face. "Wake up, wake up. Are you a pig? Sleeping early and waking late." He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at her, saying, "Did you secretly sever my hand in the middle of the night? Ah, otherwise, why can I not feel its presence?" Jiang Miaomiao's face flushed crimson as she stammered. "Perhaps it is due to your sleeping posture. I often experience the same. Allow me to massage it for you." With earnestness, she leaned closer, grasping his long arm and rubbing it vigorously. As blood began to circulate, Lu Qiming clenched his fist, feeling the tautness of his muscles. The two stepped outside, pausing at the corner to listen for any sounds from the outside world. Thankfully, the windows and doors remained intact, and no zombies had intruded during the night. Lu Qiming went to check on the little zombie, while Jiang Miaomiao leaned over the cart, rummaging for food to prepare breakfast. The delectable items had already been consumed, leaving only biscuits and instant noodles. Frankly, these were acceptable as snacks, but after months of such fare, the mere sight of them now made her feel nauseated. She unearthed 2 packets of braised beef noodles and 2 bags of scallion-flavored crackers, which could barely be considered a balanced meal. They sat cross-legged in the empty living room. And after finishing the dry breakfast, Jiang Miaomiao lamented, clutching her throat. "My throat feels as though it is about to tear. I should have brought half a bucket of water yesterday. How foolish of me." Lu Qiming also struggled to eat, finding the remaining half packet of biscuits impossible to swallow. He tossed it aside and stood up, saying, "Let us go. It's time to work." "Where to?" she asked. He scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze on a villa not far away, tilting his chin slightly. "We shall start from there." Jiang Miaomiao wiped her mouth, first applying a bit of zombie blood to herself before accompanying him to their destination. Unlike their new home, this house was inhabited, and it appeared that the occupants had left in haste as the doors stood wide open, unlatched. A white BMW X5 was parked in the garage. Lu Qiming approached the vehicle, taking a look around but failing to locate the keys, and let out a sigh of disappointment. Turning back, he noticed Jiang Miaomiao had already entered the house. He followed her inside and saw her standing expectantly in front of a double-door refrigerator, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. In the next moment, she opened the refrigerator, stared blankly for 2 seconds, then bent over and began to retch violently. The refrigerator had been unplugged for a month or two, and within it lay eggs, bread, meat, fish, shrimp, fruits, and other perishables, all rotting in what could only be described as a greenhouse. The stench had been trapped inside, growing more putrid by the moment, and as the door swung open, it erupted forth. The odor was unbearable. Jiang Miaomiao almost regretted having a nose. Chapter 18. Lu Qiming was a good 4 to 5 meters away from the refrigerator, yet the foul smell surged towards him, nearly rendering him unconscious. He covered his mouth and nose, made a swift dash toward the refrigerator, kicked the door shut, and pulled her back outside into the yard. The two of them gasped for fresh air, waiting for what felt like an eternity until the stench seemed to dissipate before they cautiously re-entered the house. Jiang Miaomiao lingered at a distance from the refrigerator, still affected. Lu Qiming rummaged through the drawer of the coffee table and produced a pack of fine cigarettes. He took one out, inhaled its aroma at the tip, and, satisfied, tucked it into his pocket. Noticing this, she pursed her lips and remarked, "Are you sure you won't quit smoking? In this era, doctors are scarce. Should one fall victim to lung cancer, there would be no one to save them." He shrugged. "Isn't it what you said? Whether one dies early or late, death is inevitable. It is better to enjoy life before the end. You indulge in junk food as a form of enjoyment. What makes my smoking any different? Please, as if anyone cares about you." Jiang Miaomiao turned away, no longer wishing to engage, and began rummaging through the living room. The house was filled with items she could certainly make use of: a U-shaped genuine leather sofa, a solid wood coffee table, a 100-inch television, along with an air conditioner, a washing machine, and a double bed. She wished fervently to move everything back. However, her physical strength was limited, preventing her from carrying anything too large. After an unsuccessful attempt to lift a table, she redirected her focus to daily necessities. In the bathroom, she found shampoo, shower gel, and skincare cream. In the bedroom, there were blankets, pillows, and sheets. The wardrobe held clean clothes, while the shoe cabinet contained shoes. She packed several large bags, struggling to carry them back. Upon placing the bags in the living room of her new home, Jiang Miaomiao hurried back for another round. As she pondered that Lu Qiming, with his considerable strength, should take on the heavier tasks, she noticed him wielding a wrench and screwdriver, tapping away at the switch on the wall. Jiang Miaomiao looked on in confusion. "What are you doing?" Lu Qiming took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke. "I've tested it. The solar power system is functional. It's just that the infrastructure of the house is inadequate. If we move these items over and install them, we will have light at night." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? What about the other appliances? Can they also be moved over for use? Air conditioning, television, washing machine, and, well, let us leave the refrigerator aside. It's too foul. And she is afraid it might ruin her hands." Lu Qiming gently patted her on the head. "Focus on your tasks. Await the results." He finished his cigarette in one breath, extinguishing the butt with the tip of his shoe, and continued to tighten screws. Jiang Miaomiao, anticipating the arrival of electricity that evening, felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Throughout the morning, she had traversed between the two houses at least a dozen times, transporting the necessary daily essentials. Lu Qiming dismantled dozens of switches and sockets to install in their new home. He removed all the light bulbs from that building, retrieved a folding ladder from the storage room, carried it to the new house, and ascended to methodically install each bulb. In the living room hung a magnificent crystal chandelier. After completing the task, he was drenched in sweat, resting on the ladder. Jiang Miaomiao pushed the door open with her shoulder, her hands laden with 2 bags of clothes, and another bag draped around her neck, resembling a Christmas tree as she entered. She intended to ascend the stairs to put away her belongings when Lu Qiming suddenly called out to her. "Wait." She turned back to see him gracefully leap down from the ladder, striding over to the wall to press a switch. With a soft click, the crystal chandelier illuminated, the fixture slowly rotating to cast its dazzling light into every corner. Jiang Miaomiao stood agape, mesmerized by the long-missed glow. As her eyes blinked, she was nearly moved to tears with joy. Another gentle click echoed as Lu Qiming turned off the light, explaining, "The solar power storage system has limited capacity. It cannot generate electricity at night or during rainy days, so it's best to conserve when possible." She nodded, wiping away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. "It's all right. Just having electricity makes me incredibly happy." The mobile phone and computer have finally been restored to functionality, alleviating concerns about the sweltering heat of summer without air conditioning. In comparison to those unfortunate souls fleeing outside, she felt infinitely more fortunate. Observing her evident joy, Lu Qiming, with a drooping mouth, lamented, "I have worked tirelessly all morning. I am utterly exhausted and famished. Is there any food available?" The mere mention of food left Jiang Miaomiao somewhat disheartened. She scoured the nearby houses, but all the perishable items in the refrigerator had succumbed to decay. The only edibles were dry goods such as rice, flour, salted fish, and cured meat. The community relied on pipeline natural gas, which had long been inoperative due to lack of maintenance, rendering the kitchen a mere decoration. Raw rice and flour were inedible, and the salted fish and cured meat were unsuitable for gnawing. The only provisions that could be consumed directly were the biscuits and instant noodles they had brought with them. Upon hearing her recount this, Lu Qiming recalled something he had seen earlier and urged her to wait a few minutes before dashing out. Confused, Jiang Miaomiao set her belongings down and went to retrieve some instant noodles. When Lu Qiming returned, she noticed he was holding a square black panel. Approaching him for a closer look, she was astonished to find it was an induction cooker. Lu Qiming located a nearby outlet in the living room, placed the induction cooker on the floor, plugged it in, and pressed the switch. A familiar buzzing sound filled the air. With a smile, he turned to her, announcing that they could now prepare a meal. Overjoyed, Jiang Miaomiao rushed to the neighbor's house to gather a variety of essentials: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, and pans, as well as half a barrel of purified water from the water dispenser. She settled on the living room floor and began to cook. Though she was at home, an aura reminiscent of a rustic outdoor feast enveloped her. The meal was quite simple, consisting merely of boiled rice, to which a few slices of cured meat and bamboo shoots were added once the rice was half-cooked. The household was well off, and Jiang Miaomiao discovered dried abalone and sea cucumber in the kitchen cabinet, having never tasted them before, let alone cooked with them. She thought they should be quite nutritious and decided they would be a perfect addition to bolster her health. After rinsing them with water, she tossed them into the pot to cook. Lu Qiming lay nearby, resting with his arm as a pillow, and watched her audacious culinary endeavors with a twinge of concern. Is this truly edible? He wondered as she wielded the spatula with unwavering confidence. Haven't you ever had clay pot rice? It's prepared this way, and it's quite fragrant, she replied. Lu Qiming said, then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Jiang Miaomiao focused intently on her cooking. As her culinary skills were still in their infancy, and given that it was her first time using the induction stove, she struggled to control the heat, anxious about burning the dish. When she saw smoke rising, she quickly reduced the heat. When all was quiet, she turned it up again, occasionally stirring with the spatula. After more than an hour of this culinary ballet, at nearly 2 in the afternoon, when Lu Qiming was feeling lightheaded from hunger, the rice was finally ready. She plated it in a beautiful ceramic dish borrowed from a neighbor, though its appearance was somewhat unappealingly sticky. To enhance its presentation, she squirted some ketchup and sprinkled a layer of black pepper atop it. Spreading a large bath towel on the living room floor, they sat cross-legged beside it. Lu Qiming held a fork, hesitating to dig in. Perhaps I should just have instant noodles instead. Jiang Miaomiao seized his hand, urging, "Come on, eat." Lu Qiming replied. So fierce. He sat down, somewhat reluctantly, scooped a spoonful, and slowly began to chew. Jiang Miaomiao's gaze was filled with anticipation. How does it taste? Lu Qiming remained silent, continuing to chew. After a few minutes of waiting, she could no longer contain herself. Are you a bull? Haven't you finished chewing yet? He pulled a dark object from his mouth, frowning. Even if my teeth are strong, you shouldn't torture me like this. Why stuff rubber into my food? Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback, leaning in to observe the object for a while before recognizing it. What rubber? This is sea cucumber. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? You clearly lack appreciation. It's useless no matter how costly it is if you can't even bite into it. Jiang Miaomiao, undeterred, selected a piece of sea cucumber from her own plate and bit down with all her might. Lu Qiming leisurely continued his meal, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. She chewed and chewed, her jaw nearly giving way, before reluctantly spitting it out and wiping her mouth. Ugh, what is this? Lu Qiming chuckled and shook his head. Fortunately, the taste of the rice was acceptable, at least palatable. The two of them ate their fill, lying on the floor, burping, and reluctant to move. Lu Qiming remarked, I still need to install a light bulb this afternoon. You should wash the dishes. Jiang Miaomiao countered. I need to tidy up my room this afternoon. You wash the dishes. After a prolonged back and forth, they reached a consensus. What was the point of washing dishes when the world was ending? They decided to simply discard everything after eating and bring back a box from the supermarket next time. Free from domestic burdens, they lay back in contentment. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling drowsy, gazed at the light overhead and suddenly recalled something. She dashed upstairs to retrieve a pile of items. Lu Qiming opened his eyes to watch her. The mobile phone, laptop, flashlight, Kindle, and their accompanying chargers cluttered the space. The living room boasted 4 sockets, all monopolized by Jiang Miaomiao. Seated beside one, she eagerly gazed at her phone screen with anticipation. Lu Qiming inquired, Are you so eager to play on your phone? It was a rather superfluous question. After months of restraint, who could possibly endure? Jiang Miaomiao found his curiosity perplexing. Don't you want to? She retorted. By the way, I've never seen your phone. I don't have one. How could that be? I truly do not possess one. Goodness, what a pity for the elderly. She contemplated urging him to fetch a phone from the shop down the street, yet the ringtone of her device had already begun, leaving no time for distractions as she immersed herself in her game. Having been away from it for too long, she struggled momentarily to recall where to tap. After playing a single-player puzzle game for a while, she regained her rhythm. Lu Qiming called her name twice, but received no response and resigned himself to sleep. After more than an hour, his first thought upon waking was to check on her. Jiang Miaomiao had shifted from sitting to lying down, engrossed in a single-player match of Honor of Kings. Lu Qiming poured some purified water to wash his face and approached her from behind. Hey, it's time to get to work. She did not turn around. I plan to dismantle the heating lamp from that building and install it in this bathroom. Do you want to take a shower? Jiang Miaomiao furiously tapped the screen, her eyes unwilling to blink. Lu Qiming inhaled deeply. Our water supply is insufficient. It would be best to fetch some from the lake. Got it. Let us go. Don't disturb me. Annoyed by his interruptions, she pushed him toward the door. Returning to her game, left with no choice, Lu Qiming departed alone. After being cooped up in the basement for so long, Jiang Miaomiao finally had the chance to engage with electronic devices, and she lost herself in play. Growing weary of her phone, she opened her computer, double-clicked the green diamond, and became engrossed in crafting little characters and building houses. Hours passed unnoticed. Time flew by, and when her neck ached unbearably and she lifted her head to stretch, she realized that dusk had fallen, and the living room was dim and eerily quiet. Lu Qiming? She called out, but received no response. She shut down her computer and stepped outside. A few zombies were wandering around the house, oblivious to her presence due to the zombie blood still staining her clothes. On the opposite path, a large rectangular shape approached. Jiang Miaomiao rubbed her eyes, doubting her senses. Goodness, the mattress has come to life. How is it walking on its own? As the mattress drew closer, she recognized the 2 long legs beneath it and hurried over to assist. Lu Qiming had tied the mattress with a strip of cloth, straining as he lifted it by the makeshift handle. Upon seeing her, he shot her a glance, laden with disdain. Willing to put down your phone now? Embarrassed, she refrained from retorting and earnestly grasped the edge of the mattress to help share the burden. However, lacking strength for such physical labor, she not only failed but stumbled as the mattress knocked against her, nearly causing her to fall. Lu Qiming managed to steady her with one hand, his expression one of sheer exasperation. It's quite a feat that you've made it this far. She bristled at his words. I was doing just fine before you showed up. Yes, one lives comfortably only when they desire to continue living. Discomfort leads to an immediate wish for death, doesn't it? Lu Qiming suppressed his urge to grumble and said, please stop moving that and help me open the door. She jogged ahead to unlock it while he struggled to carry the enormous double mattress into the villa, maneuvering it up the staircase and finally placing it in the small room where they had slept the previous night. The small room lacked windows, providing a semblance of safety in case of another zombie outbreak, as they could simply shut the door and hide. However, it was rather cramped after setting down the mattress. It occupied half of the available space. Lu Qiming lay on it, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dampening his temples. Seeing him in such a weary state stirred an uneasy feeling within Jiang Miaomiao, prompting her to head to the living room to pour him a glass of water. You should rest. What do you feel like eating tonight? Hot pot. Why not dragon meat? Lu Qiming replied with a hint of grievance. Then why do you even ask me? Just make whatever is available. As Jiang Miaomiao turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of his left hand resting on the mattress, visibly trembling. What is wrong with your hand? He immediately withdrew it, dismissing her concern. It's nothing. Just going to cook. Let me see. Without waiting for his consent, she approached him, sitting on the mattress and insisting on examining his hand. Despite Lu Qiming's strength to bear the weight of the hefty mattress, he was no match for her slender arms, which easily pulled his hand out for inspection. His arm was smeared with zombie blood, rendering it unrecognizable. After a prolonged attempt to clean it, Jiang Miaomiao revealed the underlying skin tone. Turning on the light to scrutinize it further, there was a noticeable swelling around his wrist, with purplish bruises marring his skin. Frowning, she inquired, Are you injured? Lu Qiming turned his face away, attempting to withdraw his hand. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Jiang Miaomiao held on tightly, unwilling to let go. What was happening? He could only speak the truth. The mattress was too large, and he accidentally bumped it while moving. Why didn't you call me for help? Lu Qiming was left speechless. I did call you, but you told me to get lost and not disturb your game. Did I? Jiang Miaomiao's face flushed a deep crimson. He remained silent, his expression clearly saying, Don't play dumb. All right, I admit I was a bit too engrossed in my game, but you could have waited for me to finish before moving it. It's not like we need it immediately. She stubbornly offered a few explanations, then dashed downstairs to fetch some ointment for him. Lu Qiming shook his head, insisting she should shower first and apply the ointment afterward. Jiang Miaomiao was perplexed. Shower? We don't even have water. He huffed in frustration, his face brimming with a sense of self-importance, as if demanding praise. You certainly won't find any here, but there's still me. Go check the bathroom. The villa had a bathroom, and not just one. However, like the other rooms, it remained undecorated, merely outfitted with plumbing and wiring, stark and barren, lacking even a faucet. Jiang Miaomiao had been sneaking out to the yard to relieve herself at noon. After hearing his words, she approached the nearest bathroom, pushed the door open, and a complete set of shower facilities was mounted on the wall, the metallic silver glimmering enough to reflect her silhouette. A large square shower head, a handheld shower, and a faucet. A pristine white ceramic toilet. On the adjacent wall, a small shelf stood, displaying the shower gel and shampoo she had brought back, with neatly stacked white towels. She flipped the switch, and crystal-clear water gushed forth. Initially frigid, it soon transformed into soothing warm water. To her astonishment, Lu Qiming entered and activated a switch by the door. A warm, golden light enveloped her, and he gestured towards the ceiling. There's a heater as well. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at him in delight. You're incredible! I can finally enjoy hot showers. Lu Qiming humbly waved his hand, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. Jiang Miaomiao was tempted to strip off her clothes and indulge in a refreshing bath immediately, but upon noticing his swollen wrist and remembering that he had installed the faucet, she prudently stepped outside. You go ahead and wash. I'll prepare dinner. Lu Qiming blocked her path. No, you wash first. I'll handle the cooking. She looked at him in astonishment. Have you changed your ways? You used to compete with me for food, and now you're willingly conceding the first shower? Lu Qiming sighed. I can no longer bear eating rubber cooked in tomato sauce. Jiang Miaomiao retorted. Then go make your dinner. She was more than eager to wash first. As Lu Qiming descended to prepare the meal, she retrieved a set of clean pajamas from the bag, belonging to the owner of the adjacent room. Though slightly oversized and somewhat outdated in style, they were certainly preferable to having nothing to wear. Jiang Miaomiao turned on the heater and the hot water, pairing it with citrus-scented body wash and lotus-scented shampoo, enjoying the most gratifying bath she had ever experienced. After nearly half an hour, She emerged feeling refreshed and fragrant. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming had completed the dinner preparations. He had cooked congee, stir-fried dehydrated vegetables with cured meat, sautéed ham with salted duck eggs, and made a soup with seaweed and dried shrimp. He spread out a bath towel to serve as a makeshift dining table. He set the 3 dishes and 2 bowls of white porridge on the table, just as he was about to ascend the stairs to call Jiang Miaomiao for dinner. To his surprise, she was descending the staircase, clad in a pink silk nightgown. Having just finished her bath, Jiang Miaomiao was in high spirits, casting aside any prior displeasure. Her eyes solely focused on the delicious food before her. How delightful it smelled. She picked up a piece of cured meat and popped it into her mouth, chewing appreciatively as she gave him a thumbs up. Your cooking has improved remarkably. Lu Qiming appeared oblivious to her praise. His gaze fixated on her without so much as a blink. She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you dazed? What are you staring at? Nothing. He replied hurriedly, averting his gaze, his ears slightly flushed. Why are you wearing such an outdated outfit? You look like you're in your 30s or 40s. You're the one who looks like you're in your 30s or 40s, lacking any sense of style. Isn't this dress beautiful? It's so exquisite. Jiang Miaomiao tugged at the hem of her garment, the smooth fabric shimmering under the light like pearls. Lu Qiming's ears turned even redder as he turned away, stating, I'm going to take a shower. I want to wait for you, she replied, sitting cross-legged and picking up a steaming bowl of porridge to eat. A few minutes later, Lu Qiming emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, his body still lathered with foam. She glanced over, puzzled. What are you doing? I ran out of water halfway through, he responded. Really? That can't be. Jiang Miaomiao felt her cheeks warm. He, uninterested in the matter, picked up the jug of purified water, preparing to head upstairs. Remembering how he had previously helped her by boiling water for her bath, she quickly set down her bowl and utensils, rushing over to snatch the water jug from him. It's not good to wash with cold water. You stay under the heater, and I'll boil some water for you. I'll bring it up once it's ready. Are you truly so kind-hearted? Lu Qiming's gaze was filled with skepticism. Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed, Hey, don't assume that you are the only one capable of hard work. I too understand the virtue of gratitude and am no ingrate. He could not help but chuckle, releasing the water bucket. All right, I shall wait for you in the bathroom. Jiang Miaomiao began to boil water. The pot had limited capacity, and she had to heat one pot after another, making slow progress. Squatting beside the induction cooker, she contemplated the necessity of acquiring an electric kettle to expedite the boiling process. A water dispenser with a filter would be even better, allowing her to draw water directly from the lake. After delivering the boiled water upstairs, she returned to have her meal. Yet Lu Qiming did not emerge until she had finished dining. Glancing at her fully charged phone and computer, her fingers began to itch with the desire to engage in gaming. But she refrained, knowing that he had injured his wrist while working. She needed to occupy herself with something. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Miaomiao resolved to organize the supplies at hand. The living room was cluttered with items strewn about, and it was indeed time for a tidy-up. She fetched paper and a pen, categorically arranging the supplies, jotting down notes for each item she handled. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Qiming descended the stairs. He discarded his soiled clothing, still wrapped in a towel, his tall and lean physique exuding a latent strength beneath his sun-kissed skin. Aware that Jiang Miaomiao had brought back numerous garments, he prepared to rummage through the bag for something to wear. As he passed her, he could not help but pause. Her nightgown was oversized and the fabric slippery, causing the neckline to shift with her movements and reveal a glimpse of her alabaster shoulder. The contour of her shoulder was exquisite, delicate yet striking, although marred by the remnants of previous glass shard injuries. After a fortnight of convalescence, the scabs have fallen away, revealing a faintly pink wound. Upon closer inspection, it appears quite alarming. He vividly recalls her bloodied figure at that moment, so fragile as she collapsed into his embrace, weeping as if he were her sole refuge. Jiang Miaomiao, sensing his gaze, raised her collar and remarked, Don't be a rogue. He averted his eyes, rummaging through a bag to find a pair of mince-plaid pajama bottoms, slipping them on, discarding the bath towel carelessly to the side, and donning a white short-sleeved t-shirt. He then squatted down to assist her in tidying up. Surrounding them was a sea of darkness, with only the lights within this house illuminating the space. Outside, the zombies wandered aimlessly, their eyes fixed on the glass, reluctant to depart. The two quickly compiled a list of necessities. For food, approximately 5 to 7 days, 3 strips of cured meat, 2 salted fish, half a piece of ham, 6 sausages, 3 salted duck eggs, 2 century eggs, 12 sea cucumbers, 7 dried abalone, 3 packages of seaweed, 1 bag of dried black fungus, 1 bag of dried shiitake mushrooms, 1 bag of dried bamboo shoots, 600 grams of dehydrated vegetables, 6 packages of biscuits, 5 packages of instant noodles, 2 packages of pickled vegetables, and 1 bottle of chili sauce, half a bag of rice, 1 bag of flour, and various condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. For daily necessities, 2 bottles of shower gel, 2 bottles of shampoo, 1 bottle of conditioner, 1 tube of toothpaste, 2 toothbrushes, 2 mouthwash cups, 1 bottle of dishwashing liquid, 1 bottle of toilet cleaner, and half a bottle of flow water, 3 bottles of skincare products, 1 comb, a dozen hangers, and 1 bottle of laundry detergent, 3 sets of men's clothing for sets of women's clothing, 2 pairs of shoes each, and 4 pairs of underwear, 2 comforters, 2 pillows, and 2 bed sheets. For plates, 2 bowls, and 2 pairs of chopsticks, 1 frying pan, 1 stew pot, and 1 spatula. Medicines, 15 adhesive bandages, 2 bottles of Yunnan Biao aerosol spray, 1 box of anti-inflammatory medication, 2 rolls of bandages, and a pack of cotton swabs. Appliances, 1 induction cooker and a set of bathroom heaters, 1 laptop, 1 mobile phone, 1 flashlight, 1 power bank, 1 Kindle, and several chargers. Furniture, 1 mattress. Lu Qiming shook his head at these items, finding them woefully inadequate. Is this all? Jiang Miaomiao, recalling the arduous task of moving, wished to remain at home playing games, muttering, I think this is sufficient. Let's finish the food first. Lu Qiming picked up a salted fish and shook it. Doesn't it resemble you? Like your father. Chapter 19. Under Lu Qiming's insistence, Jiang Miaomiao convened a brief meeting to strategize their next acquisitions. He compiled a list based on their necessities. 1. Security grills, which could be salvaged from other houses. Every window must be equipped. 2. More food. Given the harrowing experience of nearly starving during the previous zombie outbreak, it would be prudent to maintain at least a month's supply, ensuring a well-rounded and nutritious stock. 3. Appliances. With summer approaching, rising temperatures necessitate air conditioning and refrigeration to significantly enhance their quality of life. As individuals accustomed to enjoying cold breezes and ice cream, enduring a summer without air conditioning would be a severe hardship. For vegetables, establishing a small garden within the villa to provide ample vitamins, ensuring that they do not fall victim to zombies, but rather succumb to malnutrition. The aforementioned 4 tasks must be completed this month to ensure our future quality of life and safety. Naturally, if any additional items come to mind, we can seek them out together. The more, the merrier. Lu Qiming handed her the notebook, raising an eyebrow. Is there anything you wish to add? Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the notebook with a heavy sigh, her lips nearly drooping to her chin, as though the list contained not tasks but a notification of her own demise. Lu Qiming inquired, what troubles you? Having access to air conditioning and vegetables is certainly a positive development. Indeed, it is a good thing, she conceded, yet. She halted, aware of her own negativity. It was simply exhausting. The multitude of tasks loomed over her, draining her spirit at the mere thought. The experience of scavenging in the presence of zombies was equally distressing, as each close encounter filled her with trepidation. After finally enjoying a refreshing bath today, enveloped in delightful scents, she lamented the inevitable return to work tomorrow, where she would once again smear herself with blood, rendering her freshly laundered clothes useless. Oh, heavens, could you not grant me a few more days of comfort? Never mind. Let us rest. Tomorrow, I shall work alongside you. Jiang Miaomiao deliberately relocated her phone and computer to another room, distancing them to avoid restless nights filled with temptation. After completing this task, she returned to her small room to prepare for sleep. Observing her lethargy, Lu Qiming recalled something and ventured into the living room. Upon his return, he carried 2 cups, their sweet aroma wafting through the air. Drink this, it will warm your body. He offered her one of the cups, which bore the inscription, fragrant and delightful. Jiang Miaomiao cradled her cup, the warm milk tea soothing her hands, and she took a delicate sip, the sweetness seeping into her heart. Ah, she sighed in delightful contentment. This milk tea is a lifesaver. Lu Qiming rolled his eyes, fetched a pillow, and settled into a corner of the room. Stretching his long arm, he pressed the switch and inquired, Are you going to sleep? I'll turn off the lights. Jiang Miaomiao looked at him, puzzled. Are you sleeping there? Yes, but there is plenty of space here. She patted the luxurious double mattress beneath her. The texture was exquisite. It promised a comfortable slumber, especially since he had carried it back himself. Lu Qiming promptly extinguished the light and remarked in the darkness, My lumbar spine is not suited for mattresses. Is that true? Let us sleep then. After he finished his milk tea in a few gulps, he fell silent. How could he drink it when it was so hot? Jiang Miaomiao, astonished, hugged her cup and blew into it, taking nearly half an hour to finally consume the scalding beverage. For some reason, she felt remarkably awake, devoid of any drowsiness. Remembering how he had toiled to move the mattress today, injuring his wrist in the process, while he now lay carefree on it, she felt a pang of guilt. By the way, had he applied medicine to his hand? Not wanting to disturb him, she tiptoed over, gently lifted his left hand, and inhaled the rich scent of Yunnan Baiyao. Thankfully, she felt relieved and silently returned to the mattress, ensuring the four edges of the quilt were tucked in snugly. The quilt was made of silk, light, thin, and wonderfully warm. The mattress is exceedingly comfortable. The air is refreshingly pure, and the silk pajamas are so soft that they seem to vanish against the skin. Her hair is impeccably clean, her breath is fresh, and her stomach is pleasantly full. Everything feels utterly sublime. Jiang Miaomiao blissfully closes her eyes, intending to drift into slumber, dreaming of savoring a luscious watermelon. What could be more satisfying? Yet, it appears that the Sandman has forsaken her. Moments later, she opens her eyes and gazes into the darkness, uttering Lu Qiming. The only response is the rhythmic sound of snoring. She feels the empty space beside her, pondering that it seems wasteful for no one to share the bed. Stealthily, she tiptoes to turn on the light, intending to hoist him onto the mattress. His nearly 6-foot frame is not without weight, resembling a small mountain. Despite her efforts, she cannot even budge a single leg. Suddenly, a deep voice emanates from above. What do you think you are doing? She freezes, embarrassment washing over her. You're not asleep? I'm not a pig. Even a pig would awaken if moved. Lu Qiming's gaze is piercing. What exactly do you want? Flustered, she scratches her head. I feel a bit chilly sleeping alone. Perhaps you could join me? He smirks. Are you afraid? Jiang Miaomiao seizes the opportunity. Yes. Very well. Lu Qiming grabs a pillow and approaches the mattress. Lying down on the other side and covering his chest with the blanket, he glances at her and adds, just so we're clear, if you get frisky in the middle of the night, I want you hold back. Jiang Miaomiao burst into laughter, exasperated. Me? Get frisky with you? What do you think you are? A delicacy. Ugh. I'll sleep in the next room. He feigned an intention to leave, prompting her to hastily extinguish the light and call out in the darkness, No, 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 lie down with me. As she spoke, she moved toward the mattress, only to trip over something unseen, tumbling directly into his chest. Coughing, Lu Qiming was momentarily dazed, exclaiming, So you intended to murder me? Jiang Miaomiao, her cheeks flushed, crawled under the covers, the blanket enveloping them both in a cocoon of warmth where they could feel each other's body heat. With her eyes closed, she began counting sheep, anticipating a lengthy battle with insomnia. To her surprise, Lu Qiming's mere presence acted as an external sedative, lulling her into slumber in no time. In her dreams, there were no watermelons to savor, but she did indulge in plenty of chicken wings, her favorite honey-flavored ones. At 8 in the morning, Jiang Miaomiao woke reluctantly, the lingering aroma still tantalizing her senses, prompting her to smack her lips in delight. Light filtered in through the crack beneath the door, and she noticed the figure lying beside her. She nudged him gently. Hey, wake up. It's time to get to work. Lu Qiming grunted in response, remaining still. Yesterday you called me a slacker, yet today you are the one shirking responsibilities. Rise and shine. Jiang Miaomiao knelt on the mattress, shaking him earnestly, determined to rouse him. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his forehead, startling her. Why is your head so hot? Lu Qiming opened his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. I feel a bit unwell. His complexion had turned an unsettling shade of pallor, reminiscent of someone who had been submerged in water. Jiang Miaomiao pressed her palm against his forehead, measuring the heat for several anxious seconds. You seem to have a fever. Have you caught a cold? He shook his head, clearly uncertain of his condition. I went to check for antipyretics. Wait for me. As Jiang Miaomiao finished speaking, she dashed down the stairs, passing by Guanzai Sangxi's room. She heard him banging his head against the door in response to her footsteps. She did not slow down, running breathlessly to the bag where the medications were kept, frantically searching through it in a state of panic. Lu Qiming was unwell. What was she to do? What if he took the wrong medicine? Where would she find a doctor? Moreover, how could he possibly be ill? He was as robust as an ox. Could it be due to the insufficient bath water yesterday? Or perhaps, the thought of the zombie blood he applied daily sent a shiver through her. Could he really have been infected? This was dire. After a thorough search, Jiang Miaomiao found no antipyretics, so she reluctantly took some anti-inflammatory medication and returned, thinking it was better to try than to do nothing. Upon entering the room, she discovered that Lu Qiming's condition had worsened. He lay limply under the covers, appearing as if on the brink of death. Panic engulfed her. Her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears as she poured him water, lifting his head gently. Here, take your medicine. Lu Qiming obediently swallowed it. But within 3 seconds, he retched violently. I feel so unwell. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and filled with distress. Jiang Miaomiao felt on the verge of tears. Wait a moment. I'll go find you something else, she urged. Wiping her tears, she rushed downstairs, grabbed a knife from beside the induction cooker. And without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door and made several swift cuts on the leg of the little zombie, smearing the blood onto herself. The smell was still pungent and repulsive, and the little zombie's wails were deafening, numbing her ears. Ignoring the noise, she smeared the blood from head to toe and immediately sprinted across to the neighboring house. After an indeterminate search, she discovered a white plastic medicine box emblazoned with a red cross. Upon opening it, she found not only a complete assortment of commonly used medications, but also a thermometer. Jiang Miaomiao hurried back home, kneeling beside Lu Qiming to take his temperature. A beep resonated as the electronic thermometer displayed a temperature of 41.5°C. She bit her lip with determination, administered more medicine, and then cradled his feverish head in her cool hands in an attempt to bring his temperature down. Lu Qiming was barely conscious, his breath scorching. What if I become infected? He asked. If you were to become infected, you would lose your mind. So why worry about what to do? I know. I'm asking you, he replied with a wan smile. Would you kill me? Or cast me out? Killing him was out of the question. She knew she lacked that capability. Expelling him was equally challenging. She could neither overpower him nor escape. What could she use to drive him away? Jiang Miaomiao gently stroked his hair. Realizing he must have cut it short during his bath last night, it was prickly to the touch. I'll do nothing but take care of you. Take care of me? Aren't you afraid I might bite you? I'll be covered in your blood every day. You wouldn't recognize me, Jiang Miaomiao jested. When the time comes, I'll release the little zombie, just for you. With your size, you could bleed out for quite a while. He managed a bitter smile. I suppose I should ask you to go easy on me, at least leave me with a complete corpse. She chuckled softly. So, don't become a zombie, understand? Lu Qiming nodded. Whether from fever-induced delirium or slumber, his eyes closed and he fell silent. Jiang Miaomiao followed the method she had seen on television. Twisting a cold towel and placing it upon his forehead, she wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, descended the stairs, and turned on the induction cooker. She intended to prepare some congee, for someone with a high fever must replenish their nutrition. However, the congee alone offered a rather monotonous nourishment, necessitating the addition of other ingredients. Jiang Miaomiao rummaged through every bag and selected some cured meat, slicing it and tossing it into the pot to boil. While the cured meat could replenish salt and protein, they had consumed it for over a month. What was most lacking now was vitamins. She recalled the small medicine cabinet, retrieved it, and found no vitamin C tablets, yet discovered a small bottle of cod liver oil. The taste of cod liver oil lingered in her memory, both fishy and greasy, exceedingly unpleasant to consume. Even in the days of gnawing on her own fingers, she had to pinch her nose to swallow it. Yet, this was a moment of necessity, and she had no choice but to use it. Jiang Miaomiao poured the entire bottle into the pot and squatted beside it, anxiously awaiting the water to boil. Half an hour later, the hot congee was ready. She ladled a bowl and carried it upstairs, sitting beside the mattress as she called out to Lu Qiming. Wake up. It's time to eat. Wake up. Lu Qiming's body was ablaze with heat, his lips parched and peeling. His originally pale complexion now bore an unnatural flush. The cold towel had warmed under his body temperature, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to rinse it in cold water before returning to wipe his face. The soft fabric glided over his skin, leaving a trail of moisture. He sighed contentedly. Grasping her hand, unwilling to let go of that refreshing sensation, she gently urged him again. Wake up. Eat before you sleep. Lu Qiming's dark eyelashes fluttered twice before he finally opened his eyes. A flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Miaomiao, and she presented the bowl to him. Open your mouth. He gazed at her intently, seemingly bewildered. She was heartbroken yet forced to smile, berating him as usual. What are you staring at? Have you turned into a fool? Unable to recognize me? Lu Qiming chuckled lightly. Are you trying to chase me away, hence the special meal you prepared for me? Indeed, you must eat well, for there will be no more food for you afterward. He continued to smile, his gaze gentler than ever. As she brought the spoon to his lips, he obediently opened his mouth. However, just 3 seconds after the porridge touched his tongue, his expression soured. Did you poison this? It tastes dreadful. Did I? She took a sip, the fish liver oil's pungency intensified by the heat, mingling with the salty flavor of the cured meat, creating a taste that was neither sweet nor salty. In summary, it was simply unbearable. Jiang Miaomiao struggled for a long while before managing to swallow it. Forcing a smile as she said, "Bitter medicine is beneficial for ailments. Come on, drink it all." Lu Qiming, feeling more tortured than during a fever, looked at her pitifully. "Can I have a bowl of plain rice porridge instead?" "No, you need nutrition." "Can I just take a sip?" "No, without sufficient strength, you might perish." If he were not so weak that he could barely rise, he would certainly prefer to rush out and join the zombies rather than endure her torment. Under Jiang Miaomiao's coercion and persuasion, he reluctantly finished the entire bowl of porridge, feeling an immense sense of relief upon hearing her say it was gone. She descended to wash the dishes and returned with a cup of warm water. After giving him 2 more pills, she retreated to a corner, engrossed in playing a game. Having muted it to avoid disturbing him, Lu Qiming was still burning with fever, his head spinning, his nose congested, and his ears ringing. While every joint in his body ached intensely, he yearned for sleep, for in slumber, pain could not reach him, yet his gaze incessantly drifted towards her. Finally, he inquired, "Why don't you come sit closer?" Jiang Miaomiao shook her head. "No, I'm dirty." She had not washed away the blood, contemplating what he might need shortly, so she could promptly fetch it. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment, clutching the blanket and gasping in agony. She hastily set her phone down and approached him. "What's wrong? Are you in discomfort again?" "I'm cold," Lu Qiming replied, his upper teeth chattering against his lower teeth, seemingly freezing. "I'll get you another blanket." Jiang Miaomiao gathered all the blankets in the room and covered him, but as she prepared to leave, he grasped her wrist. "Could you please lie down with me?" She hesitated. Lu Qiming insisted, "You're warm." It didn't matter if the blankets got soiled. They could be replaced later. Releasing her concerns, Jiang Miaomiao nestled under the covers, cradling his head as if holding a warm ball. In the 2 decades of their lives prior to this moment, they had never met. Now, sharing every aspect of their existence, such intimacy felt devoid of awkwardness. What was this bond? Comradeship? She was lethargic, disinclined to move or ponder, gently stroking his hair while murmuring, "Sleep now, and when you awaken, all will be well." Lu Qiming nuzzled against her delicate chin and drifted into a deep slumber in her embrace. The following day, Lu Qiming emerged revitalized and vigorous. Observing him energetically pacing the room, Jiang Miaomiao couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are as robust as an ox." Yesterday, she was gravely ill, convinced that he was on the brink of death. Lu Qiming sighed purposefully, exclaiming that he must recover quickly, for if he did not perish from illness, he would surely be poisoned by her kanji. She was utterly speechless, thinking him an ungrateful wretch, as if her kanji had not potentially saved his life. Lu Qiming chuckled, urging her to cease her remarks and hasten to eat breakfast, for they had work to attend to after their meal. Given the repugnant taste of the kanji, neither of them wished to dwell on it. Thus, they opted for instant noodles instead. After finishing their noodles, they each brewed a cup of milk tea, savoring it before heading to the little zombie to replenish their strength, setting out together thereafter. Each had their designated tasks. Lu Qiming focused on dismantling the security bars, while Jiang Miaomiao sought out food and daily necessities. However, the security measures in this residential area were exceedingly stringent. The residents here did not install security bars at all. He wandered for quite some time with his wrench and hammer, failing to find a suitable target. Jiang Miaomiao, on the other hand, was fortunate, as she entered the first house and discovered a large bag of mung beans in the cupboard. Mung bean soup is delightful, sweet, and adding a bit to kanji is quite pleasant as well. Most importantly, she had found bean sprouts to enjoy. Mung bean sprouts boast a more tender texture than soybean sprouts, making them even more delectable. Jiang Miaomiao rummaged through the house for containers, bringing back basins, buckets, and bathtubs, and arranged them neatly in a separate room. Growing bean sprouts requires water, which she could not carry alone. Lu Qiming returned to assist her, fetching several buckets of water from the lake. Following her previous method, Jiang Miaomiao soaked the beans in warm water overnight, layering 2 sheets of paper towels in the containers, placing the beans atop, and covering them with 2 additional sheets of paper towels before moistening them with water. The mung beans sprouted rapidly after 2 consecutive days of watering. The tender sprouts emerged, quickly growing longer than a finger. Jiang Miaomiao plucked a handful and prepared a mung bean and seaweed soup, and during dinner, both enjoyed a generous bowl, comfortably sitting on the floor while rubbing their bellies. There were still plenty of sprouts left, weren't there? We should harvest some for refrigeration. I'll bring back a refrigerator tomorrow, she thought. Lu Qiming suggested, let the rest grow. The soil in the yard is quite good, We could plant them there. By autumn, we shall savor the mung beans we cultivated ourselves. Jiang Miaomiao was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such foresight from him. Autumn. It was only late spring now, and they would need to wait several months. Would they truly survive until then? Previously, she had always been indifferent to the next meal after having the current one, and suddenly contemplating such a long-term plan felt quite unfamiliar. Lu Qiming asked, "Is there a problem?" Jiang Miaomiao shook her head. "You tidy up. I'll play a game." Ever since he recovered from his illness, she had been playing games every night, sometimes not sleeping until 1 or 2 in the morning. Intrigued, Lu Qiming wondered what game could be so captivating. So he tossed his bowl into the trash and followed her. Jiang Miaomiao lay on the mattress, her hands cradling her phone, her fingers dancing swiftly over the screen. After finishing a round, she stretched and turned to see Lu Qiming behind her, startling her. "How did you come in without making a sound? I even changed the blanket." "How could I not be heard?" he replied, his gaze filled with a hint of reproach. She laughed shyly. "I was so busy during the day that I had to seize the night to play games. You go on with your tasks and don't mind me." Lu Qiming extended his hand. "Let me have a look." The most effective way to avoid criticism from others is to drag them down with you. Jiang Miaomiao attentively handed him her phone and eagerly inquired, "Would you like to play as well? I can lend it to you for the entire evening." Lu Qiming gazed at the unfamiliar interface, unsure of where to begin. "How does one play this?" "Surely not." She appeared astonished. "Have you truly never played Honor of Kings? You hardly seem like the model student." He shot her a glance. "Do you suppose everyone can simply frolic through life with a carefree smile like you? All right, return my phone then. I shall continue to enjoy my merriment while you uphold your image of an exemplary youth," Jiang Miaomiao declared as she attempted to reclaim her phone. However, Lu Qiming did not relent, fixing his gaze upon her. "Teach me." She paused, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she crossed her arms. "Beg me. Will you teach me or not? If you beg, I shall instruct you." Lu Qiming felt exasperated. After all, he had found this new apartment, and he had saved her life at the supermarket. The water she used for her bath had been drawn from the lake by him. She gasped, "Oh, so you wish to bring up past grievances? Take your time. I will continue to enjoy my game. I have downloaded numerous single-player games, and there are thousands of films on my computer." Jiang Miaomiao proudly lifted her chin, reclaiming her phone with a sense of triumph, ready to resume her gaming. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence loomed behind her, and in the next instant, a man pressed against her back, his weight rendering her breathless, his long fingers pinching her face. Her body stiffened, her heart racing. "What are you doing? Are you planning something nefarious?" Lu Qiming leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. A mature male voice resonated in her ears. "I implore you, teach me." Jiang Miaomiao remained silent. Moments later, Lu Qiming, having mastered the operation, commandeered the phone. Engrossed to the point of neglecting his surroundings, the phone's owner, seated beside him, attempted to reclaim her device several times, all in vain. "Humph. I shall play on the computer instead. Computer games are far more entertaining," she grumbled as she stormed off, clutching her laptop. After indulging in her games for over 2 hours, she returned to find Lu Qiming still absorbed in play. "I'm going to sleep now. Kindly turn off the light afterward." "Uh-huh." He remained transfixed on the screen, his fingers moving with such swiftness that they appeared almost ethereal. Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes and tucked herself under the covers. Upon awakening the following morning, she found the light still aglow, yet Lu Qiming was nowhere to be seen. Confused, she descended the stairs and discovered him leaning against the wall, a charging cable connecting his phone to the socket, still immersed in his game. "Goodness, you haven't slept a wink all night, have you?" He glanced at her momentarily, then immediately returned his focus to the screen. Dark circles under his eyes suggesting a lack of rest. Jiang Miaomiao gently patted his shoulder. "Stop playing. We need to find the refrigerator today, or the bean sprouts will spoil, and we still haven't located the anti-theft window." He mumbled in response, fingers continuing their relentless dance, clearly disregarding her words. Frustrated, she decisively unplugged the charger. At last, Lu Qiming looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean? Do you wish to challenge me?" He wrapped his arm around her neck, planting a playful kiss on her forehead and ruffling her hair. "Be good, stop fussing, and let me continue my game." Jiang Miaomiao was as still as a statue, having successfully retrieved the charger. Returning upstairs, she shut the door and continued her enjoyment. Chapter 20. Well, since we are to be lazy, let us embrace it fully. Jiang Miaomiao decided against going out after a casual wash-up. She settled down with her computer to watch a film, accompanied by several packets of biscuits, serving both as breakfast and snacks. A few hours later, Lu Qiming emerged to use the restroom and paused beside her. "What are you watching?" he inquired. "Resident Evil," she replied. "Shall we watch it together?" She shrugged, indicating her indifference. Lu Qiming sat beside her, naturally reaching for the leftover half-packet of biscuits and popping them into his mouth. They indulged in the film, exchanging playful banter. "These zombies are quite hideous. Even a golden retriever is more charming. Ah, the leading lady is so stunning. I want to marry her." In the span of over 2 hours, they progressed from the first installment to the 6th, their eyes growing heavier with each passing moment. Jiang Miaomiao's stomach rumbled incessantly, and she turned to Lu Qiming, intending to suggest he prepare a meal. However, upon glancing over, she discovered him resting his head on her shoulder, sound asleep. His cheeks, having recently recovered from illness, appeared significantly more gaunt, rendering his features more pronounced and three-dimensional. She turned off the computer and gently cradled his head, leaning it against the wall, preparing to cook for herself. Suddenly, he extended his long arm, wrapped it around her waist, and pulled her back, resting his head once more against her. Jiang Miaomiao attempted to free herself several times, but to no avail. Resigned, she allowed him to hold her, closing her eyes to succumb to sleep. Upon awakening, she found that daylight had arrived. Alone in the room, the enticing aroma of fried rice with ham wafted from downstairs. Rising to descend, she reached the staircase just as Lu Qiming ascended, balancing 2 plates in his hands. Upon seeing her, he commanded, "Go back, eat in your room." Before she could protest, he firmly placed the plates in her hands and, with a gentle grip on her shoulder, nudged her back into her chamber. Once inside, Lu Qiming, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What movies do you have? Let us bring them all out." His eagerness dissuaded her from dampening the mood. She opened her folder and soon produced an entire collection of Final Destination. With the fried rice in hand, they cozied up in the room, embarking on an extended cinematic marathon. Lu Qiming had prepared well, having cooked a generous 6 servings of fried rice. Should hunger strike during the films, it was merely a matter of sending someone to reheat the food, allowing them to eat while immersed in the screen, without the need to leave the computer. Jiang Miaomiao, lacking his stamina, found herself overwhelmed by the combination of fried rice and films, leading to a sense of fatigue. By afternoon, she could no longer resist the urge to distance herself slightly, closing her eyes and blocking her ears to enjoy a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming remained as spirited as ever, exclaiming, "Don't wash the car. Don't wash the car. Oh, I told you not to wash the car." She was taken aback, questioning her understanding of him. "Haven't you ever seen these films before? They are classics, renowned. You don't seem like someone from a remote area. Why are you so excited?" Lu Qiming shrugged, declaring, "This is called being dedicated." "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. "I can watch a good movie 100 times and still adore it. Absolutely no room for fickleness." Jiang Miaomiao was skeptical. "Then tell me, who will be the next to die? The female supporting character?" "Humph, you clearly haven't read it." Her gaze was piercing as she crawled beside him, seizing his neck and demanding, "Speak. What did you do before?" Lu Qiming, compliant, replied, "I was a gigolo." "Nonsense. Speak the truth." "The truth is..." He smirked and planted a kiss on her nose. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback, covering her nose and retreating. Seeing that this tactic was effective, he leaned in again, attempting to kiss her. "Stop it. You." In her fluster, she accidentally pressed a key, causing a folder to pop up. Lu Qiming stared at the document for a moment, tilting his head and asking, "What is Civilization 6? "No." Jiang Miaomiao let out a desperate wail, reaching to block the screen, but it was too late. Lu Qiming double-clicked the icon, launching the game, and by the time his finger left the mouse, it was already the early hours of the next day. Jiang Miaomiao, a light sleeper, woke as the mouse's clicking ceased, rubbing her eyes and asking, "Not playing anymore?" He lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke. "The imperialist's desire to conquer me remains unquenched. Let us continue." With a cigarette between his lips, Lu Qiming resumed the battle. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling dizzy, realized she had completely lost control over the computer. After 3 consecutive meals of fried rice, her stomach churned, prompting her to rise for the restroom. As she passed Lu Qiming, she deliberately kicked him, but he remained unresponsive, as if she had kicked a stone. Shaking her head, she exited the room, only to discover that the window in the corridor was ajar. Was it Lu Qiming who opened the window for ventilation? How perilous. What if a zombie were to crawl in? She was too weary to scold him, instead shutting the window herself before retreating to the bathroom. Halfway through, there came a knock at the door. Jiang Miaomiao, seated upon the toilet, irritably remarked, "Go on with your game, if you have a game to play. Why bother with the restroom?" Just wet your pants. The other party remained silent, continuing to knock with an urgency that suggested distress. She hastily donned her trousers and approached the door, poised to mock him. To her astonishment, upon opening the door, she was met not with Lu Qiming's pallid visage, but with the grotesque countenance of a severely decayed individual. The heat had caused maggots to infest its flesh, writhing beneath its ashen skin. The odor so pungent it stung her eyes. Detecting the scent of a living being, it opened its putrid maw and lunged forward. Jiang Miaomiao screamed in terror, desperately slamming the door shut. "Ah!" she shrieked within. Thuds echoed as the zombie battered against the door. In the small room, engrossed in his game, Lu Qiming twitched his ears, lifting his gaze towards the door. "Miao Miao, what is wrong?" he called out. Jiang Miaomiao offered no reply, continuing her frantic screams. A chill gripped Lu Qiming's heart. Seizing his laptop, he ventured outside. The zombie, thwarted by the door, caught his scent and turned to lunge at him. He executed a swift kick, sending it staggering backwards, crashing to the ground. The creature struggled to rise, but Lu Qiming's fist descended upon its head, left and right. He struck until, with a final blow from his laptop, he rendered it lifeless, twitching on the floor like a fish out of water. Breathing a sigh of relief, he knocked on the door. Jiang Miaomiao was still screaming, her voice hoarse. "Miao Miao, it's me. Open the door." He patiently reassured her, "Do not be afraid. The zombie has been vanquished. Come out." The familiar voice calmed Jiang Miaomiao somewhat. Cautiously, she opened the door and found that the outside was indeed safe. Collapsing into his embrace and weeping, "Woo-woo." Lu Qiming gently stroked her hair. "I'm sorry, I should have come out sooner." Still shaken, she gazed at the figure on the ground and asked, "Is it dead?" The concept of death was foreign to zombies, as they were, after all, the remnants of the deceased. However, to allay her fears, Lu Qiming kicked it a few times for her to witness. "Rest assured, it cannot harm you any longer. Could we dispose of it?" The image of what she had seen upon opening the door filled her with dread. Lu Qiming nodded, opened the window, hoisted the zombie, and tossed it outside before promptly closing it. They descended the stairs, and he urged her to sit down while he went to boil water. When he handed her the cup, he felt her fingers were as cold as ice. "Are you still frightened?" There was regret in Lu Qiming's eyes. "I will procure security bars tomorrow to ensure this does not happen again." Jiang Miaomiao cradled the cup, her emotions tangled. The zombie had not been unleashed by him, so he needn't apologize. Yet, she had been so terrified that she lacked the energy to comfort him. Observing her pale face, Lu Qiming suddenly embraced her, his hand gently rubbing her fragile back. "Do not fear. I am here, and we will be all right." In such moments, the warmth of a kindred spirit offered the greatest solace. Jiang Miaomiao clung to his sturdy form, resting her head on his shoulder as she quietly sobbed. After weeping for a while, she recalled something of great importance. She lifted her head, wiping the corners of her eyes, and asked, "How did you manage to defeat the zombies? They possess such immense strength and fear not pain." Lu Qiming was momentarily taken aback. "Well, I had weapons," he replied. "What weapons?" He retrieved something from the floor by the bathroom door. The battery of a laptop had been smashed beyond recognition, the screen shattered, and the casing was smeared with a yellowish-white substance, which was undoubtedly the brain matter of a zombie. Jiang Miaomiao gasped. He raked his fingers through his hair, apologizing. "I was just so anxious earlier. I grabbed it without thinking." "You owe me my laptop. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence." "You owe me my laptop. I saved your life. You still owe me my laptop, you bastard." She had hundreds of movies and countless single-player games stored on that one-of-a-kind, irreplaceable laptop. And now it lay in ruins. Jiang Miaomiao cried out in despair, wishing she could summon the zombie back to take her along. Seeing her reaction so intense, Lu Qiming felt a twinge of guilt and attempted to console her. "Don't cry. We can find another one. The city is vast. There are several digital markets and countless computer stores. Finding a new laptop won't be a problem as long as we dare to venture out. The entire city is a treasure trove of supplies." Jiang Miaomiao retorted in anguish. "You don't understand at all. There's no internet now. What good is finding a computer? Where will I download new games?" Lu Qiming replied, "You're going a bit too far with your insults. I didn't do it on purpose. Did you wish for me to leisurely search for weapons while you succumb to a zombie's bite?" She found herself unable to refute him, her heart heavy with sorrow. The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became, prompting her to retreat upstairs for some solitude. Lu Qiming followed her, but just as he was about to enter, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, nearly colliding with his nose. As the footsteps faded away, Jiang Miaomiao sighed in relief, making her way to the mattress to lie down. Her mind was a tempest, not solely due to the loss of her beloved computer, but for other reasons as well. Before Lu Qiming's arrival, her heart was like still water. She lived a tranquil existence, dining, sleeping, practicing calligraphy, and painting without a care in the world. Not even a sneeze to disrupt her peace. But now, her tears were for him. Her laughter was for him. She had narrowly escaped death because of him. Yet he was also her savior. She felt utterly lost, devoid of her own identity. At 9 in the morning, Lu Qiming knocked on the door once more. Jiang Miaomiao assumed he was calling her for a meal, and just as she was about to decline, he suddenly proclaimed, "I found a new computer." So soon? Curiosity piqued. She opened the door, and he indeed presented her with a laptop. It was a 15.6-inch model, bulky and weighty, resembling a large black brick. I tested it. It powers on, and it has many single-player games. Take a look and see if you like it. With eager anticipation, Jiang Miaomiao powered it up. And the screen was indeed filled with an array of single-player game icons, all impressively large. Tetris, Minesweeper, Tank Battle, Plants vs. Zombies, and Candy Crush. The D drive was crammed with videos, their titles uniquely amusing. A complete guide to square dancing, introduction to chess, introduction to Go, Tai Chi tutorials. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. Where on earth did you find this old-school device? The storage capacity of the old mobile device was far from Jiang Miaomiao's preferences. Yet it was better than nothing. After all, in the apocalypse, possessing a computer filled with games and movies was a formidable challenge. During the outbreak of zombies, when people were fleeing for their lives, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to take precious items like money, jewelry, computers, and mobile phones with them. Finding such a device was already a remarkable feat. Calming her frustrations, she accepted the computer, and the two reconciled. Remembering how Lu Qiming had saved her once more, she took the initiative to prepare a meal for him. As she handed him the bowl of rice, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue." Lu Qiming, somewhat embarrassed, replied while holding the bowl, "It was merely a small effort." The atmosphere became harmonious again. After their meal, they convened once more. The primary agenda of this meeting was to establish a mandatory daily schedule. No one could afford to languish any longer. If zombies infiltrated their space, it would be the price of their lethargy. Had they exerted themselves over the past few days to properly install the security windows, such an incident could have been entirely averted, with Lu Qiming taking the lead and Jiang Miaomiao assisting. The initial framework of the schedule began to take shape. 6:30 a.m., rise and freshen up. 7 o'clock a.m., prepare and eat breakfast. 7:30 a.m., get ready to depart. 8 o'clock a.m., leave for work. 11:30 a.m., return home, prepare lunch, and eat. 12 o'clock p.m., afternoon rest. 1 o'clock p.m., leave for work. 4 o'clock p.m., return home, prepare dinner, and eat. 5 o'clock p.m., take a shower. 6 o'clock p.m., engage in 1 hour of exercise. 7 o'clock p.m., review the day's work, discuss, and plan for the following day. 8 o'clock p.m., enjoy 2 hours of leisure. 10 o'clock p.m., retire for the night. Furthermore, a series of tasks was mandated to be completed within the ensuing month. 1. Secure all windows with anti-theft grills and reinforce the doors. 2. Install surveillance cameras and alarms. 3. Gather protective clothing, masks, and self-defense weapons. 4. Increase the stockpile of supplies. 5. Enhance the living environment to elevate the happiness quotient. 6. To be supplemented. Jiang Miaomiao surveyed the extensive list, feeling overwhelmed, particularly by the first item. Did they really have to rise so early? Awakening at 6:30 was more arduous than she had ever experienced, even before the zombie outbreak. Couldn't they reconsider? They needn't go to work. Yet they insisted on such an inhumane schedule. Lu Qiming inquired, "What time would you prefer to wake up?" She longed to sleep until she naturally awoke, yet felt too shy to articulate this desire. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiming proposed, "How about you rise at 7? That grants you an additional half-hour of slumber. I shall prepare breakfast, but we must leave by 8. As I will be responsible for breakfast, you will take charge of dinner." Regardless, the prospect of sleeping in for an extra half-hour was enticing, and Jiang Miaomiao nodded in agreement. Lu Qiming grasped her wrist to check the time. Remarking that it was better to seize the moment, they would forego going out today and instead engage in some exercise to replenish their energy for the tasks ahead. Her eyes widened in trepidation. "How exactly shall we exercise?" "Let us begin with 200 sit-ups. Do not hinder her, let her perish." Lu Qiming exhibited remarkable determination, resolutely committing to the workout without so much as touching his phone or computer. He completed the sit-ups in one breath and then proceeded to do 100 push-ups. Ultimately, lacking a bucket to serve as a makeshift dumbbell. He resorted to lifting Jiang Miaomiao with both hands, raising her up and down to exercise his biceps. Jiang Miaomiao, startled, cried out repeatedly, her concern shifting to his wrists. Aren't your hands injured? Is it wise to engage in such vigorous exercise? Lu Qiming remained silent. Responding to her inquiry with action, he elevated her even higher. After 10 harrowing minutes, Jiang Miaomiao's feet finally returned to the ground, and she wiped the cold sweat from her brow, attempting to sneak away. However, Lu Qiming, quick as a flash, seized her shoulder. It's your turn. I have a stomachache. Let's postpone this. He remained unmoved, pinning her to the ground and grasping her calf. Unable to escape, Jiang Miaomiao reluctantly began to perform sit-ups, trembling as she did so. 1, 2, 3. Help me. Ultimately, she could not complete the arduous task, stopping after approximately 30, feigning death on the floor. Observing her in such a pitiful state, Lu Qiming graciously decided to let her off the hook, suggesting that she could try again tomorrow. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, hurried to find sustenance to replenish her energy. Taking advantage of the day before work commenced, she settled down with her phone, engrossed until evening. The following morning, at precisely 6:30, Lu Qiming arose, washed up, and prepared breakfast. At 7 o'clock, he roused Jiang Miaomiao for their meal, and by 8, they were ready to depart. I shall venture outside the community to find security window bars. You may continue your search in the vicinity. Upon his declaration, he made to leave, but Jiang Miaomiao promptly grasped his arm. I shall accompany you. Splitting up would yield greater efficiency. However, the area outside the community is fraught with danger, and the security window is quite heavy. You undoubtedly require assistance. I can lend a hand nearby. Lu Qiming narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through her pretext. Are you afraid? Hesitant to act alone? If you are frightened, simply admit it, and I shall take care of you. Jiang Miaomiao promptly refuted this notion. Of course not. Then why is that? I have already stated my desire to assist you, to spare you the burden. Lu Qiming shrugged and handed her a cart. Very well, let us proceed together. She felt a surge of delight within, pushing the cart as she trailed behind him. Along the way, they encountered numerous vehicles. Some were parked by the roadside, while others rested in garages, all coated with a layer of dust and leaves, the wheels encircled by rampant wild grass. Those who could afford lakeside villas were invariably wealthy. Thus, their vehicles were extravagant automobiles that Jiang Miaomiao had never dared to dream of before. She had checked the navigation. The nearest community was 3 stops away, and how wonderful it would be if they could drive there. Alas, the noise of a vehicle would attract the zombies, rendering their journey perilous. Thus, it was safer to proceed at a more leisurely pace. As they faced the rising sun, they were prepared for the long trek ahead. Yet, shortly after exiting the community gate, they stumbled upon a custom security window shop at the roadside. The door stood ajar, preserving the chaos from the day of the zombie outbreak, with materials scattered on the floor, haphazardly piled together. An innovative idea suddenly struck Lu Qiming. Why settle for the old when the new is at hand? The materials were readily available. It would be far more prudent to take them home rather than dismantling someone else's second-hand goods. He pushed the cart forward, and Jiang Miaomiao discerned his intent. Her voice laced with concern as she inquired, Are you certain you can construct a complete security window? Have you done this before? Dismantling a second-hand one merely necessitated finding a suitably sized piece to remove, bringing it home, and securing it with a few screws. However, utilizing raw materials was an entirely different matter. Aluminum alloy comes in individual rods, requiring precise measurements, cutting, polishing, and assembly before installation, presenting a challenge that was at least several times more difficult than the former. Those who specialize in this trade must endure years of apprenticeship before they can truly master it. Lu Qiming maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Have you never seen a pig run after eating one? These few pipes pose no difficulty. Come, lend a hand, and help me select the materials to take back. His confidence was infectious, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to gladly assist him in choosing the materials. The shop offered a myriad of options: aluminum alloy, stainless steel, color steel, steel plastic composites, and wrought iron. They had no particular demands regarding price or appearance, only that the materials be robust enough to withstand a zombie onslaught. Lu Qiming selected a piece from each type, bending them with his knee to test their sturdiness. After a thorough examination, he resolved to use stainless steel. The two of them gathered all the stainless steel pipes available in the store, striving to pile them onto the cart. Once intended for transporting snacks and tissues in a supermarket, the cart now served as a makeshift freight vehicle, its frame bending under the weight. Both carts were filled to the brim with steel pipes, and Lu Qiming proceeded to search for fittings, screws, a power drill, a hammer, a wrench, a welding machine, a saw, and a measuring tape, an assortment of tools amassed. They exerted tremendous effort to transport the materials back home. Jiang Miaomiao, utterly exhausted, could barely stand as she entered the room, collapsing onto the floor in a state of utter fatigue. Lu Qiming, brimming with energy, diligently closed the door and promptly set to work. He began by measuring the window dimensions with a tape measure, then squatted in the living room, wielding an electric saw to cut steel pipes. Jiang Miaomiao, completely inept in this domain, found herself at a loss and decided to prepare lunch as the afternoon approached. The cacophony in the living room was overwhelming due to the dust generated from cutting the steel pipes. Thus, she relocated the induction cooker and kitchenware to a small room in the back, shutting the door behind her to cook. After half an hour, when the meal was ready, she returned to the living room only to find Lu Qiming absent, leaving behind a chaotic array of materials scattered across the floor. A buzzing sound emanated from the window, prompting her to approach, where she discovered him seated on a ladder outside, meticulously welding the steel pipes together with an electric welding machine. Several pipes, already welded, stood neatly arranged, presenting a commendable sight. She nodded in appreciation, acknowledging his skill indeed. It would be a pity if such craftsmanship were not utilized in the construction of prisons. However, before she could finish her thought, her expression changed dramatically as she pointed behind him and exclaimed, "Be careful, there's a zombie." Lu Qiming turned to glance back and, as expected, saw a zombie approaching the base of the ladder, likely drawn by the noise of the electric drill. He tossed the steel pipe in his hand downwards, where it pierced through the zombie's foot, effectively pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Jiang Miaomiao gasped, "How cruel." "You'll understand what true cruelty is when it bites you," he retorted. He dusted off his pants, descended the ladder, and entered the villa, closing the door behind him. "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving." Jiang Miaomiao feigned ignorance. "No, there isn't. You liar, I can smell the aroma." He pinched her nose and removed his gloves to wash his hands. Jiang Miaomiao brought out the dishes, inexplicably feeling that this way of life was quite pleasant. With laborers to handle the heavy lifting, all she needed to do was cook and play games, allowing her to live comfortably. Occasionally, when in a foul mood, she could vent her frustrations by scolding him, making life considerably more interesting than when she lived alone. After dinner, they took an hour's rest before Lu Qiming resumed his work. Jiang Miaomiao assisted him by passing tools while keeping an eye out for any approaching zombies. During this time, their supply of materials ran low, prompting another trip to gather nearly everything usable. 2 days later, the entire house was fortified with a layer of stainless steel mesh, appearing as secure as a fortress. They conducted a test by removing the steel pipe from the zombie's foot, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to call out from behind the security window. Upon seeing her, the zombie attempted to bite, but after half an hour of futile effort, it finally limped away in frustration. Lu Qiming felt a sense of pride. "How's my craftsmanship?" Jiang Miaomiao gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging that he could make a living even without being a duck. He glanced at the disarray in the living room, realizing there were still plenty of materials left. It would be a waste to discard them. They should put them to use. With such sturdy materials at their disposal, what could they create to maximize their utility? They were in need of everything, even a small stool. As they surveyed the space resembling a bare shell of a house, they found themselves in a dilemma. "Let us make armor out of it," Jiang Miaomiao proposed with a spark of inspiration. "Let us create a suit that covers a person from head to toe. That way, even if the zombies notice us, they won't be able to bite through the casing. What do you think?" Lu Qi understood her with a glance. "Do you have any idea how heavy it is to create such a cover?" "How heavy?" "At least 30 to 40 pounds. While the zombies may not be able to bite you, don't expect to run. You'll be left to starve inside that cover." It was rare for her to actively think of survival strategies, and to have her first suggestion met with such disdain left her feeling a bit embarrassed. "If you don't want to do it, then fine," she huffed, deciding to play a game instead. Jiang Miaomiao ascended to the upper floor to play Minesweeper, while Lu Qi remained downstairs, busily tapping away. After an indeterminate amount of time, he called her upstairs, claiming he had something wonderful to show her. Curiosity piqued. She followed him down, only to discover a metal rack in the living room. It was not tall, just slightly above her waist, yet it was quite wide, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. Numerous small compartments were partitioned in the middle, resembling a shelf. But what could such a low shelf be used for? A shoe rack? They only had 4 pairs of shoes in total. Noticing her bewildered expression, Lu Qi took the initiative to explain. "This is a pot rack." "A pot rack?" He placed an induction cooker in one compartment and a frying pan in another, Plates and utensils were neatly arranged in a basin, while the cutting board, knife, and spatula found their respective places, transforming a chaotic array of kitchen tools into an orderly display. Now I won't have to squat on the floor to cook anymore. I nearly developed cervical spondylosis these past few days, Lu Qi remarked. You're quite thoughtful, Jiang Miaomiao observed, her gaze filled with surprise. She hadn't considered this aspect at all. Lu Qi chuckled. Does this mean I can go play games now? We agreed. Breakfast is mine, and dinner is yours. She exhaled softly. Go ahead, but wait a moment. Help me gather some bean sprouts first. The sprouts thrived abundantly in their container, a verdant spectacle filling the room, with lush green mung bean sprouts carpeting the floor, eagerly awaiting their harvest. Lu Qiming picked a basin full, observing the unfolding leaves with a frown. They had grown so large, and since we couldn't consume them all in time, they needed to be transplanted into the soil. Jiang Miaomiao shared this sentiment, yet the execution proved challenging. Outside lay the courtyard, suitable for planting, yet it was overrun with weeds. To cultivate beans, they first needed to till the land, which would require time, and once planted, watering and fertilizing would follow. How much time would this consume? And how many zombies might wander by? It felt perilously risky. Just for a few beans, risking their lives was out of the question. Lu Qiming pondered these concerns for a moment before suddenly rushing outside to return with a pile of unused stainless steel pipes. Jiang Miaomiao was perplexed. What are you planning to do? It's too dangerous to plant outside. Instead, let us cultivate indoors. He gestured with the pipes. This room faces south, with large windows allowing ample sunlight. We can construct an indoor planting rack. We only need to fetch soil from outside, and all other processes can be completed indoors. Given the area here, we can not only grow beans, but also later cultivate cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, anything we desire. Jiang Miaomiao's excitement bubbled forth. Really? That is wonderful. I adore cucumbers. They are so crisp and refreshing, perfect for face masks too. She had long desired to refine her rough visage. Lu Qiming rolled up his sleeves, determined to forego rest. I shall commence taking measurements now. You may prepare the meal. No problem. She responded with enthusiasm, embracing the task of cooking. It must be said, with the addition of a cooking rack, the culinary process had become significantly more convenient, sparing her from squatting on the ground, eyes stinging from the smoke. Once Jiang Miaomiao finished preparing the meal, she eagerly served it to him. Lu Qiming's welding skills had become increasingly adept, and by the following day, the framework of the planting rack had begun to take shape. There were 3 equally sized racks, each 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width, arranged in 3 tiers with approximately 1 meter of space between them. He procured numerous stainless steel sheets from the security window shop, welding them into large iron boxes measuring 1 meter in length, 1 meter in width, and 30 centimeters in height, which he filled with soil. The soil appeared dry and devoid of nutrients. Lu Qiming gathered all the weeds and fallen leaves from the courtyard, ignited a fire to produce some ash, which he evenly sprinkled over the earth, and irrigated it with water drawn from the lake. Finally, he selected the robust bean sprouts and transplanted them into the soil. Jiang Miaomiao had also been industrious, and by the time she planted the last sprout, her back ached, making it difficult to stand upright. Lu Qiming watered the plants using a basin, gently caressing the tender green leaves. In a few months, we shall enjoy fresh mung beans and peaches. Indeed, she recalled how, in the past, she had spent her days sequestered within the confines of her home, contemplating the most painless way to perish when the zombies would inevitably invade. Yet now, a promising future unfurled before her like a canvas. Unlike the original protagonist, who was resolute and formidable, she was indulgent and indolent, clinging to life while fearing death. Nevertheless, within the terrifying apocalypse, she managed to carve out a small, personal sanctuary of her own. Thank you. Jiang Miaomiao raised her head, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Lu Qiming. He chuckled lightly, leaning closer to her and playfully tapping her cheek with his finger. She was bewildered, wondering what he was doing. After all the hard work these past days, my fingers are blistered. I deserve a reward. A reward? Are you truly this foolish, or merely pretending? Upon realizing his intent, she curled her finger and closed her eyes. No, close them, or I shall feel shy. Reluctantly, Lu Qiming complied, only to find that what graced his face was not soft lips, but rather a set of pristine teeth. Jiang Miaomiao mercilessly bit down on his cheek, leaving a few deep impressions, and made a playful face at his astonished expression. Trying to be a rogue? Go eat dirt. With that, she turned and fled, leaving Lu Qiming standing there, hands covering his face, caught between laughter and tears. The sprouts and security bars had been installed, The next step was the alarm system. Had they had an alarm when the zombies last intruded, they wouldn't have found themselves so defenseless. Jiang Miaomiao had assumed that with such fine residences, the inhabitants would surely have alarms installed. Yet, after searching high and low, they found either none at all or only high-end systems that required internet connectivity, smart systems that were unusable without a network or signal. They could only rely on electricity. Thus, they had to allocate a full day, setting out at 8 in the morning to seek out electronic stores specializing in alarm systems outside the community. The heat was intensifying, with the morning sun glaring down unmercifully. To make bathing more convenient, Jiang Miaomiao had deliberately donned long sleeves and trousers, along with a mask and hat, to minimize any contact with zombie blood on her skin. The consequence of being so fully equipped resulted in dizziness and near heatstroke from the relentless sun. Lu Qiming noticed her discomfort, and, as they passed a discarded bicycle, he discreetly retrieved a sunshade from its basket for her to use. A few zombies, dragging feet that were rotting to the point of revealing bone, shuffled past them, their murky, dead fish-like eyes shifting. The two immediately held their breath and slowed their pace, mimicking their movements with a staggering gait. The zombies diverted their gaze and continued to meander through the desolate streets. A gentle breeze stirred, sending plastic bags swirling into the air. Jiang Miaomiao sighed in relief, subtly inching closer to Lu Qiming. His tall, sturdy frame would serve as a meat shield should any zombies attempt an attack. The shops lining the street once flourished before the apocalypse, bustling with shoppers, workers, students, and diners, the entrances always teeming with life. Now, however, only fallen leaves drifted past the doorways, most of the interiors left in disarray. As Jiang Miaomiao paused in front of one shop, she lifted her gaze, rooted to the spot. Lu Qiming glanced at the sign, Red Chili Hot Pot Restaurant. How she longed for hot pot. If not that, then barbecue, grilled fish, or spicy skewers would suffice. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and with a stubborn wipe, she pressed on. Lu Qiming couldn't help but stifle a laugh, unusually refraining from teasing her and instead following quietly behind. The alarm shop was elusive. They had wandered through several streets without sighting their objective. With no mobile network, the navigation map only displayed larger landmarks, rendering more detailed information inaccessible. As the morning drew to a close, Jiang Miaomiao's stomach began to protest, and she hesitated, contemplating whether to suggest they return. In the digital city, Lu Qiming suddenly exclaimed. She lifted her head, and indeed, not far ahead stood a grand structure, 5 stories tall, looming like a small mountain beside the intersection. It was likely equipped with alarm systems. If they were absent here, they would be even more elusive elsewhere. However, the doors and windows were shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie atmosphere. It had been over 2 months since the citizens had retreated. Who could say whether zombies had taken refuge here, emerging only at night? Venturing inside could very well be akin to walking into a trap. Lu Qiming noticed her apprehensive expression and grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not fear. We will retrieve what we need and depart swiftly. Must we truly enter? Her heart raced anxiously. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qiming suggested. Perhaps you should wait for me outside? There are even more zombies outside. With one less than 10 meters away, Jiang Miaomiao shuddered, shaking her head vigorously while clutching his hand tightly. Lu Qiming smiled gently, leading her forward into the building. She felt an unprecedented obedience, her gaze fixed, akin to a child stepping out of the home for the very first time. As they crossed the threshold of the digital city, a chilling gust of wind swept outward, sending shivers from her head to her toes. Disturbing images of zombies crawling with maggots flooded her mind. Lu Qiming halted, adjusting his grip on her hand, enveloping it entirely within his larger palm. In a soft voice, he reassured her, Stay close to me. You are safe. We have come this far, and there is no turning back. She swallowed hard, each step sending jolts of fear through her. Together, they navigated through the shops, the first floor filled with computers, devoid of alarms, prompting their ascent to the second floor via the staircase. The second floor's windows were scarce, casting a more profound gloom, with shadows lurking ominously, as if something might leap forth at any moment. Lu Qiming suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently ahead. She followed his stare, seeing nothing, her hair standing on end. What's wrong? Oh no. She tensed, bracing herself for flight. Are there zombies? No, just cockroaches. Jiang Miaomiao was at a loss for words and could only retaliate with a forceful punch, exclaiming, You scared me to death, you lunatic. Lu Qiming chuckled, reassured that this place was indeed safe, urging her not to be so paranoid. His antics lightened Jiang Miaomiao's mood considerably, prompting her to inspect the surrounding merchandise. Mobile phones, power banks, tablets. What is this? She picked up a stack of items and held them up to the light. Lu Qiming leaned in, exclaiming in surprise. So many game discs? We'll have games to play again. Jiang Miaomiao had only ever played downloadable games and had never tried using discs. Shaking them, she asked. Can you install them? Yes. Do we need to be online? I can't remember. Let us take them back and see. He retrieved a plastic bag and filled it with dozens of discs, continuing his search for the alarm system. After persistent effort, the duo finally discovered their target tucked away in a corner, successfully collecting all the boxes of stock from the store and returned home in high spirits. Chapter 21. The alarm system comprises two components, an infrared detector and a speaker. Both devices required a power source, and with insufficient outlets in the house, Lu Qiming ventured nearby to procure a dozen power strips. Upon returning home, he commenced the installation while Jiang Miaomiao prepared dinner. Having spent an extensive time outdoors, both were famished. Lu Qiming swiftly set up alarms beside every door and window, ensuring that they would be alerted at the first sign of any intrusion, be it human or zombie. After completing the final installation, he intended to summon Jiang Miaomiao to assist with testing. However, upon turning around, he noticed a bag of game discs in the corner, igniting a sudden urge within him. Listening intently, he realized that dinner was still being prepared downstairs. Setting aside his screwdriver, he retrieved his old mobile phone, which, despite its antiquity, still featured a CD drive perfect for his purpose. Skillfully maneuvering the mouse, he initiated the game installation. During the wait, he inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden folder on the computer. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to reveal a collection of videos. The visuals obscured and indistinct. The memory was limited, housing only a few dozen files with peculiar titles. Public Toilet 1, Public Toilet 2, Exchange 1, Exchange 2, Wilderness 1, Wilderness 2. With time to spare, he clicked on one, and the room was instantly filled with the sound of a woman's moans. The screen awash in flesh tones. Lu Qiming, you old lecher. Footsteps echoed from outside, as Jiang Miaomiao called out. Dinner is ready. Have you finished the installation? What are you doing in there? He swiftly shut down the computer just a second before she entered, lifting his head with a composed gaze. Jiang Miaomiao pushed open the door, peering in with her little head, and asked, Why are you silent? Is the game set up yet? Let me see. As she spoke, she made her way over, but Lu Qiming hastily shoved the computer beneath the blanket and gently urged her shoulder, steering her quickly towards the exit. It's not ready. Let us eat first. I'm absolutely famished. Jiang Miaomiao was puzzled, yet her hunger was undeniable. Having snuck several bites while cooking had left her unsatisfied. So she followed him downstairs. The heat of the day, coupled with the discomfort of feeling smeared with zombie blood, was unpleasant. With no plans to venture out in the afternoon, Lu Qiming finished his meal and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Jiang Miaomiao discarded the dishes into the trash and aimlessly ascended the stairs. Her eyes immediately caught sight of the quilt bulging from the laptop nestled beneath it. Remembering Lu Qiming's odd behavior before dinner, she dragged the computer out, seated herself on the mattress, and resolved to uncover his secret. A few minutes later, an embarrassing sound echoed once more in the room. Lu Qiming, catching a hint of commotion while showering, hurriedly rinsed off the suds, hastily dried himself, and threw on his clothes before rushing out. Breathing heavily, he burst through the door, urgently exclaiming, You mustn't tea. Mustn't tea what? She inquired, propping her chin on her hand, the laptop resting on her lap, emitting a familiar sound. Lu Qiming quickly changed his tune. This video isn't mine. It was already on the computer. Oh, she nodded, continuing to watch the screen. Anxious, Lu Qiming stepped forward and seized the computer, saying, Delete it. Jiang Miaomiao was unyielding, guarding the laptop fiercely. Why delete it? I still want to save it on a USB drive. Who knows? These might be some of the last adult films of this century. How precious they are. They must be preserved properly. Lu Qiming was astonished. You truly do not mind? She exclaimed with glee, waving her small hand. We are all adults here. What is there to be concerned about? Are you embarrassed? Jiang Miaomiao teased him. Of course not. Lu Qiming replied with a serious expression. I merely believe that time should not be squandered on such matters. Is that so? She blinked, but I think the male actors in those films cannot compare to you in terms of physique. Lu Qiming, I suppose you have good taste. It seems I brought back a few USB drives. Just wait a moment. He turned around and crouched down in front of the bag to search for the USB drive. Jiang Miaomiao observed his back, feeling quite pleased with herself, knowing that her flattery had hit the mark. Of course, it was not mere flattery. The adult film actors, each with protruding bellies, short stature, and excess flesh could never compare to Lu Qiming's long legs, slender waist, and pert posterior. As for that performance, she recalled the images from their first meeting. Well, it too was incomparable. Lu Qiming found the USB drive and handed it to her. She copied the video and placed it in a small box beside the mattress. This was her private treasure trove, containing sanitary pads, face cream, a diamond necklace, and now a few adult films as well. As long as she lived, no one could touch her trove. Lu Qiming shook his damp hair, droplets splattering everywhere, and casually grabbed a towel, wiping himself as he spoke. Let us conduct a test. Jiang Miaomiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her astonishment rendering her speechless. With me? She stammered. Who else? He replied. Although I complimented your figure, it was merely a mutual flattery for commercial purposes. It does not imply that I am willing to engage with you in a more intimate manner. You would do well to dismiss such notions, or else our friendship may be at stake. Jiang Miaomiao secretly clenched the hem of her clothing, feigning composure. Lu Qiming, perplexed, responded. I was referring to testing the alarm system. What did you think I meant? The room fell into an awkward silence, but after a few moments, she forced a laugh to dispel the tension. Ha ha ha, that's precisely what I meant. What else could it be? Come on, let's proceed with the test. Lu Qiming rolled his eyes and tossed the towel, still warm from his body, into her arms, leaning in to say, I am not fond of your type, so do not harbor any illusions. At this, Jiang Miaomiao, unable to contain herself, stomped her foot forcefully towards his, escaping just before he could react. Lu Qiming barely avoided a severe injury to his toes, wincing in pain as he leaned against the wall for a moment before limping away. The testing procedure was quite straightforward. They would enter each exit to see if the alarm would sound. However, this required someone to venture outside, and to do so, they would need to smear themselves with zombie blood, lest they risk being bitten. Both had just bathed and were reluctant to undertake such a grim task. Exchanging glances filled with hesitation, Jiang Miaomiao, with a sheepish smile, clung to his arm and gently shook him. Brother Lu, esteemed Lu, I am aware that you are the finest man in the world. Would you kindly step outside? Lu Qiming remained silent, quietly removing his shoes and socks to reveal his swollen toes. Jiang Miaomiao instinctively retracted her hand. Very well, shall we draw lots then? He grunted coldly while donning his socks. The alarm system was installed by me. Now it is your turn. I prepared lunch, after all. Breakfast was also made by me. Aye. Jiang Miaomiao desperately sought a matter to hold over him, yet after rummaging through her mind, she could only conclude one undeniable truth. He indeed contributed more than she did. Humph. She came here, and so she did. She had faced zombie blood before, and if need be, she could always take another shower later. Jiang Miaomiao took a knife and ventured to confront a small zombie, emerging afterward reeking and heading straight outside. Lu Qiming settled in the living room, observing her as she maneuvered beside the window, struggling to climb inside. Her demeanor resembled that of a frail little monkey, partially paralyzed, pathetic yet resolute. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, touching his toes, feeling the pain diminish. As Jiang Miaomiao managed to squeeze half her body through the window, the alarm system detected her intrusion, emitting a series of sharp beeps. The sound was piercing, audible even from the bathroom where they bathed. The first test concluded, and the next awaited. As the sun began to set, she finished testing the final window, returning to the villa just before the zombies emerged in droves. Once again, she was starkly reminded of her utter lack of physical prowess. After merely crawling through windows for an afternoon, she felt utterly exhausted, her limbs weak, collapsing onto the floor with no desire to move. Lu Qiming approached, clad in immaculate attire, exuding an air of freshness akin to a silent display of pride. You're back? She grunted, turning away, unwilling to meet his gaze. I've filled the water heater. You may take a shower. Afterward, you can join me for dinner. Jiang Miaomiao regarded him with suspicion, her wariness evident. What else with the sudden kindness? Heating water for me and cooking, does that truly compensate for your injured toe? Lu Qiming crouched down and gently brushed his fingers against her perspiring forehead. We are partners, are we not? Supporting one another? Indeed, they were partners. Touched. Jiang Miaomiao expressed her gratitude, mustering the energy to rise and head towards the shower. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Lu Qiming called after her, by the way. This afternoon, while organizing my belongings, I inadvertently misplaced a bag. What? She responded, alarmed, only to realize afterward that it contained your clothes. Please check to see what is missing. Her heart sank at his words, and she hurried to her room to inspect the situation. Moments later, she emerged, tears of frustration brimming in her eyes. You jerk. Not a single pair of my underwear remains. Where on earth did you throw them? Lu Qiming pointed toward the heap of refuse in the villa's yard. Since moving in, all trash has been discarded there, leftovers, unwashed dishes, and garments stained with zombie blood that I've neglected to address. I intended to let it accumulate before burning it all. Jiang Miaomiao peered out the window, dismayed at the mountain of rubbish, wondering where she might locate her missing underwear. Was she destined to go without? The thought of chafing was unbearable. And where would she affix her sanitary pads? Lu Qiming placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, offering her 2 pairs of his boxers. This is entirely new. You can use it first. Tomorrow we shall go to the supermarket, and I will fetch you 2 dozen more. This is the only solution we have. Jiang Miaomiao took her new underwear and headed for a shower, constantly tugging at her waistband while stealing glances at Lu Qiming's waist. His waist appeared rather slender, yet the underwear seemed excessively large. As he walked, it felt empty and breezy inside. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Miaomiao lazily performed sit-ups, eagerly anticipating the most awaited leisure time of the day. Lu Qiming had set up a single-player game, one of her least favored fighting genres. So she busied herself with her phone. They occupied their respective halves of the mattress, engrossed in their separate games, coexisting peacefully. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lu Qiming eventually felt a stiffness in his neck from playing. He stretched and intended to ask if she wanted something to eat, only to discover she had already fallen asleep. The phone screen remained illuminated, displaying game over. She lay with her head resting on the pillow, buried under the quilt, perhaps dreaming of food, occasionally smacking her lips. Truly, she resembled a little pig. Lu Qiming continued his game but found his gaze irresistibly drawn toward her. Ultimately, he decided to shut down the computer, pulled the quilt over her, and succumbed to sleep, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. At 7 in the morning, the dreaded wake-up time arrived. Lu Qiming promptly called Jiang Miaomiao to rise, but she clung to the quilt, unwilling to let go. Can we not take a day off? I was so exhausted yesterday that my legs felt like they might break, sob. We need to go to the supermarket to get you underwear. Your underwear fits me quite well. There's no need for new ones. Just let me sleep a little longer. No, you must get up immediately, or I shall bring that little brat over here. The young creature referred to is the little zombie confined in the room downstairs. Jiang Miaomiao found it hard to believe that he could be so cruel, so she buried herself under the covers, playing the part of an ostrich. Lu Qiming turned and descended the stairs. She strained her ears to catch the sound of his footsteps, then threw off the blanket and rushed after him, surrendering in defeat. After breakfast, the two set off with a cart, heading towards the supermarket. They had 2 tasks for the day, to replenish their food supplies and to seek out masks and protective clothing. With the house's security bolstered, their personal safety also required enhancement. Jiang Miaomiao trailed behind him like a weary old dog, lacking energy and inadvertently falling a few meters behind. Lu Qiming, with a sigh of resignation, turned around and patted the cart, saying, "Get in." Her spirits lifted at the invitation. Is that allowed? You can push the cart on the way back. No problem. Jiang Miaomiao glanced around, ensuring no zombies were watching, and nimbly hopped in, sitting obediently within. Lu Qiming pushed her through the desolate streets, traversing for over half an hour until they reached the nearest large supermarket. Jiang Miaomiao had always adored shopping at supermarkets, both before and after the apocalypse. Food, daily necessities, clothing. It had everything. On dull days, she could spend an entire afternoon there. What should she bring back today? She was weary of cured meats. Once was a delight, 10 times merely tolerable, but after a month of it, the sight alone made her feel nauseous. She needed to find something else delectable to refresh her palate. Several cars were haphazardly parked at the supermarket entrance, their roofs covered in dust. The bodies of the vehicles were splattered with dark spots, remnants of long-dried human blood. The ground was strewn with scattered flyers, one of which was lifted high by the wind and landed in Jiang Miaomiao's embrace. She picked it up and read, half-price milk, 33 yuan per box, and a buy-2-get-1 free offer on luncheon meat cans. This is it, she decided, milk and canned goods. She rolled up the flyer and gestured toward Lu Qiming, akin to an elderly woman eagerly vying for discounted eggs. Old Lu, let us go? Lu Qiming rolled his eyes and nudged her into the supermarket. Inside, darkness enveloped them, the shelves obscured and indistinct. Turning on the lights could attract zombies, so they ventured further into the inky blackness, groping their way through the aisles. Having learned from past experiences, Jiang Miaomiao resolutely maintained a half-meter distance from Lu Qiming, almost clinging to him, ready to use him as a shield at the first sign of danger. Many useful items were available. In addition to searching for food, they gathered other necessities: laundry detergent, dish soap, Toothpaste and toothbrushes were among the consumables they collected, particularly underwear. There's no such thing as too many. They grabbed several dozens of both men's and women's pairs for future use. Clothes stained with zombie blood were a hassle to clean, so they opted to discard them. Thus, they also took a few additional garments. With the warm weather approaching, items like mosquito coils and floral water were indispensable. Their shopping cart quickly filled halfway as they reached the food section, where they began to sift through the offerings with diligence. This area was particularly treacherous. As much of the food was spoiled, a careless touch could lead to a handful of maggots, enough to make anyone lose their appetite for days. Some food appeared uninfested, but was past its expiry date and foul-smelling, requiring careful discernment. Jiang Miaomiao devised a method for assessment. She would listen intently for the sound of crawling insects. First, one must discern by scent, detecting any foul odor of decay. Second, a tactile examination should be conducted, feeling for any signs of swelling. Through these three meticulous steps, the selection process yields predominantly edible items, a method she has employed with unerring success. The duo swiftly filled their cart, preparing to depart from the supermarket. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Miaomiao accidentally bumped into an object and, upon inspection, was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a washing machine. Now that they had electricity, acquiring a washing machine would indeed enhance their domestic comfort. Lu Qiming glanced at it briefly, remaining silent. She eagerly inquired, "Is it possible to take one home? How would we manage that?" "You are strong. You can carry it back," Jiang Miaomiao replied, quickly adding, "To express my gratitude, I am willing to prepare lunch for you for 10 days. No, for a continuous fortnight." Lu Qiming mockingly retorted, "Simpleton, if you refuse to carry it, why resort to insults?" She countered, "The journey home would take over half an hour. Even a sturdy ox would be exhausted after such a trek." Several neighboring houses were already equipped with a complete set of appliances. Although they were old, their functionality remained intact. Was it truly worth the arduous effort to transport a washing machine over such a distance? She hadn't contemplated it deeply, merely desiring to bring home anything she saw. She would have happily transported the entire supermarket back, preferring to remain indoors indefinitely. Jiang Miaomiao mumbled, "Since you were aware, why didn't you mention it sooner? I will handle it when I return, and as agreed, the next fortnight's lunches will be your responsibility." Lu Qiming grinned slyly, prompting her to protest. "No, the workload is not comparable." He feigned ignorance, merrily pushing the cart towards the exit. Jiang Miaomiao hurried after him, eager to engage in a debate. Suddenly, Lu Qiming gestured for silence, covering her mouth. A few zombies lethargically shuffled past them, leaving behind an oppressive stench that lingered in the air. Lu Qiming released his hand, and Jiang Miaomiao waved her hand in front of her face, whispering, "They are like perpetual motion machines, walking without nourishment for so long, dragging their decayed intestines along the ground, seemingly devoid of pain." In the original narrative, the zombies appeared to have grown stronger over time. From the protagonists effortlessly dispatching 10 of them to a climactic confrontation where they coordinated an assault on the human base, nearly leading to the complete annihilation of the survivors on several occasions. How did they gain such strength? Alas, she had been too preoccupied with the meager romantic subplot between the two characters to pay much attention to these details. Had she known she would find herself in this predicament for such an extended period, she would have meticulously noted every character. "Let us go find masks and protective gear." Lu Qiming's voice broke her reverie, prompting her to refocus and continue onward. Along the road beside the supermarket, they stumbled upon a large pharmacy, likely ransacked during the outbreak. The glass doors lay shattered, and many shelves had toppled, leaving scant supplies. Together, they searched but only unearthed a few tubes of erythromycin, several bottles of alcohol, and common medications such as cephalosporins and aspirin, with no sign of masks or protective clothing. Jiang Miaomiao felt a twinge of disappointment when Lu Qiming suddenly held up a box, shaking it gently. "This is suitable for you. Take more," he suggested. She leaned in for a closer look, noticing the inscription on the box read minoxidil ointment, a term that eluded her comprehension. "What is this used for?" she inquired. Lu Qiming tossed the package into her arms, urging her to take it. Jiang Miaomiao sensed his ulterior motives and deliberately opened the box to inspect the manual. The efficacy section clearly stated, "Treatment for alopecia, significant effects on hair loss." Jiang Miaomiao thought, "You are the one with a receding hairline." Lu Qiming remained unperturbed. Speaking earnestly, one must be courageous enough to acknowledge the truth and confront one's imperfections. "Given my height, I frequently notice your retreating hairline when I look down. As a friend, I am genuinely concerned. When will a zombie arrive to put an end to this insufferable person?" Jiang Miaomiao lowered her head. frantically rummaging through the items until she discovered a box of medicine, her eyes lighting up as she thrust it into his hands. "This is perfect for you." Lu Qiming glanced down to examine it. XX brand kidney tonic. Harmonizing yin and yang, warming and supplementing the kidneys, reinforcing the foundation. 2 courses, and you will be vigorous and robust, invincible as a diamond. Lu Qiming, you are ruthless. She had managed to turn the tables. Feeling triumphant as she prepared to step aside to find a mask, only to stumble and fall, nearly knocking out her front teeth, her face contorting in pain. "That'll teach you to be arrogant." Lu Qiming mocked her, yet his actions were gentle as he helped her up, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Tears streamed down her face, and she covered her mouth, unable to speak. He wished to fetch her some tissues, but noticed a concealed door behind the shelf. Standing tall, he kicked it open forcefully, revealing a neatly organized array of medicines, masks, and protective gear within. "Wow, so much." Jiang Miaomiao was so astonished that she forgot her pain. Gradually rising to her feet, Lu Qiming turned around, looking at her swollen upper lip with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Hurry up and gather everything to head back. If we don't tend to that soon, your lips might swell to the size of a pig's snout." The 2 of them hurriedly stuffed masks and protective suits into the cart. Jiang Miaomiao opened a set and was pleasantly surprised to find they were all medical grade, encompassing everything from head to toe. With the masks and gloves, she would be completely encased, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. With such gear, she could venture out to clean up blood without risking stains on her clothes or skin. Once home, shedding the protective suit would leave her impeccably clean, sparing her the hassle of a shower. The thought delighted her so much that she wished to take the entire stock. Unfortunately, the cart was insufficient. And with only 2 pairs of hands, their carrying capacity was limited. They managed to take just over 30 sets before they could fit no more, leaving the rest for another time. As they left, Lu Qiming deliberately closed the door, using a shelf to block it, preventing any zombies from invading and contaminating their treasures. On the way back, their steps were light and their spirits high, were it not for the fear of attracting zombies. Jiang Miaomiao would have felt compelled to sing a joyous tune. Eagerly, she rushed home, when suddenly, Lu Qiming halted and grasped her arm. "Look, a jewelry store." They had previously wagered that if he lost, he would gift her a trove of jewels. With all that had transpired, Jiang Miaomiao had entirely forgotten about their bet until she spotted the storefront today and felt compelled to step inside. Lu Qiming raised no objections, parking the cart at the entrance while she ventured in. The abrupt and rapid onset of the zombie outbreak had its advantages. For instance, the shopkeepers hadn't had time to lock the doors, leaving the entire street open, allowing them to enter any store they wished, including banks. As they entered, caution was paramount to guard against potential zombie attacks, for these creatures moved with unsettling ease. Once inside the shop, the 2 held their breath and surveyed their surroundings. The store was modest in size, devoid of shelves that might obstruct their view, allowing them to see clearly to the back. It felt secure. There were no zombies in sight. Jiang Miaomiao felt a wave of relief and turned her attention to the display counter. Lu Qiming casually shut the door behind them and approached her side. After more than 2 months of neglect, a fine layer of dust coated the counter. Without illumination, the jewels appeared less radiant than before, yet they still possessed an allure that was difficult to resist. Jiang Miaomiao set her sights on a pair of earrings, eager to try them on, but the counter was locked. Lu Qiming rummaged through the cash register, disregarding the pile of pink bills within, and unearthed a small keyring. He deftly unlocked the cabinet and retrieved the earrings. Jiang Miaomiao awkwardly adorned her ears with the jewelry, a bashful smile gracing her lips. "What do you think?" she asked. "Not bad," he replied. "Really?" She blushed, thankful that the zombie blood concealed her embarrassment, making it unlikely for him to notice. Lu Qiming nodded. "Your lips could serve as a delectable appetizer." Realizing she had been chattering unnecessarily, Jiang Miaomiao selected a necklace and a ring, removed the earrings, and tucked them all into her pocket. "Let's go," she declared. "Is that all?" Lu Qiming asked, astonished. Given her earlier enthusiasm, he had expected her to plunder the entire city's jewel shops. She pouted slightly. "Indeed, I have only one head, no matter how many I take. I cannot wear them all." The home was in disarray, resembling a pigsty. As for these beautiful treasures, let them remain in this timeless store, forever retaining their elegance. Lu Qiming's gaze towards her held in increasing admiration as he opened the door. Just as he was about to step out, Jiang Miaomiao, unable to suppress her curiosity, seized 2 more bracelets before finally departing. After a long and arduous journey back home, the first thing she did upon entering was take a bath. She discarded her soiled clothes and donned a new dress she had acquired from the supermarket, adorning herself with a necklace, earrings, rings, and bracelets. Jiang Miaomiao delightfully caressed her face, feeling like the most enchanting fairy in a post-apocalyptic world. There were no mirrors in her home, but that posed no challenge for her. As long as she possessed an inner reflection, her brilliance could shine anywhere. In the living room, there lay a piece of leftover stainless steel, long enough to catch the light. She affixed it to the wall with tape and indulged in her self-admiration. Suddenly, a soft click echoed, and Jiang Miaomiao turned around. Lu Qiming, caught off guard, hastily concealed his phone, clearly surprised by the sound. "Show me," she commanded, stepping closer and extending her hand. "I was capturing the scenery." He replied, "Give it to me." Reluctantly, Lu Qiming handed over his phone, simultaneously explaining, "I just wanted to test if this feature was functional." Jiang Miaomiao, however, paid no heed to his words, flipping through the photos he had just taken, her expression turning to one of dismay. Despite her slender figure, he had managed to capture an image that portrayed her as weighing 120 pounds, truly a talent. "Do you not know how to activate the beauty filter?" she inquired. "Huh." Lu Qiming looked utterly perplexed. "Never mind, judging by your expression, it seems you wouldn't know. I shall instruct you. Next time you take a photograph, do not press the camera button, but rather this." She meticulously guided him on how to capture images with a beauty filter, while simultaneously teaching him the art of Photoshop. Lu Qiming opened the door to a new realm, and under her tutelage, he took several pictures of her. At last, the results were not so glaringly unpleasant to behold. Jiang Miaomiao recalled the time they visited the digital city, returning with a haphazard collection of items, and rummaged through them to find a Bluetooth photo printer. Connecting via Bluetooth, she printed the photos and affixed them to the wall. However, merely adorning the wall with her solitary visage rendered it too desolate, so she insisted on capturing a few shots with Lu Qiming and added them to the display. Ultimately, she nestled against his neck for a shared photograph, which she placed prominently in the center. Nearby on the ground lay a marker that Lu Qiming had previously used to measure dimensions while installing security bars. Jiang Miaomiao picked it up and circled the photograph with a grand stroke, inscribing in bold letters, "The home of Jiang Miaomiao and Lu Qiming." The wall opposite them faced the villa's entrance, where it would be immediately visible upon entry. She handed him the pen and playfully patted Lu Qiming on the shoulder, assigning him an important task. "Do you see? From now on, this shall be our territory. Should any intruders or zombies dare to invade, you must protect this home with your very life." Her jest was merely a fleeting whim. Yet Lu Qiming seemed to take it to heart, gazing at the photograph in a daze before nodding in agreement. Jiang Miaomiao shrugged and, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, slipped upstairs to indulge in her phone. When she descended, Lu Qiming had prepared dinner and organized the items he had brought back. Over 30 sets of protective clothing, more than 200 masks, and numerous bottles of essential medications, sufficient provisions for their needs over the coming months. Indeed, such supplies are always in demand, and the pharmacy stock is plentiful. It would be prudent to gather as much as possible. Lu Qiming picked up a bottle of anti-inflammatory spray and beckoned her over. "Come here. What do you want?" she asked cautiously. "Your lips are swollen to the point where you can hardly speak. Allow me to apply some medication." Jiang Miaomiao approached hesitantly, and he pressed the spray, the solution landing on her wound, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as she recoiled, waving her hands in protest. "Endure it. The pain will subside shortly," he reassured her. Yet, there was something uncomfortably off about his words. Jiang Miaomiao covered her mouth, her speech muffled. "You speak so easily, standing there without a care. Are you certain you do not wish to have the medication applied?" Lu Qiming replied leisurely. "If the wound comes into contact with water, it may become inflamed, leading to a fever that could render you senseless. Should you become foolish, I shall not hesitate to abandon you to fend for yourself amongst the zombies the following day." "How ruthless," she exclaimed as he shook the spray and raised an eyebrow. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Miaomiao steeled herself and approached, allowing him to coat her lips in the medicinal solution. The addition of menthol made her feel so chilled that she struggled to sleep through the night, as if a draft were constantly blowing in her mouth. Upon awakening the next day, she found Lu Qiming sitting on the mattress, speaking earnestly. "Our supplies are already abundant, and what is of utmost importance now is to enhance our self-defense capabilities, particularly yours. In a world overrun by zombies, danger lurks at every corner. Although we are inseparable day and night, sharing the same bed, there will inevitably be moments when help may not arrive in time. In such instances, your own combat abilities will prove crucial. After considering this, I identified 2 potential courses of action. Jiang Miaomiao inquired. Which two? The first was to enhance training, augmenting her speed and strength, and regularly engaging in practical drills with zombies, ensuring that she could at least handle 2 or 3 zombies alone. This was clearly fanciful. She struggled even against 2 roosters. Jiang Miaomiao never overestimated her capabilities and asked, "What is the second?" The second involved harnessing the power of weapons. Lu Qiming stepped outside to retrieve a large bag, placing it before her. "These are some items I have collected. See which might suit you." Jiang Miaomiao casually rummaged through the bag and extracted a gleaming fruit knife. The blade was remarkably bright, more reflective than the steel plate on the living room wall, making it more suitable as a mirror. Instinctively, she raised her chin to admire her reflection, pleased with her thick eyelashes, until she caught Lu Qiming's incredulous gaze and promptly dropped the knife, declaring, "I won't use it." With her skills, wielding a knife against zombies would likely result in injuring herself before she could harm the opponent. Her neck wound had scarcely healed. It was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 22. Lu Qiming insisted, picking up the knife and placing it back in her hand. "You must give it a try. We need to ascertain what suits you best. Surely, when faced with a zombie attack, you would wish for greater self-defense capabilities." The mere thought of battling zombies made Jiang Miaomiao's head throb, and she sighed heavily. Zombies possessed immense strength, swift speed, and ferocity. How could she possibly contend with them wielding a mere knife? If an attack were to occur, she might as well lie down and await her fate. Lu Qiming frowned. "Are you truly not going to try?" She blinked and shook her head. The other party remained silent for a few seconds before coldly rising to their feet. "Well, you have truly disappointed me." In that instant, Jiang Miaomiao felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloping her from head to toe. Acutely aware of the debt she owed to the other person. But wait, her life was her own. If she chose to lie down and await her demise, it was her decision alone, of no concern to him. His disappointment? How absurd. Jiang Miaomiao brushed her teeth and washed her face, ignoring him entirely. To her surprise, Lu Qiming reciprocated her indifference, not once mentioning the tasks that awaited them at 8 o'clock, instead engrossed in his games on the mattress, hardly shifting an inch. Gradually, she grasped that he was genuinely angry, her heart fluttering anxiously as she approached the already ajar door and knocked softly. "What is it?" Lu Qiming asked, without lifting his gaze. "Let me give it a try," she resolved, setting aside thoughts of success or failure. She had no desire to engage in a cold war with her only roommate. After all, he was the primary force behind their daily tasks, responsible for fetching water as well. If he were unhappy, their quality of life would plummet. With an air of indifference, Lu Qiming replied, "No need." "Why not? You clearly have no desire to strive for survival. What would be the point of trying? It's just a waste of time." He derided her, returning to the joy of his game. Jiang Miaomiao felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, to sew his lips shut to prevent any more of his sharp, hurtful words. Yet, moments later, she chose to approach him, biting her lip as she grasped his arm. Come on, I want to give it a try. Will you help me?" "I won't. I didn't want to put in the effort before, but things are different now." Lu Qiming paused in his actions, turned his head, and inquired amidst the cacophony of the game's background music. "What is different?" She pondered seriously for a moment and replied candidly, "Previously, I was alone, struggling to survive without purpose. When I was injured, there was no one to care for me. When I was hungry, no one to assist me. But now, it is different. For now, I have you. If something were to happen to me, you would not stand by and watch me suffer, would you? With you by my side now." A complex and indescribable feeling welled up in Lu Qiming's heart as he glanced at the computer, exited the game, and shut it down. "Come, let's choose your weapon." "Hee, I knew you would be the best." Jiang Miaomiao rose on her toes to embrace him briefly, lingering for no more than 2 seconds before releasing him and scampering downstairs. That fleeting moment was sufficient for Lu Qiming to feel her warmth and the faint fragrance of her shower gel. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then followed her downstairs. Jiang Miaomiao had not observed closely before, but upon opening the large bag now, she realized the extent of Lu Qiming's preparations. Inside were an array of weapons, essentially everything one might find in the city. There were fruit knives, bone saws, batons, crowbars, and... She picked up a device resembling a flashlight and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "A self-defense stun gun. Do zombies fear electricity? We shall find out." "Who will we test it on?" Before Jiang Miaomiao could voice her question, Lu Qiming glanced toward the room containing the small zombie and nodded slightly. She gasped. "Is that advisable?" "It is still so small." To confine it for a month has already been a desperate measure. Now to torment it further with these means evokes the feeling of child abuse. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, it was undoubtedly the cherished darling of its family. Knowing it suffers such anguish must surely shatter its parents' hearts. Just thinking of the longevity lock around its neck makes her hesitate to act. Lu Qiming remarked, "Do not dwell too much on it. Its consciousness has long since vanished, and what remains is merely a shell. If you truly cannot bring yourself to do it, shall we capture another?" Jiang Miaomiao recalled the dangers encountered while capturing zombies and shuddered, hastily shaking her head. "No need for that. We shall use this one. It is all for the sake of survival. None of us have it easy. If the little zombie possesses any awareness in the afterlife, she would burn more paper money for it, allowing it to buy lollipops in that realm." Jiang Miaomiao still hesitated to wield a knife, fearing she might injure herself and cause a river of blood to flow. Thus, she first picked up the seemingly safer stun gun. Lu Qiming opened the door for her, revealing the little zombie lying on the ground, its head covered by a sheet. It had been lost in thought, but upon hearing the commotion, it became agitated. Jiang Miaomiao crept closer, her gaze sweeping over its ghastly wrists and ankles, her heart filled with both revulsion and remorse. Those areas had been cut numerous times when they drained its blood. Now, in the heat, the flesh was rotting at an accelerated pace, many bones laid bare, and the room reeked horrifically. She placed the stun gun on its relatively intact shoulder and pressed the switch. Zzz. The electric current coursed through its body, causing it to convulse and emit incoherent cries. Jiang Miaomiao quickly turned off the power and poked it. The little zombie lifted its upper body and howled, seemingly more animated than before the shock. Alas, it appears to be futile. Jiang Miaomiao discarded the electric stun baton and grasped a collapsible baton. Lu Qiming removed the sheet from the little zombie's head, loosened its limbs, and secured its neck with a rope, holding the other end firmly in his hand. Upon seeing Jiang Miaomiao, the little zombie lunged at her with its nearly toothless magape. Jiang Miaomiao braced herself to resist, but most of her strength was devoted to her voice. Every time the little zombie edged closer to biting her, Lu Qiming would tug the rope back, increasing the distance between them. Despite this, Jiang Miaomiao was unable to inflict any harm upon it and only succeeded in exhausting herself. After a 10-minute intermission, she leaned against the wall and wept. "It was too difficult. I cannot endure this," sobbing. Lu Qiming grasped her delicate wrist and recognized that relying solely on physical strength was an undue burden for her. Mastering combat techniques, which require innate talent, is not something that can be achieved in just a day or two. It was imperative to focus on the selection of weapons. After a moment of contemplation, he resecured the little zombie, donned a set of protective gear, and, having smeared himself with blood, said to Jiang Miaomiao, "I shall step out for a moment. You rest." Jiang Miaomiao hurried to her feet, asking, "Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to refrain from work today?" "I shall inform you upon my return," he replied hastily before departing, leaving her alone in the vast, empty, and quiet villa. No, there was still it. Jiang Miaomiao cast a glance at the little zombie, feeling a surge of fear at the strength it had exhibited during their earlier struggle, and promptly shut the door before retreating upstairs. Lu Qiming did not return by noon. She prepared a meal for herself, deliberately setting aside a portion for him. Gazing at the food on her plate, she could not help but mutter curses at Lu Qiming. This individual is truly insufferable, acting on a whim and leaving without a word. What if he doesn't return? Jiang Miaomiao retrieved her phone and settled onto the living room floor, engaging in a game while waiting for him, eventually succumbing to slumber. "Wake up, pig." She was roused by someone shaking her, and as she groggily opened her eyes, she did not behold Lu Qiming's face, but rather a small electric saw. The sharp teeth of the saw were ominously directed towards her face, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleep. Lu Qiming glanced at the saw, moved it further away, and remarked, "I've brought you a new self-defense weapon. Get up and give it a try." Jiang Miaomiao, bewildered, stood up and took a few steps before recalling something important. "Have you eaten? I saved some food for you." Lu Qiming, preoccupied with adjusting the electric saw, felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. "I'll eat later. You should try it first." "Oh, all right." She reached out to take it and froze upon realizing what it was. "Wait, this is an electric saw." Pfft. Cough, cough. Jiang Miaomiao nearly choked on her own saliva, utterly astonished. Using an electric saw for self-defense? She was not a psychopath. This was far too gruesome. Seeing her struggle to accept it, Lu Qiming explained, "This is a mini model, rechargeable with a lithium battery, making it convenient to carry when you go out. It weighs only 3 to 4 pounds, so someone of your stature can handle it." Its formidable cutting power can slice through 3 centimeters of steel plate, perfectly compensating for your lack of strength. Jiang Miaomiao felt tears welling up, however. She was terrified. Having never harmed even a chicken throughout her life, now she was expected to wield an electric saw against zombies. Woe is me. Lu Qiming casually picked up a steel pipe and placed it before her. Don't hesitate. Give it a try. He removed his protective suit. Drenched in sweat from running around outdoors for half a day, his hair thoroughly soaked, Jiang Miaomiao looked at him in this state and found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. Clumsily, she grasped the electric saw and, under his guidance, switched it on. The saw buzzed to life, spinning rapidly, and in an instant, the steel pipe was severed in two. Jiang Miaomiao was astonished. So impressive? Lu Qiming remained unfazed and fetched a thicker pipe for her to cut. Intrigued, Jiang Miaomiao proceeded, witnessing firsthand the power of the tool that could slice through metal as if it were clay. As long as you master its use, next time you encounter a zombie, it will be the one fearing you, not the other way around, Lu Qiming remarked. However, her fear lay in her inability to wield it effectively. What if, in the heat of battle, she accidentally harmed herself? With her slender arms and legs, she doubted she could last even 3 seconds. She did not wish to become disabled. Lu Qiming, starving, splashed cold water on his face and went to eat. Upon returning to find her still troubled by the electric saw, he imparted several techniques to her. He explained how to wield the tool without risking self-injury, the angles that maximize cutting power, and the combinations that would leave the opponent unable to counterattack. She practiced diligently throughout the afternoon, discovering that his advice was indeed invaluable. At least now, she wouldn't be at a loss for how to position her limbs. Lu Qiming, I never expected you had such skills. Jiang Miaomiao paused to rest and curiously inquired, Did you serve in the military? He leaned against the windowsill, one long leg propped up as he smoked. No. Then how do you know all this? Is it not quite normal for a man to understand this? I possess an abundance of knowledge, yet you remain oblivious to it. Starving now, I shall prepare a meal. Breakfast is prepared by him, while dinner is the responsibility of Jiang Miaomiao. This unspoken agreement is well understood. However, she cooked at noon and practiced for an extensive duration in the afternoon, leaving her wrists sore and unable to lift. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Lu Qiming. Will you do it today? I promise to take care of it tomorrow. Oh, you, Lu Qiming said, patting her head before jumping down from the windowsill, cigarette in mouth, to wash the rice. Jiang Miaomiao narrowly escaped a predicament and merrily ascended the stairs to rest. As she gazed at her first weapon in life, she resolved to cherish it. Perhaps this treasure could indeed save her life in the future. Holding a chainsaw in hand proved inconvenient, and she would certainly need to carry something else when stepping outside. Thus, while the two ventured to the supermarket to replenish their supplies, Jiang Miaomiao particularly picked up a sewing kit and a crossbody bag, retreating to her room upon returning home to tinker with them. The following morning at 8, they donned protective suits, masks, and gloves, preparing to step out after applying some blood. Suddenly, she said with an air of mystery, Wait a moment, I have something to show you. Lu Qiming furrowed his brow. What is it? You will know once you see it. She dashed upstairs and returned with a pink crossbody bag slung over her shoulder. A slit on the side of the bag revealed the head of the chainsaw peeking out, swaying with her movements. Lu Qiming stared in disbelief. You made this. Indeed. Quite convenient. Isn't it? Now I can bring it with me wherever I go. Convenience is indeed a virtue, yet there lingers a hint of. He recalled his still recovering toes and swallowed the unflattering remark. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Miaomiao beamed with satisfaction at her creation. This bag boasted numerous pockets, allowing for ample storage when venturing out, be it water, band-aids, or even a packed lunch for those times when returning home at noon was impractical. Would you like to have a bag as well? She inquired. Lu Qiming promptly declined. No, thank you. But you should. It could carry supplies, saving you the trouble of overloading the cart. I truly do not need one. Let us hurry. He gently urged her shoulders, propelling her out the door. Time flew by, and before they knew it, they had been residing in this city for several months. Jiang Miaomiao observed the wandering zombies on the street, increasingly astounded by the situation. When she first entered the story, she believed that merely surviving a month would be a stroke of luck. Passing by a car, she felt a pang of regret. If only we could drive, we could venture farther to gather supplies. The limitations of bus Route 11 were stark. The furthest they had traveled was to a supermarket several stops away. Venturing farther would render a round trip impossible within a single day. Currently, food was dwindling as they consumed it, while the provisions that could not be brought back quickly spoiled due to the lack of refrigeration. Just yesterday, While fetching rice at the supermarket, she noticed that many bags were infested with insects, and numerous vacuum-sealed items had bloated and turned foul, causing her significant distress. What would they do when the food in the surrounding supermarkets became inedible? Would they have to relocate to a different area? She was reluctant to part with the home she had painstakingly established, and besides, moving could pose unforeseen dangers. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qiming suggested, "Let us procure a bicycle." "A bicycle? What about the cart? Those seated at the back can hold on. Will the zombies notice us? Let us attempt it and see." The two searched their surroundings for a while, and indeed found an old bicycle. It featured a vintage design, with a small chair affixed to the back, presumably used by grandparents to transport their grandchildren to kindergarten. Lu Qiming swiftly removed the chair and patted the rear seat. "Hop on." Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback. "You will carry me? Is that your intention?" She glanced at his tall frame and silently climbed onto the rear seat, adjusting the hem of her protective suit to prevent it from getting caught in the wheels, gripping the cart with both hands. Lu Qiming mounted the bicycle, balancing on one foot. "Are you secure?" "Yes." With a powerful push, the bicycle surged forward. Jiang Miaomiao leaned back, gasping in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, while the cart was flung far behind. "Stop! Stop! The cart has fallen." Lu Qiming whispered, "Do not speak." She noticed that the surrounding zombies were fixated on them and quickly silenced herself. Overcome with tension, she clutched his waist tightly. Lu Qiming decelerated, cautiously navigating between two zombies. They strained to sniff the air but, failing to detect the scent of the living, continued their aimless advance. Both sighed in relief, though Jiang Miaomiao felt vexed. "Oh no. I should have held on tighter. This is all your fault for riding so swiftly." Lu Qiming remained unfazed, suggesting they could find another vehicle at the supermarket. "All right," she replied, lowering her gaze to see her hand wrapped around his waist. Realizing their posture was overly intimate, she instinctively released him, opting instead to grasp the frame of the bicycle's rear seat. Lu Qiming remarked in a low tone, "If you lose the cart, I won't turn back to search for it. If you lose it, don't expect me to slow down. Are you sure you won't hold on tighter?" Jiang Miaomiao recalled the earlier events and felt a tinge of apprehension, gripping his shirt firmly as she clarified, "I don't have any romantic inclinations towards you, so don't get the wrong idea." He grunted in response, his focus unwavering as he pedaled. The zombies paid them no heed, creating an illusion of safety. The air within the protective suit felt stifling, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to discreetly unzip it a fraction, inviting a cool breeze that caressed her face, bringing her immense comfort. With her arms around Lu Qiming's waist and her head resting against his back, she felt languid, teetering on the brink of slumber. "Lu Qiming," she suddenly interjected, "do you think we resemble the legendary couple from the tales?" "Do we?" he inquired. "Indeed, but alas, you lack the handsomeness of Yanghua. And you're burdened with an extra hand," she teased. Lu Qiming grimaced, grinding his molars, "and you are certainly not as beautiful as Xiaolong. Plus you're rather heavy." She chuckled, unbothered by his comments, and opened a small pocket in her bag, retrieving a few fruit candies. "Would you like one?" He shook his head, so she unwrapped one for herself, carefully placing the remaining candies back into her bag before leaning against him once more. "It's so sunny. Why hasn't it arrived yet?" Lu Qiming quietly took a well-lit path, his voice as steady as his driving skills. The pace quickened. Jiang Miaomiao endeavored to remain alert, resisting the drowsiness that threatened to overtake her. Riding a bicycle was considerably swifter than walking. Before succumbing to slumber, they arrived at the supermarket and procured a new shopping cart. Food, being perishable, could not be purchased in excess at once, thus necessitating frequent replenishments, which was rather bothersome. Today, as primary acquisitions consisted of essential condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, the light snacks had nearly been consumed. Furthermore, the bean sprouts were finished, while the pea shoots were still growing, and with insufficient vegetable supply, they sought dehydrated vegetables and some beans to take home. Eating bean sprouts daily could become rather tiresome. It would be splendid if they could cultivate something else. The vegetable rack had ample space, and it seemed a pity to let it go to waste. Which vegetables grow swiftly? Radishes? Cabbage? As Jiang Miaomiao pondered, she waved excitedly to Lu Qiming upon passing a vegetable stall. "Come quickly." Lu Qiming approached, holding 2 bottles of chili sauce. She raised a sprouted potato and exclaimed, "Look, it's sprouting." The potato had decayed into a grayish-black hue, speckled with spots. Yet, at its top, a cluster of vibrant green shoots had emerged, the leaves curled and wrinkled, likely to develop into small seedlings soon. Lu Qiming was equally surprised. After a few glances, he retrieved a plastic bag. Let us take some home to plant. Jiang Miaomiao shared the same sentiment, selecting the sprouted potatoes over a dozen in total. They also collected various other sprouting items, such as garlic, ginger, and peanuts. Based on my recollection, the growth cycle of these plants tends to be rather lengthy, making them unavailable for immediate consumption. To achieve rapid growth, one must opt for leafy greens, particularly leeks, which can yield a bountiful harvest after harvesting one batch. Another promptly regrows, proving to be exceptionally convenient. Where exactly are the vegetable seeds displayed in the supermarket? In the dim light, the two searched diligently, when suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the corner, causing them to halt abruptly. Jiang Miaomiao's body tensed, her voice barely above a whisper. Did you hear that? Yes. Could it be a zombie? Lu Qiming was uncertain as well. He handed her the item he was holding and prepared to investigate. However, she unexpectedly placed everything on the ground and extracted a small chainsaw from her bag, brandishing it in her hands. Lu Qiming, taken aback, asked, "Aren't you afraid?" She certainly was, her palms slick with sweat. Yet, with Lu Qiming unarmed and defenseless, she felt it was only logical to take the initiative with the chainsaw in her possession. "I'll give it a try. You protect me." A glimmer of softness flickered in Lu Qiming's eyes as he stepped aside, yielding the space. "Be careful." Jiang Miaomiao gripped the chainsaw tightly, holding her breath as she advanced inch by inch. Indeed, a shadow stirred in the corner. Gritting her teeth, she pressed the switch, thrusting the chainsaw forward. The entity reacted swiftly, emitting a series of terrified yelps. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Qiming fished out his phone from her messenger bag, illuminating the area with its glow. There, huddled in the corner, was a filthy little dog trembling in fear. The chainsaw was loud, and concerned about attracting zombies, Jiang Miaomiao quickly turned it off. She gazed at the diminutive dog before her, its head and eyes disproportionately large, unable to fathom the sight that unfolded. "Is this a dog?" Lu Qiming scrutinized it repeatedly, nodding in affirmation. How could there be a dog here? The original narrative spoke of zombies devouring all living creatures, including animals. During the outbreak, pets either fled the city alongside their owners or fell prey to the zombies, leaving only a scant few to survive. Could this be a fortunate soul, akin to them? Lu Qiming lowered his voice. Retracting his phone, "Let us not concern ourselves with it. Quickly gather what we need and head home." Clad in protective gear, their safety was somewhat enhanced. Yet when disaster befell them, the odds remained unequivocally against them. There was no reason to linger outside, wasting precious time over matters that did not pertain to them. Every passing second meant an increment in peril. As he prepared to depart, Jiang Miaomiao grasped his arm, illuminating the small dog with her phone. The creature was notably tiny, likely having weaned only shortly before the outbreak. It was pitifully emaciated, its bones starkly etched beneath its skin, devoid of any flesh, with its ribs starkly visible. Its fur was matted and caked in filth, its original color obscured. One could only wonder how it had managed to survive these days. It had undoubtedly once had an owner, for it exhibited a clear desire to approach humans, yet fear rendered it motionless. Its body trembled intermittently, exuding a profound sense of helplessness. Lu Qiming urged her to proceed, yet Jiang Miaomiao inquired, "Can we take it home?" He paused, momentarily taken aback. "You mean this dog?" "Indeed. Our home is quite spacious for just the two of us. It feels rather desolate. A new member would surely bring some liveliness." Lu Qiming decisively shook his head. "No. Why? Who knows if it has been infected? What if it bites you? Then we can isolate it, keep it in a small room, and only let it out once we confirm it isn't infected." Lu Qiming still refused. "It's too filthy. Even if it hasn't been bitten by a zombie, it could still carry other infectious diseases." Jiang Miaomiao looked up at him with pleading eyes. "I promise to take good care of it. If there's any problem, I'll get rid of it immediately, all right?" She had always wanted to have a dog, but had never had the chance before. Now, in this apocalyptic world, encountering a dog under such favorable conditions felt like a divine opportunity, and it seemed a pity to let it slip away. Lu Qiming remained resolute, his tone cold. "No pets. We're going home. Otherwise, I will leave on my own." She dared not traverse through the horde of zombies back to the villa alone. So she reluctantly abandoned the dog, casting several lingering glances at it before turning away. The puppy's whimpering echoed behind them, as if begging them to stay. Jiang Miaomiao felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on her heart, leaving her feeling stifled and despondent, to the point where she couldn't muster the energy to search for green beans. Lu Qiming had been stealing glances at her, and after a while, he quietly asked, "Do you really want to keep it?" She nodded, then sighed. "Why do you ask? You won't let me take it home." Lu Qiming rummaged through a nearby shelf, found a roll of garbage bags, tore off a long strip, and pulled her wrist as he turned back. Jiang Miaomiao was utterly confused. "What are you doing?" He remained silent, heading straight back to the corner where they had found the dog. The little dog remained crouched there, trembling even more upon their arrival. Lu Qiming released her hand, unfurled the garbage bag, and swiftly enveloped the dog within it. As the frightened creature attempted to escape, he acted with remarkable speed, layering the bag several times before passing it to Jiang Miaomiao. "You are not to touch it until it is thoroughly cleaned," he instructed. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Are you really allowing me to take it home? What choice do I have?" He replied tersely. "If I don't bring this dog back, someone might give me a few days of cold treatment." Though she initially intended to do so, being exposed made her feel slightly embarrassed, prompting her to awkwardly touch her nose and chuckle. "It's not that exaggerated." Lu Qiming merely scoffed and proceeded forward, while Jiang Miaomiao followed closely behind, cradling the dog. The little creature struggled at first, but as it began to feel her warmth, it gradually calmed down. Concerned that the dog might suffocate in the bag, she carefully opened a small vent. The dog's large, expressive eyes observed her curiously, clearly unaffected by fear. Lu Qiming loaded their belongings into a cart, securing it to the bicycle's rear seat with a climbing rope. This ingenious setup allowed the cart to follow seamlessly as he pedaled, considerably easing their journey. "Get on," he beckoned, patting the back seat. Jiang Miaomiao took her place, her attention entirely focused on the little dog. The poor creature looked so pitiful. It must not have eaten well for some time and was painfully thin. What should she feed it upon their return? Would giving it cured meat be unwise? It seemed dogs could easily fall ill from too much salt. She smacked her forehead in realization. "Oh dear," Lu Qiming inquired. "What's wrong?" "I should have brought along a bag of dog food earlier," she lamented. Upon returning home, Jiang Miaomiao's first act was to shed her protective gear, followed closely by cradling her dog and heading to the bathroom for a bath. Lu Qiming, entirely disregarded, found himself in a foul mood as he leaned against the bathroom door, puffing on a cigarette and delivering sardonic remarks. "You're more enthusiastic about bathing it than you are about yourself. You think it's dirty? Naturally, I must clean it up." Jiang Miaomiao placed the small dog in a large basin and began to fill it with water. Unfortunately, midway through, the shower head ceased to function. She shook it in vain and turned to Lu Qiming for assistance. The tap water had long since stopped. Water supply in the villa was a cumbersome affair. It required drawing water from the lake and pouring it into the large barrel on the top floor, which served as the source for bathing and cooking. This laborious task typically fell to Lu Qiming, and as compensation, she would often wash his clothes while doing the laundry. They had always complemented each other well. But today Lu Qiming was uncooperative, feigning ignorance. "What do you want me to do? The water has run out." "Oh, could you go fetch some water?" "I'm busy." He turned to leave, but Jiang Miaomiao, with her damp hands raised, pursued him and blocked his path. "I've already prepared the food. There's nothing else to do today. I want to play games. Can we do that tonight?" "Absolutely not. I want to play right now." Jiang Miaomiao, feeling deflated, chose to concede. "What must I do for you to agree to fetch the water?" Lu Qiming's gaze inadvertently fell upon her soft, crimson lips, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. He quickly averted his eyes, adopting a stern expression as he declared, "You cannot do anything. You must take care of the dog you brought yourself. Do not trouble me." With his hands tucked into his pockets, he ascended the stairs, ignoring Jiang Miaomiao, who was fuming behind him, stomping her feet in frustration. "Serves her right," he thought with disdain. That dog was as ugly as a ghost. What on earth did she find appealing? Did she cherish it simply because it was alive? He was alive too. Why not come and give him a bath? Resolute in his decision to disregard the matter, Lu Qiming settled in his room to play solitaire on his antiquated phone. However, after merely 2 rounds, he could not resist the urge to descend and rummage for something to eat. Passing by the bathroom, he cast a furtive glance inside, hoping to see what he sought. But only a silly dog lay in the basin, staring vacantly. Approaching the window, he peered outside, and through the bars of the security window, he spotted a diminutive figure. Jiang Miaomiao, clad in protective gear, struggled to carry a bucket of water as she trudged back from the artificial lake. The bucket was not particularly large, one that Lu Qiming could easily lift with one hand, yet in her grasp, it appeared as heavy as if it would snap her wrist. The more he watched, the more irritable he became. He bit into a piece of braised duck neck, his expression cold as he retreated to his room. At 11:30, lunchtime arrived. Lu Qiming descended once more to find Jiang Miaomiao seated on the living room floor, lavishing affection on a small white dog. Was this the dog? Indeed, it was adorable. its pristine white coat unblemished by wounds or skin ailments, radiating health. Jiang Miaomiao petted its round head, leaning down to converse with it. You are just too thin. You need to gain some weight. What shall we call you? How about Ruru? Jiang Miaomiao, chuckling softly, asked if he liked it. Speaking to animals seemed a foolish endeavor to Lu Qiming, who rolled his eyes and prepared to cook. Upon lifting the pot lid, to his surprise, he discovered that the noodles had already been cooked. Jiang Miaomiao, cradling her dog, rose and patted her backside. I have long prepared the meal. Let's eat. You've eaten? He inquired. Not yet. I am waiting for you. The warmth that enveloped his heart at the word waiting alleviated much of the discontent he had accumulated that morning, prompting him to serve her noodles. However, his spirits soon plummeted again. Jiang Miaomiao, holding her dog, gently urged, Ruru, open your mouth. The silly dog obediently opened its mouth and devoured the noodles she offered, its tail wagging joyfully. As she continued to feed the dog, Lu Qiming could no longer contain himself. He set down his chopsticks and said, It is merely a dog. Jiang Miaomiao, puzzled, replied, I know. Then why treat it like a child? It is possible that I may never have the opportunity to bear children in this lifetime. What is wrong with being kind to it? She glanced at his bowl, mistakenly believing he was concerned about the dog as potential diseases, and took the dog to the balcony to eat separately. Lu Qiming was utterly exasperated. He finished his noodles in silence, discarded his bowl and chopsticks into the trash, and retreated upstairs to immerse himself in gaming. He resolved that unless she came to him with an apology, he would let her continue her antics with the dog. Chapter 23. Lu Qiming embarked on a solo gaming marathon, transitioning from Minesweeper to cards, and then to solitaire, remaining indoors the entire afternoon. Jiang Miaomiao did not enter either, likely lost in merriment with the dog downstairs. As he contemplated, his fingers pressed down on the keyboard with increasing force, as if he wished to pierce it. He felt no urgency. Come nightfall, she would inevitably return to sleep, and at that moment, she could no longer feign ignorance of his presence. Alas, reality often took unexpected turns. After finishing dinner, taking a shower, and completing his exercise regimen for the day, he returned to his room, cradling his computer, seemingly engrossed in a game, yet actually lying in wait. Just then, Jiang Miaomiao pushed open the door and entered quietly, picking up a pillow and a blanket. Preparing to leave, Lu Qiming could no longer maintain his facade of calm. Where are you going? He inquired. To sleep next door? Why must you sleep next door? They had shared this small room since moving in together. The adjacent room lacked even a mattress. Would she truly prefer to sleep on the floor? Jiang Miaomiao explained. The puppy refuses to be left alone. If I leave it outside, it will incessantly whine. If I bring it in to sleep, you do not approve. Thus, I will stay with it for a couple of nights until it gets accustomed, and then I shall return. Lu Qiming's face darkened. Return for what? Just stay there, clearly. Your heart belongs solely to the dog now. She cautiously inquired, Are you angry? No. Then I want to go. I'll just get a cardboard box for it to use as a bed, placing it behind the door. How does that sound? If you intend to leave, then leave quickly. Stop your prattling. Lu Qiming issued an eviction order, donned his headphones, and furiously typed away at the keyboard, appearing as though he were on the verge of violence. Jiang Miaomiao dared not provoke him further, clutching her pillow and blanket. She silently retreated and closed the door behind her. Lu Qiming had no inclination to focus on the game at hand. Once she departed, he shut down the computer and nestled into his bed, attempting to assuage his discontent through slumber. However, the villa's soundproofing was inadequate, and the incessant wails of the zombies outside rendered sleep elusive. Before long, he was also subjected to the sounds of laughter and merriment from next door. Hee hee hee. It tickles. Don't lick my hand. Oh dear, the floor is dirty. Such joy was foreign to him, a stark contrast to the moments spent beside her. Lu Qiming's heart ached as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned within it. He buried his head beneath the covers, feigning ignorance to the world outside. The night dragged on painfully until dawn broke. At 6:30 in the morning, he descended the stairs with dark circles under his eyes, preparing breakfast. As he passed the door to the neighboring room, he paused to listen intently. It was quiet within. She likely had not yet awakened. Upon entering the kitchen, he surveyed the assortment of pots and pans on the shelf, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the curling smoke, he pondered the morning's meal. There was preserved meat, ham, salted duck eggs, and dehydrated vegetables available. The pantry boasted rice, flour, noodles, and instant ramen, allowing for a lavish feast. Yet, in light of her behavior the previous day, he felt inclined to offer her merely a glass of plain water. After finishing his cigarette, He shrugged and began washing the pots and rinsing the rice, ultimately deciding to prepare a simple congee paired with pickled vegetables. He was aware she had grown weary of such fare, but who could blame her when her gaze was solely fixed upon the dog? Dogs do not prepare meals for her. As he washed, his frustration subsided, and once the pot was cleaned, he placed it on the induction stove, switched it on, and then proceeded to the living room floor to perform push-ups. The villa lacked fitness equipment, yet this posed no challenge for him. With a willing spirit, every heavy object, buckets, induction stoves, became his instruments. Lu Qiming was drenched in sweat, yet his spirits were considerably lifted. Just as he was about to don his protective suit and take a couple of laps outside, a white silhouette dashed down the stairs and swiftly darted into the kitchen. He paused for a moment, suspecting he was hallucinating, before stepping inside to investigate. There, he found the foolish dog he had rescued the previous day, gleefully rummaging through the garbage bin. "Stop it," Lu Qiming barked. Jiang Miaomiao froze, cautiously turning around. Upon recognizing him, it quickly retreated to the corner. Lu Qiming collected the mess it had made and squatted before it, pointing an admonishing finger at its nose. "This is not your home. If you wish to avoid being thrown out, you ought to behave. Do you understand?" Jiang Miaomiao extended its tiny, pink tongue and gently licked his fingertips. He mistook this gesture for submission and prepared to let it off the hook. However, in the next instant, the little creature bared its sharp teeth and snapped at his finger, seizing the opportunity to dart from beneath him and sprint away. Lu Qiming was momentarily stunned. Though the puppy's bite lacked the strength to break the skin, the pain was bearable. Yet, how could one tolerate such cunning behavior? He seized a frying pan and chased after it, only to find Jiang Miaomiao desperately clambering up the stairs on its short legs. Lu Qiming, with his speed, quickly caught up, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck and lightly tapping its round head with the pan. "Run, are you still running?" Jiang Miaomiao squirmed vigorously, attempting to bite him. Lu Qiming's frustration mounted. "Don't think about being a little accomplice. Do you believe I won't throw you out right now?" Jiang Miaomiao bared its teeth at him, clearly displaying its discontent. "What are you doing?" A voice came from above the staircase, and there stood Jiang Miaomiao in her pajamas, her expression one of astonishment. Jiang Miaomiao reacted with remarkable speed, promptly closing its mouth and lowering its head, adopting a pitiful demeanor upon hearing the voice. Lu Qiming was utterly infuriated. This foolish dog had rummaged through the trash bin, scattering refuse everywhere. Jiang Miaomiao approached, her heart aching as she took the dog in her arms, gently stroking its head and saying, "Is that so? Oh dear. It's all my fault for waking up too late and not preparing breakfast for it in advance. It must be terribly hungry. It even bit me." "Where did it bite you?" Lu Qiming extended his finger, but she looked around, unable to find any marks. "Where is it?" He focused intently, realizing he too could not find any evidence, and withdrew his finger, coldly stating, "It cannot stay here." Jiang Miaomiao's expression immediately shifted. Why not? Wasn't everything fine last night? Lu Qiming had a plethora of reasons. The current situation was exceptional. Their survival resources were severely limited, and they could not afford to keep another dog. "Is that so? How many duck necks did you nibble on last night?" "That's unrelated." Jiang Miaomiao, unable to comprehend their conversation, sensed the tense atmosphere surrounding it. It endeavored to burrow deeper into Jiang Miaomiao's embrace, nudging her arm with its nose, its round, dark eyes glistening with moisture, whimpering incessantly like a child on the brink of abandonment. Upon witnessing this pitiful sight, Jiang Miaomiao felt even more reluctant to cast it away. The outside world is overrun by zombies, ravenous not only for humans but also for dogs. How long can such a frail creature survive if it ventures out? It would likely be devoured within a day. Even if it were to escape the jaws of death, its sustenance would be fleeting. There is no one to care for it, no food, and it is too small to catch even a mouse. Can we allow it to stay? Jiang Miaomiao clutched it tightly, her voice gentle and pleading. "I promise to train it well, to refrain from rummaging through garbage and biting anyone. It consumes little, so it would not impose any burden." Lu Qiming had no retort, his frustration evident as he muttered, "Do as you wish." After he spoke, he attempted to leave, but she grasped his arm. "Then promise me you won't bully it." Who is truly bullying whom? Lu Qiming shot a glare at Jiang Miaomiao, grumbling a reluctant acknowledgement before yanking his arm away and departing. The porridge was ready, and he casually consumed 2 bowls before retreating to his room. Neither felt inclined to venture outside to work. One remained upstairs while the other lingered below. Jiang Miaomiao, aware that he was likely sulking, deliberately selected some snacks from her stash, treats she rarely indulged in, and brought them to him on a plate. He was fixated on his computer, ignoring her completely. With no choice but to retreat awkwardly, She returned downstairs to keep Jiang Ruru company. Lu Qiming had not entirely given up, while engrossed in his game. He pondered how to deal with the dog. After all, cunning was not his forte compared to that of a dog. In the afternoon, as Jiang Miaomiao rested, Jiang Ruru curled up beside her, resembling a tiny ball of white yarn. Lu Qiming stealthily entered the room, placing his phone on the windowsill. Unwrapping a package of pork jerky atop it, then opened the window before slipping out, peering through the crack of the door. Awakened by an enticing aroma, Jiang Ruru lifted her gaze towards the windowsill, scampering over in excitement. The ledge was too high for her to reach even when standing, so she leaped repeatedly, until finally, with a determined bound, her nose collided with it. The phone, along with the pork jerky, flew out the window and landed in the yard. The screen shattered against the stones. Jiang Miaomiao stirred awake, sitting up to inspect the source of the commotion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Ruru immediately lay down, pitifully wagging her tail at her. Satisfied, Lu Qiming returned to his room, leisurely playing cards. Half an hour later, he descended to quench his thirst, only to find Jiang Miaomiao sitting on the living room floor, sighing heavily as she cradled her phone. Its screen cracked like a spider's web. What happened? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Jiang Miaomiao, too embarrassed to admit it was the dog's doing, simply replied, "I won't have a phone to play with anymore. Don't worry. We can get a few more at the digital market." But what she truly needed was not merely a phone, but the games contained within it. Even if she were to acquire a new device, where could she download the games? Alas, the dog was her own choice, and she could only swallow the bitter consequences. Determined to transform her sorrow into appetite, Jiang Miaomiao resolved to seek sustenance in the kitchen. However, upon entering, her heart sank further. What had transpired here? All the packaging was torn apart, and crumbs of chips and cookies littered the floor. The wrappers of her favorite fruit candies had vanished, with the candies now coated in dust and debris. Lu Qiming entered, glanced around, and picked up a piece of cookie. "Look," he said. She leaned in closer and spotted several distinct bite marks. The distinctive mark cannot be produced merely by a human mouth. Thus, the true culprit must surely be Jiang Ruru. The slumbering foolish dog jolted awake, its tail tucked between its legs as it cautiously approached. Jiang Miaomiao seized the scruff of its neck and confined it to a room. "You are not allowed to come out for the next few days." The dog scratched at the door, whimpering, but she, engulfed in her anger, heard nothing and stormed back to her room, burrowing beneath her blankets. Lu Qiming, having achieved his desire, felt a sense of relief and elation. He took it upon himself to prepare a bowl of noodles and ascended the stairs to soothe her wounded heart. A small mound emerged beneath the covers, where she lay motionless. He gently patted the little bump. "Don't be upset. Why stoop to the level of a dog? Get up. I've made you noodles." After several minutes of silence, he sighed and softened his tone, continuing to offer comfort. "If the phone is broken, we'll simply get a new one. We can bring back a powerful computer filled with single-player games, and even use the television for watching movies. You won't be bored. Food will be simpler. The supermarket has everything one could desire. Once we exhaust this supermarket, we shall simply move to another. The only thing left to do now is to get rid of that dog, and then we can return to our previous way of life, right?" She remained silent. So he lifted the bowl of noodles, blowing gently to disperse the aroma throughout the room. "Hurry indeed, or the noodles will grow cold. You spent all your time feeding that ungrateful creature and hardly ate anything yourself." Finally, Jiang Miaomiao peeked out, her eyes red and her demeanor notably despondent. "I don't want to eat. Just go away and leave me alone." Lu Qiming furrowed his brow upon witnessing her demeanor. "Do you truly hold such affection for that dog? What is it that makes it so special?" "I do not love it." "Then what is it?" She hesitated, retreating into the covers, unwilling to articulate her feelings. Lu Qiming set down his bowl and lifted the blanket, insisting that she speak. Jiang Miaomiao, with nowhere left to hide, finally confessed, "You have friends, and inevitably you will seek them out. The dog is different. In its world, there is nothing else, as long as I care for it. It will never abandon me." After the zombie tide receded, when he left her to find his friends, she lay alone in the dim and filthy basement, feeling as though she were on the brink of death. Loneliness is not terrifying. What truly frightens is the return to solitude following the accustomed companionship. Quietude transforms from a refuge into a torment, overwhelming her, suffocating her, as she increasingly recognizes her own insignificance and helplessness in the midst of suffering. If Lu Qiming were to leave, she would become like a dog cowering in a corner, defenseless against the world, withering away day by day until she fades into oblivion. Living is agony, and even suicide offers no solace. If only there were a companion who shared her plight, perhaps despair would not be so profound. As she pondered, tears fell onto the blanket, and she bit her lip with determination, unwilling to show weakness before him. Lu Qiming gazed at her in stunned silence, realizing for the first time how fragile she truly was. Her indifferent attitude towards life was merely a facade, concealing a deep-seated fear of the world. His emotions were complex. Unsure of how to respond, he silently took her hand. "I will not leave you." Jiang Miaomiao rested her head on his shoulder, her body trembling incessantly, with intermittent sobs escaping her lips. He embraced her frail frame, gently patting her back. "I will not abandon you, I swear. Even if the day comes when I must depart, I shall take you with me." "What about the dog?" she asked through her tears. "Leave it behind." Lu Qiming replied, "Did you not say it doesn't eat much? If we each forego a couple of bites, we can sustain it. But it is disobedient, rummaging through things and even damaging my phone. Those items were actually dismantled by me, and the phone was intentionally left on the windowsill. Your phone remains unharmed. It was the identical model I brought back from Digital City that was broken. The original was beneath my pillow. As for the dog, it merely rummaged through the trash." Jiang Miaomiao ceased her weeping, regarding him with suspicion. "But the bite marks are not yours. I extracted those with a fork," he replied. Seeing her finally stop crying, Lu Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. "It is a good dog, quite well behaved. We shall continue to care for it. Do not be upset." She was certainly not disheartened. She simply, "Lu Qiming, you are utterly shameless. A man nearing 6'3", accusing a little puppy. Do you have no shame?" Jiang Miaomiao seized a nearby broom and chased after him, striking him. Lu Qiming covered his head and fled in disarray. In light of his despicable behavior, that evening, Jiang Miaomiao unilaterally declared that he would be responsible for all 3 meals for the month. Lu Qiming lamented his fate, yet there was no room for protest. He could only resign himself to this punishment. As the weather grows increasingly warm, the daily bathing routine of 2 individuals and a dog results in a gradual rise in water consumption. Lu Qiming finds himself spending nearly an hour each day fetching water from the lake. Although his physical strength is ample, the repetitive nature of the task eventually becomes tiresome. During a venture to gather supplies, they serendipitously discover an electric water pump. With its powerful motor, it requires merely a connection to electricity, one end linked to the water source and the other to a bucket. In just 10 minutes, it can draw enough water to last them 3 days. The pair promptly carry this valuable find back home. Lu Qiming ingeniously fashions an extension cord using wires and tape, allowing it to stretch from the villa to the artificial lake, thus providing power to the pump. He then connects both ends of the pump, submerging one end in the lake and placing the other into a water bucket on the rooftop, incorporating a filter salvaged from a water dispenser. Standing behind the villa window with Jiang Miaomiao, he presses the switch on the extension cord. The pump roars to life, resembling the sound of a tractor. The noise attracts a multitude of zombies, who, upon reaching the lake, are unable to sense any living beings and wander about in confusion. Jiang Miaomiao checks the water level indicator in the bathroom and rushes out a few minutes later, exclaiming in delight, "It's enough. It's full." Lu Qiming switches off the pump, silencing it, and the zombies gradually disperse. That evening, as Jiang Miaomiao bathes in the soothing stream of warm water, she gazes at him with newfound admiration. What skills does he not possess? Who exactly is he? An electrician? Lu Qiming refrains from elaborating, but before bedtime, he proposes an idea. The villa remains stark and disordered, resembling a slum, devoid of any decent furniture. One day, it occurred to Jiang Miaomiao to devise a method to divert the zombies, perhaps to pilfer some belongings from the neighboring house. She had long desired to embellish her room, having lived like a vagabond, sleeping on a mattress and lacking a table for meals. Shortly thereafter, an opportunity presented itself, prompting her to bravely offer up her sanitary napkins. Lu Qiming, clad in protective gear, rode his bicycle to the city center, discarding a full bag of feminine products before swiftly returning. Upon his arrival at the villa, the zombies in the vicinity had largely dispersed, and the two hastened to the neighbor's home to select the furniture and appliances they required. Jiang Miaomiao had meticulously prepared a list beforehand. For the bedroom, a bed, an air conditioner, and a wardrobe. For the living room, a sofa, a coffee table, and a television. Additionally, a refrigerator and a washing machine. As for the myriad of smaller items, she resolved to take whatever caught her eye, without concern for what might be missing. The zombies would return within 2 hours at most, and both exerted their utmost effort, not daring to relent for even a second. Fervently transporting their finds, Zhang Ruru did not remain idle either, scurrying alongside them to assist by fetching cushions and slippers, panting heavily from the exertion. After an hour and a half of collective effort, the living room was brimming with various pieces of furniture and appliances. As the zombies began to reappear, they swiftly closed the door and collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat. Jiang Miaomiao trotted over, wagging its tail, and presented Jiang Miaomiao with a piece of chocolate. She gently patted its head, broke the chocolate in half, consuming one piece herself while offering the other to Lu Qiming. The rich, sweet flavor melted on their lips, gradually restoring their strength. To her left stood the bed, and to her right, the air conditioner. She felt an immense joy. At last, we shall not have to sleep on the floor tonight. However, Lu Qiming was not so optimistic. Installing all these items would indeed require a considerable amount of time. She chuckled softly and crawled up to him with a charming gaze. This is where I must trouble you. She did not wish to shirk her responsibilities, but alas, she truly lacked understanding in these matters. At most, she could hand him a hammer or some nails. Her capacity to assist was extremely limited. She had expected Lu Qiming to complain, but to her surprise, he merely raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. No problem. Are you truly willing? What other choice do we have? We cannot simply ignore it. He adjusted his clothing and spoke leisurely. However, since I am responsible for the installation, you must undertake one task. No problem, what is it? He smirked and walked over to an appliance that was significantly shorter than him, giving it a light pat. You need to clean this. Jiang Miaomiao. That is a refrigerator. After comparing options, the two selected a relatively less daunting one from the neighboring households. Yet the odor emanating from it still made one recoil in horror. Noticing her silence, Lu Qiming inquired, Do you not wish to do it? Then I shall not assist you with the air conditioning installation. I will do it. Jiang Miaomiao gritted her teeth, filled with a sense of gallant sacrifice. What is washing a refrigerator? It is nothing of great consequence. She would simply pretend she had no sense of smell. That afternoon, Lu Qiming began installing the air conditioning while Jiang Miaomiao, with his assistance, moved the refrigerator into an unused restroom, connected a water pipe, and closed the door. She donned her mask, gloves, and protective suit with a level of caution surpassing that which one might exhibit in the presence of zombies. After a moment's contemplation, she added an extra layer of gloves, fearing that the thin rubber might not withstand the corrosive elements. Taking a deep breath, she opened the upper compartment of the refrigerator. Inside lay a few tomatoes and cucumbers, their exteriors darkened and their interiors hollowed out, soft and oozing black juice. On the refrigerator door rested a dozen eggs, some of which had cracked during transport, their contents decayed to a putrid black-green, emitting a foul stench. Jiang Miaomiao trembled as she raised the water hose, directing it inside. The noxious odor surged forth as the water cascaded out, enveloping her. She held on for mere seconds before succumbing to the overwhelming scent. Discarding the hose and retreating in dry heaves, Lu Qiming sat casually on a stepladder, wielding a power drill as he leisurely bored holes. Producing 2 concrete nails from his pocket, he chuckled upon seeing her dash past the ladder, exclaiming, Keep it up, I have faith in you. Without glancing back, Jiang Miaomiao gave him the finger and rushed to the window, inhaling several breaths of fresh air to regain her composure. No longer daring to spray water indiscriminately, she adopted a more strategic approach. Standing outside the door, she held the hose at a distance, ready to unleash the flow. A simple pinch at the hose's opening would amplify the spray, enabling her to reach far. After cautiously spraying for half an hour, the refrigerator was finally visible once more. Once the murky water had drained away, she donned her rain boots and entered, armed with disinfectant in her left hand and dish soap in her right, scrubbing vigorously with a scouring pad to restore the fridge to its former cleanliness. After washing, she meticulously dried it with a cloth and paper towels, then opened the window to air it out. Exhausted, she staggered outside and collapsed onto the sofa, her fingers too weak to move. Lu Qiming had already installed the air conditioner and was now in the process of mounting the television. After plugging in the final connector, he approached Jiang Miaomiao, assisting her in removing her mask and gloves. You must be tired. Go take a shower. I shall prepare dinner. But there are still so many things left to move. What's the rush? We have plenty of time. Indeed, having endured so long without a bed, a day or 2 more makes little difference. With that, Jiang Miaomiao shed her protective suit and ascended the stairs for a shower. Lu Qiming took a moment to enjoy a cigarette before donning an apron to cook. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruru had been neglected all afternoon, trailing closely behind him. When he turned to look, it immediately retreated, its round, black eyes filled with trepidation. Lu Qiming chuckled, peeling a sausage and tossing it to the creature. Still apprehensive, it scampered to a corner, ensuring that no one would approach to snatch its prize before it felt secure enough to eat. In the following days, the pair remained indoors, dedicated to adorning their new abode. Furniture and appliances were arranged in their designated places, yet Jiang Miaomiao still felt an emptiness, as though something was missing. Thus, she ventured to the neighbors' homes several times, returning with curtains, rugs, tablecloths, and wall art among other trinkets. Those fortunate enough to reside here before the apocalypse were undoubtedly affluent, and even the smallest decorative items boasted exquisite quality. Jiang Miaomiao was particularly enamored with a curtain, double-layered with a delicate lace trim at the top. Its hue a soft, smoky pink, revealing intricate patterns when illuminated from behind. She fetched a ladder and independently installed it in her room. As she opened the window, a gentle breeze filled the space. The curtain billowed gracefully, the sheer fabric allowing light to filter through, transforming the room into a delicate shade of pink. A beauty so captivating that it temporarily banished the haunting image of the thousands of zombies lurking in the city. She sat on the ladder, blissfully closing her eyes. Lu Qiming strolled in, munching on sunflower seeds, and surveyed her freshly adorned room, clicking his tongue in disapproval. What a sense of aesthetics, he scoffed. Jiang Miaomiao opened her eyes. Isn't it beautiful? I think it's lovely. With lace and pink, it's utterly tacky. No matter how tacky, it's still better than your doghouse. Get lost. He shrugged and promptly retreated to his own lair to play on the computer. Half an hour later, Jiang Miaomiao appeared uninvited, cradling an assortment of items. Without uttering a word, she affixed a small adhesive hook to his wall and hung a landscape painting upon it. Lu Qiming looked up. Hey, what are you doing? This is my room. Ever since that night she had taken her dog next door to sleep, she had hardly visited. Jiang Miaomiao continued her task without pause. I brought over this painting to help you cultivate a more refined sense of aesthetics. Well, I must thank you, he replied sarcastically. Don't mention it, she said, finishing hanging the painting and placing several items down. A tissue box, a trash bin, a clothes hanger, and a bottle of lemon-scented air freshener. You should really switch to a room with a window, truly, she offered sincerely before exiting. Lu Qiming stared at the items on the table, bemused. Later that evening, after Jiang Miaomiao had showered and returned to her room, she noticed something new. Beside the wardrobe stood a pink full-length mirror, quietly reflecting her image. The glass was bright, capturing every strand of her hair with clarity, far superior to the shabby steel piece in the living room. The mirror does not walk over by itself, and Jiang Ruru is incapable of moving it. Hence it can only be. During dinner that evening, she nonchalantly remarked, Is our home haunted? There is suddenly an extra mirror in my room. And no one is entered, so it must be a ghost. That ghost should be rather handsome. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at his dark brows and eyes, her laughter curving her eyes into two crescent moons. Yes, quite handsome indeed, and rather narcissistic. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow and served her a helping of vegetables. They had not ventured outside for too long, and their food supply was dwindling. Lu Qiming had specifically cleared a room, placing some shelves within to serve as a pantry. With the weather warming, the rate of food spoilage accelerated. It was prudent for them to stockpile a bit more, enough to last at least a month. The following day, as Lu Qiming prepared to go out, Jiang Miaomiao, ensconced in her new bed, felt too comfortable to rise, and, clutching her pillow, pleaded with him. My stomach hurts. I might have caught a chill. I don't want to go out. Can you go by yourself? Upon seeing her feigned discomfort, Lu Qiming rolled his eyes. Then I shall only take what I like. No problem, I'll eat whatever. He rode his bicycle to the supermarket while Jiang Miaomiao happily rolled over on the large bed. With food and drink at hand and no work obligations, what a delightful life this was. Oh, and she still had her dog to pamper. She slipped on her slippers and went downstairs to scoop up Jiang Ru, who was dozing in the corner, and sat on the sofa, using the remote to turn on the television. Unfortunately, the television had no internet connection and thus could not display any programs. However, Lu Qiming had set up a player and somehow procured a collection of old discs, allowing them to watch movies and series. She casually picked a disc and inserted it. As familiar melodies echoed from the television, a millennium waits for a moment. Just one moment. Jiang Miaomiao cradled her dog in her left arm, while her right hand clutched a spicy snack, reclining on the luxurious leather sofa, indulging in a classic drama, feeling utterly blissful. Yet, after more than an hour, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The sun outside was glaring, and the temperature must be quite high. Lu Qiming was clad in protective gear, completely covered from head to toe, and had to cycle a considerable distance, carrying numerous items. Would he be at risk of heatstroke? The sofa he had brought back, the television he had installed, and the discs he had retrieved, all for her enjoyment. While he hardly used them himself, a twinge of guilt washed over her. What time was it? Why had he not returned yet? Jiang Miaomiao released her dog, turned off the television, and leaned against the window on the second floor, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Outside the villa, only the undead roamed. There was no sign of that foolish figure on the bicycle. Was he in danger? The thought tightened her heart, and she hesitated, contemplating whether to don her protective gear and wield a chainsaw to search for him. However, the city was vast, the supermarkets numerous, and she had no idea which one he had gone to. Venturing out recklessly would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and she might not be able to return herself. Alas, if only her phone were operational, how convenient it would be to make a call and inquire. Jiang Miaomiao felt despondent, unable to focus on anything, merely sitting by the window awaiting his return. At noon, Lu Qiming still had not appeared, and she prepared lunch for two, yet had no appetite, listlessly gazing at her watch. Jiang Rura circled around her feet, yearning for food. She gently patted its head, saying, "Be good. Wait a little longer until he returns home to eat together." After a prolonged effort to solicit something to eat, Jiang Rura trotted off to the corner to sleep. She too felt drowsy and, before she knew it, drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she felt an unusual itch on her face and scratched it, only to find herself grasping a hand. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Lu Qiming's smile. "You have a bug on your face," he remarked, retracting his hand. "Huh, it's nothing. I've already flicked it away," she replied, relieved. She then inquired, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I ride faster alone, so I ventured a bit farther," he explained. "Where did you go?" "To a flower and bird market." "Look here," he said, producing a large bag from behind him. Jiang Miaomiao rummaged through it and uncovered several cloves of garlic. "Why did you bring back so much garlic?" "We already have some," she pointed out. "It's just growing next to the bean sprouts, and it's starting to sprout." Lu Qiming chuckled. "What garlic?" "This is daffodil." "You simpleton," he clarified. "Daffodil?" she echoed, intrigued. He then introduced each item: 8 daffodils, 6 tulips, a pack of African daisy seeds, and 5 rose cuttings, which will thrive once planted in the soil. And there's more. He revealed a small plastic bag containing a dozen packets of vegetable seeds: cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, and spinach. "I've perused the planting guide. These leafy vegetables are easy to cultivate. They'll be ready to eat within a month after germination. Tomorrow, let us dig some soil in the yard and make use of the planting rack and balcony space." Jiang Miaomiao gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He touched his nose, perplexed, and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I find you increasingly pleasant to the eye. Previously, you vexed me, but now you bring me joy." Lu Qiming was at a loss for words and tapped her on the head. "Am I your male pet? Why the sudden fondness?" "I'm famished. I shall go prepare a meal. The rice is already warming in the pot," she replied eagerly, serving him a bowl of rice, with chopsticks neatly arranged. Presenting it with both hands. "Master Lu, please dine." Lu Qiming sighed, utterly at her mercy. "Mate, it's time to eat." Jiang Miaomiao seated herself opposite him and called out. Jiang Ro wagged its tail joyfully and scampered over, sitting obediently by its designated bowl beneath the table, waiting for their offerings. The next day, the two ventured into the yard, unearthing several large buckets of soil, preparing to plant the seeds they had brought back. Jiang Miaomiao's gardening skills were limited to sprouting bean sprouts. Her knowledge beyond that was scant. Lu Qiming was even less informed, merely feeling his way through the process. Based on what they understood, seeds should be sown in the soil, while the narcissus bulbs needed to be immersed in water. Jiang Miaomiao filled a basin with water, tossing all the garlic-like narcissus bulbs inside, placing it in a shaded area away from light. Unable to suppress her worry, she asked, "What if we, as amateurs, mess this up? What will we do if it fails? The seeds are so precious, it would break my heart." Lu Qiming replied nonchalantly, "If it fails, we can always go to the flower and bird market. They have plenty." Her curiosity was piqued by his mention of the market. "What exactly is the flower and bird market like? Besides flowers, are there birds as well?" Lu Qiming contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Since you are so intrigued, why not accompany me on a visit someday to witness it firsthand?" Jiang Miaomiao, having never ventured to such places in her life, found herself genuinely intrigued by his proposition. A couple of days later, having completed their tasks with nothing else to occupy their time, she urged Lu Qiming to take her to the flower and bird market. As they donned their protective gear in preparation for their outing, a new member of the household suddenly emerged, eager to join them. It was far too small and lacked the ability to fend for itself, prone to panic and prone to barking. What if it attracted the attention of zombies? They could not afford to disregard their own safety to rescue it. Jiang Miaomiao went to the kitchen and fetched a sausage, peeling it for the little creature in an attempt to entice it to stay behind. Jiang Ruru was indeed captivated and devoured the treat with delight. However, the moment they tried to stealthily slip away, it perceptibly lifted its head, abandoning the sausage to follow them with an enthusiastic wag of its tail. This was not simply bringing home a dog. Rather, it felt akin to acquiring a shadow that followed them everywhere. Jiang Miaomiao, helplessly observing the dog clinging to her calf, contemplated a different approach. If gentleness would not suffice, perhaps a firmer method was necessary. What if she lured it upstairs and confined it in a room? Just as she hesitated, Lu Qiming, standing nearby, unexpectedly suggested, "Why not take it along?" She turned in surprise. "Really? Indeed. It is part of the family and should certainly be included." With that, he bent down and scooped up Jiang Ruru, cradling it in his large palm. His hand was so substantial that it resembled an adult holding a child's toy, evoking an inexplicable sense of warmth and charm. Jiang Miaomiao found herself increasingly admiring him. As she closed the door, she remarked, "I always thought you were selfish and cold-hearted, but it turns out you were quite kind." Lu Qiming did not heed her words. Instead, he walked to the window, slipped his hand through the gap in the security bars, and pulled the window open, deftly shoving Jiang Ruru inside. She landed on the living room floor with a pitiful yelp. He closed the window, smugly dusting off his hands. "Stay put," he declared. It was one thing to be bothersome at home, but to annoy them outside? How preposterous. Jiang Miaomiao remained silent. Lu Qiming, steadying himself on his bicycle, gracefully swung his long leg over and raised his chin. "Get on." She approached, sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, unable to resist saying, "How shameless. Even deceiving a dog. Then why are you riding in the vehicle of a shameless person? There is only one bike. What choice do I have? You could always run alongside." Jiang Miaomiao glared at the back of his head, her teeth clenched. Suddenly, after a few minutes, she shouted, "Stop the bike." Lu Qiming balanced on one foot, surprised. "Are you really planning to run beside me?" I wouldn't mind. She certainly didn't intend to run. She was no horse. Yet, his audacity stemmed from the fact that she could only ride with him. Jiang Miaomiao pushed him away, seizing the handlebars. "You go to the back." Lu Qiming was taken aback. "No way. You want to ride me?" With her slender, youthful legs, could she even reach the pedals? Jiang Miaomiao raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you look down on me?" No, you go ahead." He graciously relinquished the throne, retreating to the back seat. A smile so broad that it was impossible to conceal. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Miaomiao felt an even stronger urge to prove herself. Steadying the bicycle, she pedaled with all her might, yet the vehicle wobbled without advancing. Lu Qiming shook his head and sighed. "Oh dear, this won't do. Are you a pig? So heavy. And yet you call me shameless. I never insulted you when I carried you." Jiang Miaomiao fell silent, summoning all her strength to push the pedals. Finally, with her weight lifted from the triangular seat, she pressed down hard enough for the bicycle to inch forward. The distance that once seemed trivial now felt as distant as a pilgrimage to the west, surrounded by lush greenery and picturesque scenery. Yet she had no time to appreciate it. She envisioned herself as a robust camel, endowed with abundant energy and exceptional cycling skills, capable of swiftly reaching her destination. However, in reality, after much effort, she had barely managed to leave the community. Lu Qiming sat behind her, utterly relaxed, his large hands encircling her slender waist. Feet resting on the bicycle's outer frame, knees bent and splayed out like a human grasshopper. "Look, another zombie has passed us." Jiang Miaomiao could no longer tolerate his mockery, gritting her teeth and pushing down forcefully, only to exhaust herself and slump over the handlebars. Lu Qiming feigned concern, massaging her shoulders. "Don't rush. Take your time. The flower and bird market is just over 10 kilometers away. We could walk there in half a day. And a day is ample for you to cycle. God, please make this guy shut up." Jiang Miaomiao silently pleaded. Lu Qiming observed her apparent frustration, and no longer jested but earnestly encouraged her. Riding a bicycle requires technique. Sheer force is insufficient, especially in the initial moments. If one pedals a bit faster to build momentum, the subsequent journey becomes increasingly effortless. She struggled to comprehend. "How does one pedal for momentum?" "Allow me to teach you," he said. Here, grasped the handlebars firmly. Lu Qiming guided her patiently, and she followed his instructions step by step, eventually managing to ride. Although her speed remained modest, only slightly surpassing a leisurely walk, she successfully exited the community, feeling considerably less fatigued than before. Bathed in the gentle morning sunlight of 8 o'clock, she smiled, her voice transforming into a melodious tune. Lu Qiming, I find you quite admirable, though sometimes. Her words trailed off as her gaze skimmed the reflections in the glass doors of the nearby shops, and suddenly, she fell silent. After waiting in vain for her to continue, Lu Qiming inquired, sometimes what? She gazed at her reflection, uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement. Lu Qiming's long legs enabled him to effortlessly keep pace with her pedaling rhythm, propelling the bicycle forward step by step. She had been riding for about 10 minutes, which meant he had maintained that peculiar posture for 10 minutes. Was he not fatigued? Unbeknownst to him, she had realized this, yet he continued to stride along, his long legs driving the bicycle forward. After a while, he caught sight of the glass doors, met her gaze, and instinctively retracted his legs. Jiang Miaomiao halted and yielded her position. I shall not ride any longer. You take over. He presumed she was upset and cautiously offered a compliment. I think you ride exceptionally well. She forced a bittersweet smile, shifting to the back seat, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face shielded by a protective suit. Pressed against his broad, warm back. I wish to arrive there swiftly. Lu Qiming, uncertain of her feelings, took the bicycle and pedaled onward. His speed exceeded hers by more than double, the wind whipping against his face. Even through the protective fabric, it felt refreshing. Jiang Miaomiao found herself with the leisure to admire the scenery. The desolate city possessed a unique allure. The neglected greenery flourished more vibrantly than before. Her gaze fell upon a peach tree she had long coveted. She stared for a while, playfully squeezing Lu Qiming's muscular waist. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Qiming halted, observing her leap off and stand beneath the tree, rising on her tiptoes to pluck a pale, fuzzy peach. Is it ripe? He questioned, eyeing her excitement with skepticism. A single bite will reveal. Jiang Miaomiao retrieved a tissue from her small chainsaw bag to wipe away the irritating fuzz from the peach's surface. Glancing around to ensure no zombies lurked within 10 meters, she lowered her mask slightly, swiftly taking a bite of the peach before pulling it back up. Lu Qiming watched her with eager anticipation. The peach was small and firm, its flavor exceedingly tart. Jiang Miaomiao's face contorted as she chewed. Yet she couldn't suppress a delighted laugh afterward. The refreshing taste of fruit was a rarity she had not savored in ages. Bananas, oranges, pineapples, these once easily accessible treats had become unattainable luxuries in her current reality, leaving her to seek their essence in fruit-flavored candies. How is it? Lu Qiming inquired. It's quite delicious. Would you like to try one? She offered. He shook his head, his gaze fixated on her hand. Jiang Miaomiao understood his intent and passed the peach to him. He removed his mask, initially planning to bite into a section she had yet to taste. However, upon noticing the small and neat bite mark left by her teeth, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, and he bit down on her imprint instead. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes widened in shock, her face instantly flushed crimson. Lu Qiming's heart raced slightly as he brazenly chewed a few times. Not quite ripe yet. Indeed. They needed a bit more time to mature. The bitten peach felt scalding hot in her hand, prompting her to hastily discard it, retreating to the car in silence. Upon arriving at the flower and bird market, the scene diverged from her expectations. She had envisioned a bustling marketplace akin to a vegetable market, with numerous stalls under a vast canopy, goods displayed for selection. In reality, it was a narrow street lined with shops. A large sign at the entrance boldly declaring flower and bird market. This place must have thrived with activity in the past, yet now it resembled other desolate locations, devoid of any human presence. Scattered across the ground were broken flower pots, and the remnants of familiar pets, turtles, rabbits, guinea pigs, who had fallen prey to the claws of the undead, their half-eaten corpses littering the area. The birds fared somewhat better, suspended high above, out of reach. Yet, after a prolonged absence of care, they had perished, their lifeless bodies emitting a foul odor from within their cages. Several zombies lounged in a shop about 4 or 5 meters away, oblivious to their presence, engrossed in consuming something, their mouths stained with dark blood. Drawn by the sin of their kind, they paid no heed to Lu Qiming and Jiang Miaomiao. The scene was desolate and harsh. Yet Jiang Miaomiao felt that her visit was not in vain. To her left, in a flower shop, several pots of blooming roses flourished vibrantly. This was a sight unseen within the villa, a breathtaking spectacle. She approached to admire the delicate petals, wishing fervently to bring them home immediately. Lu Qiming suggested they should take a few pots they liked and place them in the cart. Is that permissible? But we already have flowers, she replied. Noting their current bare branches, devoid of leaves, Lu Qiming remarked, left here unattended, they will eventually perish. It would be better to take them home and enjoy their beauty a little longer. His reasoning was sound. She picked up the healthiest pot and made her way towards the bicycle. The pot was heavy, filled with soil and lush leaves, making it quite a challenge for Jiang Miaomiao to carry. Lu Qiming took it from her, saying, "You choose, and I will carry. It will be faster this way." Although she felt a bit embarrassed, it truly was the most efficient arrangement, so she thanked him and turned to select more flowers. At the onset of summer, a plethora of blossoms were in full bloom. They selected 2 pots of roses, 2 pots of dahlias, 1 pot of peonies, and a basin of water lilies. Lu Qiming made numerous trips back and forth. As he prepared to retrieve the last pot, he noticed Jiang Miaomiao standing beneath a pot of white spider plants. A zombie staggering ominously closer to her. He wished to call her away but feared that his voice would attract more zombies, so he hastened his steps to assist her. As he was about to arrive, Jiang Miaomiao turned and caught sight of a zombie looming nearby, her delicate face instantly paling with fear as she stifled a gasp. The zombie, recognizing her as prey, lunged at her with renewed fervor. Grasping her bag, she activated the chainsaw, her eyes squeezed shut as she recklessly thrust it forward. Caught off guard, the zombie was severed in 2, collapsing to the ground in a spasm of movement. Oblivious to the chaos, Jiang Miaomiao continued to thrust the chainsaw until Lu Qiming grasped her hand, his familiar voice breaking through the tumult. "It's all right." Only then did she cease her frantic actions, her heart racing as she opened her eyes to behold the dismembered zombie before her. She turned and rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. The zombie had been terrifying. Oh, how frightening it was. "You are the truly terrifying one, appearing so delicate yet more ruthless than a madman. You're the real killer." She playfully punched him, yet his jesting demeanor eased her tension somewhat. "The heat is intense, and we are sweating profusely. They can easily detect us. We must move quickly." Lu Qiming guided her towards safety when suddenly, the upper half of the zombie sprang to life, clamping down fiercely on his arm. Jiang Miaomiao stood frozen in shock. He muttered a curse, producing a fruit knife from seemingly nowhere, and deftly pried open the zombie's jaws, dispatching it with a few swift strikes. The creature lay still, blood pooling around it. A gaping wound marred his arm, crimson blood seeping from the breach in his protective gear. In the distance, other zombies lifted their heads, drawn by the scent. Jiang Miaomiao's gaze was riveted to his injury, her shock rendering her speechless. His hand, "You." He swiftly tore a piece of plastic wrap, wrapping it around his wrist several times, and hurriedly remarked, "It's too dangerous outside. We can discuss it later." Lu Qiming strode ahead briskly, with Jiang Miaomiao dazedly trailing behind him. After a few paces, she suddenly snapped back to reality and ran to the bicycle, using a chainsaw to sever the rope connecting the small cart. He was puzzled. "Aren't you keeping these flowers? They're too heavy. We must prioritize getting back." The other party bore wounds, and if the zombies caught a whiff of blood, they would be torn apart. Lu Qiming gazed at her with a complex expression before mounting the bicycle. Jiang Miaomiao quickly climbed onto the rear seat, wrapping her arms around his waist and informing him that they were ready to go. His hand was severely injured, causing him immense pain and making it difficult to grip the handlebars. After riding a few meters, he veered off, heading towards a nearby shop. Jiang Miaomiao promptly leapt off the bike, steadied the front, and said quickly, "I'll sit in front." "But you can't pedal." "I know, so you will." Perhaps the pain from his injury dulled his cognition, as Lu Qiming took a few seconds to comprehend her meaning and switched to the back seat. Jiang Miaomiao grasped the handlebars, steering them in the right direction. Lu Qiming's long legs came in handy. Even from the back seat, he could reach the pedals. Together, they exerted every ounce of strength, racing home at breakneck speed. The scent of blood permeated the air, with numerous zombies trailing behind, pursuing them relentlessly. Faster, faster. She could not bear the thought of being bitten to death. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes reddened with urgency. She wished she could jump off and carry the bicycle herself. The horde of zombies grew ever larger, numbering in the hundreds, then thousands, closing in on them with alarming proximity. At last, the two managed to escape into the village just before being caught by the zombies. They had no time to catch their breath, hastily securing the doors and windows, leaving not a single crevice exposed. Outside, the zombies roamed restlessly, eager to breach the sanctuary. Lu Qiming sat on the sofa, his skin pale from excessive blood loss. Jiang Miaomiao fetched the medical kit, unzipped his protective suit, and poured alcohol over his wounds. Lu Qiming trembled in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yet he refrained from crying out in pain. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon her and asked, "Are you afraid I might become infected?" She continued her ministrations without pause. "Yes. What do you intend to do? Cast me out? We'll see what happens when symptoms appear. Where's the medicine?" The entire bottle of 500 milliliters alcohol had been used up, leaving his clothes, the sofa, and the floor thoroughly soaked. Jiang Miaomiao searched for some anti-inflammatory medication, but in her haste, she could not find it. Lu Qiming grasped her hand and whispered, "I want to become infected. You need not worry." She shot him a disapproving glance. "Just because you say you want to be infected means you want to? Are you a deity? What nonsense." He smiled wryly, unable to explain, merely stating, "I truly will be fine." She had no time to indulge him, lifting the medical kit to pour its contents out, rifling through a pile of common medications until she found what she sought, applying it to his wound. The ointment stung even more than the alcohol, causing Lu Qiming to gasp in pain. Once he finally regained his composure, he noticed Jiang Miaomiao brandishing a fruit knife, poised above his wrist. He quickly recoiled. "What do you intend to do? The flesh around your wound has come into contact with the zombie's teeth. It must be excised." She was uncertain how to prevent infection, and the original text did not provide any guidance. However, while perusing forums earlier, she recalled someone mentioning that if bitten by a snake, one should swiftly excise the flesh around the wound to halt the spread of toxins, thereby diminishing the likelihood of poisoning. The principle regarding zombies should be somewhat analogous, right? Lu Qiming shook his head vigorously. "No, I won't cut it. What if I become infected? In comparison to your life, what does a bit of flesh matter? If I truly become infected, cutting away the flesh would be futile." Jiang Miaomiao paused, contemplating seriously. That makes sense. After being bitten for so long, the virus must have already spread throughout the body. We must. Her gaze shifted upward, landing on his shoulder. "Sever your arm, and I will fetch the chainsaw." She dashed back to the door, retrieved her small chainsaw, flipped the switch, ready to chop off his arm. Lu Qiming, cradling his injured hand, rolled over and concealed himself behind the sofa. "Even if you doubt that I want to become infected, at the very least, we should observe for a couple of days. If you start chopping off limbs immediately, what if I survive but end up disabled? Will you take care of me?" Jiang Miaomiao stood frozen, unable to comprehend. "Why do you insist that you want to get infected?" "It's my intuition. Even if I truly were to become infected, I would certainly leave here proactively while I still possess awareness, ensuring I wouldn't remain to harm you," Lu Qiming declared earnestly. Yet, her concern was not that he might bite her, but rather, "Sigh, never mind." Jiang Miaomiao set down the chainsaw and rummaged through the pile of medicine. "Let us apply some more ointment. Even a mere puncture from a nail could potentially lead to tetanus infection, let alone the fetid mouth of a zombie." Lu Qiming regarded her with caution, wary of her possibly seizing the chainsaw once more to maim herself. Previously, he had never harbored such concerns. But after witnessing her severing a zombie in twain, one could hardly say he was entirely at ease. After a while, he noted that she had indeed abandoned that notion, allowing him to relax as he settled onto the sofa. Woof. Jiang Rura circled restlessly beneath the window. Jiang Miaomiao attended to his wound, wrapping it with bandages that bore a resemblance to a clumsily dressed pork knuckle due to her lack of experience. Yet, both of them were too preoccupied to dwell on such imperfections. Once bandaged, they hurried to the window to peer outside. The zombies remained, having not encountered a living soul for months. Suddenly catching the scent of blood, they were as insatiable as a parched traveler stumbling upon a refreshing oasis, resolutely refusing to depart. The security bars offered a layer of protection, albeit limited. After all, they were merely fashioned from ordinary stainless steel. And should the undead muster their strength to attack, it would likely hold for no more than 3 minutes. Jiang Miaomiao fetched some disinfectant, meticulously spraying the gaps around the doors and windows, sealing them with cling film, determined to suffocate within the confines of the house rather than risk detection by the zombies. It was evident that for at least a week, they would be unable to venture outside as normal. Lu Qiming returned to the sofa, engulfed by feelings of guilt. He chided himself for being so complacent. If only he had not been bitten. She turned to him for a moment, spraying disinfectant on the spot he had occupied. Lu Qiming recoiled. "What are you doing?" "You need to be isolated," Jiang Miaomiao replied. "Go to your room and stay there for at least half a month before emerging." Lu Qiming was at a loss for words. "I truly have not been infected. Whether there is or not will only be determined once the quarantine concludes." She exhibited an unprecedented calmness and resolve, ushering him upstairs and locking him in his small room, pocketing the key. Lu Qiming sat on the bed, bemused, and knocked on the door, saying, "At least bring in the computer. Otherwise, if I'm locked in here for half a month, I'll go insane." Jiang Miaomiao silently delivered the computer to him, closed the door again, donned gloves, and began disinfecting the entire villa. The noise of the zombies outside was deafening. Her hand wound throbbed, and the computer was hardly enjoyable. After a while, Lu Qiming lay down on the bed to sleep, only to be awakened by a buzzing sound. He opened his eyes and searched for the source, discovering it was the door. "What are you doing?" Jiang Miaomiao remained silent, wielding a chainsaw to cut through the door. Before long, she had carved a hole the size of a laptop in the solid wooden door. Lu Qiming crouched behind the opening, peering out. And a small basin was pushed through. Inside were a bowl of noodles, a carton of milk, and a few detox pills. Jiang Miaomiao stated, "This door will not be opened until the quarantine is over." Lu Qiming replied, "What am I supposed to do about the bathroom?" This was indeed a dilemma, as his room had no windows, and relieving himself outside was impractical. She needed to devise a foolproof plan. Jiang Miaomiao, still holding the chainsaw, went downstairs to brainstorm, while Lu Qiming sat on the floor of his room, glancing between the door hole and the noodles, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Had he truly been bitten? Chapter 25. Regarding the dilemma of Lu Qiming's toilet needs after several hours of contemplation, Jiang Miaomiao ultimately resolved to provide him with a small bucket. Lu Qiming, holding the plastic vessel that was nearly as large as his own head, expressed his astonishment. "You want me to urinate in this?" "Indeed," she replied nonchalantly. "But it lacks a lid and cannot be flushed. How unpleasant will the room become?" "Endure it," Jiang Miaomiao retorted with a touch of pride in her brevity. "Very well, it seems there is no alternative, but what will we do when this bucket is full? He is an adult, and his urine output is considerably substantial. It is likely to fill within a day or two, certainly not lasting half a month." Jiang Miaomiao acknowledged this concern reluctantly, stating, "I shall assist you in emptying it." Lu Qiming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That seems rather inappropriate. Why don't you simply allow me to use the restroom once a day?" "That is not permissible." "If that were the case, what would be the purpose of isolation? Should he experience an episode while using the toilet and bite her, the consequences would be far graver than merely emptying a bucket." "Absolutely not." Unable to persuade her, Lu Qiming resigned himself to the arrangement, placing the bucket in a distant corner. Jiang Miaomiao's voice echoed from outside the door. "I am leaving now. I will return this evening to bring you dinner." "Wait," Lu Qiming called out, his face peering through the doorway, revealing a semblance of sorrow. "Could you not stay a while longer to chat with me? The experience of confinement is quite disheartening, and I have nearly exhausted my supply of cigarettes." Jiang Miaomiao initially intended to stand guard by the door, but the zombies refused to disperse, continuously howling outside, causing her considerable unease, as if they would breach the threshold at any moment. Lu Qiming had lost all combat capability, and Zhang Ruo's physique would suffice for merely 2 bites. Thus, her small chainsaw would serve as their last line of defense, warranting utmost vigilance. However, upon his exclamation, she hesitated, unwilling to leave, and sat down on the floor outside, offering to chat for 10 minutes. Lu Qiming expressed his dissatisfaction, inquiring if she was exceedingly busy. "I must prepare dinner," she replied, propping her chin in her hands, already feeling weary before even commencing her tasks. "For the next fortnight, you will be unable to assist. All household chores will fall to me. 3 meals a day, laundry, cleaning, tending to the plants, and caring for Jiang Ruru. Most importantly, I must remain ever vigilant against potential zombie attacks." What had initially been a plan for indulgence before an easy demise had now morphed into an overwhelming array of responsibilities. She let out a soft sigh, prompting a suppressed chuckle from Lu Qiming. "If you're too lazy to move, then let me out." Jiang Miaomiao was adamant on this matter, leaving no room for negotiation. "Once I ascertain that you haven't been infected, I will naturally release you. Until then, spare me your incessant chatter." Lu Qiming, feeling exasperated, countered. "If I had been infected, could I possibly be sitting here conversing with you? Look at the state of the zombies, and then look at me." Jiang Miaomiao found it peculiar as she gazed at his face in the doorway and asked, "Does the wound still hurt?" "It does. Though it's much better than when I returned." Stimulated by her with alcohol, his nerves seemed to have grown numb, leaving only a dull ache. Were there any other sensations? Perhaps difficulty in breathing, a rise in body temperature, or an accelerated heartbeat? Lu Qiming carefully assessed his condition and shook his head. "No." Jiang Miaomiao, feeling uneasy, rushed to fetch a thermometer for him to measure his temperature. He obediently complied, but due to excessive blood loss, his temperature was not only normal, but rather a degree lower. "Are you reassured now?" Lu Qiming handed it to her for inspection. She memorized the number, but did not take it, instructing him to keep it for himself. "From now on, you must measure your temperature every day." Lu Qiming forced a smile. "Are you truly not planning to let me go? Must I remain confined for half a month?" Jiang Miaomiao stood up after brushing off her pants, stating that keeping him confined was for everyone's safety, so we should stop struggling. I will prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Meat? Lots of meat. He had been injured and needed to replenish his strength with substantial nourishment. Very well. Jiang Miaomiao went downstairs. While Lu Qiming leaned against the door, listening to the sound of her footsteps, eagerly anticipating his lavish dinner. Half an hour later, a small basin was handed in, containing a bowl of pickled vegetable and preserved meat noodles. It was indeed meat, yet he had never seen such literal strands of meat, barely thicker than a hair. Lu Qiming frowned, refusing to accept it. Did I not say I wanted meat? Why are you giving me this? There is meat in here. It is far too little. The zombies are not leaving, and we cannot go outside. We must conserve food and eat sparingly. He whimpered softly, feeling quite wronged. Yet I am currently an injured party in need of nutritional replenishment. I am aware, and I have brought this for you. Jiang Miaomiao handed him a small vial. Lu Qiming unscrewed the cap, gazing at the viscous white liquid within, and upon inhaling its familiar scent, he was reminded of the fish liver oil porridge he once relished, leading him to retch involuntarily. It's quite palatable, I assure you. Shortly, I shall bring you warm water for a bath, Jiang Miaomiao stated before descending the stairs, lifting her own bowl of noodles and beginning to eat. She felt optimistic about the forthcoming fortnight. With ample food, abundant water resources, and sufficient electricity, it could be said that as long as the zombies did not breach their sanctuary, their lives would remain relatively unscathed. After finishing her meal, she delivered a basin of warm water and a towel to him, instructing him to cleanse his body. Remaining inactive in his chamber, he perspired minimally. A daily wash should suffice. Once he had finished, she discarded the water and brought him anti-inflammatory medication and bandages, advising him to change the dressing himself before making her exit. Lu Qiming extended his hand through the doorway, requesting, "Could you assist me with the dressing? You possess hands as well." Had he been bitten by a zombie and reverted to the state of a 3-year-old? How could she be unaware that zombies had such peculiar abilities? Lu Qiming countered, "Attempt to change the dressing with one hand. You will find it exceedingly cumbersome. After all, you are merely returning to sleep. Would it be too much to ask for your help?" Jiang Miaomiao initially intended to persist in her refusal. Yet her gaze fell upon his hand, swathed like a pig's trotter, and recalling the grievous nature of his wound, her heart softened. She knelt upon the floor, methodically unwrapping the bandage in circles. The man's arms were long and robust, his skin remarkably smooth and elastic to the touch. The outer layer of the bandage was stained with splotches of blood, which only increased as it was peeled away. Upon unveiling the final layer, the sight before her was excruciating, making her feel as though her own flesh were in agony. The wound was grotesquely gaping, its pallor heightened by the alcohol cleansing. The imprints of teeth were deeply etched, faintly revealing the white of bone beneath, while blood continued to seep forth relentlessly. He was clearly enduring immense pain, his fingertips trembling slightly. Jiang Miaomiao took a deep breath, donned her gloves, and gently wiped away the blood from the wound with a sterilized cotton pad, meticulously applying ointment. Lu Qiming's complexion had paled considerably, yet his lips still entertained a jest. "You could very well be gentle. Why must you always appear so fierce?" "Fierce? I'm not only fierce. I am also lazy and gluttonous, fickle and fearful of death." With a blank expression, she uttered an indifferent acknowledgement, "Despite my condition. You still choose to linger. Do you seek punishment?" Lu Qiming sighed. "What can I say? It is in my nature to be kind-hearted. I cannot bear to witness others suffer. If I were to leave, with your capabilities, you would not survive to see the dawn." Jiang Miaomiao scoffed. Yet she could not deny that it was Lu Qiming's presence that had enabled her to persist thus far. Without him, she might have succumbed to despair during the early days of the zombie onslaught. Lost in thought, her hand hovered motionless in the air. Lu Qiming gently prodded her arm with his fingertip, grinning. "Are you not grateful to me?" Snapping back to reality, she scoffed again, applying the ointment as she replied. "Grateful to you? Grateful for your taunts about my laziness, or for your remarks on my inability to distinguish front from back. Is this a jest? You are indeed quite exceptional." "Exceptional? In what regard?" In a moment of frustration, Lu Qiming found himself at a loss for words, inciting a surge of irritation within him, causing his movements to grow more vigorous. The other party inhaled sharply, wincing in pain. Jiang Miaomiao muttered a remark of deservedness, though her touch softened considerably. After administering the medication and meticulously bandaging the injury, she took up a small basin, preparing to leave. Lu Qiming called out to her once more, to which she, with a hint of exasperation, inquired what else he desired. Did he wish for her assistance with his bodily needs? Sighing, she ultimately decided to depart. Once Jiang Miaomiao had left, he returned to his bed, yearning for a cigarette, only to discover an empty pack in his possession. The remaining cigarettes were stowed away in the pantry, and the thought of requesting Jiang Miaomiao's assistance filled him with dread, knowing it would summon a torrent of sarcastic remarks. Thus, he refrained from indulging. Leaning against his pillow, his right hand cradled his injured left, his gaze aimlessly wandering until it landed upon a painting adorning the wall. The artwork held no extraordinary merit, merely a verdant landscape. Yet it was she who had brought it in and hung it herself, claiming it would foster his appreciation for aesthetics. Recollections of that day brought a smile to his lips, only to be abruptly interrupted as he glimpsed his own reflection in the glass of his water cup. Realizing he appeared foolishly joyous, he quickly rubbed the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes in an attempt to sleep. The pain, however, rendered his slumber restless, plunging him into dreams of his former life, where he struggled valiantly against unseen forces. Awakening in a sheen of sweat, he found himself disoriented, unable to discern day from night due to the absence of windows, with only a beam of light filtering through the doorway. Meow meow, he called out to the adjacent room, met with an echoing silence. Presumably, she remained in slumber, as this pampered creature would not rouse until naturally awakened after a fortnight of confinement. Lu Qiming turned over, his eyes wide open, slightly reluctant to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, a woman's voice drifted in from outside the door, raspy from just awakening. "What is the matter?" he inquired in surprise. "You haven't slept? Didn't you call for me? I'm thirsty." "Wait a moment." Jiang Miaomiao casually replied before descending the stairs to fetch water, soon returning with a cup. He glanced at it, puzzled. "Why is there only half a cup? Drink less, so you'll urinate less. Is there nothing else?" "I'm going back to sleep." As she finished speaking and prepared to leave, Lu Qiming shivered, leaning against the door in a feigned state of distress. "My stomach hurts." Jiang Miaomiao's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Could it be a symptom of infection? It was a possibility. What should they do? They only had common medications at hand, and she was no expert, entirely helpless against someone potentially infected. Lu Qiming maintained his composure. "While I still possess my senses, let us converse a bit more. Once I turn into a zombie, you'll only have your dog to talk to. Cherish this moment." Jiang Miaomiao indeed stayed, her thoughts in disarray as she sat outside. "Do you have any other unusual symptoms?" "Not at the moment." He shifted the conversation. "You were indeed a university student before the outbreak, weren't you? Why weren't you with your family or classmates?" Still preoccupied with his possible infection, she responded reflexively, "I have no family." "No family?" "I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage, and my relationships with classmates are rather ordinary." "How is it that you possess such foresight, knowing to stockpile supplies and hide away?" She almost revealed the nature of her predicament, but quickly regained her composure, warily inquiring, "What is your reason for asking?" "Curiosity," he replied. "And I am even more intrigued about your origins." She vividly recalled his appearance on that fateful day, covered in blood yet devoid of any wounds. The number of zombies then had been far greater than now, and he had traversed the city alone, without any form of protection. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Given his subsequent actions, it was difficult to believe he was an ordinary individual. Lu Qiming stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Let us make a deal. I will answer one question if you do the same, ensuring fairness and honesty from both parties." "Very well, you may go first," she replied. "Why not you?" he countered. "I can go as well." Jiang Miaomiao retorted coldly, "But do not expect breakfast tomorrow." "All right, I shall begin," Lu Qiming conceded. "I have spent time in the military, which accounts for my skills." She narrowed her eyes, interpreting his words to mean he had since departed, whether through retirement or otherwise. He scoffed, "Stop pretending to be oblivious. Now it is your turn. Why have you hoarded so many supplies?" Jiang Miaomiao pressed her lips together. "I am in debt and plan to hide away." "How much do you owe?" "Over 1 million. How could you possibly accrue such a debt?" He observed her demeanor, which did not suggest a penchant for a lavish lifestyle. She chuckled softly, "Because I was exceedingly lonely. I decided to raise ducks." "Who are you trying to deceive?" "Believe it or not, someone like you is only worth my spending 500. She gazed at the man's narrow chin in the doorway, his skin adorned with a faint blue stubble. "Now it is your turn. Why did you leave the army?" "Because," he trailed off after uttering those two words, leaving an unsettling silence. Jiang Miaomiao waited in vain for further explanation, only to be met with the rhythmic sound of snoring. Stifling a yawn, she felt fatigue wash over her and prepared to return indoors. Glancing at the figure in the doorway, she changed her mind, relocating her pillow and blanket to lie down outside and sleep. Jiang Ruru, who had been nestled in her dog bed, could no longer tolerate the disturbance caused by the zombie and came over, burrowing under her arm and comfortably settling into her embrace. as the night passed and dawn broke. The first thing Jiang Miaomiao did was rush to the window to observe the zombies. Lu Qiming had just awakened when he heard her cheerful voice exclaim, "Many zombies have left." She no longer had to fear their intrusion. Lu Qiming nodded, extending his hand. "I need to brush my teeth and wash my face." "Why bother? You aren't going out to meet anyone," she retorted. "Hey, even in isolation, one has rights, you know? You can't mistreat me. After brushing my teeth, I still need breakfast. And after breakfast, I must change my bandages. By the way, you need to wash the clothes I took off. They're soaked with sweat. And don't forget to water the pea sprouts." Jiang Miaomiao's jubilant mood evaporated, leaving her dejected as she set to work. She realized her misjudgment. Lu Qiming had not reverted to a helpless child, but had transformed into a demanding master. The child would eat, drink, and then sleep, while he, after satisfying his hunger, continued to chatter incessantly. When she brought forth the lunch she had painstakingly prepared, only to be met with his relentless criticism, she could not contain her indignation and exclaimed, "I quit." Lu Qiming, filled with excitement, responded, "Great. Open the door." As long as he could escape, he was willing to do anything. Jiang Miaomiao held the key. Ready to embrace a reckless decision, Jiang Rura dashed out, circling around her calves. However, in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. "I cannot open it." Lu Qiming, disheartened, asked, "Aren't you exhausted from doing so much work alone?" "Yes, but it is safe," she replied. Jiang Miaomiao lifted the meal he had disparaged, saying, "If you choose not to eat, it won't be the end of the world. Missing one meal won't kill me. I will eat, I will eat." Lu Qiming called after her retreating figure, but alas, it was too late. Jiang Miaomiao descended the stairs, dividing his meal in half to share with Jiang Ruru. Then switched on the television, playing a disc of Crayon Shinchan, squatting beside the coffee table to eat while watching. After an hour of rest, she entered the room where she tended to her plants. 3 planting racks were filled with green bean sprouts, potatoes, lettuce, chives, peppers, and tomatoes. On the windowsill, 2 basins were present, one filled with soil housing garlic and ginger, while the other contained water for the daffodils. The roses and other flowers had been relocated to the balcony to avoid encroaching on the vegetable space. They had been fortunate. The seeds sown recently had sprouted numerous tender green shoots, thriving robustly, promising vegetables to harvest by next month. Jiang Miaomiao's spirits soared, and as she watered her plants, she unconsciously hummed a melody. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming lamented from upstairs, "Help! My stomach aches. I think I have a fever. Ah, my head hurts too. I must be mutating. Come, witness my final moments." Jiang Ruru was taken aback by his dramatic demeanor, pacing in circles at the foot of the stairs. Jiang Miaomiao, seemingly indifferent, leisurely finished pouring the last spoonful of water and tidied up before stepping outside her door. She extended her hand to take a look. Lu Qiming, arms crossed, appeared to be on the brink of collapse. "I might be dying," he lamented. Yet, one on the verge of death would scarcely possess the strength to utter such lengthy words. "You are utterly heartless, devoid of any compassion for me." Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes and tapped on the doorframe. "Do you still wish to have dinner?" Alas, such is the plight of being at the mercy of others. Lu Qiming extended his arm, and she unwrapped the bandage for inspection. There was no significant change, neither improvement nor deterioration. Jiang Miaomiao rewrapped the bandage and inquired, "Do you genuinely find it exceedingly dull?" He nodded vigorously. She retrieved her phone, wedging it in the doorframe, and played a variety show downloaded prior to the apocalypse. The show featured several celebrities taking children on outings, sometimes to rural villages, other times to islands. Their lively antics starkly contrasted the desolate and frightening surroundings. The more Jiang Miaomiao watched, the more envious she became, particularly when they harvested a massive watermelon weighing over 10 pounds from a melon patch and shared it among themselves. She watched, captivated, her eyes unwilling to blink, as she recalled the delightful taste of watermelon. Lu Qiming pointed at the item in the child's hand and asked, "What is that?" "An iPad," she replied. "Surely, you must be familiar with an iPad?" Jiang Miaomiao recalled his usual demeanor and couldn't help but question, "How old are you?" Really? He was unable to play mobile games, computer games, and even seemed unfamiliar with an iPad. Were it not for his youthful appearance, she would have believed he was 80. Lu Qiming rubbed his nose and replied, "I told you, I'm 26. Impossible. Unless, where is your hometown?" If he had endured a life of poverty from a young age, later joining the military and remaining disconnected from society, it would indeed be understandable. "Ah, this peach is delightful." Whether intentional or not, he shifted the conversation. Jiang Miaomiao glanced at the peach on the screen, unable to tear her eyes away. It was large, red, and plump, oozing juice with the slightest squeeze, far superior to the small fuzzy peach she had eaten earlier. She longed to taste it. Lu Qiming observed her as she licked her lips, resembling a little glutton, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. If the apocalypse ends, how about we build a house and plant peach trees in the yard? Jiang Miaomiao shot him a glare. If the apocalypse ends, why would I stick around with you? Don't overthink it. Don't you like me? Of course not. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, I would have left long ago, rather than remain here every day, enduring your antics and playing the role of your caretaker. Lu Qiming stroked the stubble on his chin, lost in thought, when suddenly he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Jiang Miaomiao was startled and leaned against the doorframe, asking, "Are you all right? Can you hear me?" He remained silent, desperately scratching at his body. The thin fabric of his t-shirt torn into several pieces, emitting a terrifying rasping sound from his throat. Jiang Miaomiao felt her eyes welling with tears. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. This is it. He is truly transforming into a zombie. Save me. Save me. He gazed at her from the doorway, extending his spasming hand, agonized sounds escaping his lips. Her heart ached as if sliced by a knife. Her thoughts a chaotic jumble akin to a trash bin overturned by Jiang Ro, and an impulsive notion surged forth. If he were to perish, she would not survive long alone. Rather than endure suffering, why not embrace death together? She refused to become a mere shell of a person, aimlessly wandering the city for eternity. Jiang Miaomiao retrieved her keys and unlocked the door, rushing in to grasp his hand. Spitting onto her other hand, she prepared to touch the power switch. Lu Qiming, sensing the impending danger, swiftly halted his convulsions and pulled her back. She stumbled, falling against him, momentarily dazed before regaining her senses. "Are you all right?" He raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "You still claim you don't like me? You're willing to risk your life for me?" Jiang Miaomiao replied. "Now that the door is open, can I go outside? I assure you, I'm fine. Just look." He stood up and spun around her twice, tattered cloth sliding off to reveal a perfectly sculpted set of 8-pack abs. Jiang Miaomiao cast her gaze downward as she stepped outside. "All right then." Lu Qiming felt a surge of joy and followed closely behind her. But just as he was about to cross the threshold, the door slammed shut, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. With a click, Jiang Miaomiao coldly locked the door. "Liar, you stay in there." The bridge of his nose throbbed with a dull ache, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Lu Qiming, lacking the time to wipe them away, leaned against the doorframe and shouted outside, "I'm not joking anymore. Come back." Jiang Miaomiao did not turn back or scold him. Instead, she expressed her indignation through the meals that followed: noodles, plain congee, fried rice, nothing at all. Not even a single packet of pickled vegetables was offered. Only fish liver oil was sent in, disregarding his complaints as she turned away, indifferent to his protests. Lu Qiming forced himself to consume a few meals. But soon the mere scent of the fish liver oil made him retch. Only then did she relent and restore the food supply. Lu Qiming was isolated for half a month, and Jiang Miaomiao attended to him for the same duration, although he did not step outside even once. The daily tasks kept her occupied, and she felt compelled to engage him in conversation to help pass the time, making life surprisingly fulfilling. On the 10th day, the number of zombies outside gradually returned to its previous levels, and the food in the warehouse was visibly dwindling. This instilled a profound sense of crisis in Jiang Miaomiao. The three of them needed sustenance every day. Without sufficient food, they would lack the strength to venture out in search of more, and without food, they would only grow hungrier. They could not afford to fall into a vicious cycle. Fortunately, aside from the initial 2 days of his antics, Lu Qiming had behaved quite normally thereafter, seemingly uninfected. However, remaining confined was not a viable solution. On the 15th day, Jiang Miaomiao resolved to conduct a thorough examination. "Open wide," she instructed. Squatting outside the doorframe, clad in gloves and a mask, she resembled a doctor conducting a health check at a kindergarten. Lu Qiming opened his mouth to reveal his teeth and oral cavity. "Very well," she assessed, noting his clean teeth and the healthy color of his tongue. With no signs of decay, Jiang Miaomiao extended the thermometer towards him, requesting him to take a measurement. He complied, displaying an obedience that was almost unsettling. Jiang Miaomiao meticulously examined every conceivable area, ultimately grasping his arm, inhaling deeply, and commencing the unwrapping of the bandage. "Heal quickly, heal quickly," she silently chanted in her mind as she unveiled the final layer. The wound that Lu Qiming had tended for half a month now lay exposed before her eyes. Chapter 26. A delicate blush covered the injury, so tender it seemed as if it would rupture with the slightest pressure. The stark contrast between the affected skin and the surrounding area straightforwardly communicated to Jiang Miaomiao he was all right. There was no decay, no madness, no deterioration. Lu Qiming remained a living, breathing individual, untransformed into a zombie. Their simple, warm days could continue. What a relief. Tears streamed down her face as she excitedly flung open the door and rushed to embrace Lu Qiming. He smiled gently, returning her embrace like a protective older brother, his hand tenderly stroking her long hair, which had gone untrimmed for months. I told you, I am not infected. This mention ignited her curiosity, prompting her to look up and inquire, why is it that, despite being bitten and bleeding by zombies, you have not contracted the infection? In the original context, the transmission capability of the zombie virus was extraordinarily potent. Even a mere splash from their bodily fluids onto an open wound would lead to transformation into one of their kind. Lu Qiming's situation was astonishing. Had the protagonist discovered him sooner, allowing the experts at the base to experiment with his blood to develop a vaccine, they could have avoided wandering for over a decade. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lu Qiming diverted the conversation, pondering who could possibly know. Perhaps it was simply due to his regular exercise that his physical condition remained robust. Yet, that matter was trivial. What truly mattered was that he was free from harm, a joyous occasion indeed, worthy of celebration, was it not? She appeared perplexed, questioning how one might celebrate. Lu Qiming stepped out of the small room that had confined him for half a month and approached the window, gazing at the resplendent scenery beyond. His eyes settled upon the shimmering surface of the artificial lake in the distance. Unspoiled by human refuse, the water had grown increasingly clear, with lush aquatic plants flourishing, even adorned with a few blooming pink lotus flowers. Ignoring the few wandering zombies by the lakeside, the view was truly delightful. The warm weather beckoned one to plunge into the water and swim back and forth. Swimming, however, was out of the question, for the zombies possessed keen senses. Should they venture out without protective gear, they might not return with even a semblance of their former selves. Nonetheless, there were other activities to consider. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, would you fancy some fish? Jiang Miaomiao recalled a certain taste and shook her head. I no longer wish to eat salted fish. Who mentioned salted fish? We could go fishing instead. Lu Qiming gestured towards the artificial lake. She rushed over to comprehend his meaning. Earlier, when they had activated the water pump, they had observed a variety of ornamental fish in the lake. The zombies merely roamed the land, never venturing into the water, while the ornamental fish thrived on the aquatic plants and insects, growing remarkably plump, each one larger than her palm. These fish were not raised for consumption. They had been bred for aesthetic purposes, having been fed color-enhancing substances, and prior to the apocalypse, no one would have considered them as food. Yet now the situation has changed. It is no longer merely about nourishing with coloring agents, as long as there is fish or meat available. Even feeding with urea would not deter them. At that moment, Lu Qiming expressed his desire to catch a few fish. But lacking the necessary tools and fearing detection by the undead if he were to plunge into the water recklessly, he was compelled to abandon the idea. And today, how shall we catch them? Jiang Miaomiao inquired. He smiled enigmatically, descending into the storeroom below, rummaging through an overwhelming array of supplies. Eventually, he emerged with 2 fishing rods and several packs of bait. Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed in delight, when did you acquire these? I had no idea. That's what happens when you keep your eyes glued to snacks every time we visit the supermarket. Lu Qiming replied, lifting the fishing rods and nodding towards her. Come, change your clothes. We are going fishing today. The two donned protective suits before proceeding to draw blood from the small zombie. It had been confined in the room for several months, deprived of food and water, and subjected to daily bloodletting. It appeared exceedingly frail. Jiang Miaomiao felt a pang of guilt and offered a box of milk to feed it. The zombie gulped a few sips, only to spew it out in a spray. She was taken by surprise, the foul, viscous liquid splattering across her face, though thankfully, her protective suit shielded her from the worst of it. Lu Qiming tossed her a box of tissues, coldly wrapping the little zombie back up in a sheet. It is no longer human. If you truly wish to repay it, you might consider offering a bit of your own thigh meat. It would surely express its gratitude. Jiang Miaomiao shivered at the thought. Wiping her face clean of the milk before replenishing her blood and following him out of the room. Woof woof. Jiang Ruru sensed that it might be left behind once again, circling around their feet and obstructing their path. Jiang Miaomiao urged it to return, attempting to entice it with a sausage, yet to no avail. Lu Qiming observed for a while and pointed at its damp, black nose, stating, "You may go out. But let it be known beforehand that if zombies spot you, we shall undoubtedly return home without a second thought for you. Whether it understood or not remained uncertain. It merely extended its tiny tongue to lick his fingertip. A shiver coursed through Lu Qiming, prompting him to retract his hand and wipe it on his protective suit. He then fetched another suit to dress it in, for it too was a living creature and would not be spared by the zombies if discovered. Jiang Miaomiao brought forth a new suit and gestured at the dog, pondering the conundrum of how to fit it given its size. It was nearly large enough to serve as a blanket. Lu Qiming retrieved a pair of scissors and a roll of clear tape, responding to her unspoken query with action modification. He deftly cut the protective suit at the waist, adjusting it to a more suitable length for Jiang Ruru, and fashioned 4 diminutive, long boots from the scraps. Together, they managed to fit them onto the dog. They sealed any gaps with tape, ensuring not a single breath could escape. Soon, Jiang Ruru was swathed in the suit, with only its 2 eyes and nose visible, rendering it even more comical. Lu Qiming produced the final piece of equipment, a mask, altering the strap's length before securing it over the dog's mouth and tying a firm knot at the back. Clearly uncomfortable, Jiang Ruru pawed at it in an attempt to remove the mask. He admonished sternly, "If you refuse to wear it, you shall not venture outside." Although Jiang Ruru could not comprehend his words, it sensed his authority, whimpering in fear and retreating into Jiang Miaomiao's embrace. She lifted it into her arms, gently patting its increasingly round belly, casting an unexpected glance at Lu Qiming. "I didn't realize you were so skillful with your hands." He was filled with pride, pointing at his temple. "Only now do you realize? I am not only dexterous, I am capable here as well. TSK, you gasp when I call you plump. Now hurry along." After being cooped up for half a month, Jiang Miaomiao felt a twinge of anxiety. The vivid image of Lu Qiming being bitten replayed in her mind with startling clarity, causing her to tense up and quicken her heartbeat as she passed by the zombies. Overwhelmed by the dread that one might lunge at her, observing her distress, Lu Qiming silently positioned himself between them, shielding her with his presence. She exhaled a sigh of relief, her back slick with cold sweat. Jiang Ruru curled up in her embrace, its round eyes darting about, obediently silent. As they brushed past 3 or 4 zombies, they safely reached the lakeshore. The artificial lake spanned over 5,000 square meters, surrounded by lush green grass. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, and as the wind stirred, it created diamond-like ripples. The beautiful lotus flowers swayed gently on the lake, evoking a sense of tranquility that momentarily eased the harsh reality of their situation. Lu Qiming had brought 2 small stools and set them by the lake, mixing bait with water to create a concoction. Jiang Miaomiao, inexperienced in fishing, squatted nearby, watching with curiosity. The bait, infused with an enticing agent, held tremendous allure for both animals and fish. Jiang Ruru, eyeing the bait with longing, seemed eager to snatch it away when they weren't looking. "Be good, play over there. Don't make a fuss. If we catch fish, we shall have fish for dinner tonight." Jiang Miaomiao plucked a blade of foxtail grass to amuse it, managing to coax it away. At that moment, Lu Qiming had already shaped the bait into a small ball, affixing it to the hook, and handed the fishing rod to her before preparing the next one. She lightly touched the damp bait, feeling a sense of uncertainty within her. Could this really catch a fish? The Lu Qiming brand composite bait, meticulously handcrafted, promises to deliver impeccable results. Such lofty claims. She was determined to see if it truly possessed such prowess. Jiang Miaomiao sat upon a small stool, mimicking the fishing techniques she had observed on television, forcefully casting out the hook. "Ah," she exclaimed softly. Lu Qiming inquired, "What happened?" "It snagged my clothes." He, speechless, set down his belongings and approached her, assisting in disentangling the hook. Holding the fishing rod, he instructed, "Learn from me. Cast from this angle, and you won't catch yourself." Jiang Miaomiao followed his lead, though her movements remained clumsy. "With your level of incompetence, surviving this long warrants a trip to the temple for gratitude," Lu Qiming teased. Yet his demeanor was patient as he guided her through the process several times until she finally grasped it. Jiang Miaomiao successfully cast the hook into the artificial lake, her gaze filled with anticipation as she beheld the tranquil, undisturbed surface. How long must she wait to catch a fish? Lu Qiming glanced at her, shaping the bait as he replied, "Just be patient. For a novice, it's not uncommon to wait an entire day without a single catch. But you just claimed your bait guarantees a catch. The bait is indeed of high quality, but it cannot compensate for your lack of skill. It takes 2 to tango." Before he could finish, Jiang Miaomiao's fishing line began to quiver. Her eyes widened in surprise as she anxiously asked, "What should I do? Is there a fish? How do I handle this?" Lu Qiming did not expect the situation to unfold so swiftly. He was momentarily taken aback before rushing to assist. The two of them worked in unison to extract the fish from the water. Fearing that the zombies might catch a whiff, they promptly placed it into a bucket and filled it with some water. Jiang Miaomiao was utterly elated. It had been no more than a minute since she cast her line. If this were deemed a lack of skill, one might argue that there were no fishing prodigies in the world. Lu Qiming lowered his gaze to the bucket, where a diminutive red koi swam about, scarcely longer than his finger. With so many sizable fish around, it seemed rather unimpressive to catch just this tiny one. It could hardly be considered a feat. She dismissed his thoughts, proudly clutching her fishing rod. You're just envious. You can't enjoy the grapes, so you declare them sour. Envious of you? Huh? Lu Qiming scoffed lightly, carrying a bowl of bait as he settled onto a nearby stool. With a grandiose flourish, he cast his line and turned to challenge her. Let us see who can catch more. I accept your challenge. The promising start filled Jiang Miaomiao with confidence in her skills. However, they first needed to establish the stakes. What happens if one of us loses? The loser must prepare the fish and is forbidden to partake. They exchanged a knowing glance, falling into a mutual silence as they concentrated on their fishing, engaged in a quiet contest where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Nearby, Jiang Ruru was playing with butterflies when a zombie ambled past, stopping to lunge at her. The butterfly fell into its mouth, and the zombie continued on, chewing as it searched for its next living prey. Jiang Ruru was so frightened that her spirit seemed to have fled. She lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear, not daring to move until the shadow of the threat had completely vanished. Only then did she hastily retreat beneath Jiang Miaomiao's bench, lying there obediently, determined not to stir again. After several hours of fierce competition, the results of the contest were imminent. Lu Qiming's bucket was teeming with several splendid koi, while Jiang Miaomiao's bucket, apart from the initial small fish, contained merely one additional large fish. Where was the promised good fortune? Why had it failed her? In a moment of desperation, she hastily kneaded 2 lumps of bait into one and affixed it to her hook, hoping to catch a larger fish to turn her fortunes around. Unfortunately, the outcome was not as she had wished, as the fishing line quivered and she tugged upward. The fish remained elusive, and the bait mysteriously disappeared. Lu Qiming, on the other hand, successfully reeled in another sizable catch, smirking as he sighed, alas. It seems someone won't be having dinner tonight. Furious, she declared that she was finished with the contest, clutching her bench and water bucket as she prepared to leave. Lu Qiming inquired, leaving already? What other choice do I have? I've already lost, she retorted. Staying would only subject me to more ridicule. Lu Qiming also put away his fishing rod, gazing at the distant sunset as he remarked, the weather is truly splendid today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaomiao turned her gaze towards the horizon, captivated by the breathtaking sight. Vast swathes of vibrant sunset hues adorned the sky, golden rays cascading over the towering buildings in the distance. The colors softened the city's usual drabness, and were it not for the occasional sight of the neighborhood's zombies, she might have felt as though she were living in a pre-apocalyptic world. If survival was guaranteed, how much longer would she have to endure such days? The original protagonists did not return to the city until over a decade later, under the government's guidance, and she genuinely lacked the confidence to persevere until that time. Noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Lu Qiming gently patted her shoulder. Let us go home. Nevertheless, she still has a home, a dwelling that offers nourishment, warm water, a comfortable bed, and a cozy sofa, accompanied by a strong man and a delightful dog. By this measure alone, she is indeed more fortunate than many others. The couple, carrying buckets and fishing rods, called out to Jiang Ruru as the trio basked in the glow of the setting sun on their triumphant return. Jiang Miaomiao, accepting her fate, shed her clothes upon entering and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lu Qiming, initially planning to wait for dinner, soon found his way in, rolling up his sleeves and inquiring, Is there anything I can assist with? She cast him a surprised glance. You are actually offering to help? What a remarkable day this is. I should truly express my gratitude. Lu Qiming chuckled. What is there to be surprised about? Am I not known for my industrious nature? How shall we prepare the fish? Steamed or braised? Let us make sauerkraut fish. During their grocery visit, they had impulsively gathered an abundance of seasonings, including a package specifically for sauerkraut fish. Occasionally, when Jiang Miaomiao's cravings struck fiercely and spicy strips were nowhere to be found, she would stealthily descend the stairs in the dead of night to indulge her taste buds with a clandestine snack. At last, the time had come for these ingredients to serve their purpose. The fish needed to be sliced, and with Lu Qiming's adept knife skills, this task was entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Miaomiao washed rice and vegetables. During her confinement at home for the past fortnight, she had nurtured some mung bean sprouts. Baby bok choy had also sprouted. Not yet fully grown, yet she could not resist plucking a handful to use as a garnish for the fish. Lu Qiming, wielding the chef's knife and donning an apron, stood tall before the cutting board, meticulously and patiently filleting the fish. Koi are indeed more suited for admiration than consumption, for their flesh is coarse, riddled with bones, and quite troublesome to prepare. He hung his head slightly, his unkempt hair cascading down to obscure his brows, while his high-bridge nose and flawless profile lines were nothing short of perfection. "Could you assist me for a moment?" he suddenly inquired. Jiang Miaomiao set down the small grains. "What do you need?" "Find a clip to hold my hair back. It keeps obstructing my vision." She dashed to the balcony, retrieving 2 colorful plastic clips intended for socks, and, on tiptoe, affixed one to each side of his hair, resembling a pair of tiny ears. Lu Qiming twisted his neck slightly. "Thank you. This is much more convenient." His bangs were swept up, revealing striking brows and eyes, each expression a silent allure. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at him, her heart racing unexpectedly. Unable to restrain herself, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Lu Qiming was still speaking, but her kiss silenced him, his eyes widening in shock. "You." As her rationality returned, she realized her blunder, yet her pride prevented her from offering an apology. In a flurry of panic, she made the most foolish decision. She turned and fled. This left behind an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and an incredulous Lu Qiming. Jiang Miaomiao retreated to her room, locked the door, and collapsed onto her bed, panting heavily. What on earth had she done? Surely Lu Qiming would not misinterpret her actions as affection for him? It was purely his striking beauty that had captivated her. If it were someone with a crooked nose and a silly grin, she wouldn't have even considered such intimacy. No matter how long they spent together, what should she do? How could she possibly explain? She clutched her pillow, utterly disoriented, and inadvertently lifted her gaze to the floor-length mirror, where she beheld her flushed face, intensifying her embarrassment. She burrowed under the covers, refusing to emerge. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of pickled fish wafted through the crack of the door as Lu Qiming called out to her. "Miao Miao, it's time to eat." His tone was remarkably casual, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Miaomiao cautiously opened the door, once again encountering his handsome visage. He smiled, not uttering a single word about the unexpected kiss. "Come on. The pickled fish is ready." "Oh." She followed him downstairs in a daze, serving rice and settling down to eat. Suddenly, Lu Qiming recalled something and looked at her, saying, "If you wish to kiss me next time, refrain from indulging in pickled cabbage. The flavor is quite intoxicating." Pfft. Rice spewed from Jiang Miaomiao's mouth, splattering across the table. A grain lodged in her windpipe, causing her to cough uncontrollably. Lu Qiming chuckled, pouring her a glass of water and gently patting her back. "Why are you in such a hurry? No one is competing with you." Jiang Miaomiao grasped his arm tightly, lifting her tear-filled eyes, glistening from the coughing fit. "I haven't encountered any other men for such a long time. That's why I reacted that way, truly. Please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" "Misunderstand. Oh, just pretend nothing happened." "That won't do." Lu Qiming's expression turned serious. Anxiety gnawed at her as she stammered, "What do you want?" "Whatever we do must be fair." His large hand cradled the back of her head, while the other reached for a tissue, wiping the rice grains from her face. "I intend to kiss you back." The man's lips pressed against hers, a sensation entirely distinct from the forceful kiss she had previously bestowed upon him. His breath was harsh and searing, imbued with a commanding aggression reminiscent of a battle-hardened general. However, once he breached her defenses, his lips and tongue transformed into soft, gentle guides, swiftly igniting a fusion of passion. The kiss did not linger for long. Jiang Miaomiao scarcely realized when it had ended. After finishing his meal, Lu Qiming retreated to the bathroom for a shower. During the fortnight of isolation, he had only been able to wipe his body with a damp towel each day. A rather unsatisfactory experience. Jiang Miaomiao sat on the chair, jolted back to reality by the sound of Jiang Rourou's calls. The fish was so fragrant that its tail spun like a propeller. She placed a generous portion into its small bowl, and as she rose, her gaze fell upon Lu Qiming's bowl, prompting memories of that kiss to flood back. Eating pickled vegetables before kissing was truly unwise. Yet, what was their relationship, really? In this apocalyptic world, a solitary man and woman sought solace in one another, or? The more she pondered, the more troubled she became. Losing all appetite for the long-anticipated pickled fish, she ascended the stairs and lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Lu Qiming pushed the door open and stepped inside, wearing an expression she had never seen before, bold, tempting, and provocative. He approached the edge of the bed, sitting down without a word, startling Jiang Miaomiao into retreat. What do you intend to do? Don't feign ignorance. I know what you desire. As he spoke, he began to undress, revealing his sculpted abdomen and elongated physique, a potent aura of masculinity permeating the delicate confines of the room. Jiang Miaomiao's cheeks were aflame. Her breath came in hurried gasps, and her heart raced wildly. Fear gripped her, yet an exhilarating thrill coursed through her veins. Clutching the quilt, she stammered, I won't take responsibility if I sleep. I don't want responsibility. I only desire unrestrained delight. Lu Qiming smiled, his strong arms enveloping her. In her nervousness, she instinctively struggled and, with a loud thud, tumbled off the bed. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Qiming gone, his chiseled abs vanished, leaving only her flushed face in the disheveled quilt. It had all been a dream. She touched her feverish forehead and crawled back into bed, feeling a mix of relief and regret. The relief stemmed from the avoidance of an awkward encounter, preventing future discomfort in their interactions. The regret, however, was akin to a weary traveler in the desert catching sight of a mirage, visible yet unattainable. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Qiming was outside, rapping on the door. Meow meow. What was that sound just now? Since the incident with the zombie intrusion, he had grown increasingly vigilant. Jiang Miaomiao, resolute in her silence, nestled deeper into her covers and replied, I dropped my phone. I'm not convinced. Let me take a look. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance as she opened the door. Lu Qiming first inspected the window, ensuring it remained intact, before turning his gaze back to her. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Jiang Miaomiao found herself at a loss as he passed by her. Memories of his audacious demeanor in her dream flooded her mind, causing her face to burn fiercely. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just the heat. Is that so? Lu Qiming's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could I possibly deceive you? What would be the point of such a deception? Exercise a modicum of restraint. A young lady's chamber should not be entered so casually, if you please. Jiang Miaomiao pushed him outside, and Lu Qiming, taken aback, suddenly raised his index finger to hush her. Do not utter a word. Listen. She, perplexed, sealed her lips and concentrated on the sounds emanating from below, where Jiang Ruru scratched at the door, accompanied by anxious whimpering. Such behavior was uncharacteristic. Typically, it only vocalized when it sought nourishment. Yet, it had dined heartily just hours prior. The two instinctively recalled the harrowing experience of a zombie's intrusion, quietly retrieving a small chainsaw, holding their breath as they descended the stairs. The further they went, the more pronounced Jiang Ruru's scratching became. Jiang Miaomiao discerned the direction and, in bewilderment, remarked, It seems to be scratching at the little zombie's door. Lu Qiming nodded in agreement. Having inspected the entire first floor and confirmed there was no anomaly before approaching Jiang Ruru. Upon seeing its master, the creature grew increasingly agitated, desperately attempting to push open the door. Jiang Miaomiao produced a key, while Lu Qiming gripped the chainsaw tightly, bracing for any eventuality. When the door swung open, the room revealed no superfluous items, it was eerily silent. The little zombie lay still on the floor, unresponsive, unlike its usual restlessness upon their arrival. Their gazes settled upon it, and Lu Qiming approached, first nudging it gently with his shoe. Receiving no reaction, he crouched down to lift the bedsheet for a closer inspection. It appeared to be lifeless. Minutes later, he lifted his gaze to Jiang Miaomiao and uttered those words. After all, zombies are merely remnants of life, devoid of a beating heart. Could it be that the energy within the little zombie's body can no longer sustain their relentless demands and is on the verge of true disappearance? Jiang Miaomiao, taken aback, approached and donned gloves to gently touch the little zombie's head. Its scalp had decayed, revealing a small, round skull. Its entire being was covered in a viscous, foul-smelling substance, with only the golden longevity lock around its neck still reflecting a hint of its original luster. Chapter 27. The little zombie has perished. It could no longer frolic like a living being, nor wander in relentless pursuit of sustenance like a typical zombie. It would not be long before its flesh disintegrated into dust, and its hardened white bones would, after enduring countless tempests, merge with the earth. Jiang Miaomiao could not ascertain whether its demise was due to the natural course of life or the unbearable torment inflicted upon it over the days. Regardless, it had succumbed within the confines of their captivity. This reality made her feel like a cruel executioner. That night, upon returning to her bed, Jiang Miaomiao tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The following morning, With dark circles under her eyes, she approached Lu Qiming to inquire about a matter. Can we find a place to bury it? Its blood has provided us with safety for many days. Granting it a proper resting place instead of leaving it to rot in the wilderness would be a form of repayment, wouldn't it? Lu Qiming initially intended to leave it for a couple more days, waiting until it was entirely beyond use before discarding it. However, seeing Jiang Miaomiao's troubled demeanor, he found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. They could not venture far, nor could they bury it on the city's main roads. Thus, the most suitable resting place was the lawn beside the artificial lake, facing south and basking in the sunlight, adorned with flowers and grass. This place could indeed be deemed a treasure of feng shui. The two individuals set forth on their respective tasks. Jiang Miaomiao ventured next door to procure a clean outfit for the child, dressing it in fresh garments, then discovered a toy car to place in its small hands. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming retrieved a small basin, meticulously extracting the last remnants of vitality from the little zombie, collecting the blood that could be salvaged into the basin for preservation. The quantity was scant. They could utilize it at most 2 or 3 times, and the dilemma of how to venture outside thereafter loomed ominously. However, the immediate concern was not this. Adorned in protective gear and smeared with blood, they opened the door, lifting the little zombie, swathed in a fresh bedsheet, towards the lakeside. Lu Qiming had already excavated a small pit, measuring over 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. They gently laid the little zombie within, covering it with earth, and erected a warning sign, uprooted from the lawn, at the grave's head. The inscription remained vibrant: "Little feet, do not run amok. The grass smiles gently. Should fortune favor them to survive until the world's end and allow them to reunite with its family." Jiang Miaomiao envisioned bringing them here to pay their respects. Naturally, the odds of such a reunion were minuscule, yet she cherished the thought as a keepsake. In the struggle for survival amidst adversity, such thoughts are essential, akin to a piece of candy savored after a bitter dose of herbal medicine. Just the mere contemplation of it dulled the bitterness of the remedy. Standing on the grass, she gazed into the distance at the towering edifices, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for her continued existence. Lu Qiming leaned on his shovel, taking a moment to rest, his gaze lowered as he remarked, "We need to capture another zombie. They required sustenance and must venture out in search of supplies. Mere protective gear could not guarantee their safety. Capturing a zombie was their most pressing task at that moment." Jiang Miaomiao let out a soft sound, inquiring whether they would employ the previous method. "Indeed. We shall lure one into the villa and shut the door to confront it alone. Allow me to take the lead," she volunteered, catching Lu Qiming off guard. "Aren't you afraid?" he questioned, recalling how she had staunchly refused to even shout from the stairs before. "I am frightened," Jiang Miaomiao replied. "But I am even more concerned that you might struggle alone and get hurt." Lu Qiming's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. "You care about me? This is quite extraordinary." Jiang Miaomiao retorted with conviction. "What is so strange about that? If I were to lose a dog I had raised, I would grieve for half a month." Lu Qiming, both amused and exasperated, asked, "Can't you say something sweet to cheer me up?" She shrugged and began to gather her belongings to head home. As night fell, the zombies became increasingly active. One zombie limped past the door, its high-heeled shoe reduced to only one, causing it to stagger as it walked. Its white dress was now exceedingly filthy, and the viscous substance leaking from its eye sockets had washed away any trace of eyeliner. Once lush and voluminous hair had thinned considerably due to the loss of its scalp. There were no other zombies nearby, with the closest one being over 10 meters away. It appeared rather feeble and moved slowly, making it an excellent target for capture. Jiang Miaomiao gestured to Lu Qiming, opened the door, and stood there in a light garment with a small bag slung over her shoulder, beckoning to the zombie while softly calling out, "Hey, come in." The creature, sluggishly turning its head, visibly brightened upon seeing her. It eagerly sniffed the air, detecting the enticing scent of fresh human life, and rushed towards her with enthusiasm. Jiang Miaomiao counted her breaths as she retreated, gripping the chainsaw tightly within her satchel, prepared to press the switch at the slightest hint of danger to safeguard herself. In just a few seconds, she found herself beside the coffee table, as a zombie burst into the villa. Lu Qiming, lying in ambush behind the door, promptly shut it. Seizing a large bedsheet he had meticulously prepared, and leapt forward to ensnare the creature. His agility was remarkable, as he accurately wrapped the zombie in the sheet. Jiang Miaomiao, unable to relax for even a moment, released her grip on the chainsaw, grasped a length of rope, and hurried over to assist him in binding the creature. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the two exchanged smiles, delight reflected in their eyes. However, in the next instant, The already restrained zombie managed to tear through the sheet with its decayed teeth, thrashing violently. Jiang Miaomiao was taken aback, utterly at a loss. Lu Qiming, equally astonished, whispered, "Do not fear. This rope is climbing rope, with immense tensile strength. Even a lion could struggle to break free. We must hasten to secure it." His words steadied her resolve, and she summoned her courage to continue binding the creature. The zombie emitted terrifying howls from its putrid throat, charging like a wild bull against the ropes, its mouth repeatedly thrusting towards Jiang Miaomiao, the stench assaulting her senses. She held her breath, gritted her teeth, reminding herself to remain fearless and focus on the task at hand, certain the zombie could not sever the ropes. But then came a resounding snap, the frayed rope rebounding against her face like a taut whip, instantly leaving a crimson mark on her delicate cheek. Immediately following, she heard Lu Qiming's urgent shout, "Run!" Overwhelmed, she spun around in a daze and fled. A claw gripped her clothing, desperately pulling her backward. She turned her head and beheld the gaping maw of the zombie. Frozen in terror, unable to muster the strength to cry out for help. In a moment of peril, Lu Qiming seized the chainsaw at her waist, activated it, and struck at the zombie's head. Flesh and blood flew, and viscous fluid splattered. He did not cease until he had nearly cleaved its upper body in two. Panting heavily as he finally stopped, the zombie collapsed to the ground, convulsing, its hands clawing at the floor, yet it could rise no more. Lu Qiming muttered a curse, discarded the chainsaw, and turned to embrace Jiang Miaomiao. "Are you all right?" he inquired, but her wide, terrified eyes revealed that she was too stunned to respond. He lifted her onto the sofa, fetched a basin of hot water, and vigorously scrubbed her face, pinching her philtrum. He then loosened her clothing and covered her delicate, pale chest with a warm towel. After a series of actions, Jiang Miaomiao gradually regained her senses, hearing the anxious cries of Jiang Ruru. "Help! Help!" She extended her icy hand. Lu Qiming quickly grasped it, placing it over his own heart, whispering words of comfort. "It's all right. We are safe now." The powerful thrum of his heartbeat reassured her completely, and with lingering trepidation, she sat up, noticing the still-twitching corpse of the zombie on the floor. How could it be so strong? She pondered. In terms of physique, it was even inferior to half of Jean Banton's stature. Yet, once ensnared, Jean Banton had immediately lost its fighting capability. Lu Qiming, equally astonished, took her hand and approached the corpse, crouching down to examine it. Jiang Ruru curiously sniffed around, prompting Jiang Miaomiao to hastily kick it away. "Let us go upstairs. Don't linger here. In the event that something further occurs, their own safety would be at stake." Leaving little to no strength to protect others, Jiang Ruru was ushered upstairs, dragging her weakened legs, and retrieved gloves for both herself and Lu Qiming to don. The pair meticulously examined the zombie. Initially, they discerned nothing amiss until Lu Qiming scraped away the decaying flesh from its arm, exposing the joint, and upon tugging at it, his expression shifted dramatically. It seemed to have gained some strength. Given the degree of decay, its bones should not have been as robust as they appeared now. A chill ran through Jiang Miaomiao, for she understood that their days of relative comfort were drawing to a close. The original text indicated that as time progressed, the number of zombies dwindled, yet their strength increased. The government forces, initially capable of easily overpowering them with weaponry, had anticipated a chance to counterattack. However, as events unfolded, the damage inflicted by firearms proved negligible, resulting in several devastating encounters where they were slaughtered instead. Despite possessing firearms, the military found it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. In her possession, the most formidable weapon was a small chainsaw, which seemed utterly inadequate against such formidable foes. Not to mention, the supplies within the villa would last at most another fortnight. If they failed to venture out to replenish their resources within that time, starvation would be their grim fate. Upon realizing this, both were weighed down by a heavy sense of despair, leaving them little inclination for further endeavors. Jiang Miaomiao retreated to her room, while Lu Qiming disposed of the incapacitated zombie into the chamber where the smaller zombies had been confined earlier, securing the door behind him before ascending the stairs. He washed away the viscous residue and bits of flesh that had splattered onto him in the bathroom, changed into clean attire, and, passing by Jiang Miaomiao's door, knocked gently. A weary voice emerged from within. "I am preparing to sleep." Her face was injured. Had she applied the medicine to the wound? The rope was filthy, posing a risk of infection. Heeding his reminder, she belatedly touched her cheek, her fingers grazing the exposed tender flesh, causing her to gasp in pain. No wonder half of her face had been numb all this time. Jiang Miaomiao opened the door to find Lu Qiming entering with Yunnan Baiyao and antiseptic cotton. taking a seat by her bedside to tend to her injury. The curtains were a soft pink, the quilt was pink, and even her pajamas were pink. A watercolor floral painting adorned the wall, exuding a youthful charm that was almost overwhelming. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qiming would have teased her mercilessly. However, at this moment, gazing at her disfigured face, all he felt was a pang of sympathy. If you end up with a scar, will you curse me to death? It was he who had warned her that the zombies could not sever the climbing rope. Had he not uttered those words, perhaps she would have emerged unscathed. Jiang Miaomiao remained engulfed in sorrow, lamenting her impending demise and the loss of savoring delectable foods and beautiful landscapes, her mind wandering. Let it be, then. You don't mind? She replied with a bitter smile, feeling that with her life hanging by a thread, a scar was inconsequential. Lu Qiming frowned. Who says your life is on the line? Is there truly no other option? We couldn't even subdue a solitary female zombie. If they were to attack in swarms, we would merely lie down and await our fate. A thought struck her, and she slapped her thigh in regret. I should have brought the gas when I moved. If I were to attempt to touch the electric switch and failed, the pain of being electrocuted and experiencing incontinence would be unbearable. Relying on gas seems far more reliable. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qiming's expression grew even more somber. You must have faith in us. Faith is... Jiang Miaomiao initially intended to retort, but upon realizing the futility, she extended her arm towards him. He regarded her with suspicion. What are you doing? Just a hug. Confounded. He remained still as she embraced him, their hearts beating in remarkable synchrony. Regardless of the circumstances, living alongside you thus far has brought me immense joy. I only wish for you to promise me one thing. If one day I am bitten by a zombie, I implore you, do not save me. Grant me a swift end. She harbored no illusions about possessing Lu Qiming's good fortune. She knew that being bitten would surely lead to infection. The mere thought of transforming into one of those mindless, soulless creatures, aimlessly wandering in search of human flesh, decaying to the point of losing her limbs yet still struggling to move, sent shivers down her spine. She couldn't bear the idea of enduring such a fate for even a moment longer. Death seemed preferable. She had always been prepared for it, merely postponing the inevitable. Lu Qiming, unable to dissuade her, finished applying the salve and tidied up his belongings, saying, "Get some good rest." Perhaps, as her mood improved, her perspective would become less bleak. He stepped outside with his things, while Jiang Miaomiao curled up in her blankets, eyes closed. The events of the day had been too harrowing. They replayed incessantly in her mind, rendering sleep impossible. Finally, she called out to the wall, "Lu Qiming?" There was no response from next door. He had likely succumbed to slumber. Sighing, she thought to herself, such a carefree person. Nothing seems to disrupt his sleep quality. How enviable. Jiang Miaomiao struggled to fall asleep when suddenly the door swung open. Lu Qiming entered, clutching his own pillow, and nestled into her bed. "I will only keep you company for one night. Who asked you to accompany me?" She instinctively attempted to push him away, but upon feeling the warmth of his chest beneath her fingers, she promptly changed her mind and embraced him instead. "All right, thank you." They held each other in a courteous embrace, as Lu Qiming inhaled the delightful fragrance of her shampoo. Suddenly, he remarked, "You should wear lingerie more often." "Huh. Otherwise, when I unfasten your clothes, it will just be your chest, which is rather awkward." Jiang Miaomiao's fingers clicked in irritation. "Didn't you say there's no difference between front and back? Why do you care? When clothed, there's no difference, but once removed, there is." Unable to contain her frustration, she delivered a punch to his chest. "Get lost." Lu Qiming burst into laughter, tousling her disheveled hair and pulling her into his embrace. "No more jokes, let us sleep." Jiang Miaomiao was fuming. How could she possibly sleep? Yet, as his snores filled the air, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, akin to having taken a sleeping pill, and quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, as usual, Lu Qiming rose to wash rice and prepare porridge. Jiang Miaomiao, unusually early, deliberately donned lingerie while changing clothes and idly gazed out the window. She caught sight of Lu Qiming adding rice to the rice cooker and hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't add so much." Lu Qiming, puzzled, replied, "It's always this amount. If I reduce it, will you be full? If I'm not full, I can manage. If everyone eats a little less, in a few days, we can save a meal. We are uncertain when we will be able to venture outside. We must consider the future." He chuckled lightly. "Ah, now you are thinking ahead. That is progress. Very well, I shall reduce the rice a little." The immediate consequence of this reduction in rice was that, after finishing breakfast, the three of them were left licking their lips at empty bowls, utterly unsated. To divert attention, Jiang Miaomiao stretched lazily, approached the window, and remarked, "We must observe them. To know ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory in every battle." Due to their confinement, the quantity of dishes they possessed dwindled, unable to sustain a cycle of consumption whereby they would eat a meal and discard a set of dishes. They could only reuse what they had. Lu Qiming piled the bowls and plates into a basin, retrieved his phone from her pocket, and settled onto the sofa, saying, "You observe, I shall play for a while." "You may play, but you will wash the dishes," she stipulated. "Agreed, but you will prepare lunch," he countered. "Very well." The two reached an accord and each engaged in their respective activities. Jiang Ru lay on its designated mat, gnawing on a slipper. Jiang Miaomiao focused intently on the zombies outside. Sensing that their pace seemed markedly quicker, she hastily called for Lu Qiming to take a look. Lu Qiming, engrossed in his game, did not lift his head. "Are you sure it's not just your imagination?" After scrutinizing the scene, she found herself unable to ascertain. However, after a moment, she whispered urgently, "Oh my, come here, come here." Lu Qiming paused his game and approached her from behind. "What have you seen that has you so agitated? Are the zombies having a gathering?" In her desperation, she cupped his face, directing his gaze toward the particular zombie she had noticed. "Just look for yourself." It was a middle-aged male zombie, corpulent in stature, with little to distinguish it aside from its decayed abdomen, from which intestines dragged upon the ground. The warm weather had attracted a swarm of flies that buzzed around its body incessantly. This situation had been observed a month prior, prompting them to affix a layer of gauze over the windows to prevent the insects from infiltrating. This was not a novel discovery. Lu Qiming inquired, "What exactly do you want me to see?" Before he could finish his sentence, the zombie suddenly extended its tongue, slurping up a fly that had landed near its mouth, swallowing it whole without so much as a chew. Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed, "Did you see that? How revolting." Lu Qiming fell silent. Previously, zombies consumed only humans and animals, showing no interest in insects, as the latter were too inconspicuous to be detected. The maggots crawling upon their bodies were of no concern. Now, the fact that they even devoured flies indicated. He chose not to dwell on it further. Wishing to spare himself unnecessary distress, Jiang Miaomiao, feeling nauseated, retreated to the sofa, murmuring, "Even if we manage to obtain zombie blood, it will likely be quite difficult to venture outside." Lu Qiming, seated opposite her, stretched out his long legs and encouraged, "Stop overthinking. Let us play Ludo." "At a time like this, you still wish to play Ludo?" Jiang Miaomiao began to retort, but then changed her mind, clapping her hands and declaring, "All right. If you lose, you shall make lunch." Lu Qiming lost several rounds to her, and she cast aside her worries, joyfully selecting a few dishes and sitting at the table in anticipation of the meal. While the daylight hours were spent in companionship, the solitude of nightfall inevitably brought forth a tide of fear. She endured a night filled with tormenting nightmares, in which she found herself fleeing relentlessly from a horde of zombies. Ultimately, she was cornered on the rooftop of a towering building, consumed by the relentless tide of the undead. Awakening from such a harrowing slumber left her more fatigued than before. However, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Qiming lying beside her, deeply asleep with his arms wrapped around her. Jiang Ro had also sneaked in, sprawled out on the carpet in a peaceful slumber. The day had dawned, with sunlight filtering through the glass and delicate curtains, casting a gentle glow upon them. They had a house, a bed, food, and water. A dog and a man were also present. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Jiang Miaomiao extricated herself from the shadows of her despairing dreams and nestled on the soft bed, gazing with keen interest at Lu Qiming's face. He appeared far more endearing in slumber than in wakefulness, at least devoid of the irritability that often plagued him. The contours from his brow to his nose were strikingly handsome, and his skin, although rough and seemingly unkempt, retained a firmness and elasticity that was remarkable. His long eyelashes sparked a pang of jealousy within Jiang Miaomiao, who had the whimsical desire to pluck them and affix them to her own eyelids. She extended her finger, gently tracing the outline of his thick, dark eyebrows, unable to suppress a smile. "If you wish to observe me, do so openly. There is no need to steal glances while I slumber." Lu Qiming opened his eyes, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Jiang Miaomiao withdrew her finger and rolled her eyes. "Don't be so presumptuous. I merely noticed the sleep in your eyes. Go on, pretend as you wish." Lu Qiming rose to his feet, heading to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, while Jiang Miaomiao strolled to the window to admire the view. Suddenly, she spotted something and gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "What's wrong?" he called out, emerging from the bathroom with a mouth full of foam. "Behold!" Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed, pointing to a certain direction. Following the trajectory of her finger, Lu Qiming's gaze fell upon a vacant space outside the villa, where a mutilated corpse lay sprawled. The zombies, having decayed for an extensive period, often exhibited a lack of limbs. However, this particular one had its entire abdominal cavity hollowed out, with only scant remnants of flesh clinging to its skeletal frame, which was almost entirely exposed, as though it had been savagely gnawed upon by some ravenous creature. Lu Qiming's expression grew grave, while Jiang Miaomiao felt an unsettling anxiety wash over her. Do you think it could be? Before she could finish her thought, a horde of zombies staggered into view. One of them approached the corpse, crouched down to sniff, and began to gnaw at the meager bits of flesh. After a few bites, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining zombies pounced upon it, and an unsettling cacophony ensued, resulting in the emergence of yet another skeleton on the ground. The two of them, hidden behind the glass, witnessed the gruesome spectacle in stunned silence. As the zombies prepared to depart, one paused, abruptly lifting its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on them with an unblinking stare. Jiang Miaomiao gasped, hastily retreating, while Lu Qiming swiftly drew the curtains. The zombies lunged towards the villa, thwarted by the imposing walls that barred their entry. Once their companions had departed, the lone zombie meandered for a while before gradually wandering off. Standing beside the window, Lu Qiming parted the curtains slightly to peer outside, then turned to reassure her. It's over. Jiang Miaomiao, recalling the gruesome scene, nearly collapsed onto the floor. Why? Why would they consume their own kind? Could this be the source of their strength? Lu Qiming closed the window and gently patted her shoulder. Let us wash up and have breakfast. She helped him to his feet and suddenly remembered something, rushing upstairs to look outside. The grave that had been buried a few days prior was now unearthed, and a small skeleton lay discarded by the lakeshore. Lu Qiming approached her from behind and whispered, the days ahead will likely be arduous. They hastily consumed a meal, gathering every piece of paper, packaging, and clothing they could find at home to cover the windows, preventing the zombies from spotting them. The windows remained shut, and they refrained from carelessly disposing of garbage, striving to conceal their scent from the undead. Yet, despite their precautions, an unforeseen event transpired. That evening, as darkness descended, Jiang Miaomiao prepared to cook, turning on the lights as usual. Shortly after, a violent banging echoed against the doors and windows. Chapter 28. Jiang Miaomiao stood frozen in place, clutching the inner pot of the rice cooker. Lu Qiming, showering in the bathroom, rushed down, covered in soap suds, with a towel loosely secured around his waist. Upon seeing her, he immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" She, equally bewildered, pointed at the door that was being battered. Barefoot, Lu Qiming approached to investigate, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the floor. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised his hand and turned off the lights. The villa was plunged into darkness, and the banging from outside ceased immediately. From now on, we should avoid turning on the lights at night, he advised. The zombies' sensory perception had heightened. They no longer exhibited aggression solely in response to the scent of living beings. Now, any hint of light, sound, or odor could attract their attention. They had to exercise utmost caution. The lights have gone out, and the windows are sealed, leaving the room enveloped in darkness, with only faint shadows discernible. Jiang Miaomiao finds herself unable to prepare a meal. The two of them and the dog must resort to the long-forgotten biscuits to stave off hunger. Fortunately, several large bags of ham sausage remain, providing a semblance of meat flavor to their otherwise bleak fare. After their meal, they would typically engage in some physical exercise, followed by watching television and playing games, before retiring for the night. Now, however, they can accomplish none of these and retreat directly to their rooms. In the depths of the darkness, Jiang Miaomiao lies beneath her blanket, gazing toward the window. Distant howls of zombies pierce the stillness, echoing like the wails of tormented spirits. She is not afraid of fleeting terror. Rather, her fear lies in the relentless torment that seems to stretch into infinity. Even though she can endure the darkness, she questions where the escape lies. Death appears to be the only answer she can fathom. The heat of the day has intensified, yet she feels a chilling tremor throughout her body, clutching the blanket tightly. Meow meow, Lu Qiming knocks on the door. Would you like some milk tea? She hesitantly opens the door. Can you see the kettle? I have a good memory. I don't need to look. Just think, he replies. He hands her a warm cup of instant milk tea, and as she takes a sip, a sense of vitality returns to her. The two lean against the headboard, conversing. You should go find your friends. They are at the base, right? The base is protected by the military, equipped with weapons. They can surely handle the zombies, Jiang Miaomiao suggests. Lu Qiming looks at her in surprise. And what about you? She shakes her head, her thoughts oscillating and then returning to their original point. I won't leave. From what I've read in post-apocalyptic novels, life in the base is incredibly arduous. Feeling unsatisfied after meals yet compelled to work daily. And if misfortune strikes with the encounter of cunning individuals, my naive disposition would surely lead to further hardship. Observing her self-deprecation, he grew increasingly concerned. You remain here alone? How will you survive? She responded with a smile. I lived before you arrived, and I shall continue to live after you depart. As long as there is sustenance, I shall endure. If not, I will seek a more comfortable way to depart from this world. I am much happier now, with electricity and a dog. What is there to fear? Lu Qiming fell into silence for a moment, rejecting her suggestion. No, why not? Jiang Miaomiao asked. You are so capable. You shouldn't perish here. The protagonists possess skills comparable to yours. If fortune favors us, you could become a savior. It would be a pity to die. Lu Qiming replied. Even if I wish to go, I cannot. There are countless zombies along the way. To venture out unarmed would be tantamount to seeking death. I can give you the chainsaw. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her forehead. Don't be foolish. The warmth of his palm, still retaining the essence of milk tea, brought her comfort, making her reluctant to part. As he retracted his hand, she instinctively nudged it with her head. Lu Qiming smiled slightly and embraced her with ease. Stop overthinking. Rest now. Where there is a will, there is a way. We will undoubtedly find an opportunity. Jiang Miaomiao finished her milk tea in one breath, resting her head on his sturdy chest. The rhythm of his heartbeat was far from disruptive. Rather, it served as a soothing balm, allowing her to relax considerably. Before long, she fell asleep, her delicate hands nestled against her chest, resembling a demure little kitten. Lu Qiming gently set down his cup and placed a tender kiss on her forehead, carefully laying her down on the bed before quietly stepping out. He donned his protective suit and extracted a small amount of blood from the corpse of the female zombie. As he passed by Jiang Miaomiao, she attempted to rise, but he whispered for her to remain still. Jiang Miaomiao blinked and nestled back into her resting place, watching him as he opened the door and departed. As night fell and a new day dawned with the sun shining brightly, light streamed back into the villa. Jiang Miaomiao stood motionless by the window, almost greedily absorbing the sunlight. For the first time in her life, she discovered a profound love for the sun. The previous half-month spent in the basement without its warmth had not stirred such fervor within her. Once she had basked in enough light, she belatedly glanced at the bed, only to find Lu Qiming absent, prompting her to descend the stairs. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of fish soup, and she inhaled deeply. Unable to resist the urge to hasten into the kitchen, Lu Qiming stood tall by the stove, sprinkling garlic leaves into the simmering soup. Awake? He inquired. Go brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Puzzled, Jiang Miaomiao asked, Why are you up so early? With nighttime restrictions on movement, one must cherish the daylight. He replied, You didn't eat enough last night, did you? Today we have a delightful meal. I've prepared the leftover fish. Overcome with a blend of happiness and gratitude, Jiang Miaomiao approached and embraced him from behind. Lu Qiming stiffened momentarily before teasing. It seems you have fallen for me. My charm is irresistible. Please, narcissist, she retorted, pinching his waist before heading upstairs to freshen up. While Lu Qiming prepared the meal, Jiang Miaomiao felt a sense of obligation to contribute, washing the unclean dishes from the previous day, setting the table, and tidying the living room in the process. As the dishes were laid out on the table, she stood before it, glancing from side to side. The household appliances were complete, and the furniture was well appointed. There was fish and meat to savor, and the vegetables in the planter thrived day by day. Her dog was both adorable and obedient, and her roommate was capable and handsome. As long as the zombies did not invade, this life was undeniably blissful. Jiang Miaomiao, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, felt elated and tossed 2 hair clips toward Lu Qiming. He looked puzzled, and she explained, Clip up your bangs. I want to gaze upon your handsome face while I eat. Lu Qiming could only chuckle helplessly as he pushed his bangs upward, saying, How about I just cut my hair later so you can admire it every day? You'll cut it yourself? Is your skill up to par? Or should I assist you? She remarked casually, not giving it much thought. Yet, Lu Qiming quickly waved his hands as if he had seen a plague. No. Let my hair have a chance at life. I can manage quite well with a razor. If he didn't want help, that was fine with her. It saved her the trouble. Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes and downed half a bowl of fish soup in one go. After a satisfying meal, the two reclined on the sofa, too lethargic to move. Jiang Miaomiao nudged Lu Qiming with her toes, but before she could speak, he said, I'm not washing. I didn't ask you to do the dishes. I wanted to know why. When I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom this morning, I smelled something foul? Is that even a question? It's your bad breath. You nearly drove me insane last night. Get lost. You're the one with bad breath. Jiang Miaomiao kicked him with great force and earnestly remarked that unmistakably reeks of zombie blood. It's a scent I would only encounter after returning home from an outing and taking a shower. Could it be that a zombie has stealthily snuck in? Lu Qiming shook his head, asserting, impossible. I inspected every room this morning and found nothing amiss. Then what is the source of this foul odor? She inquired, pinching the thin calf of her leg. He replied, it's most likely a figment of your anxious imagination. Do not dwell on it. Since we are not venturing outside today, what do you intend to do? Jiang Miaomiao answered, I will eat, watch television, and play on my phone. As long as I keep the volume muted, it should pose no problem. Fortune favors the foolish. Lu Qiming yawned, stood up, and said, enjoy yourself. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Did you not sleep well? She questioned. Didn't I mention? Your halitosis kept me awake all night. Really? Jiang Miaomiao covered her mouth with both hands, exhaled into her palms, and took a careful whiff. Aside from the garlic aroma from the fish soup, there was no other scent. He framing me again, utterly shameless, she thought as Lu Qiming ascended the stairs. She lay idly on the sofa for a while, then noticed Jiang Rua scampering by and swiftly scooped it up. Why is your fur so dirty? Have you been misbehaving and roaming about? She resolved to give it a bath. Jiang Rua struggled fiercely but ultimately could not escape her grasp and was subjected to a thorough washing in the basin, restoring its pristine white color. After bathing the pet, Jiang Miaomiao proceeded to water the vegetables, diligently attending to one task after another, determined not to allow herself a moment of respite. As soon as she ceased her activities, thoughts of the zombies lurking outside invaded her mind, images of them tearing into her flesh. If she could avoid such thoughts, at least she could remain blissfully ensconced in this house, like a turtle retreating into its shell, until her inevitable demise. Lu Qiming awoke from his slumber in the evening, and the first thing he did was check on Jiang Miaomiao's whereabouts. Descending the stairs, he searched the house and found her crouched in the storage room. He exhaled in relief and, stifling a yawn, inquired, what are you doing here? Inventorying supplies, she replied. Having completed my tasks, I had to find something to occupy myself. Lu Qiming's interest piqued, and he crouched beside her. How many supplies do we have left? How long can we sustain ourselves? That depends on the circumstances. If we are willing to endure a meager existence, we could last for a month. However, if we desire a more comfortable life, we could last at most a week. Which way of living do you prefer? I prefer the latter. Humans are remarkably resilient creatures. One can survive 2 weeks without food and a week without water. Before the apocalypse, news often recounted tales of individuals lost in forests, subsisting on leaves and creek water for months. They could endure such hardship, only eating when starvation became unbearable, thus extending their survival. Yet the heart of the matter lies in the fact that the apocalypse brings with it the constant threat of death for venturing outside. Combined with the agony of insufficient sustenance, what is the point of living under such conditions? Jiang Miaomiao regarded him thoughtfully as Lu Qiming continued. We must ensure we have ample food and water. Otherwise, when faced with zombies, we will lack the strength to resist. With their opinions aligned, Jiang Miaomiao nodded and placed the cardboard box back in its original position. Dinner is ready. Let us partake. As they made their way to the dining room, Jiang Miaomiao deliberately averted her gaze from the window. The sound of the undead was alarmingly close, likely lurking in the courtyard. She was neither strong enough to confront them nor swift enough to escape, so she chose to disregard them entirely, indulging in self-deception. The evening's meal consisted of stir-fried noodles with ham, cured meat, and salted fish, all of which had been devoured. The only convenience food left was instant noodles. Although rice, flour, and noodles were still plentiful, the absence of vegetables rendered the staple foods nearly inedible. Jiang Miaomiao lamented her earlier decision not to raise a few chickens. By merely feeding them rice, she could have ensured a continuous supply of eggs, which she could have transformed into delightful dishes. In the absence of rice, the chickens could be slaughtered for their meat, providing broth for multiple servings. As she pondered the exquisite flavor of chicken soup, the stir-fried noodles before her suddenly seemed unpalatable, prompting her to sigh deeply in discontent. Lu Qiming observed her for a moment before snapping his fingers in front of her. She languidly inquired, "What is it?" With a flourish, he revealed a pouch of pork jerky in the palm of his hand. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, meat. Where did you get this?" "It was left uneaten on my nightstand. I forgot to bring it out." "You must be craving meat, so take it." "Oh, I couldn't possibly," she replied. feigning modesty as she accepted it, unwrapped the packaging, and took a bite, savoring the aromatic flavor of the pork with her eyes closed. After relishing the first bite, she yearned for a second, but upon opening her eyes and remembering that it was a gift from him, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of consuming it alone. She tore off half of the untouched side and offered, "Here, you have some too." "No need. I am not fond of it." "Open your mouth." Without hesitation, she forcefully stuffed it into his mouth, lowering her gaze. She noticed the tail of the Jiang meat wagging like a broken line, prompting her to divide the remaining morsel in her hand and feed half to the dog. The family of three shared a piece of pork jerky merely a few centimeters in size, yet Jiang Miaomiao harbored a lingering suspicion that Lu Qiming was concealing something. Once the meal concluded, she resolved to search his room. Lu Qiming was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from revealing it, allowing her to suffer in her cravings. She maintained a serious demeanor, asserting that such moments should be shared with meat and accompanied by juice. "You speak so eloquently. Yet who knows if you have something hidden? I have nothing concealed. Go ahead and look if you doubt me." "You said it. If you find something, I shall not spare you." Lu Qiming pointed at her before heading to her room. Having spent considerable time in the villa, Jiang Miaomiao had not even hidden a single sunflower seed. Feeling quite confident as she opened the drawer of his bedside table, inside, she discovered 3 packs of cigarettes. For lighters, a box of Big C dates, and a box of Tiguanyin tea. She then opened the wardrobe to find 3 or 4 sets of clothes, a dozen pairs of underwear, a dozen pairs of socks, several large containers of protein supplements resembling fitness additives, a hefty stack of game discs, a few spare keyboards and mice, and a bundle of rope. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Unyielding, she stood in the center of the room, her eyes scanning each corner like a scanner, eventually settling on the mattress. As Jiang Miaomiao approached the bed, ready to lift the mattress, Lu Qiming appeared at the door, a book in hand. Aha! Caught red-handed hiding illicit literature in the wardrobe. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed over to snatch it away, hiding it in her embrace, declaring, as an adult woman, "What's wrong with reading such literature? Who are you to judge? If you desire something, just say it. I might even be willing to compromise my own comfort to satisfy you. Why rely on mere imagination?" Lu Qiming arched his brows, a teasing expression gracing his features. Jiang Miaomiao's face flushed deeper as she scolded him and continued to lift the mattress. Lu Qiming plopped down onto the bed, effortlessly reciting passages from a book. His gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. His abdomen showcased a perfectly chiseled set of 8 abs, with enticing lines cascading downwards, the sight igniting a rush of heat and heartbeats within her. "Don't come any closer," she exclaimed in alarm. He chuckled darkly, blocking her path, his lips parting to utter words that sent shivers down her spine. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Jiang Miaomiao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, pushing him away. "Step aside." Lu Qiming replied, "Why are you rummaging through my mattress? There is nothing beneath it. Don't waste your effort. You won't know unless you look. Move aside. If you don't, it merely indicates your guilty conscience." He grunted twice and took a few steps before suddenly turning to ask, "Shall I show you what real abs look like?" Jiang Miaomiao grew increasingly convinced he was concealing something. With a cold laugh, she summoned all her strength to lift one corner of the mattress. Beneath it lay several bags of snacks, and Lu Qiming's expression faltered as he grasped her arm to explain. "The gap between the mattress and the bed frame is too wide. Things tend to fall through, and I had no idea." She shouted loudly, using all her might to completely overturn the mattress. Dozens of snack packs, candied fruits, chocolates, pork jerky, beef jerky, and more were revealed. Enough to stock a small convenience store. Jiang Miaomiao crossed her arms and inquired, "What else do you have to say for yourself?" "I am in a phase of growth, and I require a midnight snack. With your stature, you might soon hit your head on the ceiling." Jiang Miaomiao brought forth a plastic bag, shook it, and hastily tossed some snacks inside, coldly declaring, "All is confiscated, seized." Lu Qiming stood at the doorway, barring her passage. "At least leave me a few packets." "No way. Please, 3 packets? 2 packets? Surely, 1 packet would suffice." Jiang Miaomiao aimed to dissuade him, yet unexpectedly, he leaned in, his warm lips capturing her lower lip. Seizing the moment of her surprise, he snatched a handful of snacks and dashed away, shutting the door behind him. "Thank you," she muttered bitterly. "Starting tomorrow, I shall forego brushing my teeth. Curse be the shameless rogue." Lu Qiming remained silent as she carried the remaining snacks towards the storage room. Upon her return, she noticed that night had fallen. Zombies congregated outside the villa, prompting her to hurriedly check that all doors and windows were securely locked. and to switch off any appliances that could be turned off, until the villa was enveloped in silence, as if it were uninhabited. Completing her tasks, she ascended the stairs with Jiang Ruru in her arms. Passing by a window, her curiosity piqued about the current state of the outside world. Just one glance. Merely one glance, she thought, as she opened the window a crack, lifting the curtain to peer outside. A dark figure obstructed her view, separated by a security grill. Initially bewildered, realization struck her 2 seconds later. It was the eyes of a zombie. The creature, having spotted her, began to screech wildly, attempting to force its way through the window. Jiang Miaomiao was utterly terrified, so frightened that she could not even scream for help. She desperately grasped the window and slammed it shut, locking it securely, only to pinch her finger in the process, causing tears to stream down her face. Lu Qiming, hearing the commotion, ascended the stairs and inquired, "What's wrong?" Embarrassed to admit her folly, she shook her head behind her back. "It's nothing." With her eyes swollen from crying, he remarked, "You've either seen your parents or you've been hurt." Lu Qiming approached her, extending his hand. "Let me see." Still shaken, she glanced at the dark shadows outside and whispered, "Let us go back to the room first." Once in the room, Lu Qiming applied medicine to her injured finger, which had turned a bruised hue. The nail even cracked. After listening to her account, he affixed a band-aid and gently poked her forehead. "Will you think twice before acting recklessly again?" She, feeling dejected, crawled into the covers, her ears seemingly attuned to the sound of zombies crawling on the walls. The happiness of the day was fleeting. With nightfall came the looming danger. They had yet to find a breach, but once they did, an intrusion would be but a moment away. Lu Qiming tossed the medical supplies into the drawer and sat in the darkness, observing her. "Is there anything you've wanted to do, but haven't had the chance to?" "Things I wanted to do, but didn't get around to? There are countless." She reflected on her unfulfilled dreams. She had yet to amass wealth, undergo eyelid surgery, or experience complete body hair removal. She had not purchased the high heel she adored, savored the long-desired Buddha jumps-over-the-wall dish, or pursued a career she loved. She had not fallen in love, married, or taken beautiful wedding photos. And she had not borne children, strolled through malls with them, nor watched them grow up. Jiang Miaomiao covered her face, unable to contemplate any further. She yearned for a swift demise. Overthinking would only tether her to the future. In the enveloping darkness, her frail shoulders trembled slightly. Lu Qiming pressed his lips together, gently caressing her back. "There were many instances when I too believed I was doomed. Yet I have persevered until now. I am not you, and perhaps I cannot fully fathom your feelings, but regardless, only by surviving can you seize the opportunity to pursue your desires. Death leaves nothing behind. Observe those outside. If given a chance, they would undoubtedly risk everything to escape." Jiang Miaomiao remained silent for a considerable time, leading him to believe she had drifted off to sleep, and he too prepared to rest. Suddenly, she sat up and, without uttering a word, began to undress. Lu Qiming frowned. "Are you feeling hot?" "Lu Qiming, do you like me?" "Huh? Answer me." Well, to like is to like. To not like is to not like. Is it really necessary to ponder so long?" He promptly replied, "I do." Although there were moments of annoyance, the majority of the time he found himself fond of her, which is why he was willing to indulge some of her minor flaws. Jiang Miaomiao removed her last piece of undergarment and lunged toward him. "Enough of the chatter. Let us go." Cough, go where?" "Perhaps I will perish tomorrow. I refuse to leave this world without experiencing anything at all." Jiang Miaomiao grasped his t-shirt, attempting to pull it off. He recoiled in fright, using his long arms to shield her. "Calm down. Don't rush. Didn't you tell me to think about what I haven't done? I have come to a realization. The only immediate course of action is this. He possesses a fine physique, long legs, a handsome face, and a decent character. As for his tendency to speak out of turn, well, in such moments, words are unnecessary." Jiang Miaomiao was resolutely removing his trousers when Lu Qiming, covering his precious asset, rolled off the bed and stood on the floor, exclaiming, "We cannot proceed, because we lack protection, right? No protection at all. With death looming, what need is there for such precautions?" She rolled her eyes and climbed down from the bed. Lu Qiming was nearly in tears, unable to push her away or strike her. Was submission the only option? This thought flickered briefly in his mind when suddenly, he heard the sound of shattering glass, very close, seemingly from the next room. Jiang Miaomiao halted her movements, lowering her voice. "Something has entered? Just wait 3 more minutes. I'll take a look." Lu Qiming hurriedly dashed outside, while Jiang Miaomiao retrieved a small chainsaw from beneath the bed, closely following him. The two, clad in nothing but darkness, stealthily approached the door to the adjacent room. For safety's sake, they had locked all unnecessary doors. Lu Qiming cautiously pressed his ear against the door to listen for a moment, then turned back and whispered, "Zombies have entered. What should we do now? Should we charge in and fight to the death? The window has already been broken. If other zombies hear the commotion and rush in, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death? Yet regardless of the situation, who knows how long this wooden door can hold?" Jiang Miaomiao was still scratching her head, pondering solutions, when Lu Qiming suddenly seized the chainsaw from her, gazing at the door and saying, "I will stand guard here. You should return to sleep." Even if her nerves were as thick as cables, she would still be unable to sleep under such circumstances. "Are you joking?" "I am not jesting." His voice was hushed. "And I will keep watch here. If the zombies emerge, I will signal you. You must flee immediately, hop on your bicycle, and run swiftly without looking back. There are zombies everywhere outside. Where can I possibly go? Once the commotion begins, I will turn on the lights. By then, the zombies will surely gather. And that will be your opportune moment to escape." Jiang Miaomiao gazed at him, her nose tinged with sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lu Qiming, let us go?" He smiled at her, though it was too dark to tell if she could see it. "If I survive, I wish to share a bed with you. I truly like you. This is the truth." Jiang Miaomiao's tears flowed freely, lamenting that she was not a superhero, able to don her undergarments and soar into the sky to vanquish the zombies of the world, ensuring this man's survival. Chapter 29. Lu Qiming was resolute, leaving Jiang Miaomiao no choice but to return to her room with the dog in her arms. However, sleep was a distant possibility. If Lu Qiming were to perish, she would be utterly incapable of surviving alone. Rather than continue in a state of incessant dread, it was preferable to engage in a struggle for life and death. She gathered everything that could be of use: a kitchen knife, rope, bed sheets, along with a lighter and a bucket of cooking oil. If the situation truly became hopeless, she would ignite a fire to engulf the house, liberating herself and the wandering souls trapped within. Jiang Miaomiao sat on the bed, clutching a pile of items. Her ears perked up to capture any sounds from the adjacent room, poised to rush over at the slightest hint of trouble. However, after more than half an hour, all she could hear were the shuffling footsteps of zombies, devoid of any sounds of struggle. The silence was so profound that it stifled her breath. Could it be that the zombies were incapable of opening the door? She felt compelled to investigate. Descending from the bed, one hand gripped a can of oil while the other wielded a knife, with Jiang Ru, frightened, trailing closely behind her. Yet, when she reached for the doorknob, ready to step outside, she discovered to her dismay that the door was locked. Lu Qiming, she whispered, cautious not to raise her voice too much in the darkness. There was no reply, clearly indicating his unwillingness to offer any explanation. Why had he locked her in? Did he believe she would attempt to flee, deliberately confining her within? Was he then left alone to confront the zombies? Lu Qiming, open the door. Jiang Miaomiao pressed her ear against the door, her tone shifting to one of desperation. Still, Lu Qiming remained unresponsive. Moments later, a loud banging echoed from the neighboring room, the harsh noise completely drowning out her pleas. Thud, 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 the zombies slammed against the door repeatedly, and with one final deafening crash, she distinctly heard Lu Qiming's muffled groan of pain. Panic surged within Jiang Miaomiao, akin to an ant on a hot pan. As she paced frantically within the confines of the room, she attempted to pry open the lock with her knife, but after futile efforts, she only succeeded in cutting her own hand. Desperate, she considered escaping through the window, but upon pulling back the curtains, she was met with a horrifying sight. An overwhelming sea of zombie heads cluttered the yard outside. She quickly shut the door. Yet the sounds of the struggle next door continued unabated. She could almost vividly imagine how the horde of zombies devoured Lu Qiming bite by bite. Why was he being so foolish? Jiang Miaomiao glanced at the cooking oil and lighter in her hand. She unscrewed the cap of the oil and poured it onto the floor. Just as she was about to ignite it, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lu Qiming gasped for breath and whispered, "Don't come out. I'm not dead." A surge of joy filled her heart as she hurried to the door and inquired, "What happened to you? Please open the door. Let me help you." But Lu Qiming fell silent once more. Outside, the cacophony of chaos rang out, and the terrifying cries of zombies sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Miaomiao hesitated to strike the match. If Lu Qiming were indeed alive, and she inadvertently set fire to him, it would be a grave mistake. Yet, she was trapped inside, grinding her teeth as she stared at the doorknob, desperately trying to pry it open. The villa boasted a solid wooden door, fortified with the strongest of locks, and her lack of expertise rendered her efforts futile. Resolving to change her approach, she lifted a stool and struck the door with all her might. The din of the battle outside was so overwhelming that the zombies remained oblivious to her presence. Jiang Miaomiao felt tears welling up in her eyes from frustration. Why must this door be so sturdy? While the outside world was barred from entry, she too was confined within. What had become of Lu Qiming? The anxiety was unbearable. The stool proved inadequate, prompting her to seek another tool. As she raised her foot, she discovered a slickness on the sole of her shoe. Crouching down to investigate, a pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. Jiang Miaomiao reached out and felt a warm puddle of blood seeping in from beneath the door. This was not the cold blood of a zombie, its scent was far too fresh. Thus, this blood could only belong to. Her heart twisted in agony, rendering her breathless as she gazed at the door, pleading, Lu Qiming, please open the door. She would rather perish alongside him than endure the harsh reality alone. Fear enveloped her. Suddenly, the sounds of struggle ceased, replaced by the sound of footsteps. The first set was light and vigorous, belonging to Lu Qiming. The latter, a chaotic and dragging noise, belonged to the zombies. The disordered footsteps spread from outside the door to the adjacent window, as if something had leapt down and landed with a muffled thud. Jiang Miaomiao hurried to the window to look outside, where the silvery moonlight blanketed the ground like frost. A tall figure rose from the ground, with the zombies behind him leaping down in droves, reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Outside the courtyard, countless zombies were converging towards her, their numbers far exceeding her imagination. She had no idea that even after the tide of zombies had receded, so many remained in the city, enough to send chills down her spine. The figure glanced up at her, his lips moving soundlessly, before he turned and dashed out of the courtyard, plunging into the vast darkness. An innumerable horde of zombies followed, evoking the imagery of locusts during a plague, overwhelming and inexterminable, instilling a profound sense of despair. Jiang Miaomiao stood at the window, her throat constricted, unable to cry. After a moment, she turned and resumed her assault on the door lock. With the zombies following Lu Qiming, only she and the dog remained in the villa. She needed to venture out, sealing the damaged doors and windows, washing away the bloodstains. It was now 2 a.m, with 16 hours remaining until darkness would fall again. She resolved to wait for Lu Qiming for 16 hours. If he had not returned by nightfall, she would no longer wait. Jiang Ruru was thoroughly frightened. Trailing closely behind her, Jiang Miaomiao turned to stroke its large head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. If I take you with me, would you hate me? The creature, unable to comprehend, desperately nestled into her embrace, yearning to remain in that safe haven forever. As dawn gradually broke, the objects within the villa became discernible. The door to the adjacent room had been utterly destroyed, the corridor a ghastly sight, with walls smeared in blood and filth, a harrowing spectacle. Jiang Miaomiao retrieved an unused electric drill and hammer, utilizing scraps of the security window and broken planks, dismantling a table to seal off all doors and windows before the zombies could return. Without pausing to rest, she fetched a bucket of water, first mopping the walls and floor, then changing the water and meticulously wiping every inch with a cloth. Once not a trace of the metallic scent of blood lingered. She sprayed disinfectant throughout the house several times, the fumes causing her tears to flow profusely before she finally ceased. Having spent the entire morning on these tasks, Jiang Miaomiao approached the window cautiously to glance outside. The zombies were gradually returning, appearing unchanged from the previous day. It's time for lunch, she murmured to herself, rushing downstairs to wash rice and prepare a meal. Knowing Lu Qiming favored vegetables, she stir-fried all the greens she had cultivated. After finishing the meal, she arranged the snacks confiscated from his room upon the dining table. Jiang Ruru, catching the aroma of the food, wagged its tail at her. She fed it a few morsels, yet refrained from eating herself, sitting at the table and gazing at the front door, yearning for the return of the one she held dear. As time ticked away, she glanced at her watch countless times, her peripheral vision catching sight of his shoes on the rack. Approaching, she crouched down. His shoes were quite large, a size 45, longer than her arm, resembling 2 boats. These shoes appeared to have been procured from a supermarket, a sporty pair that he had instantly favored, opting to take 2 pairs. Prior to this, he had been wearing a pair of slippers found at the neighbor's house, the male occupant's feet being too small, causing his heels to strike the ground with each step. A source of amusement for her on numerous occasions, Jiang Miaomiao recalled that scene and couldn't help but chuckle again, cradling his shoes with reluctance. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, prompting her to instinctively rise, clutching the shoes as she approached the entrance. A tall figure stood outside, covered in mud, with only his eyes visible. He appeared utterly exhausted, leaning against the doorframe, and seemed displeased to see her open the door so swiftly. Aren't you afraid it's a zombie? Jiang Miaomiao hesitated for a moment, stammering, Zombies. Zombies don't knock. He let out a soft chuckle, his voice resonating like a rich cello. It was only then that Jiang Miaomiao realized, gasping in astonishment, you're back. After being chased by so many zombies, you managed to return unscathed? Come inside and let us talk. He glanced at the zombies lurking outside before stepping through the door. Jiang Miaomiao securely locked it and hurried after him. Before she could even inquire, he leaned heavily against her, resting his head on her shoulder and groaning, I'm hurt. It hurts so much. In that moment, she had no mind for other questions, her voice laced with concern. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Lu Qiming pointed to his leg, yet it was encrusted with mud, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the injury. She exerted herself to lift his weighty form, akin to a small mountain, and guided him to the bathroom, where she turned on the shower in a frenzy. The torrent of water washed away the grime, gradually revealing the extent of his injuries. Initially, Jiang Miaomiao had perceived his robust voice as an act of feigned misery, akin to his previous demeanor, but upon closer inspection, the severity of his condition far exceeded her expectations. A gaping wound traversed his right leg from the calf to the midpoint of the thigh, its widest point nearly as broad as 2 fingers, with flesh grotesquely protruding. His abdomen bore a gash approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long, marked by evidence that it had been scraped raw, as if by a claw. His shoulder was likely struck by some object, presenting a large area of deep bruising. When she gently pressed it, he immediately broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Numerous other minor lacerations dotted his body, far too many to count. The mud had absorbed his blood, inadvertently stemming the flow. However, the sight of his pallid, waterlogged flesh rendered her incapable of fathoming how he had managed to return alone. Had it been her, she would surely have succumbed to the agony on the spot. Jiang Miaomiao embraced him, using the shower to wash away the mud from his face, her voice quivering with sorrow. Lu Qiming, where are your clothes? He gazed into her tear-filled eyes and managed a weak smile. I don't know. Perhaps they were left behind somewhere. How did you escape? They pursued me relentlessly. I ran until I was utterly exhausted, and when I saw a muddy pit, I jumped in and hid until dawn. Why didn't you open the door last night? Did you not hear me calling? What good would opening the door do? Would it merely serve as an opportunity for you to perish alongside them? He mockingly pinched her cheek, his touch as light as a fly's tickle, before sighing heavily. Oh, I am so hungry. Jiang Miaomiao fought back her tears and quickened her pace. First, I'll give you a bath, and then we'll eat. I have prepared the meal. I want to eat vegetables. Lu Qiming's voice gradually faded, and his eyes closed. Alarmed, Jiang Miaomiao hastily slapped him and pinched his philtrum, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might never awaken. He chuckled helplessly. I am too tired. I just need to sleep for a bit. Please don't hit me. You must not die. I won't die. I won't die. He murmured a couple of phrases before drifting back into slumber. Jiang Miaomiao dared not disturb him further. After cleansing the mud from his body, she dried him with a towel and laid him on the bathroom floor, applying medicine to his wounds. The gash was so large that it required stitches. There was a sewing kit brought back from the supermarket, but the thought of stitching human flesh was too daunting for her, an inexperienced medical novice. Lu Qiming remained unresponsive, and she decided to wait until he awoke to discuss the stitching. For now, she would apply the medicine. As the powder sprinkled onto the wound, she could only imagine the pain he must be enduring. Yet, he merely groaned softly and did not awaken. After bandaging him, she gently nudged Lu Qiming and called softly in his ear, Wake up, it's time to eat. He lay still, appearing almost lifeless if not for the rhythm of his breathing. Unable to rouse him and unwilling to disturb his rest, Jiang Miaomiao dried the tiles beside him, fetched a blanket, and covered him gently. She had not eaten anything until now and felt quite famished, yet she was reluctant to leave Lu Qiming's side. Instead, she sat beside him, hugging her knees, mere inches apart. The terrifying images from last night lingered vividly in her mind, and she was uncertain when they might recur, perhaps today, or maybe tomorrow. Regardless, they had survived. She gently touched Lu Qiming's pale face. It felt cool to her touch, yet it instilled a sense of comfort. Jiang Ro scurried over and curled up between them. The three of them, 2 people and a dog, huddled together in the cramped bathroom, shutting the door behind them. Finally able to catch a moment's respite, Lu Qiming slept undisturbed until the sun dipped below the horizon. As Jiang Miaomiao watched the light in the room gradually fade, a sense of dread crept in at the thought of zombies breaking in at night, leaving them unable to even die peacefully. Just then, she noticed his eyelashes flutter, and he opened his eyes. She felt a surge of joy. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Lu Qiming stretched his legs, inhaling sharply. "It hurts." "Then don't move. I'll bring the food to you," Jiang Miaomiao replied, immediately rushing downstairs. She filled a basin with food and placed it on the bathroom floor. Holding a bowl as she asked him, "Would you like to eat?" He laboriously turned his gaze, catching sight of a large plate overflowing with vegetables. "Did you pick all the vegetables?" "Yes. It's a waste to leave any uneaten. We've worked hard to grow them for so long," Jiang Miaomiao murmured. "If we don't eat now, we might not have the chance later, and that would truly be a waste." He didn't quite catch her words. "What?" She shook her head and, taking the initiative, placed a generous portion of greens onto his chopsticks, feeding him while saying, "Eat more, in these times. Vegetables are treasures that money can't buy." He self-deprecatingly replied, "I'm in such a state, and you're feeding me grass? I want meat. If there's no meat available, I might as well carve into my own thigh." "Who said that?" He raised an eyebrow at Jiang Miaomiao. "Isn't there a ready supply right here?" After being pampered with delicious food for so long, it was time for him to make a contribution. "Forget it," she retorted, catching sight of some pork jerky among the snacks. She tore it open and fed it to him, ignoring the drool that dripped onto the floor from Jiang Miaomiao's mouth. After offering him a bowl of rice and a considerable amount of snacks, Jiang Miaomiao clapped her hands. "The finest things in our home have gone into your belly. You must live. No dying, understood? What if I die?" She shot him a glare, and he chuckled, clutching his shoulder and wincing. "It hurts so much. Do we have any anesthetics? Where in the pharmacy would there be anesthetics?" "We might have some painkillers." Jiang Miaomiao dashed downstairs to fetch them, administering 2 pills to him while her heart raced at the sight of his wound. The flesh was exposed. How could it possibly heal? With the weather being hot, infection was a real threat. Lu Qiming glanced at her and then at the sky before suddenly saying, "Bring me a needle." She froze for a moment. "What do you intend to do?" "Sew up the wound." "We have no anesthetics. It will hurt terribly." Lu Qiming shrugged. "I know, but someone threatened me not to die. What can I do? I suppose I'll just have to endure the pain." Jiang Miaomiao felt even more distressed upon witnessing him joke at such a moment. After pondering for a while, she devised a plan. "There are a few bottles of erguo in the warehouse. Perhaps you should drink yourself into a stupor, and I can stitch you up while you're inebriated." He forced a bitter smile. "No way. I fear you might take advantage of my unconsciousness." "Who would want to take advantage of you?" She retorted. "You, of course. Last night, you lunged at me, and I couldn't push you away. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the zombies, my virtue would have been compromised." Jiang Miaomiao was infuriated to the point of exasperation. She stood up and declared, "Fine, you can sew yourself up. May you not succumb to the pain." She fetched a sewing kit, alcohol, and a lighter. Lu Qiming sterilized the needle with fire, briefly disinfected the thread in alcohol, then applied a layer of ibuprofen cream to the wound on his thigh before beginning the task. Jiang Miaomiao dared not look. She closed her eyes, her face contorted like a dumpling's skin. The cotton thread pulled through the flesh, producing a faint sound that echoed her own pain. The effectiveness of the ibuprofen was limited, and Lu Qiming overestimated his tolerance for pain. After a few stitches, he was drenched in sweat and could no longer continue. "Miao Miao." Jiang Miaomiao opened her eyes, her voice trembling. "What are you doing? I need your help. I can't bear to. Just encourage me. Hurry up." "The needle is still in the flesh. It mustn't be left unattended." Jiang Miaomiao shakily extended her hand, taking the needle, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. "Do not fear, do not fear. Simply treat it as if you were sewing pork. What is there to be afraid of?" She comforted herself in this manner, yet when her fingers grasped his flesh, preparing to pierce it with the needle's tip, warm blood flowed onto her hands, sending a chill from her tailbone to her brain. She instinctively recoiled, crying out, "I truly cannot bear this." Lu Qiming sighed, embracing her and planting a kiss on her. "Miao Miao, please help me. I am in agony." Dazed by his kiss, she gazed at the horrific wound before her, steeling her resolve to begin the suturing. A considerable length of cotton thread was consumed, and at last, Lu Qiming's leg wound was closed, albeit in a crooked manner resembling a large centipede. After initially succumbing to fear, Jiang Miaomiao's movements became increasingly adept, and soon she was to stitch the wound on his abdomen. He hastily interjected, "Wait, let me catch my breath." The pain was nearly unbearable. This torment was beyond human endurance. Observing his waning complexion, Jiang Miaomiao recalled something and hurriedly fetched it, producing a lit cigarette and offering it to his lips. "Here." Lu Qiming cast his eyes downward and was taken aback to find a cigarette. With an injury to his abdomen, his hands were rendered clumsy. He took a drag from the cigarette held by her hand, and the smoke enveloped the bathroom, prompting her to cough twice. Lu Qiming paused, declaring, "That's enough. I shall not smoke any longer." "Do not worry. Smoke more," Jiang Miaomiao insisted, unwilling to withdraw her hand, compelling him to finish the entire cigarette. The suturing continued. And the two lost track of time, unaware of how long it had taken. They only knew that as they progressed, the light dimmed to the point of obscurity. And Jiang Miaomiao nearly collapsed against him to complete the final stitches. Lu Qiming felt as though he had narrowly escaped the calamity, lying on the ground, utterly drained of strength. His body was icy, blood seeping gradually from his heart, warming his limbs. Jiang Miaomiao tidied up their belongings and returned, remarking that darkness had fallen. Both of their hearts sank. Another ordeal akin to the previous night would be unbearable. Lu Qiming glanced at the bathroom and touched the adjacent door. This place seemed suitable. Perhaps they could spend the night here. Jiang Miaomiao, lacking the strength to carry him upstairs, brought over a pillow and blanket, laying them beside him. She refrained from falling asleep immediately, instead gathering a pile of items to barricade the door, locking it securely. She then taped over the lone small window in the bathroom multiple times, spraying disinfectant around, feeling a slight sense of relief. The window was quite small. The zombies should be unable to enter. There was a gap beneath the door, but it was unlikely to suffocate them. As long as the zombies did not discover their presence and force their way in, they should be safer than the previous night. She nestled into the blanket, embracing Jiang Miaomiao's warm body, hearing Lu Qiming cough beside her. "Are you still in pain?" she inquired. He rubbed his nose, replying that he felt much better. "No matter what happens in the future, please don't lock me behind the door, all right?" She was genuinely frightened. Lu Qiming remained silent for a few seconds before affirmatively responding. Jiang Miaomiao sighed and reached out to hold him, cautiously avoiding the dreadful wounds. They were like wounded beasts, warming one another in the darkness. The sounds of zombies echoed outside once more, but she was too exhausted to feel fear, drifting into a drowsy sleep. In her dreams, it seemed as though someone was kissing her, tenderly, providing her with immense comfort. As dawn broke, a faint light streamed into the bathroom. Lu Qiming playfully pinched her ear and then covered her nose. "Pig, it's time to rise." Jiang Miaomiao blinked her eyes, staring blankly at him for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Are we still alive?" Lu Qiming chuckled. "Indeed, we are alive. Therefore, we must continue to eat." Off to the kitchen. She rolled over in her blanket, stretching her body in a languorous manner, feeling a delightful sense of relief. "I am so tired," she sighed, reluctant to move. Lu Qiming feigned a pitiful expression. "I am hungry. Go find something to eat yourself. After all that I've endured, you won't even take care of me? How heartless." Only then did Jiang Miaomiao recall his injuries and hurriedly rose to her feet. "What do you want for breakfast?" "Buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, pancakes." "Don't speak nonsense. How about noodles?" Jiang Miaomiao quickly washed her face and headed downstairs to prepare breakfast. The bathroom echoed with Lu Qiming's calls. "Miao Miao, I need to brush my teeth." "Miao Miao, I want to smoke." "Miao Miao, I need to use the restroom." The familiar Lu Di had returned, and she could finally ascertain that he was not yet on the brink of death. His spirit was intact. Jiang Miaomiao envied Lu Qiming's tenacious vitality. During breakfast, she couldn't help but take his hand, inspecting it closely, touching, smelling, almost tasting it. Lu Qiming frowned. "I know you're craving me, but surely it isn't this extreme? Less of the self-adoration. I am merely curious how your body remains so resilient, surviving such grave injuries." "Who am I?" He curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Lu Qiming, indeed. Can Lu Qiming perish so easily? You underestimate me far too much." Jiang Miaomiao rolled her eyes, released his hand, and continued feeding him noodles. "Your injury will take a long time to heal. I doubt our anti-inflammatory medication is sufficient, as long as there is enough to eat. Yet, it is hardly sufficient." She had sought all the vegetables, likely enough for 3 or 4 meals. The remaining sausages and pickled vegetables would hardly last long. The available food comprised white rice, flour, noodles, and a few packets of instant noodles. In a couple of days, they would be reduced to eating plain rice. Lu Qiming gazed at the noodles in his bowl and suddenly remarked, "Don't we still have sugar and honey?" She nodded, acknowledging their presence, yet they could not substitute for vegetables. "Do you wish to eat rice with sugar?" "I would much prefer soy sauce, with sugar and flour." "Why not make some steamed buns? It is far better than mere rice." Indeed, she could still prepare steamed buns. The kitchen had half a bucket of oil. Once the buns were made, slicing them and frying would produce an irresistible aroma. Jiang Miaomiao's excitement waned as she confronted a grave issue. She had never made steamed buns before. How does one make the dough rise? She ascended the stairs to retrieve her long-unused Kindle, diligently searching through the recipe book. After flipping through many pages, Jiang Miaomiao stumbled upon a tutorial for making steamed buns. The title captivated her: Zero Failure Lazy Steamed Buns. Zero failure and lazy, precisely what she needed. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at the recipe with great enthusiasm, yet as she reached the line detailing the required ingredients, her spirits plummeted like a frostbitten eggplant. The ingredients listed were 500 g of flour, 50 g of sugar, 5 g of yeast, and 15 g of baking powder. While she had flour and sugar readily available, the yeast and baking powder were elusive. Every trip to the supermarket had been devoted to acquiring only the essentials, never these miscellaneous items. Clinging to a flicker of hope, she rummaged through the storage room, but her search yielded nothing but disappointment. Was it truly impossible to make steamed buns without yeast? Resolute, she decided to experiment. She followed the tutorial steps, omitting the fermentation process while meticulously adhering to the other instructions. In the absence of a steamer and steaming rack in the villa, she ingeniously employed 2 chopsticks to create a makeshift support across the pot, upon which she placed a plate laden with neatly cut small buns. After half an hour, steam began to rise from the induction cooker. With bated breath, Jiang Miaomiao lifted the lid, only to frown upon inspection. The buns were undeniably white and appeared quite presentable. Yet they did not resemble her memories. She recalled that the buns, when placed inside, were initially small but would swell to at least double their size upon cooking, becoming fluffy and soft to the touch. In contrast, her buns emerged from the pot unchanged, save for being cooked through. Lu Qiming, with his keen sense of smell, detected the aroma wafting from upstairs and inquired, "Are the buns ready? Let me have a taste." Jiang Miaomiao promptly retrieved 2 buns and ascended to present them to him, guiding one toward his mouth. He took a bite, chewed, and grimaced. "How is it?" she asked. "Haven't you tasted it yet? You are the esteemed guest, of course. The best must be served to you first." Lu Qiming rolled her eyes, suspecting that he wished to test her resolve. Her intentions had been unveiled, leaving her with an awkward smile. "How does it taste?" she inquired. "I spent the better part of the day preparing it, and there is still a heap waiting to be steamed. Have you ever tasted noodle dumplings?" "Yes. This is merely an oversized version of those. While it is edible, it clings to the teeth and chokes the throat." Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaomiao couldn't resist sampling a piece, and her expression promptly soured. "Ugh, what a dreadful bun. It's horrendously unpalatable. Not only is it tough, but it also lacks flavor. After all that effort, I've produced this travesty, and my meals for the next few days are still uncertain." She felt utterly dejected, clutching the bun against the wall, unwilling to move. "Life is so difficult," she lamented. Initially, Lu Qiming expressed disdain, but upon seeing her forlorn demeanor, he reached for the bun. Jiang Miaomiao shot him a glance. "What are you doing?" "Eating. The taste is indeed peculiar, yet it oddly suits my palate." "Really?" She regarded him skeptically, observing him devour piece after piece, seemingly relishing some exquisite dish. Flattered by Lu Qiming's indulgence, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly snatched the bun back, placing it on a plate as she declared, "I shall take it for refinement." "How will you refine it?" "I'll fry it with a bit of oil." Although she lacked confidence in her ability to enhance its flavor, the current standard was already low. It couldn't possibly get worse. Lu Qiming nodded. "Very well. I shall await your return." Determined not to disappoint his expectations, Jiang Miaomiao rallied her spirits and ascended the stairs to continue her endeavors. Lu Qiming remained sprawled on the bathroom floor, his wound throbbing painfully, rendering him unable to move. He yearned for a cigarette, but the pack and lighter lay tantalizingly out of reach. Stretching his arm for what felt like an eternity, he still could not grasp them. Jiang Ru passed by, and he called out, "Foolish dog, come here." The dog merely cast him a sideways glance, turning its back to him and scratching itself contentedly beside him. Frustrated to the brink, Lu Qiming resolved to fend for himself, straining his hand forward, which tugged at the wound and made him gasp in agony. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Miaomiao rushed upstairs and inquired, "What are you doing? Your wound isn't healed yet. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "I want a cigarette," he replied weakly, lacking conviction. "Next time, just ask me," she said, as she fetched the cigarette pack and lighter, igniting one and placing it between his lips. After a moment's thought, she gathered all the cigarettes and lighters from the villa and set them beside him, even placing a bowl to serve as an ashtray, ensuring he could smoke at his leisure. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Miaomiao returned to the kitchen to busy herself. Lu Qiming, inhaling smoke, huffed at Jiang Ruru. feeling a surge of contentment at Jiang Miaomiao's attentiveness. Though her words often dripped with coldness, her concern for him was palpable, chattering away like a devoted wife. With nothing else to occupy his time, he smoked 3 cigarettes and drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. Opening his eyes, he found Jiang Miaomiao seated beside him, feeding Jiang Rura something unknown, which crunched audibly beneath the dog's teeth. As Lu Qiming stirred slightly, she instantly turned, her face alight with a smile. "You're awake. Come, try this." Without waiting for his response, a hard object was abruptly thrust into his mouth. Lu Qiming frowned and cautiously took a bite. With a satisfying crunch, the delightful flavor of crispy oil enveloped his senses, astonishing him after months of deprivation. Jiang Miaomiao observed his expression and inquired, "How is it? Does it taste good?" Lu Qiming extracted the uneaten half from his mouth, scrutinizing it as he asked, "Is this the same thing from earlier?" "Indeed," she replied. "I sliced them into small pieces, fried them until they were crisp, and drizzled a bit of honey on top after frying. Quite delicious. Wouldn't you agree?" she added with a playful grin. Unable to resist, Lu Qiming took another bite. The combination of sweetness and fragrance, coupled with its high caloric content, filled him with a profound sense of happiness. Seeing his enjoyment, Jiang Miaomiao brought the plate closer. Placing it between them, she had spent the afternoon steaming and frying buns, producing several large plates. The two of them, along with a dog, feasted on this for dinner. Accompanying their meal with instant milk tea, and afterwards reclined comfortably under the blankets. With their bellies full, their spirits lifted, and as their moods brightened, life seemed momentarily more bearable. They lay quietly, and when Jiang Rura let out a small sneeze, Jiang Miaomiao gently scratched its belly with her toes, feeling its softness. The light began to dim, heralding the arrival of night. She rose to fetch a basin of warm water to help Lu Qiming cleanse his body. Before retreating to the adjacent room for a quick wash to prepare for the night, she sprayed disinfectant, erasing the traces of their daily lives. After turning off all devices that emitted light and sound, locking the doors, and sealing the windows, she nestled back under the covers, embracing Lu Qiming, closing her eyes, striving to dismiss thoughts of the outside world. The terrifying cries of zombies pierced through the walls, disturbing their attempts to sleep peacefully. In the dead of night, Lu Qiming was struck by a high fever, his body trembling violently. She administered fever-reducing medicine, enveloping him in her warmth, holding him tightly without letting go. His fever-clouded mind mumbled incoherently, his face buried against her chest, his breath scorching. Time slipped away until he finally quieted. Jiang Miaomiao sighed in relief, gently wiping the sweat from his damp hair before succumbing to slumber herself. At 6 in the morning, sunlight returned to the earth. Lu Qiming opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, smacking his lips in refreshment. Though his legs remained immobile, it did not diminish his self-admiration. Clad only in a pair of loose shorts, he deftly maneuvered around Jiang Miaomiao and approached the wash basin. The mirror reflected his unkempt visage, pallid skin, and stubble, resembling a vagabond. He brushed his teeth and picked up his treasured razor, scraping it across his chin. Jiang Miaomiao was stirred awake by a buzzing sound, initially believing a bee had entered the room. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Lu Qiming, determinately shaving despite his limitations. Startled, she exclaimed, "How did you manage to stand up?" Leaning on the wash basin, Lu Qiming regarded his reflection and remarked, "If I don't rise, I shudder to think what you would do to this face of mine." Jiang Miaomiao protested, "How could I possibly ruin you? I have cared for you with utmost dedication." "Is that so?" he replied, nodding towards the basin in the corner. "That towel you used to wipe my face last night was, if memory serves, the same one you previously used to clean the table." Jiang Miaomiao's cheeks flushed. It had been too dark to see clearly, and it was not intentional. Lu Qiming did not hold her accountable. Firstly, the pain from his wound rendered him almost speechless, and secondly, she had busied herself with numerous tasks the previous day, leaving her utterly disoriented, likely unable to focus on anything else. Jiang Miaomiao had never experienced such a severe injury before, perpetually haunted by the fear that he might perish at any moment. In her determination to ensure the survival of her only companion, she hastily assisted him back to bed after he finished shaving, admonishing him, "You must not move until your wounds have completely healed. Your abdomen is torn. If you move, what will happen to your intestines? We cannot simply push them back in with our bare hands." In stark contrast, Lu Qiming appeared unfazed, even finding the humor to jest. "And what if zombies come? Will you charge at them?" Jiang Miaomiao shook her head. "I won't confront them. I am not like you, resilient as a cockroach. If I rush in, it would be tantamount to seeking death." "You possess a certain self-awareness," he remarked. "If zombies truly invade, I would set this house ablaze, ensuring we perish together. Lu Qiming shuddered. Sister, take it easy. It would be quite tragic if the zombies did not kill me, but you ended up incinerating me instead. Jiang Miaomiao shot him a glare before leaning closer to inspect his injuries. He was startled and quickly covered himself. What are you doing? Her expression reflected her exasperation. What do you think I'm doing? I'm merely examining your wounds. Ah, look, he said, generously extending his leg. Jiang Miaomiao scrutinized him from his ankle to his thigh. Indeed, it was a fine leg, long and well-defined. However, the wound was too severe, and the suturing thread was soaked in blood, transforming into a deep crimson hue, resembling an unsightly centipede sprawled across his foot. She pursed her lips and looked up, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Lu Qiming nodded pitifully. "Foolish boy." She inwardly scoffed, wearily rising to her feet. "I shall prepare breakfast." His injuries were grave, necessitating ample nourishment. Otherwise, the wound would not heal. Jiang Miaomiao rummaged through every edible item in the house, arranging them upon the table, straining her imagination to concoct a meal that was palatable. Even a skilled cook would find it challenging to create a feast without ingredients, let alone a novice like her. Jiang Miaomiao sliced a few pieces of ham sausage and gazed out the window, exhaling a long sigh. The window was papered over, obscuring the outside world. Yet she could easily envision it. Just a few hundred meters away lay houses, and a 10-minute bicycle ride would lead to a convenience store. If she ventured further, she could reach a supermarket. They had already scoured the supermarkets within several miles, bringing home the delicious provisions. But the remaining options were still far superior to the meager supplies at home, at least ensuring a full stomach. By the way, the peaches along the roadside must be ripe by now? Oh, how she longed to venture outside. Jiang Miaomiao approached the door, a surge of impulse compelling her to dash out and retrieve several boxes of food. She quietly opened the door a crack, just in time to see two zombies entering the yard. Their pace was significantly quicker than before, akin to beasts foraging in the forest, waiting for prey to appear. She abandoned her plan to go out, locked the door, and dutifully returned to fry the steamed buns. Having indulged in the honey-flavored ones excessively, she unleashed her creativity and prepared some season with pepper and salt, which Lu Qiming particularly enjoyed. The two of them consumed their entire stock, subsisting on various flavors of steamed buns for a week, and soon their supply of flour ran low. All the snacks were completely gone, leaving only rice and noodles in hand. Was their only option to drink plain porridge and eat boiled noodles? The mere thought of it made her lose her appetite. During lunch, Lu Qiming suddenly remarked, "My injury has nearly healed." Jiang Miaomiao asked in astonishment, "Really?" He leaned against the wall, standing up and limping a few steps. "See, if I had a crutch, I could run." "Come on, at your pace, you should just lie down and not cause trouble. Otherwise, if you fall, I'll have to help you up." Lu Qiming's expression turned unusually serious. "This is not like before. The zombies are becoming increasingly formidable. If we don't seize the moment, we might lose even our last chance." Jiang Miaomiao paused. "Do we still have a chance? Do you remember the World Trade Center on the way to the supermarket?" "Yes. I've been inside. There's a vault below, very sturdy, made of bulletproof materials, completely capable of withstanding a zombie attack. During the previous turmoil, someone must have gone there to take supplies. The door is open. We can take refuge there for a while. It's much safer than here." "But what about food? If the zombies can't get in, we can't get out either." Lu Qiming had already devised a plan. There's a fire escape outside the vault that leads directly to the Sam's Club on the 20th floor, where food is abundant. We can eat for at least 6 months. Jiang Miaomiao felt a surge of joy in her heart, but soon realized a problem. In the building, there are likely numerous zombies. We may find it difficult to enter and exit freely, right? Lu Qiming nodded. "Indeed, however, it is far preferable to remain here than to sit idly by. Would you not agree?" Strong as it may be, she bit her lip, uncertain whether to voice her truth. She did not wish to venture outside. There was a possibility of obtaining food, but also the risk of death. Remaining in the villa at least ensured her survival for the time being. Even if they were fortunate enough to reach the vault, would their existence there truly be better than it is now? The furniture, appliances, curtains, and utensils within this house were all painstakingly gathered, transforming a vacant space into a semblance of a home. She was reluctant to leave this place. Once at the vault, how would they manage electricity? What about using the restroom? Cooking and drinking water posed further dilemmas. Yet, she could not afford to hinder Lu Qiming. He had fought fiercely to survive and surely wished to continue living. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Miaomiao said, "Your injuries are too severe. Let us rest for another 2 days before we set out, shall we? Lu Qiming saw through her hesitation. You do not wish to leave, do you? She lowered her head in silence. He hopped over on one leg and embraced her. I understand your fear, for I too am afraid. But we cannot give up on life. We shall strive together, and let us not forget your foolish dog. It might just help us break through and survive. If all else fails, I carry a knife, and I can grant us all a swift end. Jiang Miaomiao looked up. But you need to find your friends. He chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, which had not seen a wash in several days. You are my friend, always by my side. Who else could I turn to? Jiang Miaomiao felt a surge within her, ebbing and flowing against her heart, compelling her to embrace him tightly, resolutely declaring, All right, let us depart together tomorrow. The two parted ways, hastily preparing for their move before nightfall. With limited strength, they could not carry much. They could only select the essentials. Their phones and Kindles, charged and ready, would serve as their mental sustenance. The computer was too cumbersome to take along, and household appliances and furniture were simply unmovable, thus abandoned. Lu Qiming's cigarettes were a necessity, his lifeblood. Cookware and dishes seemed of little worth to transport, and they could not manage to bring blankets. Medications were precious, along with the unfinished steamed buns, which would surely be useful upon arrival. Clothes were deemed unnecessary, though undergarments were essential. As for shampoo and body wash, even if they survived, there might not be any opportunity to use them. Jiang Miaomiao reflected on the arduous life she was about to endure, one she had once dreaded. And a bitter smile crossed her lips. Lu Qiming hopped down the stairs on one leg, tossing her a small cardboard box. Here, your treasures. She opened it to find sanitary pads, face cream, diamond jewelry, and a USB drive filled with adult content. Perhaps these aren't needed. Take them. Lu Qiming insisted. There's not much anyway. She nodded, procuring 2 plastic bags to stow away the items. This would constitute the entirety of their future possessions. As dusk approached, they shared a modest meal of rice with soy sauce, then retreated early into the bathroom, hearts racing as they endured the night. They chose to embark on their journey at the peak of noon, when the sun blazed the brightest, ensuring that the outside world was least populated by the undead, thus maximizing their chances of survival. However, this precaution alone was insufficient. Lu Qiming fetched a towel and brandished a knife, intending to draw blood from his own hand. Jiang Miaomiao swiftly intervened. What are you planning to do? Letting some blood will attract the zombies, preventing them from swarming us the moment we step outside. But you are already injured so severely, and yet, then you should do it. She insisted, stubbornly extending her hand before his knife. Lu Qiming was taken aback. Aren't you afraid of pain? Of course I am, she replied, recalling the time she had cried out in agony from merely cutting vegetables. The idea of inflicting a wound upon herself was daunting, yet with Lu Qiming in such a dire state, it seemed only fair that she contribute in some way. Go ahead. Jiang Miaomiao gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Lu Qiming, indeed, lacked the strength to perform the task. So he gently took her slender hand and made a small incision. Blood dripped onto the towel, saturating it in a vivid crimson hue. Jiang Miaomiao trembled from the pain, while Lu Qiming affectionately stroked her head, preparing to ascend to the rooftop with the towel. I'll handle it. Your foot is injured, she said, hastily tending to her wound before seizing the towel and making her way to the rooftop. There was a small skylight, and upon climbing out, she could see the solar panels. Fearing detection by the zombies, she dared not expose too much of herself, merely peeking her head out. Just as she was about to discard the towel, she sensed something was amiss. Where had all the zombies gone? The community was eerily empty. Aside from the scattered bones that had been gnawed upon, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. She hurried downstairs to inform Lu Qiming. Upon hearing this, the latter was equally perplexed, hopping on one foot as she ascended to the rooftop. The two of them leaned against the skylight, gazing for an extended period, their eyes scouring every visible corner, ultimately confirming there were indeed no zombies to be found. Goodness, where have they gone? Jiang Miaomiao murmured. It should have been a cause for celebration, yet the strangeness of the situation only heightened her anxiety. Lu Qiming squinted into the distance, his gaze piercing. Could it be that there are others in the city, drawing them all together? It was a possibility, as she continued to ponder the whereabouts of the zombies. Her companion suddenly tapped her hand. Stop overthinking. We must act swiftly. It won't be easy to escape once they return. Are we really leaving? She questioned. What other choice do we have? Stay here and starve? Very well. Jiang Miaomiao discarded the blood-stained towel, supporting Lu Qiming as she lifted the 2 bags. Donned her protective gear, strapped on the chainsaw, and leashed the dog, setting forth towards the World Trade Center. Due to Lu Qiming's injured foot, He could not ride a bicycle, and she was unable to carry him, so they abandoned the bike and proceeded on foot. The path was devoid of even a shadow of a zombie, sending shivers down their spines, as an ominous sense of impending danger loomed ahead. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, advanced at a sluggish pace, taking nearly an hour to traverse a short distance until they finally arrived at the World Trade Center. This towering edifice, boasting over 80 floors, was a renowned landmark of the city. Now abandoned for nearly half a year, weeds had sprouted in the vacant lot outside. While many panes of glass lay unattended, shattering in the tempest, revealing darkened windows and a scene of desolation. As the two entered through the grand doorway, they remained vigilant against potential zombie attacks while navigating the vast expanse of the building in search of the vault mentioned by Lu Qiming. Ro, keep close, Jiang Miaomiao urged, as Jiang Ruru, ever curious, wandered about. With her hands occupied aiding Lu Qiming, she could not carry Ruru. Thus tugging gently on the rope in her grasp to encourage her to catch up, her voice echoing in the hall. We've arrived. This is the place, Lu Qiming announced. Gesturing ahead, Jiang Miaomiao looked up to see a fire escape just under 10 meters away. The door stood ajar, swaying ominously in the draft, instilling a sense of unease. The interior was devoid of light, cloaked in oppressive darkness and narrowness. Should a zombie emerge, they would find themselves with no avenue of escape. Jiang Miaomiao pinched her thigh, steeling herself to advance. Suddenly, Lu Qiming halted, gazing outside. What's the matter? She inquired. It's raining, he replied, as raindrops splattered against the ground, leaving a series of dark, circular impressions. The parched city quickly transformed into a damp landscape, the skies growing overcast. Jiang Miaomiao's initial thought was of the solar panels, now rendered ineffective by the rain, necessitating a careful conservation of energy. Yet, it dawned upon her that they no longer needed to return home. This place was now their new sanctuary. Descending to the basement level, they located the vault without encountering any zombies. Armed with a flashlight, Lu Qiming approached the vault door. Noting that the lock was visibly damaged, likely a result of chaos during the outbreak, they crept inside, using the beam of the flashlight to illuminate the interior. The vault was modest in size, no more than 20 square meters, resembling a small chamber. Its walls were constructed of sturdy metal, exuding an air of impenetrability. A narrow circle of ventilation openings adorned the ceiling, while shelves lined the floor. The currency that once occupied the shelves had long been taken, leaving only a few pink banknotes scattered across the ground. Lu Qiming shut the door, barricading it with a shelf, and exhaled in relief. Let us take a moment to rest. The two settled on the floor. Lu Qiming winced from the pain of his wound after their long journey and pulled out a cigarette. Jiang Miaomiao reflected on the eerie silence that had accompanied them, feeling an unsettling disbelief. Could they have evolved a form of intelligence, preparing to hide and ambush us? With so many zombies around, would it really matter to ambush 2 individuals barely weighing 300 pounds combined? She dismissed the thought. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive, and what is not meant to be will remain absent. Lu Qiming offered her reassurance, and she agreed, casting aside her chaotic thoughts to illuminate the surroundings of the vault with her flashlight. In a corner, Jiang Ro raised her hind leg to relieve herself against the wall. She started to protest, wishing to tell her not to do that inside, but reconsidered. Venturing outside would indeed be too perilous. It was her first time in a vault, and a flicker of excitement coursed through her. Jiang Miaomiao focused intently, her heart brimming with anticipation of uncovering treasures, perhaps gold bars, to fulfill her dreams of sudden wealth before her demise. Unfortunately, her search yielded nothing of value. Fatigued, she returned to Lu Qiming's side and leaned against his shoulder. Lu Qiming extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, if the zombies haven't shown up, we'll head upstairs to gather some provisions." All right. Jiang Miaomiao opened a bag containing steamed buns, sharing them with him. After they finished eating, they closed their eyes to rest, during which Lu Qiming also stepped into the corner to relieve himself. Jiang Miaomiao began to reminisce about her life in the villa, where there was water and electricity, a toilet and pots, a bed and blankets, a life so delightful and comfortable. Here, there was nothing. Why did her good days always seem so fleeting? Alas, in the dead of night, Jiang Miaomiao inexplicably felt a chill at her backside, jolting her awake. As she reached back, her palm was drenched with water. Had she wet herself? Impossible. She switched on her flashlight to inspect the surroundings and was startled to find water pooling beneath her. She forcefully nudged Lu Qiming. "Wake up. Quick, wake up. How is this room leaking? It's almost up to my ankles." Chapter 31. Lu Qiming, roused from his slumber, was equally bewildered upon discovering the water on the floor. Jiang Miaomiao's attire was soaked, her stomach drenched, with strands of dog hair clinging to her. In a flurry, she grabbed a nearby bag, clutching it to her chest, fearful of it getting damp. Fortunately, the plastic bag was sturdy enough to prevent any water from seeping in. Lu Qiming rummaged through his jacket pocket for a flashlight, illuminating the vicinity. The vault's floor was completely covered in a layer of water, which was seeping in from outside due to the damaged lock on the vault door. It could not close entirely, leaving a slight gap through which water continued to flow in, steadily rising. The already confined space became even darker and more humid due to this sudden change, making their accustomed warmth feel utterly uncomfortable. Their shoes were soaked, and Jiang Miaomiao rolled up the cuffs of her trousers, anxiously glancing at Lu Qiming's legs. Your injury isn't healed yet. This water is filthy. Will you get infected? Lu Qiming could no longer afford to ponder the situation. He glanced at the door and declared, Stay here. I shall step outside for a moment. It was imperative to ascertain the source of the water. Otherwise, if it continued to rise unchecked, they would surely be drowned. Jiang Miaomiao grasped his arm, supporting him as she insisted, We should go together. What if we encounter zombies outside? It is nighttime, after all. I am aware, he replied. I must protect you. Protect me? Lu Qiming nearly erupted in laughter. Jiang Miaomiao retorted, You were once stronger than I, but times have changed. Given your current condition and stamina, you might struggle against even a mere zombie. How can you venture out alone? After contemplating her words, he handed her the flashlight. You make a valid point. Perhaps you should scout the area while I remain here with the foolish dog, waiting for your return. Jiang Miaomiao insisted. No, we go together. I am the injured one. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. If we are to survive, we shall do so together. No one is to be left behind. Seeing her urgency, he ceased his teasing and leaned against her as they proceeded outside. Jiang Ruru, frightened by the unfamiliar and dark surroundings, followed closely without needing to be tethered. They opened the vault door and shone the flashlight across the opposite wall, ensuring no suspicious noises were present before stepping out. The corridor was scarcely better than the vault. The water had swept debris into the corners, emanating a nauseating odor of mildew. As Jiang Miaomiao walked steadily, a sudden, loud crash startled her. Instinctively, she raised the chainsaw, flipped the switch, and braced herself for an impending confrontation with the undead. Lu Qiming listened intently, shaking his head. It's nothing, just water. As she shone her flashlight, she discovered that beside her stood an elevator door, incessantly clattering, indicating that water had indeed infiltrated the elevator shaft. Where could this deluge have originated? A broken water pipe? That seemed implausible. The waterworks had long been rendered inoperative, having suffered extensive damage. Otherwise, they would not have to toil so hard to draw water from the lake earlier. The pair traversed the corridor and arrived at the fire escape. The sound of rushing water grew louder, and looking up, they saw a cascade resembling a diminutive waterfall pouring down the staircase. This tumultuous sight caused Jiang Ruru to recoil, retreating into a corner, hesitant to advance. Jiang Miaomiao scooped her up, tucking her under one arm, and together they braved the current, ascending step by step against the flow. Upon reaching the first floor, they beheld the scene outside the window, finally comprehending the source of the water. Rain of an unrelenting downpour. Just moments before entering the vault, they had encountered mere droplets. Now, it fell as if it were free of cost, with countless large raindrops battering the glass, producing a cacophony, as if it might shatter at any moment. Water had accumulated on the streets, transforming into a torrent, while the hall was inundated, with numerous scraps of paper, pins, and plastic bags floating upon the surface, bobbing with the ripples. Jiang Miaomiao suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that the zombies had foreseen the impending rain and thus hidden away? Animals often exhibit unusual behavior prior to natural disasters. Perhaps the zombies, possessing a keener sense than humans, shared this same ability. How long would this rain persist? She glanced down at the water level, which had only reached her ankles before entering the vault. Now, it had risen to her calves. The sky suddenly flashed violently, followed by a deafening explosion. Jiang Miaomiao, startled, nearly dropped her dog and instinctively clung to Lu Qiming, her heart racing wildly due to the abrupt lightning. Lu Qiming picked up the dog and glanced at the stairwell, suggesting, We should seek refuge upstairs. Will the water level rise that high? High enough to submerge people? She had never experienced a flood and had no concept of it. Lu Qiming replied, Better safe than sorry. The vault is situated too low. We cannot stay here for now. Jiang Miaomiao nodded, supporting him as they ascended the stairs. A box of instant coffee floated by, and with keen eyes, she snatched it up and stowed it in a plastic bag. With a flashlight illuminating their path, they quickly reached the second floor. The second floor remained dry, with only a trickle of rain seeping through the broken windows, much more comfortable than below. This was a vast food court, spanning thousands of square meters, seemingly endless at a glance. The sound of rain was so loud that it drowned out all minor noises. Lu Qiming, concerned about potential zombies lurking here, shone the flashlight into every corner. When the beam swept across a certain spot, Jiang Miaomiao suddenly exclaimed, "Don't move." He halted, and she approached to examine closely, exclaiming with delight, "There's a vending machine." The light was too dim to discern what it contained, but she could see numerous small boxes inside. If they were snacks, it would be a windfall, especially since she hadn't eaten enough that evening. Jiang Miaomiao attempted to open the machine, but it was remarkably sturdy. No amount of biting or kicking could budge it. "Step aside." Suddenly, the voice of Lu Qiming resonated behind her. She stepped aside, observing as he effortlessly moved a chair from somewhere and forcefully struck it against the machine, shattering the tempered glass exterior. "How impressive!" Jiang Miaomiao exclaimed in delight, reaching out to take it. However, he obstructed her hand, illuminating the machine with a flashlight and meticulously clearing away the shards of glass before handing her a box. A warmth enveloped Jiang Miaomiao's heart. She felt akin to a newborn kitten, tenderly cared for by a protective feline. Yet, given the extraordinary circumstances, she had no time for fanciful musings and swiftly opened the box. Upon discerning the contents, disappointment washed over her. Lu Qiming inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, don't mention it. It's a lipstick." She recalled the emblem on the machine's exterior, realizing why it seemed so familiar. It was a lipstick vending machine, once a common sight. The Dior 999 in her possession had long been a coveted item she could never justify purchasing. Now that it was finally hers, the joy it brought paled in comparison to a mere packet of shrimp chips. If only it were something edible, she lamented. Yet, Lu Qiming rummaged through the machine, twisting open each item before presenting another lipstick to her. "This color suits you," Jiang Miaomiao replied. "Are you joking? Just take it and let us move ahead." Reluctantly, she accepted it and continued to follow him. They stumbled upon a beverage vending machine, breaking it open to procure several cans of Red Bull and Assam milk tea. Red Bull, without a doubt, served as a vital energy booster. Meanwhile, the milk tea, once dismissed as a high-calorie, sugary indulgence, now potentially held life-saving properties for them in this dire situation where food was exceedingly scarce. In the culinary city, numerous restaurants abound, each inevitably housing an array of food. The fresh provisions have undoubtedly spoiled, and perhaps some dried goods linger in the storerooms. Sensing no immediate danger, they began a search in the vicinity. Regrettably, they discovered that the ingredients in the storerooms and freezers had mostly decayed. Some foods, which were less prone to spoilage, had also become contaminated by the nearby decaying items, rendering them inedible. In a noodle shop, however, they managed to find several unopened packages of flour, and each establishment was stocked with ample oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, all still within their expiration dates. Yet, lacking pots and a stove, they were unable to cook any meals. Jiang Miaomiao stuffed several packets of ketchup and a few bottles of chili sauce into a plastic bag, preparing to savor them should hunger strike with urgency. The rain continued to pour, intensifying to the point of disorientation. She felt both famished and drenched, eagerly yearning for a moment of respite. Lu Qiming closed the door of a shop and arranged tables to form a makeshift bed, where the three of them, 2 humans and a dog, curled up to sleep. As the saying goes, what one contemplates by day, one dreams of by night. Thus, Jiang Miaomiao found herself in a dream. In it, floodwaters surged like a beast from a disaster film, relentlessly pursuing them. She ran desperately, only to find that Lu Qiming and Zhang Ruru had vanished, leaving her alone. Exhausted, she could no longer lift her feet. Glancing back, she saw the water level had risen to several meters above her head, crashing down upon her, jolting her awake from the nightmare. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that dawn had arrived, yet the rain persisted, with no sun in sight, casting a gloomy pall over the surroundings. Lu Qiming, limping, entered through the door, and upon noticing her sitting at the table, seemingly in a trance, he inquired, "Awake? Are you hungry?" Jiang Miaomiao, clutching her abdomen, found it difficult to respond. She had not been to the restroom since yesterday, and was on the verge of bursting. Lu Qiming noticed her discomfort and said, "There's a public toilet right nearby. Allow me to escort you." She hurriedly jumped down from the table and followed him to the restroom. After resolving her urgent need, she emerged feeling utterly relieved. "Were you also here to use the restroom? You could have woken me. I could have supported you," she remarked. Lu Qiming shook his head. "I was looking for breakfast." "Did you find anything?" she inquired. "No," he replied with a sigh. "There are still some steamed buns left, We can make do with those. Suddenly, Lu Qiming broke into a mischievous grin, sly as a fox. I was just teasing you. Look over there, he said, pointing towards a table by the window. Jiang Miaomiao focused her gaze, and to her astonishment, the table was piled high with snacks. Where did all this come from? She asked. There's a bike-away store over at the mall. They have an abundance of edible delights, Lu Qiming said, his face alight with expectation, silently urging her to praise him. Jiang Miaomiao, however, had no time for compliments and dashed joyfully towards the snacks. The assortment was impressive: cookies, nuts, candied fruits, and more. Most importantly, there were dried pork, beef jerky, crab sticks, and marinated delicacies. Spicy duck necks and wings, she had dreamed of these. The two settled into chairs by the window, relishing the rare feast while watching the torrential rain. Jiang Ruru, awakened by the enticing aroma, approached with a wagging tail, seeking a morsel. Its fur, dampened by dirty water yesterday, had naturally air-dried overnight, leaving it looking somewhat drab. Jiang Miaomiao contemplated giving herself a bath later, only to be struck by the realization that there was no water available, which led her to ponder the possibility of being unable to wash herself in the future. Instantly, the duck neck she was savoring seemed less delectable than before. She gazed out at the heavy rain, letting out a sigh. The downpour was so intense that even the adjacent buildings were obscured from view. The world outside appeared shrouded in a gray mist, reminiscent of a chaotic world before creation. Lu Qiming remarked, "This floor should be free of zombies. We can stay here for a couple of days. Once we finish our meal, let us consolidate the snacks in the store to avoid wastage." Indeed, the two hastened their meal, and after satisfying their hunger, each consumed a can of Red Bull before commencing their tasks. Jiang Miaomiao, who had not bathed the previous day and had neglected to wash her face or brush her teeth that morning, felt an uncomfortable sensation enveloping her. Water was accessible on the first floor. Perhaps she could wash up? As she approached the staircase, she discovered that descending was unnecessary. The water level had risen to the second floor, perilously close to overflowing. She promptly informed Lu Qiming, and the two swiftly made a new decision to move upstairs. The abundance of snacks rendered it impossible to carry them all. They procured several cardboard boxes, selecting their preferred and filling snacks to pack away. Jiang Miaomiao darted to the vending machine, retrieving a considerable number of Red Bulls, and before long, the boxes were brimming. As Lu Qiming prepared to move the boxes, she seized them all, cradling them protectively in her arms. "I will handle this. Can you manage it? Please do not underestimate me. All those years of meals have not been in vain. Just take care of yourself, and my dog, too." She secured Jiang Ruru with a leash, fastening it to Lu Qiming's wrist, and then stacked several boxes together. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lifted the boxes. Lu Qiming furrowed his brow. "Are you sure you're all right? Don't push yourself. Enough chatter. Let us move," she urged. "If we don't hurry, I truly want to be able to hold on." Lu Qiming led the way with the dog as they ascended to the second floor. Jiang Miaomiao followed closely behind, each step shaky and uncertain. He occasionally glanced back at her, unable to suppress the urge to assist. Yet, the moment he paused, she would peek out from behind the boxes as if possessing X-ray vision, urging him to continue. With the water level rising too swiftly, lingering on the third floor was perilous. They pressed on to the fifth floor, both utterly exhausted upon arrival, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Jiang Miaomiao's hands trembled incessantly, feeling as though they belonged to someone else. Lu Qiming moved closer, kneading her arms, his tone laced with reproach. "I told you not to overexert yourself." She grimaced, pulling her hand away. "Stop it, that hurts. Endure the pain." Remarkably, Lu Qiming's technique proved effective. Once the initial pain subsided, it transformed into a pleasant soreness, almost delightful, making her reluctant for him to cease. The rain showed no signs of abating. What if the water continued to rise? Lu Qiming maintained a light-hearted demeanor. "If it keeps rising, then we shall keep climbing 80 floors, ample for us to ascend. Such a sturdy building should withstand the storm for a while. If necessary, we could dismantle a few doors and fashion a makeshift boat to paddle our way out." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Miaomiao felt a slight alleviation of her worries. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to suggest, "I happened to catch a glimpse of the third and fourth floors earlier. It appeared they were selling clothing. Since the water hasn't risen yet, shall we take a stroll?" Ever since the rain commenced, I felt sticky and uncomfortable, and without the option to bathe, I fear that if I don't change into dry clothes, I might fall ill, which would be even more troublesome. Lu Qiming, however, was reluctant to move. "Sister, given my current condition, do you truly expect me to climb up and down the stairs?" "Very well, I shall go alone then," she replied. But what if I encounter a zombie and cannot return? Jiang Miaomiao retorted, must you frighten me so? He couldn't help but chuckle, gently poking her forehead. You coward, assist me in standing. With a slight pout, Jiang Miaomiao helped him to his feet, and the three of them descended to the fourth floor. Upon entering the shopping area, Lu Qiming illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, allowing her to clearly see the stores, nearly bringing her to tears of excitement. Mother, I have arrived in paradise. To her left stood Dior, to her right, Armani, and directly ahead was Chanel. Numerous luxury brands she had previously only dared to admire online were now laid out before her. The absence of lighting rendered the boutiques less opulent than usual. But that mattered little. The clothing remained exquisite. Jiang Miaomiao ventured into a store, caressing the fabric of a gown adorning a mannequin, marveling at its splendor and intricacy. Lu Qiming encouraged, the water isn't rising just yet. Give it a try. She shook her head, exhaling softly. Why not? It is inconvenient to move in, she replied. Lu Qiming was injured, and at present, she was the primary labor force, tasked with all the heavy lifting. While the long dress was indeed beautiful, it posed a challenge for her to maneuver boxes. She sighed, let us forget it. Jiang Miaomiao, feeling a tinge of regret, stepped outside and remarked, the lower levels have ordinary brands. Let us search for some t-shirts and sweatpants. Her shoes were soaked through, necessitating the acquisition of several pairs. However, Lu Qiming did not follow her out. Instead, he hopped on one foot inside. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing him, Jiang Miaomiao retraced her steps, only to discover him filling several large bags with attractive clothes, shoes, and bags. She exclaimed, what are you doing? Beautiful things should be cherished and admired. Leaving them here will only lead to their destruction by water. It's better to take them away. As she spoke, he stuffed a pair of high heels into a bag. Jiang Miaomiao gazed at him in astonishment, and after a few seconds, she too began to gather her favorite items to take with her. She dashed back and forth between the fourth and fifth floors, retrieving dozens of outfits. Eventually, they both descended to the third floor, where they found lighter clothing and footwear. The water level had risen to the third-floor staircase, and Jiang Miaomiao, clutching several bags, surveyed the myriad of goods with a heavy heart. So many items, destined to be submerged, represented an immense investment of resources and labor. The creators of these products, how many of them still remained in this world? Miaomiao, hurry up, Lu Qiming called out, prompting her to pull her gaze away and quicken her pace to catch up. The area above the fifth floor was designated for offices, housing the headquarters of numerous companies. Exhausted and fearful of encountering zombies without the means to defend themselves, they refrained from searching and instead sought refuge in a nearby small company. After ensuring the place was devoid of danger, they secured the door and settled into rest. In the general manager's office, a plush sofa beckoned, and Lu Qiming reclined upon it, yearning for a cigarette, only to discover his pockets were empty. A pack of cigarettes suddenly flew into his lap, courtesy of Jiang Miaomiao, who chided him, you should really cut back. If you end up with lung cancer, no one will be able to save you. He chuckled softly. I only smoke half a pack a day. Half a pack is still excessive. If you were to switch to sugar, you'd be at risk of high blood sugar by now, and you'd also be subjecting me and Ro to secondhand smoke. I can manage. But Ro is so small. If she doesn't grow up, it'll be your fault. Lu Qiming found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly tucked the cigarette box away. Jiang Miaomiao squatted down to rummage through her bag. But upon hearing his continuous sighs, she turned back in exasperation. Go ahead and smoke. We can deal with everything else once you're healed. With his body in such pain, it was indeed a struggle to endure without some form of solace. Lu Qiming felt exhilarated, like a hefty child, as he procured a cigarette and praised her. Our Miaomiao is not only beautiful and sensible, but also truly empathetic. Surely, she'll find a good man in the future. Jiang Miaomiao's face flushed crimson as she retorted. Who needs a good man? You're out of your mind. Stop spouting such nonsense. He shrugged, took a drag, and felt blissfully carefree. She turned away, deciding to ignore him. Yet her thoughts wandered as she gazed at her clothes. Lu Qiming was undeniably handsome, tall, and though he could be quite annoying at times, he possessed a commendable character. Most importantly, he possesses great strength and is quite capable, perfectly aligning with her current expectations of a boyfriend. Furthermore, there are no other alternatives in their vicinity. If they continue to coexist, when the time comes to choose a partner for marriage, might they not be left with each other as the only option? Will they bear a son or a daughter? What might their offspring resemble? With Lu Qiming's prominent nose, a son would certainly inherit good looks. However, his sharp chin and facial structure would also favor a daughter. She has a preference for daughters. If they were to have a girl, Whose surname would she carry? She harbors a disdain for her own surname, and if it were to be Lu, what name would be suitable? Crouching on the ground with her chin in hand, she contemplated several options, none of which satisfied her. Just then, Lu Qiming called out to her, and she turned to retort. Your surname makes naming a child quite a challenge. Lu Qiming, puzzled, inquired, where's the food? She promptly handed him a box, observing his soiled t-shirt and oversized shorts. She added, I also brought you some clothes. Afterward, she retrieved a large bag and unveiled its contents, a brand new plaid wool suit. It was from Armani, and given his physique, he would undoubtedly look striking in it. Lu Qiming chuckled, pointing at his nose. Is this a gift for me? Indeed, she replied. But I can hardly move my legs. How could I wear it? Then save it for when you recover. There will surely be an opportunity. Very well. I shall borrow your optimistic words. He reached out to take it, but halfway through, he suddenly said, why don't you keep it for your future boyfriend? Jiang Miaomiao interrupted him fiercely, exclaiming, if you utter those 3 words again, I shall cease to attend to you. If you don't want to say it, then why be so fierce? He mumbled as he tidied the bag, then reclined on the sofa, rummaging through the box for something to eat. Just then, Jiang Miaomiao caught sight of his perfectly curved backside, and her previously composed thoughts were once again disrupted. She quickly averted her gaze. After Lu Qiming finished his meal, he rested, while she, unable to find sleep, embraced Jiang Ro and searched the office for anything useful. This was a trading company, not particularly large, with around 30 or 40 employees. Several walls partitioned the company into distinct sections, a spacious office accommodating dozens, several independent small offices, and a break room. The office was equipped with standard supplies, printers, computers, paper, and pens, but each workstation held its own little secrets. Jiang Miaomiao noticed many family portraits and couple photos adorning the walls, alongside sticky notes on computer screens inscribed with the powerful phrase, opportunities arrive before death. She observed that every desk boasted coffee and tea bags, some were clearly feminine, meticulously arranged, with spare lipsticks and shoes tucked away in drawers. Others were chaotic, hiding cherished car photographs, figurines, and even a small diamond ring nestled in a box. Closing her eyes, she could envision their vibrant selves during busy moments, which made the present feel like a distant dream. The snow-white walls were stained with numerous shocking bloodstains, a testament to the horrific scenes that must have unfolded during the zombie outbreak. Jiang Miaomiao let out a sigh as she returned to the general manager's office. Opening the desk drawer, she discovered a valuable item, an exquisite razor that appeared both luxurious and highly functional. She glanced at Lu Qiming, who was still soundly asleep, a faint stubble of bluish hair adorning his chin. She discreetly tucked the razor away, planning to surprise him once he awoke. Outside, the rain continued to pour, transforming the city into an expansive sea. Within these walls, however, was a temporary sanctuary, a safe harbor from the storm.